Chapter 1. Transmigration. The Ice Dragon Slayer Mage. Snow white seagulls flew in orderly formations across the azure sky, while the relentless waves, stirred by the sea breeze, tirelessly crashed against the sandy shore. The unknown sea, the unknown deserted island. Breathless, Luo Ya expressed his thoughts, then sank wearily onto the beach. After running a circuit around the small island, utterly exhausted, he had drawn this conclusion. Now, he could affirm one thing. If this was not some legendary prank, then he had truly transmigrated. The half-buried instant noodle cup beneath his feet served as evidence. Luo Ya was originally a lowly office worker, freshly graduated and laboring diligently each day. During the rare May Day holiday, he had prepared bread, instant noodles, and soda, eager to pull an all-nighter with his teammates to grind through dungeons. Just as he had brought his noodles to the computer, his hand had yet to reach for the power button when he lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself standing on a stretch of golden beach, still clutching the bucket of instant noodles adorned with ham. The refreshing sea breeze that greeted him was a far cry from the stifling air of his cramped rental room, which was a mix of sweat, foot odor, smoke, and the scent of instant noodles. In that moment, Luo Ya was bewildered. The sudden shift had left his mind in a state of paralysis until the tilting bucket of noodles spilled its scalding water onto his feet, jolting him back to reality. The fear and uncertainty brought on by this unknown situation drove him to run along the island, desperately seeking signs of human life to clarify his circumstances. However, to his dismay, this small island was indeed uninhabited, smaller even than the old residential district where he rented. The horizon was nothing but the boundless blue sea, a true deserted island. Sitting on the scorching sand, Luo Ya shifted uneasily, finding the heat of the sun-baked sand unbearable. He pushed himself up, staggering to the shade of a coconut tree at the edge of the beach. Have I truly transmigrated? Surveying his broken rubber flip-flops, he muttered to himself in a daze, transmigrated without cause or reason. He was oblivious to his surroundings, but according to the conventions of transmigration, this was certainly not his original world. Those familiar faces and belongings had long since departed, leaving him estranged from past attachments and regrets. Suddenly, he became animated. Is this some kind of joke? Today, a girl invited me to raid 25H. I'm getting paid the day after tomorrow. Can't I indulge for a few days? I haven't even had dinner yet. At this point, Luo Ya abruptly shut his mouth, realizing he had indeed not eaten dinner. With that thought, he looked up at the coconuts hanging from the tree, swallowed hard, and a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. I refuse to become a starving ghost. Unsure if there were any ferocious beasts lurking in the depths of the island, Luo Ya abandoned his plan to explore. He stripped off his t-shirt, straightened it out, and glanced at the coconut tree. Yes, it would do, but it wasn't long enough. Scanning his surroundings, Luo Ya stealthily removed his pants, leaving only his boxers. This was a method he had gleaned from a variety show where one wraps a strap around the tree and ascends inch by inch using leverage. Hiya! With one flip-flop now discarded, Luo Ya leapt, gripping one end of his pants with one hand while using the other to secure himself against the trunk. What's the next step? Move the strap upward with my hands? Wouldn't that make me fall? Luo Ya pondered, still confused as he clutched his pants. After a moment's thought, he squeezed the trunk with his thighs, took a deep breath, and attempted to pull his pants upward with force. Rip! Having moved less than 10 centimeters, the sound of tearing fabric echoed as his well-worn jeans ripped from the hem. The sudden turn of events caused him to stumble, nearly toppling backward. Fortunately, he acted swiftly, releasing his grip on the pants and leaning forward, clutching the trunk to avoid a fall. After catching his breath for a moment, Luo Ya decided to abandon this unreliable method, awkwardly sliding down the tree trunk back to the ground. Though his pants were torn, they were still better than being completely unclothed. As he adjusted his pants, the inner thighs chafed raw from the rough bark, causing him to wince in discomfort. Just then, he noticed a few small stones by the tree roots. An idea sparked, and he picked up 2 of them. During his earlier ascent, he had noticed that despite the coconuts appearing green, they were precariously attached, clashing against each other with a dull thud as the trunk swayed. Though I don't know if this will work, I'm going for it. Here goes Stone Monster. He raised his hand, twisted his hips, and with a forceful throw, sent the stones flying. Thud! As the stones left his hand, they struck with a muffled sound, followed by what sounded like an explosion. Just as he prepared to look up, a water-stained greenish shell plummeted from above, and instinctively, he reached out to catch it. Examining the object in his hand, Luo Ya's expression morphed into one of exaggerated disbelief, reminiscent of the well-known meme sloth. Is this a coconut? He quickly glanced up, and sure enough, the coconut he had aimed for. The slightly smaller one beside it had vanished, leaving behind a long, jagged scratch on the surrounding green shells, as if grazed by a bullet. When did I become this strong? Or is it that the gravity here is significantly lower than on Earth? Luo Ya blinked, still trying to comprehend. He looked down at the half-shell in his hand, where a thin layer of liquid pooled amidst the white coconut flesh. Licking his dry lips, he decided to set aside the bizarre occurrences and lifted the shell to drink deeply. Finishing the coconut water in one go, Luo Ya sighed. Contentedly, the sweet nectar soothed the heat within him, offering some relief. Yet, mere coconut water would not sate his hunger. Observing his clean, fair fingers, he attempted to scrape the coconut flesh with his nails. To his surprise, the coconut meat, which usually proved difficult to extract, peeled away effortlessly like the cream from an Oreo with just a gentle scratch of his nail. Is it that my strength has increased? Or is this a peculiar variety of coconut? Clutching the chunk of pristine coconut flesh, he wasted no time contemplating further. His insides, invigorated by the coconut water, were clamoring for sustenance, and the abundant gastric acid caused a burning sensation in his abdomen, necessitating immediate food. He opened his mouth and bit off a large portion of the coconut. A bit tough. After hastily scraping the remaining flesh clean, Luo Ya gazed up at the coconuts with glimmering eyes. Although moderation is key, the famished Luo Ya devoured a dozen coconuts before finally patting his belly in satisfaction, leaning against the coconut tree for a brief nap. Having resolved his hunger, Luo Ya finally found time to contemplate the changes occurring within him. Reflecting on his earlier panic-driven sprint around the island, Luo Ya now recognized the sheer incredibility of the experience. The distance he had covered was no less than 7 to 8 kilometers. He had run nonstop for several thousand meters. Was this the same office worker in suboptimal health? Exhaustion was an understatement. It would have been impossible for him to accomplish such a feat. No matter how he considered it, this was utterly abnormal. Could this be the so-called golden finger that every transmigrator possesses? Luo Ya pondered, stifling a burp. In this modern age, few young people do not indulge in web novels, and Luo Ya was no exception. In his youthful, naive fantasies, he often envisioned what kind of golden finger he would acquire upon truly transmigrating, while that be the Sharingan, a Zampakuto, or a devil fruit. He had even indulged in daydreams about the abilities of the SOS Brigade's members. Yet, he never anticipated it would be boundless strength. At that moment, a translucent blue panel abruptly materialized before Luo Ya. He blinked, thinking it must be an illusion, rubbed his eyes, and looked up again, yet the panel remained. Is this my golden finger? Suddenly energized, the drowsiness brought on by his earlier meal vanished in an instant. However, when he read the large characters at the top of the panel, Luo Ya's expression froze, and he murmured aloud, Ice Dragon Slayer Mage. Chapter 2. Level Up. The Breakthrough of Zero. The term Dragon Slayer Mage originates from the manga fairy tale. In the story, Dragon Slayer mages were established by Irene Belserian, belonging to a category of mages who utilize the ancient magic of Dragon Slayer magic, which transforms their physical attributes into those of a dragon, specifically trained to hunt dragons. When Luo Ya traversed realms, his greatest passion was the anime Naruto, yet it also ardently followed the once-renowned shonen series, Fairy Tail, to the point where, during that period, the allure of the three major labor-themed manga paled in comparison to that of Fairy Tail. The Dragon Slayer Mage possesses the essence of a dragon and can restore vitality and enhance strength by consuming substances that share the same elemental affinity as their magic. Alternatively, by harnessing the power of dragons, They can unleash dragon scales to bolster their offensive and defensive capabilities. This type of magic, designed for slaying dragons, is thus referred to as Dragon Slayer magic. Upon his initial encounter with this manga, Luo Ya regarded it as a sacred text, utterly captivated by the fantastical array of dazzling spells it presented. Each week, he would eagerly rush to the corner shop, using his saved pocket money to purchase the latest issue, sometimes even neglecting his mother's request to buy soy sauce. However, even the most fervent enthusiasm tends to wane with the passage of time. Eventually, due to the original plot's sluggish pacing and the increasing demands of his studies as he matured, he gradually lost the motivation to continue following the series. Yet, these matters were not the crux of his concerns. Ice Dragon Slayer Mage. Is that an option in the original work? Even Seraphina doesn't possess such a thing, does she? Luo Ya's eyes widened as he meticulously recalled the plot he had once observed. In the original fairy tale, the Ice Dragon Slayer Mage had never made an appearance. It was absent in the first 3 generations, and not a single hint had been dropped. Perhaps Seraphina, who had 8 pieces of dragon magic crystals, could wield such magic, but the likelihood seemed slim. Given the tendencies of Japanese manga, abilities associated with the protagonist, like Ice, would certainly have been revealed much earlier, rather than remaining unmentioned for over a decade. This is my lifeline. It cannot be some bizarre magic. I don't want a pure support type like Wendy, he murmured, an undercurrent of unease beginning to take hold as he examined the interface before him. This interface was simply divided into 2 sections. The left side presented a series of attribute descriptions, while the right side comprised a skill tree made up of various icons, reminiscent of the talent trees from the game World of Warcraft. Curiously, Luo Ya tapped the colorful icon at the bottom of the talent tree, prompting a piece of information to materialize. Dragon Power, 1100. Dragon Power can enhance the strength of the Dragon Slayer Mage's Dragon Slayer magic, but exceeding 30 begins to transform the body, surpassing 90 triggers the dragonification of the Dragon Slayer Mage's physique. The first attribute was hardly encouraging, causing Luo Ya's heart to sink. Just as the skill description indicated, although the Dragon Slayer magic wielded by Dragon Slayers was formidable, it bore significant aftereffects. According to Eileen Belserian, every Dragon Slayer gradually transforms into a dragon with the use of their magic. Luo Ya was no longer the naive youth he once was. If this transformation were reversible, or if a powerful mage of Gerard's caliber existed in this world, he might genuinely wish to experience what it felt like to become a dragon. The subsequent colorful icons stem from the Dragon Power attribute, and Luo Ya clicked through them one by one. Dragon Body, 10100. The body gradually adapts to the Dragon Power level, enhancing the Dragon Slayer Mage's overall attributes. Energy consumption can temporarily boost adaptability, albeit with considerable aftereffects. Ice Dragon's Roar. Concentrate the Ice Dragon's power in the lungs, then expel it through a magic circle to launch an attack. Insufficient magic power to use. Ice Dragon's Iron Fist. Envelop the Ice Dragon's power around the fist, unleashing a potent freezing effect upon impact. Ice Dragon's Wing Strike. Wrap the Ice Dragon's power around the arms, swinging them to execute a wide-range attack like a dragon's wings. Insufficient magic power to use. Ice Dragon's Claw. Envelop the Ice Dragon's power around the feet, delivering a powerful freezing effect upon contact. Ice Dragon's Shattered Fang. Envelop the Ice Dragon's power around the hands, transforming the fingers into claws for an attack. Ice Dragon's Grip. Seize the target and infuse them with the Ice Dragon's power from within. The good news was that the scenario Luo Ya had feared had not transpired. Although the most commonly used roar skill of the Dragon Slayer Mage was temporarily inaccessible due to magic power constraints, it was of little consequence. Based on the skills currently available for use, the Ice Dragon Slayer magic bore a resemblance to the Fire Dragon Slayer magic of the protagonist, Natsu, both being purely offensive in nature. As for whether that would remain true in the future, Luo Ya could not ascertain. Aside from these few standard Dragon Slayer skills, the Dragon Body ability caught Luo Ya's attention. It enhances the overall attributes of the Dragon Slayer Mage, which undoubtedly accounted for his significant increase in strength and endurance. Moreover, Just as Natsu would sprout dragon scales after consuming the magic of the celestial spirits in the Tower of Paradise, this skill could temporarily augment his capabilities. The only drawback, perhaps, was the severe aftereffect that would render even someone as robust as Natsu nearly incapacitated. Perfect for a power surge, Luo Ya offered a candid assessment. The remaining icons were dimmed, and clicking on them yielded no response. Having played games for years, Luo Ya understood well that this indicated insufficient level. He surmised that these remaining icons likely represented the profound mysteries of Dragon Slayer magic and skills unlockable only after mastering dragon power, necessitating continuous leveling up to gradually unveil them. He subsequently glanced at the left side of the interface, where the attributes were displayed. Name: Christopher Luo Ya, World Autocorrection, Energy Stage, First Level 0, Energy Value, 1010, Upgradable, Magic Value, 500500, Magic Recovery Speed, 50 minutes. What on earth is Christopher Luo Ya? And what is this World Autocorrection? I shall not change my name or my surname. I will simply be Luo Ya. By the way, what is this energy value? Staring at this attribute panel, Luo Ya muttered to himself in derision. Could it be? Luo Ya glanced at the scattered coconut shells on the ground, and a flicker of suspicion arose within him. Suddenly, he raised his voice, calling out into the air, "System? Sprite? Mainframe? I am your host. Please show yourself." After a few seconds, Luo Ya awkwardly cleared his throat. The surroundings remained silent. Nothing occurred. The sea breeze whispered past him, and he fancied he heard a few echoes of fool, fool, fool. Once the awkwardness subsided, Luo Ya extended his finger and pressed on the arrow next to the word upgradable. Years of experience with online literature and games taught him that one should never hesitate when the opportunity to level up presents itself. At any moment, formidable foes might appear to claim his life, and only through leveling up could he safeguard his existence. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire interface became blurred, and a magnificent blue magical array manifested beneath his feet, swirling currents of air lifting his hair skyward. Simultaneously, torrents of blue energy emerged from the surrounding air, rapidly converging towards him. As the energy surged in, a blue pattern began to spread gradually across his body. Although he had never attempted to level up before, this scene felt eerily familiar. Am I transforming into a Super Saiyan? By the way, what is this overwhelming sensation reminiscent of an online game level up? The extraordinary phenomena arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, lasting less than 3 seconds. As soon as Luo Ya finished his sarcastic remarks, it had vanished. The blue patterns enveloping his body seemed to possess a life of their own, swirling and dancing around him before finally coalescing at his wrists, forming 2 diamond-shaped designs. Once tranquility restored, Luo Ya caressed the patterns on his wrists and once again scrutinized the attribute panel. Name: Christopher Luo Ya, World Autocorrection, Energy Stage, First Level 1, Energy Value, 0, 20 Magic Value, 550550, Magic Recovery Speed, 50 minutes. His magic value had increased by 50 points. While the energy requirement for the next stage doubled, he then shifted his gaze to the talent tree, but whether it was Dragon's body or Dragon's power, no changes had occurred. Could it be that the enhancement of the energy stage bore no relation to my inherent Dragon Slayer magic abilities? Or is it merely due to my low level? The specifics eluded Luo Ya, prompting him to furrow his brow. If it were the former case, then if this world resembled that of fairy tale, he could always find a master to teach him magic. Yet if not, wouldn't that mean he could not elevate his Dragon Slayer magic? Nevertheless, such concerns were unnecessary for the time being. Luo Ya had yet to explore this world, let alone the small island beneath him. Worrying about distant matters would be akin to a fool fearing the future. A rumble echoed, and Luo Ya glanced down, patting his stomach. Could it be? I just ate to my fill, and already I am hungry. Is the energy required for leveling truly biological energy? Another rumble confirmed Luo Ya's suspicion. It seemed he must seek sustenance. However, this time, Luo Ya had no intention of continuing to eat coconuts, having consumed a dozen of them. He felt uncomfortably full and nauseated at the mere sight of them. Besides, what a disgrace it would be for a dragon slayer to subsist on coconuts. Thus, he resolved to hunt for meat. Chapter 3. Ascending. Daily life on the island. Unknown seas, unknown islands. The ice dragons. Iron Fist. A furious roar reverberated through the woods. A flash of blue light darted past, followed by a dull thud and the crackling sound of ice forming. Luo Ya descended from a height of several meters, landing lightly on the ground before firmly establishing his footing. Excellent. This wild boar will sustain me for 3 days. He gazed at the frozen carcass of the boar, now shattered into several large pieces, his tone filled with a sense of wistfulness. The boar was no small creature. Its exposed tusks were as thick as Luo Ya's arms, sprawled on the ground like a small mountain. Even a single hind leg, now broken and lying on the ground, towered above Luo Ya. Its mass could no longer be described in mere pounds, but rather in tons. Yet, even this substantial amount would barely suffice for 3 days of sustenance. Since accepting the identity of a dragon slayer, Luo Ya had begun to explore this small island. Initially, for safety's sake, his targets were small creatures resembling rabbits, albeit covered in scales. However, within just a few weeks, these colossal wild boars had made their way onto his menu. Tragically, Luo Ya discovered that these wild boars seemed to be the only viable food source left on the island. Apart from toxic creatures, he had consumed everything else. The unique physiology of a dragon slayer required a significant daily intake of food, and in addition, Luo Ya needed to enhance his own attributes, necessitating a substantial daily diet. At the outset, the energy required to upgrade from the initial tier was easily replenished with just a handful of coconuts. However, from the 3rd tier onward, mere coconuts could no longer provide him with any energy, forcing Luo Ya to alter his diet and hunt the island's inhabitants extensively. He realized that the more formidable the creature, the greater the energy it provided, enabling him to keep pace with his upgrades. Thus, as he progressed in levels and refined his diet, Luo Ya achieved his first rare accomplishment post-transmigration, depleting an entire island of its resources. As the surrounding ice melted away, Luo Ya fashioned a stick from ice to skewer pieces of pork. With a powerful heave, he effortlessly lifted the boar kebab, which was more than 10 times his size. The strength derived from his dragon form far exceeded what he had demonstrated on the day of his arrival. At that time, he had been unaware of his true power, and his brain's instinctive protective mechanism had limited his exertion. However, after weeks of practice, Luo Ya was now able to release these limitations and harness his true strength. Carrying the meat skewer, Luo Ya soon returned to his dwelling, a cave that had once been the lair of a 3-meter-tall brown bear, which he had usurped after slaying its former inhabitant. Producing a lighter from his pack, he shook it. The remaining butane was thinly spread, indicating it would soon be exhausted. Placing the kebab outside the cave, Luo Ya ventured inside and swiftly emerged with a pile of tinder. These dried leaves, crumpled into a convenient form, were perfect for igniting a fire. For this, Luo Ya was grateful to Bear Grylls, a man who had lived alone on a deserted island for 4 years, from whom Luo Ya had learned basic survival skills through watching their videos. Most importantly, how to start a fire. He gathered dry twigs and constructed a makeshift stand, igniting the tinder with his lighter, quickly producing a roaring campfire. Thanks to the magnificent Ice Dragon Slayer magic, he need not fear igniting a forest fire that could consume him. Taking a large piece of the hind leg, Luo Ya cleaned it by a creek, skewered it with a thick stick, and roasted it over the flames. Skillfully, he froze the remaining food, then gazed skyward, lost in thought as he awaited the pork to cook. The experiences of these past weeks had transformed Luo Ya from a cheerful gaming enthusiast into a taciturn hunter of the island. In the initial 3 days, he had been anxious, curling up on the beach to sleep, fearful of missing any passing ships. But as time wore on, that hope and unease gradually succumbed to despair. He had vented his frustrations, roared in anguish, and cried, yet none of it proved useful in his current predicament. Expending energy on such emotions seemed futile when he could better utilize it to gather clean leaves for bedding. Having regained his composure, Luo Ya arranged his thoughts and used ice to etch an SOS signal on the beach and at the island's highest point. He was uncertain whether anyone in this world would comprehend its meaning, but even without understanding, the mere presence of text on an uninhabited island would surely attract attention. What followed was a prolonged wait. The white marks left by the sea on the rocks were the source of salt for Luo Ya during these days. He was aware that this substance contained slight toxins and that excessive consumption could be harmful, but without replenishing his body's salt, he wouldn't even have the strength to hunt each day. Sprinkling a fine layer of salt on the roasted pork, Luo Ya took large bites. Before long, a piece of meat thicker than his waist had disappeared into his stomach. He then fetched another piece of pork and set it up to roast. Although his belly was full, he still lacked sufficient energy. Luo Ya silently invoked his golden finger, and a panel materialized before him. Name: Christopher Luo Ya, World Autocorrection, Energy Stage, First Order, 10th Layer Energy Value, 85, 100 magic value. 1,000, 100 magic recovery rate. 100 per minute. Due to frequent utilization of dragon-slaying magic during this period, his draconic physique has developed through rigorous training, increasing from 10 to 12. To his relief, the anticipated surge in dragon power did not manifest, it remained at 1. Apart from this, the most significant changes were observed in his attributes. The magic value reached 1,000, double that of when he first traversed into this realm, and the magic recovery rate also saw a twofold enhancement. Finally, he attained the first order, 10th layer in energy stage. Today, in accordance with the characteristics of page-turning games, marked the moment of breakthrough to the second stage. After consuming several substantial pieces of pork, his energy value finally surged to 100. Luo Ya delicately licked the grease from his fingers and placed them on the arrow, selecting the option to enhance. A familiar humming sound resonated, and the blue magic array reappeared. Subsequently, waves of blue energy began to materialize, swiftly flooding into his body. However, today as circumstances were somewhat different. Both the quantity and intensity of the blue energy exceeded those of previous enhancements. In the blink of an eye, an immense whirlwind of energy enveloped him entirely, forming a cocoon of blue light. Simultaneously, an inexplicable pressure emanated from within, radiating outward, rendering the forest eerily silent. As if a mute button had been pressed, no insects chirped, the trees stood still, the water flowed not, and even the clouds in the sky were motionless. In this tableau of stillness, the only thing that continued to pulsate was the flickering light cocoon. This sensation felt as though it spanned eons. Yet it also seemed to last but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, movement resumed around him. The sea breeze rustled the leaves, the brook began to babble, and the forest erupted into life once more. A soft crack echoed as the cocoon, now a deep shade of blue, developed a tiny fissure upon its surface. The crack widened, and from the outside, a faint, ethereal blue hue became visible within. With a resounding explosion, the light cocoon burst apart, unleashing a chilling wave that froze a vast expanse of the forest. Amidst the white mist, a humanoid figure began to emerge. Luo Ya's original appearance was utterly unrecognizable. He had grown taller by 10 centimeters, his physique more robust. Tiny, pale blue dragon scales covered his body densely, a sight that could easily induce vertigo in those with a fear of clusters. Simultaneously, his pupils transformed into golden slits, exuding a cold, eerie light that sent shivers down one's spine. However, this state did not persist for long. As the energy dissipated, both the dragon scales and sharp claws gradually receded, restoring him to a more human form. Luo Ya quietly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surging magic within. After a considerable interval, he opened his eyes, filled with excitement as he gazed at the diamond-shaped pattern on his hand. At long last, he was ready to unleash his full potential. Chapter 4. The World of One Piece. A blood oath. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated again, prompting Luo Ya to swiftly turn his head towards the direction of the beach. Even from such a distance, he could detect the acrid scent of gunpowder. At last, had someone arrived? Regardless of who it was, he was determined to leave this place. He had grown weary of life on the isolated island, Luo Ya thought fiercely, and with that, he leapt powerfully upwards. Crack! At the apex of his jump, Luo Ya began to descend, but beneath his feet appeared a palm-sized block of ice. With a gentle push, he halted his descent abruptly, then leaped onto another block of ice, repeating the motion as he swiftly traversed through the air toward the beach. Vic felt a profound sense of frustration and rage. He was merely an ordinary pirate with a bounty of 35 million, and having just arrived in the Grand Line. He hadn't even encountered a merchant ship. Why was he being pursued by a rear admiral from the Navy? This chase had persisted for 2 days and nights. Had he wronged anyone? If it weren't for the specially designed flying fish's power being on par with that of naval warships, he would have been shackled and taken to impel down long ago. But his stroke of luck seemed to end there. The pursuing warship appeared to grow weary of this cat-and-mouse game, since a short while ago, the cannons at the bow began firing incessantly, determined to obliterate their sails without pause. The loss of sails was catastrophic for a wooden vessel like the Flying Fish. In a desperate bid, Vic commanded his crew to make for the shore and fight fiercely. What of the rear admiral? I am Vic the Scissorhands. I shall never surrender. Though the island was peculiar, a summer isle adorned with a 10-meter-high ice sculpture, Vic had little time to ponder such oddities. Upon reaching the shore, he quickly ordered his crew to retaliate with cannon fire to keep the warship at bay. Boom. Another cannonball exploded, this time striking the flying fish's side. The pirates loading ammunition below deck suffered heavy casualties, blood and dismembered limbs strewn about. After all, they were merely pirates. Their accuracy with cannons could not match that of the well-trained navy. Moreover, the flying fish carried only a few cannons to enhance its speed, rendering their sporadic counterattacks ineffectual against the advancing warship. On board the naval vessel, seeing the pirates' cannons destroyed, the sailors raised their firearms and swords, awaiting the charge command. An officer approached the figure standing at the bow, saluting as he neared. "Admiral Weasel, the scissor pirate crew has lost its ability to retaliate. Shall we order an assault?" Upon hearing this, Admiral Weasel, clad in a light purple striped suit and deep blue shirt, his deep purple mohawk standing tall, regarded the pirates on the beach with a serious expression. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Cover them with cannon fire. Advance." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, the warship halted its propulsion and began to slow its advance. Simultaneously, several small boats were lowered, allowing the Navy soldiers to swiftly approach the shore under the cover of cannon fire. "The Navy is here. Brothers, let us fight," Vic roared, raising his firearm and beginning to fire. Luo Ya arrived at the beach outside the forest, greeted by a scene of utter disarray. At first glance, he noticed the flying fish ship, billowing thick black smoke, before his eyes were drawn to the distant blue seagull flag emblazoned with the word Marine. The spectacle was indeed overwhelming, given the magnitude of the ship's explosion. Concealed behind a coconut tree, Luo Ya's gaze sharpened. "This is the emblem of the Navy from the world of One Piece. This means I have entered the realm of One Piece." Luo Ya gazed in astonishment at the lively scene unfolding on the beach, feeling rather bewildered. How could the system from fairy tale have found its way into the world of One Piece? This was utterly absurd. The power structures were entirely different, after all. Currently, the situation on the beach resembled a straightforward spectacle of the Navy pursuing pirates. Luo Ya turned his gaze towards Vic, who was directing the battle, and after careful discernment, concluded that he was merely an obscure individual. The Navy in the world of One Piece is formidable, yet the pirates are a different matter. This group of self-serving individuals may possess considerable strength, but ultimately, they are nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Upon realizing the nature of this world, Luo Ya harbored no desire to provoke the naval forces. Observing the remnants of the pirate ship that had been obliterated, it became evident that if he wished to depart, he would need to rely on the Navy. Thus, he turned his attention to the scissor pirates, who were frantically firing to thwart the Navy's landing. And with a sardonic smile, he mused, "Although we bear no enmity toward one another, my need to commandeer a naval vessel to escape this island necessitates a certain sacrificial gesture. My apologies." After this soliloquy, Luo Ya leaped into action. The earth beneath him cracked like a spider's web under the force of his extraordinary strength, amplified by the dragon's physique, propelling him into the sky in an instant. Positioned behind the scissor pirates, he remained undetected by the observant Vic, who wielded the observation hockey. However, his lack of awareness did not escape the keen eyes of the mole. Fixing his gaze intently, he scrutinized the figure that had leapt into the air. Who is that person? Luo Ya stood upon the ice formed in the air, his lungs swelling with a deep breath as his fists were clasped before his mouth, channeling the magic within him. With a hum, a towering blue magic circle materialized in front of him, its center aligned with his gaping mouth. The ice dragon roared. In the next moment, a frigid tempest surged forth. Initially the size of a fist, rapidly expanding in the air to become a colossal entity with a diameter of several meters, resembling a roaring dragon as it crashed violently into the formation of the scissor pirates. Boom! Under Luo Ya's command, the icy storm detonated upon reaching its optimal point of devastation. The sound echoed like the thunder of spring, and before Vic could react, he was engulfed by the explosion. Countless shards of ice, propelled by the force of the blast, mercilessly harvested the lives of the scissor pirates, the intense cold freezing their wounds before blood could even flow, rendering them as statues. At the heart of the explosion, where the magic surged with the greatest fury, not even a complete corpse could be found. Dragon-slaying magic, even of the ice variety, was exceedingly ferocious. Otherwise, what distinguished it from Gray's ice-shaping magic? As the icy storm erupted, a terrifying chill ensued, instantly freezing the surrounding scenery. The waves, just beginning to rise, were solidified into hard blocks of ice. Even from a distance, sailors aboard warships felt a bone-chilling cold, let alone those who had boarded small boats. The power of freezing. This scene was somewhat unexpected for the mole. He had anticipated Luo Ya's assault on the scissor pirates, but had not imagined such a brutal massacre, particularly with ice powers. Yet now was not the time for pondering these matters. As he observed the icy expanse encroaching upon the front line, Major Mole let out a cold snort, drawing his katana with swift precision. Swish! A massive pale blue sword aura, capable of cutting through the waves, swiftly traversed the front line, tearing apart the rapidly spreading ice. The intense sword energy left a dent upon the surface of the sea, resembling a chunk of jelly being scooped out. The naval forces of the front line, caught off guard, found themselves unable to change the direction of their small boats in time, leading to a cascade of sailors tumbling into the sea. However, they were the Navy. Apart from a few devil fruit users, the rest were adept in swimming. Though their boats capsized, they quickly surfaced once more, albeit floating on the water, clutching their arms. Lips turning blue, teeth chattering uncontrollably. It was simply too cold. Seeing this, Major Mole slowly sheathed his katana and commanded his lieutenant. Immediately dispatch personnel to assist the front line. Yes, the lieutenant, casting a grateful glance at Mole, hurried off to relay the orders. Major Mole of the Navy headquarters was indeed a leader who cared deeply for his soldiers. Luo Ya also caught sight of that pale blue sword energy, and suddenly his expression turned somewhat vexed. Alas, I failed to control the power during my first grand move, nearly freezing the Navy to death. However, wielding such formidable sword energy, by the manga's explanation, one could at least consider this person a swordsman, right? Perhaps, reflecting on that heart-stopping sword energy. At this moment, Luo Ya was filled with resentment towards Eiichiro Oda. The power system in the world of One Piece has long been criticized. As the story progresses, the strength of characters tends to escalate dramatically, reminiscent of the explosive attribute growth in World of Warcraft, where a turtle that respawns every 3 minutes at level 100 is far more terrifying than the former team's main boss. This chaos rendered Luo Ya utterly incapable of discerning the level of the Navy on the warship several hundred meters away based on the manga. Nonetheless, this situation is fundamentally a common ailment in Japanese anime. Consider Dragon Ball, Naruto, or Bleach. Isn't it true that as the story advances, the combat power becomes increasingly exaggerated? Chapter 5. Vice Admiral Mole's seasick Luo Ya. Despite this, there is one thing Luo Ya can ascertain. The newcomer is certainly not an admiral. Since the days of Garp and Zephyr, it seems there has been no admiral adept in swordsmanship to confront foes directly. The Yellow Monkey, who can rival the swordsmanship of the Dark King Rayleigh, has always resorted to firing energy beams or transforming into beams of light. If it were those admirals, their attacks would undoubtedly showcase their signature techniques. Just think of Dracul Mihawk, hailed as the world's greatest swordsman, and the several vice admirals who appeared for less than a minute. Although sword energy is a potent ability, overall, it has become quite commonplace. At this moment, the battlefield could only be described as hellish, with severed limbs and chunks of flesh scattered about, frozen into ice blocks, while a few pirate heads remained intact, their faces still bearing expressions of bewilderment. Luo Ya leapt from the sky, exhaling a breath of frigid air. The gust met the moisture in the atmosphere, transforming into countless tiny particles that descended like stars upon the earth. A life has been taken. Why do I not feel a sense of revulsion? Luo Ya contemplated this philosophical dilemma. Perhaps due to his prolonged existence as a castaway hunter, his perception of life had undergone an inexplicable transformation. In the distance, he observed a naval warship commanded by Admiral Mole approaching the shore. Regardless of the motives behind the annihilation of the scissor pirate crew, be it a pirate, a bounty hunter, or a reclusive master dwelling in the mountains, Mole, as a vice admiral of the Navy, felt compelled to investigate the matter. The warship halted 100 meters away, confronted by a thick, solid ice barrier that rendered it incapable of passage without ice-breaking equipment. Mole, however, showed no inclination to clear a path with his sword's aura. Instead, he disembarked with a small contingent of sailors. As they drew closer, Mole was taken aback by Luo Ya's youthful appearance. The attack he had just witnessed bore a potency that rivaled that of the young Admiral Aokiji, leading him to presume Luo Ya was a seasoned master. To his astonishment, he realized that Luo Ya was likely even younger than Aokiji was when he first joined the Navy. Admiral Kazan, known as Aokiji, enlisted at the age of 19 and ascended to the rank of admiral in his 30s, earning a reputation as a prodigious talent. The individual before him, appearing even younger than Aokiji at the outset of his naval career, had already displayed formidable prowess, leaving Mole utterly astonished. If Luo were aware of Mole's thoughts, he would surely find it amusing. You think I look younger than Akiji? I simply have a youthful visage. I excel among the newcomers at the company due to my charming looks and sweet demeanor. The roar of the Ice Dragon, a formidable technique available to Luo post-upgrade, was indisputably powerful. In fact, Akiji's freezing capabilities at the onset of his career paled in comparison. However, the cost of such an ability was significant after a single use. Luo's magical energy diminished by a third. Even with all his might, he could only unleash such an attack thrice. In contrast, Akiji could have executed his freezing abilities over a 100-meter radius numerous times without issue, as evidenced by his enduring 10-day clash with the Kainu in the original story. Standing face to face, observing Luo lost in philosophical contemplation, Mole initiated the conversation. I appreciate your assistance, sir. I am Vice Admiral Mole of the Navy headquarters. May I inquire as to your identity? Upon hearing Mole introduce himself, Luo snapped back to reality, his previously hazy memories suddenly crystallizing. He scrutinized the newcomer, a mohawk hairstyle, comical facial hair, a katana at his side, and a cloak of justice draped across his back. Indeed, it was the unmistakable figure of Vice Admiral Mole. What a good-natured fellow. Luo thought with a spark of recognition. He was upright and principled, fiercely protective of his subordinates, and possessed great strength without the ruthlessness of a Kainu. In summary, if Luo wished to depart the deserted island, seeking Mole's assistance would be the ideal course of action. Even without the eradication of the Scissor Pirate crew as a form of allegiance, he would undoubtedly extend a helping hand to the beleaguered Luo. Luo Ya was not the solitary hunter he had once been on the island. Despite possessing formidable strength, his mindset remained that of the reclusive individual he had always been. After weeks of isolation, his emotions surged forth, tears streaming down his face. My family. At last, someone has come. Please, take me away from here. I have been stranded on this deserted island for weeks, and I have nearly exhausted the wild boar population. The mole general, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend the situation. What had become of the formidable expert he had just encountered? How had he transformed into this pitiable figure? However, upon observing Luo Ya's tattered and filthy clothing, along with his bare feet, the mole's lips twitched, and he chose to accept Luo Ya's plight. Under the watchful gaze of the naval officers, Luo Ya boarded the warship. Even from a distance, they had sensed the chilling aura emanating from his earlier assault, and now they regarded him with admiration, entirely unperturbed by his disheveled appearance. In the world of One Piece, strength was revered above all else. Those with power commanded respect wherever they went. Moreover, this world was rife with eccentric yet powerful individuals. And in that moment, they regarded Luo Ya as an unconventional yet formidable figure. As Luo Ya set foot on the deck of the warship, he suddenly grew serious. Gripping the railing and gazing intently at the sea, the mole general organized his soldiers to clear the battlefield before following Luo Ya aboard. Observing his demeanor, the mole, perplexed, inquired, Mr. Luo Ya, what is this? Luo Ya raised his hand, swallowed hard, and then offered a rather unsightly smile to the mole. Excuse me, Admiral Mole. Do you have any medication for seasickness? The mole replied, You truly are an odd individual. He then turned to his aide and instructed, Quickly summon the ship's doctor, and prepare a set of clothing. Noticing Luo Ya's beggar-like attire, the mole issued his orders. Following the mole's command, a gray-haired ship's doctor hurried over promptly. He instructed Luo Ya to recline against the railing, gently prying open his eyelids to examine him. Your symptoms are quite severe, and the ship hasn't even set sail yet. Have you experienced this since childhood, or is it a recent affliction? Luo Ya found himself at a loss for words, realizing that his own folly was to blame. Previously, he had been singularly focused on escaping the deserted island, neglecting the greatest weakness of the Dragon Slayer Mage, a profound susceptibility to seasickness. At this moment, his complexion was ashen as he weakly uttered, I consumed a devil fruit. And now this is my fate, doctor. Is there hope for my recovery? The mole beside him pondered deeply. Indeed, aside from the devil fruit, there was no other explanation for Luo Ya's recent outburst. However, what manner of devil fruit would induce such severe motion sickness? Consuming a devil fruit incurs the wrath of the sea. Mere contact with seawater results in the loss of abilities, rendering one utterly helpless, a curse in its own right. Moreover, in comparison to ordinary fruit users, Luo Ya suffered an additional affliction of seasickness. The mole, both curious and relieved, mused, What an extraordinarily unfortunate individual. How wise I was to abstain from consuming a devil fruit. In truth, This was the excuse Luo Ya had meticulously devised. Dragon Slayer magic was not an innate power of this world. Exposing it to public scrutiny necessitated a rationale, and the devil fruit served as the most convenient pretext. Who could fathom the myriad of bizarre fruit abilities that existed across these waters? The notion of dying without witnesses aptly encapsulated his predicament. Furthermore, Luo Ya was not deceiving anyone. He genuinely transformed into such a state after consuming the devil fruit, and voicing this bore him no psychological burden. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, the ship's doctor became serious. He retrieved a vial of potion from his medical kit and handed it to Luo Ya, then took a piece of alcohol-soaked cotton and dabbed it against Luo Ya's temple. If this ailment stems from the devil fruit, it is beyond cure. Drink this, it may alleviate your discomfort. Later, I shall provide you with some medication. Though it cannot heal you, it will allow you to sleep soundly. Thank you, Doctor, Luo Ya replied gratefully. Chapter 6, Second-Tier Attributes, Joining the Navy. After ensuring Luo Ya's well-being, Rear Admiral Mole proceeded to the command room of the warship, producing a direct line to Sengoku via the Den Den Mushi. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Brew, brew, brew. Brew, brew, brew. The Den Den Mushi chirped before a click signaled the connection. Sengoku picked up the receiver and inquired, Mole, what brings you to contact me? Indeed. Admiral Sengoku. I encountered an individual on a deserted island during my return to Marine Fort. Encountered? Sengoku's lips twitched, though he attempted to conceal his reaction. The Den Den Mushi faithfully transmitted it to Mole. The Mole feigned ignorance and continued, yes, on our way back, we encountered the Scissor Pirates. I am uncertain as to why they followed my route back until we finally forced them ashore today. Mole succinctly reported the previous battle's circumstances before seeking guidance. Regarding this individual named Luo Ya, might we consider integrating him into the Navy? With the recent surge of new pirates, we require fresh blood. However, his seasickness is quite severe, exceedingly so. At this, Mole emphasized the severity of the situation. Seasickness. Sengoku sighed, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. The prospect of Luo Ya's capabilities seemed promising, suggesting he could quickly become a formidable asset to the Navy. Yet, one might have heard of a Navy that could not swim. But had anyone ever witnessed a Navy afflicted by seasickness? Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the current state of the seas was increasingly unstable, with a significant number of newly emerged pirates, all with commendable strength. Mole's concerns were certainly warranted. Moreover, the Navy had experienced a serious decline in strength over the years, making any potential recruit worthy of consideration. With this in mind, he dismissed his apprehensions regarding Luo Ya's condition and remarked, we may consider it. Please inquire about his intentions and remember to investigate his background. Oh, and upon your return, I have a task for you concerning the 7 warlords. The warlords of the sea. Rear Admiral Mole echoed the term, clenching his fists. This system, in existence for over 20 years, had long been a thorn in his side. The audacity of the Navy relying on pirates to stabilize the Grand Line. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he soon relaxed his grip and replied earnestly, understood. Regardless of the circumstances, he was first and foremost a soldier of the Navy. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. After several weeks apart, Luo Ya finally found himself resting in a bed of genuine comfort, even if it was merely a standard Navy quarters. The thin blanket could not mask the firmness of the wooden planks beneath. Yet, it was indeed a bed, not a mere pile of leaves laid upon stones and mud. The ship's doctor's medicine proved effective. Moments ago, he had felt utterly drained, but now he only experienced mild nausea. Reassured, Luo Ya rolled over in bed, silently invoking his golden finger, and reopened the system panel. Before him appeared the familiar interface. Name, Christopher Luo Ya, World Autocorrection, Energy Stage, Second Tier 0 Level Energy Value, 0-400 Magic Value, 3,530, 500 Magic Recovery Rate, 300 minutes. The disparity between the first and second tiers was striking. With a staggering magic value of 3,500, Luo Ya could now utilize the most magic-intensive spells of Dragon Slayer magic, the Ice Dragon's Roar and the Ice Dragon's Wing Strike. The former's power was evident. In addition to the increase in his internal magical power, a new icon had mysteriously appeared on his talent tree. Upon closer inspection, Luo Ya was uncertain how this could be classified as Dragon Slayer magic, yet the skill was undeniably useful. Ice-shaping magic. This allows one to manipulate ice into various forms, as well as to seize the shapes of ice. Indeed, this was the magic of a certain latent exhibitionist, though practical. It had no direct correlation to the Dragon Slayer magic founded by Eileen Belsirian. Could it be that due to his ice attribute, he had indirectly learned the art of ice shaping? Luo could only speculate that the shape-shifting magic in the world of fairy tale is inherently the most liberated form of sorcery, entirely reliant on the individual prowess of the mage. Even when passed down from mentor to disciple, the expression of shape-shifting magic varies greatly. Given such freedom, it is hardly surprising that the ice dragon employs ice shape-shifting magic. However, Luo is quite curious whether the power of the creations born from this ice magic could rival the strength of a mere claw strike. Nevertheless, he mused, it is indeed quite useful. During his days on the deserted island, while he could condense ice using cold air, such a feat necessitated the presence of water. Now, he could directly manifest ice blocks through his magical energy, making the process far more convenient and swift. This capability also explains why he could gather ice in midair to use as a stepping platform. Additionally, there are two paramount passive abilities that underwent some mixed changes as Luo advanced to the second tier. Dragon Power, 2100. This attribute enhances the intensity of the Dragon Slayer's magic, yet surpassing 30 begins a physical transformation, and exceeding 90 initiates a draconic metamorphosis. Dragon Form, 18,100. This indicates the degree to which his body adapts to the dragon power, enhancing the overall attributes of the Dragon Slayer. It is possible to temporarily increase this adaptability by consuming energy, albeit with considerable side effects. While Dragon Power is the wellspring of the Dragon Slayer's abilities, its enhancement is not necessarily a boon. Luo can only hope for the emergence of a mode akin to awakening as depicted in the original work, wishing to avoid becoming a dragon himself. In contrast, Dragon Form presents a different scenario. This ability, which enhances the Dragon Slayer's qualities across the board, offers more advantages than drawbacks. At worst, it might exacerbate symptoms akin to seasickness, which, while uncomfortable, is not life-threatening. In the original narrative, a year later, Wendy finds herself in a similar predicament. Her strength has grown, yet she also begins to suffer from seasickness. The stronger a Dragon Slayer becomes, the less resistant they are to the effects of transportation. As night fell, a series of knocks echoed through the cabin. Half awake, Luo rubbed his eyes. Come in. The iron door creaked unpleasantly as it was pulled open, a testament to the ship's age, despite the diligent care of the naval soldiers. One notable trait of anime characters is their tendency to maintain the same appearance, often neglecting even a change of attire. The striking purple mohawk of Admiral Mole stood out vividly in the moonlight as he entered, first expressing his apologies for the rudimentary conditions of the cabin before addressing the main topic. Mr. Luo, may I inquire where you wish to travel next? I regret to inform you that our next destination is Marineford, a location where outsiders are prohibited. If you have specific needs, we can dock at the nearest island. Marineford. So this places the timeline before Akainu becomes Fleet Admiral? Luo pondered, stroking his chin with interest. This world is that of One Piece, characterized by vast seas teeming with pirates, necessitating the overwhelming strength of the Navy to contain such rampant lawlessness. Marineford, after all, is the renowned headquarters of the Navy. Luo discerned the underlying implication in Admiral Mole's words. While ostensibly stating that outsiders cannot enter Marineford, he was subtly suggesting that Luo might disembark at another island. This prompted a thought. Could this not also be a subtle test to recruit him into the Navy? With this notion in mind, Luo smiled and seized the opportunity. Then, Admiral Mole, might I request to join the Navy? You see, I have no destination, am entirely alone, and free of ties. Joining the Navy would allow me to devote my full energy to my duties. This statement, in essence, mirrored the lines one might utter during a job interview post-graduation. Luo's desire to join the Navy is not a whimsical notion, but rather a conclusion reached after careful consideration. In the world of One Piece, what ability holds paramount importance? Is it the Devil Fruit? No, it is Haki. At present, Luo is uncertain whether an enhanced magical attack can counter the abilities of Devil Fruit users as effectively as Armament Haki can. However, simply mastering Haki would significantly bolster his strength. This world is perilously dangerous, as evidenced by the callous celestial dragons, the tyrannical Drum Kingdom, and the manipulative Flamingo and Sand Crocodile. If Luo wishes to thrive amidst this chaotic sea, relying solely on his rudimentary dragon-slaying magic will not suffice, for he is not raised by dragon maidens and possesses limited knowledge of magic. Thus, Luo's intention to join the Navy becomes clear. He seeks a mentor to teach him Haki and enhance his combat capabilities. while he can dominate weaker foes with ease. A confrontation with a true master would surely result in his defeat. And in the realm of pirates, what organization could possibly be a more suitable choice than the Navy? Chapter 7. An impressive appetite. The feverish Navy. Two kindred spirits, Luo Ya and the mole, quickly find common ground. I see, the mole remarks with a satisfied smile. Though his tone remains stern, it is indeed possible. However, despite your considerable strength, joining the Navy requires starting from the very basics as a recruit. Are you capable of that? Of course, Luo Ya confidently responds. Starting from scratch only adds to the challenge. There is another thought Luo Ya refrains from voicing. His desire to join the Navy is also motivated by the prospect of the recruit camp. From their previous discussions, he understands that the time of a Kainu's command has not yet arrived, and the tragic legendary figure Zifa is no longer available to mentor him. After all, Zifa is a top-tier educator. Just think of the renowned disciples he has trained, each one a formidable figure upon the seas. Kazan, Sakazuki, Kizuru, and others began their journeys in the Navy as recruits. This is essentially a manifestation of the universe's grand will. Do you aspire to grow stronger? Then join the recruit camp. The final reason for his decision is the ongoing global conscription, which is yet to unfold, leaving Luo Ya with no other options. Observing Luo Ya's confident demeanor, the mole nods approvingly, arms crossed, and states, "Excellent. Our ship is expected to arrive at Marineford the day after tomorrow. At that time, you shall join the recruit camp and commence your training. Now, let us go eat." The Navy does not indulge in raucous feasts on the deck like pirates. Instead, they have a dedicated mess hall. At the entrance, Luo Ya takes a seasickness remedy from the ship's doctor, quickly regaining color in his face. Though still feeling unwell, he is finally able to muster some energy. Disengaging from the support of the young Navy personnel, Luo Ya approaches the serving station. "Hello, I would like 10 servings of curry rice and a bowl of chicken legs. Oh, and I'll take that basket of fruit over there." "No need for the fruit. Just give me the basket." Bidding farewell to the astonished cook, Luo Ya balances his meal in one hand and the chicken legs in the other, with his teeth clenched around the fruit basket, before rushing to join the mole at his table. Thud! The heavy metal bowl lands on the table with a thump, indicating it is brimming with substantial fare. Upon seeing the mountain of food that obscures his view, the mole involuntarily winces. "Luo Ya, do you consume this much at every meal?" "Huh." Without hesitation, Luo Ya tosses a chicken leg into his mouth, swallowing it whole in mere seconds without chewing. Hearing the mole's question, he lifts his head from the bowl, perplexed, and replies, "Not really. I'm just not very hungry today, due to seasickness." Not hungry. In the brief moment that passes, Luo Ya has already excavated a cavernous hole in the bowl of curry rice. The mole sighs in resignation. "Now I understand why you claimed there was nothing to eat on the island. Fortunately, they are expected to arrive at Marineford in just 2 days. Otherwise, given Luo Ya's voracious appetite, the entire crew would surely go hungry if they were to sail for several more days." As Luo Ya devours his meal, other sailors in the mess hall can't help but scrutinize their own plates of curry. Is it really that delicious? Thankfully, this is a Navy ship, where both the quality and quantity of provisions far surpass those of a typical pirate vessel. Observing Luo Ya's eating habits, the cook hastily begins chopping carrots and potatoes, preparing a second pot of curry before the current batch is finished, lest many go without dinner tonight. Clang. Having consumed the last morsel, Luo Ya releases the bowl and leans back in his chair, his belly distinctly round and full. He lets out a hearty belch, a plume of icy mist escaping his lips. "I'm stuffed. It has been ages since I've tasted such exquisite curry rice. Cook, prepare 5 large meat bones for me to take with me." With a clatter, a group of sailors nearly topples over in disbelief. Are you truly human? While this world is home to many peculiar races and plenty of gluttonous sea creatures, none have encountered a human with such an insatiable appetite. The mole rubs his forehead in frustration. If Luo Ya were to truly join the Navy, it seems the recruit camp would need to prepare a significantly larger supply of food. Otherwise, given Luo Ya's nature, the mole is certain he would commandeer the rations of his fellow recruits. How could they train if they are perpetually hungry? Grasping a meat bone in hand, Luo Ya bids farewell to the mole and exits the mess hall. Before the ship's doctor departed, he had informed Luo Ya that he had concocted more seasickness medicine for him to collect that afternoon. The infirmary is not far from the soldiers' quarters, just a few steps from the mess hall. As he walks, fellow sailors gawk at Luo Ya, who is unabashedly eating as he strolls. With every few steps, a bone the size of an arm is tossed overboard, slick with grease, leaving not a trace of meat behind. Hello, is anyone there? I'm here to collect my medicine. Standing at the infirmary door, Luo Ya burps and knocks on the cabin door. Oh, Mr. Luo Ya, please come in. The ship's doctor's voice calls from within, and Luo Ya pushes the door open. The room is spacious, filled with the scent of disinfectants and alcohol. On the left, several white hospital beds are lined up. 2 Navy soldiers huddled beneath blankets, shivering. The ship's doctor sits in a chair across from them, holding a syringe as he extracts a milky white substance from a bottle. On the table before him, Luo Ya spots several neatly arranged bottles of brown medicine. Those must be the seasickness remedies he is to take today. Upon seeing Luo Ya enter, the doctor rises with the syringe in hand, examining the liquid while addressing Luo Ya. These brown bottles are it. There are 5 in total. Take them with you. And should you run out or your condition worsen, be sure to inform me promptly. Thank you, doctor. Luo Ya nods, pocketing the remedies. Turning around, he notices the doctor lifting the blanket and lowering the trousers of one of the patients, revealing a pale backside, prompting his curiosity. By the way, sir, what are the conditions of these patients? The doctor takes aim for a few seconds before sharply injecting the Navy soldier's backside, his disdain evident in his tone. Many soldiers caught a cold today after falling overboard, and these 2 weaklings have developed a high fever. Luo Ya found the interface to be rather unsatisfactory. The Navy's unfortunate plunge into the water was merely a consequence of their failure to manage their strength. However, one cannot entirely blame these individuals for their frail constitutions. The icy breath of the Dragon Slayer, infused with magical energy, boasts a temperature significantly lower than that of ordinary ice. If one were to place a block of it in a stream, a considerable portion of the water would freeze instantly. Although the frigid air that swept across the sea was momentarily halted by the sword energy of the mole, the chill still managed to permeate the small vessel. Leaving only a handful of the crew unaffected, those who remained unscathed could undoubtedly be deemed elite. After an awkward farewell to the ship's doctor, Luo Ya retreated to his modest cabin. In a postscript, he noted that he had seen a comment from a fellow reader in the review section, and he had been contemplating a solution to a particular issue, especially given the context of the One Piece world. In the original narrative, Natsu would even faint when riding on Simon's back, only managing to stay conscious when atop a dragon or when being carried by Happy. The rationale being that he regarded Happy as family rather than a mere mode of transportation. This led him to ponder whether dragon slayers could overcome such weaknesses if they perceive their mounts as kin. Finding a steed indeed seemed a splendid notion, and he expressed gratitude for the suggestion, promising to reflect on it further. In another note, he lamented that he might not be able to respond in the review section due to his phone being linked to another account, which was quite unfortunate. He requested fellow readers to assist in creating a feedback thread for him to pin, as acquiring a new SIM card now necessitated identity verification, a tedious ordeal. In a third postscript, he mentioned that he had just seen a message regarding a contract, which he would retrieve and send later that afternoon, thus marking his official entry into the realm of signed authors. Chapter 8, Marine Fort. Zephyr takes a disciple, lying on the rudimentary wooden bed. Luo Ya silently invoked his golden finger and opened his attribute panel. Name, Christopher Luo Ya Energy Stage, 2nd tier. 0 layer energy value, 3400 magic value, 3500 magic recovery rate, 300 per minute indeed, upon reaching the 2nd stage. The energy provided by ordinary sustenance had dwindled to a mere pittance. Gazing at the prominent 3 in the energy value section, Luo Ya felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had previously surreptitiously opened the panel in the cafeteria, intending to test whether outsiders could perceive it, only to be astounded by the solitary 1 displayed. After a hearty meal, he opened the panel once more, only to despair at the realization that the 1 had transformed into a 2. As he continued on his way to the medical room, having consumed a substantial amount of meat bones, his energy value finally escalated to 3. If advancing from the initial layer proved so arduous, what awaited him in the future? Would he require high-grade ingredients to sustain himself? Yet, this was the world of One Piece, not a culinary paradise. Where could he possibly procure such high-tier ingredients? Closing the panel, Luo Ya rubbed his temples in frustration. 2 afternoons later, Luo Ya, having taken motion sickness medication, was reclining in the cabin, dozing off when he was abruptly roused by a cacophony of noise. He slipped on his shoes and staggered toward the door. Just as he was about to grasp the doorknob, the cabin door was flung open by another. Caught off guard, Luo Ya stumbled forward, his legs giving way, but was swiftly steadied by a pair of strong hands gripping his shoulders, helping him regain his balance. Luo Ya looked up wearily and greeted, "Good afternoon, General Mole. Your seasickness seems to be worsening. General Mole regarded Luo Ya's pallid complexion with seriousness. In such a state, Luo Ya could scarcely stand, let alone engage in battle. Indeed, I fear I may need to seek a more stationary assignment, Luo Ya replied, forcing a grim smile. Those matters are still distant. We shall address them later. The marshal will make the necessary arrangements. However, from today, you shall find relief, for we have arrived at Marineford. Upon hearing this, Luo Ya's eyes sparkled with excitement. He turned his gaze towards the mole's back, and indeed, that colossal military fortress emerged at the horizon, where the sea met the sky. Even from a considerable distance, the prominent character's navy were still clearly visible on the fortress's facade. This was one of the three great powers on the Grand Line, the Navy headquarters. At last, they had finally arrived. Tears streamed down Luo Ya's face. The past few days had been sheer torment. The ship's Dr. S medication was losing its efficacy, and Luo Ya, in a state of dizziness, could hardly eat. He had contemplated returning to the deserted island more than once to escape this suffering. Yet, such a notion was an unrealistic luxury, as the mole would not command a return voyage merely because he was seasick. Now, the days of torment were finally coming to an end. Observing Luo Ya's condition, Rear Admiral Mole's eyes also glistened with emotion. He pulled Luo Ya to the railing and, pointing at the magnificent fortress, exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, we have arrived. Take a look, Luo Ya. My esteemed mole, I am not yet deceased. Nevertheless, it is a veritable truth that Luo Ya has finally found liberation." The warship, amidst a chorus of cheers, gently docked at the harbor. Luo Ya resolutely declined to be carried down by the Navy on a stretcher. Who knows if such a contraption would be considered a mode of transportation? With each unsteady step down the gangway, the moment Luo Ya's feet touched the ground, he instantly transformed, brimming with vigor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. I, Huan-san, have returned. Ha! Due to Luo Ya's severe illness, the mole permitted him to disembark first, following closely behind. As Luo Ya unleashed a torrent of icy energy, the mole instinctively leapt back onto the deck. Upon realizing his hasty retreat, he recognized it as a miscalculation, for the Navy personnel surrounding Luo Ya were trembling, their faces turning a ghastly hue, frozen in place. "Luo Ya!" roared the mole general, his eyes ablaze with fury. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing directly before Luo Ya. Luo Ya, momentarily taken aback, wondered what the mole was up to, sensing an impending strike. That ominous black aura in his hand must be Haki. In a whirlwind of thoughts, Luo Ya chose not to evade, still perplexed as to why the mole would attack him. Thus, bang! In the next heartbeat, he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through the outer armor of the warship, his head plunging into the ship's hold. The entire vessel rocked violently from the impact, waves surging towards the Navy on the shore. Oh dear, what a lively spectacle! Not far from the shoreline, a tall man clad in a white vest and deep blue shirt spoke with an impassive expression, then extended his arms, pointing towards the oncoming waves. Freezing moment. With that proclamation, his hands morphed into twin ice pillars that soared forth, seizing hold of the tumultuous waves. Crack! Crack! The ferocious waves seemed to hit a pause button, the seawater instantaneously solidifying into jagged ice sculptures along the shore. The rescued Navy personnel cast a reverent glance at him before hastily aiding their comrades aboard the vessel. Is that the lad whom the mole spoke of, wishing to join the Navy? The query came from a robust elder, donned in a purple suit. His hair styled in a spiky purple fashion, his physique akin to a bear, muscles tightly coiled like tree roots. This man was none other than the former Marine Admiral, now the chief instructor at the Marine Headquarters Rookie Training Camp, Black Arm Zephyr. In this early era, Zephyr had yet to equip himself with the colossal mechanical arm known as the Crusher, merely utilizing a simple black prosthetic. Kazan, who had just retracted his hands, heard his words and lazily pulled down the eye patch from his forehead. Indeed, I have heard that he possesses the ability to wield ice, which prompted my visit. But it seems to be nothing extraordinary after all. Do not let pride cloud your vision, Kazan, Zephyr admonished, casting a serious glance at his disciple. He is still young. With diligent training, his future potential is boundless. Oh dear, the teacher has begun his lecture once more, Kazan replied nonchalantly. Yes, Zephyr-sensei. When Luo Ya awoke once more, the sky had already darkened. He stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling above him. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, leaped from the hospital bed. Damn it, how dare you ambush me? I shall battle you for 300 rounds. With ice crystals spewing from his mouth, Luo Ya flailed his arms dramatically. "Be quiet, you brat." A thunderous voice interrupted him. Turning his head, he beheld an elder with violet hair seated in the adjacent bed. The old man crossed his arms, wearing an expression of displeasure as he scrutinized Luo Ya. Black Arm Zifa. Recognizing the figure, Luo Ya's gaze narrowed instinctively, and he felt an urge to flee. This was the notorious leader of the newborn navy, a malevolent being intent on annihilating the new world. However, as he took a step, realization dawned upon him. Wait, Admiral Akiji is still with the navy. Zifa hasn't yet left to form the newborn navy intelligence. There's no need for me to fear him, is there? With this thought, Luo Ya forced a smile towards Zifa. May I ask if you are Mr. Zifa? Humph. Zifa let out an impatient snort, stating, "You should address me as your teacher now, Luo Ya." Teacher? Luo Ya tilted his head. Zifa teacher, what is going on? When did you take me as a disciple? Initially, he intended to continue calling him Mr., but under Zifa's fierce gaze, he hastily changed his words. I have not taken you as a disciple, but you have now joined the new recruit camp. According to the regulations, you must refer to me as your teacher. Zifa briefly explained the rationale, then continued, of course, if you wish to become my disciple, first, you need to strengthen your physique. That little mole knocked you out with a single punch, which shows you are rather fragile. However, there was one detail Zifa did not disclose to Luo Ya. Very few could call him teacher in the new recruit camp. All were elite among the new recruits. Commonly referred to as the elite camp, while regular recruits could only address him as Admiral Zifa or Instructor Zifa. Chapter 9. The first day of training, elite assessment. The next day, in Marineford, at the Navy's new recruit training camp, a ray of dawn shimmered on the horizon, revealing half of a fiery red orb amidst the clouds. Today marked Luo Ya's first day in the Navy, and he surprisingly rose early, munching on a large bundle of buns as he ran. Since they were free, he might as well indulge. On his way to the training ground, hurried recruits cast glances at him along the roadside. What an eater! He must be Luo Ya, right? I heard he was brought back by Admiral Mole. It should be him. Lower your voice. Yesterday, he was sent flying by Admiral Mole with a single punch and smashed through the battleship's armor without a scratch. Seems like he's another monster. Indeed. The news of Luo Ya's enlistment in the Navy has spread like wildfire, particularly because the warship undergoing repairs is an imposing target. Initially, many speculated that General Mole had encountered an attack at sea, but upon further inquiry, the true reason emerged, and Luo Ya's name soon became widely known. Unperturbed by their discussions, Luo Ya, as a transmigrant, still harbored a lingering illusion of watching a 3D movie. At this juncture, he had also discerned the timeline. It was the 16th year of the Age of Exploration, the year 1516 in the maritime calendar, just a year away from Ace's departure. Coinciding with the destined Monkey D. Luffy as they both prepared for their maritime journey in Windmill Village, he hurried to the training ground, where a considerable number of new recruits had already gathered. While savoring the last morsel of his bun, Luo Ya surveyed his peers. A bearded man, unfamiliar. A golden-haired fellow, also unknown. The individual wielding two swords, still no recognition. After a thorough examination, Luo Ya confidently swallowed the final bite, relieved to find himself surrounded entirely by extras. Extras were splendid. Their presence suggested that he would be spared from any chaotic incidents, allowing him to train diligently under Zephyr's guidance. Before long, an instructor, adorned in military attire and presumably a major general, arrived at the training ground. He bellowed towards the new recruits, 7th Squad. All personnel assemble. Upon hearing the command, the gradually gathering recruits swiftly converged, forming several neat rows. Unsure of where to position himself, Luo Ya noted that the number of new recruits was somewhat uneven, with 2 vacant spots in the last row. He hurriedly dashed over to fill one of those gaps. After a brief introductory speech, the instructor turned to salute the right side. Admiral Zephyr, 7th Squad of the new recruit camp. Total personnel expected. 53, present. 53, awaiting your orders. Upon hearing the words, Luo Ya cast his gaze, and indeed, in a corner of the playground's grassy expanse, ZFA, clad in a purple suit, had mysteriously appeared. The new recruits on the field also caught sight of him, causing a momentary disarray in their ranks. It was General ZFA. How exhilarating, indeed, to witness General ZFA in person. But why has he come to the recruit camp today? Isn't he typically responsible only for the training of the elite battalion? Perhaps it is related to that matter. That matter? Could it be? Hearing the buzzing voices from within the ranks, the Major General's expression darkened, and he bellowed, "Silence!" The previously chaotic formation fell silent immediately, with each recruit standing tall and upright, not daring to speak out of turn. At that moment, Zfa stepped to the front of the ranks, surveying the spirited recruits before him, yet he subtly furrowed his brow. Although many of the recruits entering the naval headquarters for training were the offspring of naval officers, having laid a solid foundation from a young age, the recruits of recent years, in terms of both strength and temperament, fell far short of their predecessors. This reality weighed heavily on his mind. However, now was not the time to express dissatisfaction. His visit to the recruit camp today was merely to assess a promising candidate and to announce that matter. Today, I am here to inform you of an important announcement that some of you may already be aware of. Indeed, the annual elite assessment of the recruit camp is about to commence. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. The elite battalion. Upon graduation, the lowest rank attained would be that of a lieutenant. Though they were recruits from the headquarters, those lacking in strength might still find themselves as privates upon graduation. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. As members of the Navy, who does not wish to ascend to higher ranks, joining the elite battalion is a shortcut that could save them years, even decades, of effort. Silence. Any further discussion will result in a punishment of running 100 laps around the playground. The Major General stepped forward once more to maintain order, this time employing a unique military punishment, collective punishment. Should anyone even attempt to speak, their comrades would swiftly silence them. Zfa observed this scene with a stoic expression, waiting for the ranks to settle before he continued. However, do not celebrate too soon. The elite assessment is also known as the practical combat assessment. This means you will face real enemies and must survive in life and death struggles. Only the most outstanding among you will earn a place in the elite battalion. Understood? Yes. The response was weak, as many recruits seemed intimidated by the mention of survival. Noticing this, Zfa, his patience waning, frowned and shouted, "Did you skip breakfast? I ask you, do you understand?" "We understand." This time, their voices were much more uniform and resonant, regardless of their inner thoughts. They knew better than to provoke Zfa, otherwise, they would surely face dire consequences. Having guided countless recruits, Zfa was well aware of their thoughts. Yet he chose not to elaborate, nodding instead and turning to leave. However, he did not venture far. Taking a seat on the second floor of the wall across the way, observing the recruits training through the glass window. Is the practical combat assessment truly so fearsome that it elicits discussions of survival rates? Certainly not. While the Navy is a combat force engaged in life and death struggles with pirates, it is not a brutal underground arena that solely seeks the cream of the crop, allowing for mass casualties among recruits. Typically, the first practical combat assessment for recruits involves sending them to an island inhabited by ferocious beasts, where they must hunt these creatures, with their performances evaluated accordingly. Furthermore, the island is equipped with surveillance, and at least one admiral accompanies them, ensuring their safety. The purpose of this approach is to expose recruits to bloodshed. Only after witnessing true violence will they transform from mere novices into soldiers capable of engaging in real combat against pirates. At that point, the term assessment should be discarded. However, there is no need to elaborate too much to the recruits. Once they feel secure and lose their fear of death, how could they ever become independent soldiers? Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the ravages of storms, and soldiers unaware of death cannot uphold the Navy's reputation. The naval headquarters is not a retirement home. After Zfa departed, training commenced immediately, beginning with all recruits running 200 laps around the playground. This is a daily routine for the 7 squads of the recruit camp. The playground itself is vast, with each lap measuring a full 2 kilometers. After all, it accommodates 7 squads of recruits. If it were smaller, how could hundreds of individuals train without splitting into groups? In the 7th team, where Luo Ya was situated, it was the last one. And only in the final position could one witness the discontent of its members while queuing. However, this last position was not determined by strength, but merely by the order of entry into the group. Thanks to 9 years of compulsory education, Luo Ya had mastered proficient long-distance running techniques. He did not rely on his robust physique to surge ahead, but maintained a steady rhythm of 3 steps inhaling and 3 steps exhaling, keeping a moderate pace in the middle of the line. As the initial laps progressed, several runners from behind gradually overtook him, yet he remained unfazed. content as long as he was not in the last position. Upon reaching the critical point of 100 laps, a few new recruits began to fall behind, and he gradually surpassed them in return. In the final 50 laps, Luo Ya sustained his steady speed, overtaking one new recruit after another, eventually reaching the front of the line. At this juncture, only a handful of individuals could still maintain their lead, merely 2 or 3. Impressive stamina. Luo Ya marveled at these few individuals beside him. After such a lengthy run, their heavy breathing was the only sign of fatigue, with each step firmly placed. Chapter 10, The Clash. A battle of dignity between diner and chef. After completing 200 laps, Luo Ya felt a slight soreness in his calves, yet a brief stretch restored his normal condition. The Dragon Slayer Mage, apart from his appearance, could hardly be considered human anymore. His strength and endurance far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He ambled slowly, occasionally swinging his arms and legs to relax. Not far off on the second floor, Zephyr observed this scene through the glass, his furrowed brows loosening slightly. Though knocked unconscious by a punch from the mole and lacking in defensive capabilities, his endurance was indeed commendable. Perhaps I should arrange for him to undergo more physical training. Otherwise, at this intensity, he will fail to meet the training objectives, Zephyr pondered, turning his head to glance at Kazan, who had just arrived. Are you quite idle lately, wandering around the new recruits camp? No need to say that, Teacher Zephyr. Kazan leaned casually against the wall, his bored demeanor unchanged, his gaze fixed through the glass at the stretching Luo Ya. The Fleet Admiral has asked me to provide some guidance to that young man on developing his fruit abilities. It is, after all, a task. Relying solely on fruit abilities, how can one become a true powerhouse? Zephyr grunted in discontent, then ceased to regard him further. Kazan refrained from voicing his thoughts about Kizuru. Knowing their rapport was amicable, after all, Zephyr had once been his mentor. While a leisurely demeanor was acceptable in general, this matter was pushing it too far. However, it was said that according to the mole, his freezing ability was more about temperature than range. Thus, Kazan was uncertain how much he could teach him, considering it wasn't an elemental-type fruit. That is for you to contemplate. The scarcity of mythical Zoan-type fruits is already exceedingly rare, especially for a legendary creature like a dragon. While I do not endorse him concentrating primarily on developing his fruit abilities, we must not squander such a promising talent. Yes, I understand. The dragon fruit, Ice Dragon form. This was the fruit ability that Luo Ya had woven for himself. Before arriving at Marineford, the mole had persistently probed into his background and fruit abilities. Although this world lacked rigorous census-taking and identification systems, being entangled in such inquiries could prove bothersome. Thus, he fabricated a tragic orphan backstory, claiming he had worked as a deckhand on a merchant ship. During the return journey, they were attacked by pirates, the ship sunk, and he alone drifted to a deserted island amidst the storm, where he discovered a devil fruit. The vastness of the seas in this world was immeasurable. The Navy would have no means to investigate the obscure merchant ship, the Great Bear, nor could they discern which pirate crew bore the flag of a blue-skinned, white-bellied raccoon. Perhaps this was merely a flag used by the crew to conceal their identity. Everything was shrouded in uncertainty, rendering this tale virtually flawless. After the running session concluded, there was barely a 5-minute respite before the major instructor announced the second training exercise, squatting while carrying a weight plate. Luo Ya's performance continued to earn Zephyr's commendation. Typically, new recruits managed to perform between 50 and 100 squats while bearing a weight disc. Those who fall below 50 are considered laggards and must begin their service as privates. In Luo Ya's case, it was the instructor's impatience that prompted him to cease his exertions, as time had come to transition to the next training session. During this interval, his fellow recruits counted his squats, tallying an astonishing 973. His form was impeccable, his speed consistent, and aside from a slight breathlessness, he exhibited no signs of fatigue. After all, Luo Ya's dragon physique had reached level 18, bestowing upon him a formidable enhancement. The mole, a seasoned vice admiral specializing in swordsmanship and physical combat, was merely knocked unconscious by Luo Ya's punch, which hardly indicated Luo Ya's weakness. The physical training at the boot camp posed little challenge for Luo Ya, and before long, the morning had elapsed. At the command of the instructor, everyone rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from their hands. Mealtime is 1 hour. Training resumes in the afternoon. Dismissed. Go eat. Luo Ya's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. As a Dragon Slayer Mage who had ascended to the second tier, his appetite had intensified beyond measure. The modest breakfast of buns had been digested by mid-morning, and his stomach was already clamoring for sustenance. Despite the growling of his belly, Luo Ya felt no trace of fatigue, buoyed by his magical energy, leaving him with an invigorating vitality that was almost disconcerting. Upon hearing that it was time to eat, he excitedly leapt into the air, deftly locating the direction of the cafeteria, and swiftly departed like the wind. Following Luo Ya's impressive display in the morning, the veterans regarded this newcomer with a favorable impression, preparing to call him over for a meal. However, they were taken aback as Luo Ya soared upwards, their astonishment rendering them momentarily speechless. Luo Ya was indeed a user of a devil fruit. This revelation spread rapidly throughout the boot camp. While the seas were teeming with countless devil fruits, the sheer volume remained minuscule compared to the global population. Perhaps their naval forebears had possessed such powers. Yet the appearance of a user within the boot camp was undeniably captivating. Observing Luo Ya's rapid ascent, Zephyr inquired, "Kazan, can you move in such a manner?" In Luo Ya, Zephyr glimpsed the potential for aerial dominance. The previous Golden Lion and the current 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco the Phoenix, had given the Navy considerable trouble with his flying capabilities, and Zephyr was eager to address this issue. However, Kazan's response was disappointing. Short distances are feasible, but long distances are quite challenging, and the cost outweighs the benefits. It would be better to launch a direct attack. Kazan, who had consumed the ice fruit, was composed of ice, and all his attacks were derived from the ice that split from his body. He could not conjure it from thin air. If there were liquid in the vicinity, he could instantaneously freeze it upon contact, but in the absence of such, he could only watch helplessly. Otherwise, Marco's flight capabilities would not be deemed insurmountable. He could simply leap and deliver a powerful punch, and as an admiral, his speed would undoubtedly surpass Marco's. Unbeknownst to Luo Ya, the exchange between Kazan and Zephyr bore no relevance to him. His singular focus was on one goal: food. He dove towards the ground, executing a series of rolls to dissipate the impact, and with a swift motion, he lunged before Ms. S in the cafeteria. Scanning the surroundings, he quickly discerned the day's lunch offering: 20 servings of white rice and stewed meat. "And please bring me a pot of meat soup." "A pot?" Ms. S paused, then fiercely pressed the ladle against Luo Ya's forehead. "Boy, can you consume that much? If you dare waste food, I won't let you off lightly." Luo Ya took a step back, raising her head to thoroughly savor the meat juices at the bottom of the spoon, and with a smile addressed Ms. S. "Rest assured, I would never waste food. My only concern is that you may not prepare enough for my appetite." "Huh, I've been cooking in Marinfoldo for 30 years, and no one has ever dared to utter such words." Ms. S cast aside the spoon, replacing it with a clean one, striking a combative pose with her arms crossed. "I presume you are the reason why General Mole has instructed us to prepare 20 additional servings for each meal. Very well. Let us duel. Let us see if the dishes I prepare can match the speed at which you consume them." Luo Ya's curiosity was piqued, yet upon reflection, she reluctantly relinquished the delightful image. Perhaps it was best to forego it, as she had training scheduled for the afternoon, and tardiness would incur penalties. Ms. S, sensing her change of heart, recalled that this cafeteria exclusively served the Marineford new recruit training camp and the elite training camp. She was more acutely aware of the rigorous training regimen imposed on the recruits than Luo Ya herself. "Sister S, since he has training this afternoon, might it not be more fitting to conduct your duel in the evening? At that hour, many recruits will have returned home for dinner, resulting in a quieter atmosphere," suggested a nearby chef, who was keenly observing the unfolding drama. He noted that General Mole had informed the cafeteria yesterday, expressing curiosity about Luo Ya's considerable appetite. Upon hearing this, both parties' eyes lit up with excitement. "Then let the duel commence. The time is set for tonight." "Indeed, splendid, splendid." Chapter 11. The duel begins. The extent of Luo Ya's voracity is perhaps a mystery even to himself. After all, he can no longer be regarded as merely human. He has transformed into a humanoid dragon. Just imagine, as night falls, he can indulge in a veritable feast, nay, an orgy of excess, anticipating the evening's duel with great eagerness. The afternoon training session is significantly more intricate than that of the morning, as it involves combat with pirates, necessitating extensive practice in fighting techniques and swordsmanship. Within the confines of the combat training room, Luo Ya nonchalantly struck the sandbag before him, producing a series of resounding thuds. At times, he would unleash powerful punches, while at others, he executed whip-like kicks, sending the bag soaring as if it were a cannonball. Occasionally, He would also audibly slurp at the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, the Major General felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Luoya's lackadaisical demeanor, yet chose not to voice his discontent. By the time one reaches such a rank, one has already been privy to certain internal revelations. It was evident that although Luoya's performance in close combat was rather unrefined, his overall aptitude and the strength of his abilities were formidable. The training at the rookie camp was proving to be of little consequence for him. In order to maintain equilibrium among the recruits, he had not been afforded special treatment or more rigorous training. His rightful place would be in the elite camp directly overseen by Zephyr, where those referred to as monsters would truly be his peers. Remaining in the rookie camp served merely as a pretext for promotion, a necessary step through practical assessment. At last, the instructor called out the command to disperse. The news of Luo Ya's impending duel with Ms. S from the cafeteria has been leaked by insiders, igniting excitement among the new recruits at the training camp. Amidst the monotonous and hectic routines of their daily drills, the prospect of entertainment has invigorated them, and they eagerly flock to the cafeteria to support Luo Ya. Zephyr, having concluded his business at the War Office regarding the practical assessments scheduled for the recruits in a month, happened to pass by the camp on his way home and caught sight of Luo Ya enveloped by a throng as he entered the cafeteria. What are these fellows up to now? The cafeteria tables have been cleared by the chefs, leaving only two in the center. One table is adorned with utensils, prepared for Luo Ya's meal, while the other is laden with ingredients and a stove, where Ms. S will demonstrate her culinary skills, ensuring the duel is conducted fairly and transparently. Ms. S, with her arms crossed, holding a spoon in one hand and a spatula in the other, greeted Luo Ya's entrance with a confident smile. You still have time to concede, otherwise you might find it difficult to eat later on. It would be quite embarrassing with so many witnesses. Luo Ya approached her opponent, fastening her napkin across her chest, her gaze brimming with determination. No talking, just kiss. Ahem, serve the dishes, she proclaimed with a hint of bravado. A middle-aged chef stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, wielding a ladle as if it were a microphone. First and foremost, welcome to this culinary showdown. Should anyone feel peckish, curry is available for self-service over there. Now, allow me to outline the competition rules. First, during the contest, should Luo Ya fail to finish a dish, she may not proceed to the next. Simultaneously, Ms. S must refrain from producing any unpalatable food that does not align with her role as a chef. If either party commits a foul, the match concludes. Second, Ms. S must complete her first dish within 5 minutes, or she shall be deemed to have forfeited. Third, neither participant may obstruct the other in any form or for any reason. Otherwise, the competition will be terminated. The determination of victory is as follows. If Luo Ya finishes the last dish on the table and Ms. S has yet to present her next dish, Luo Ya emerges victorious. Conversely, if the remaining food on the table exceeds 1/3 of the already served dishes and amounts to 5 or more, or if Luo Ya is unable to continue, Ms. S shall be declared the winner. Is there any disagreement from either side? None. I concur. Upon hearing Ms. S's words, Luo Ya cast her a disdainful glance. Why not choose something simpler to prepare? Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up. Humph. Arrogant little brat. Ms. S retorted defiantly. Even if I stick to the standard cafeteria fare, the one who won't keep up will only be you. Let's see who rides the bike and reads the newspaper. Due to the absence of donkeys in the world of the original story, Luo Ya was compelled to amend this proverb accordingly. It sufficed for the purpose. Regardless, Ms. S was clearly incensed as she grasped a potato and nodded at the middle-aged chef who acted as the referee. Enough talk, let us begin. All right, very well. The chef wiped his brow, then raised his utensils with solemnity. 3, 2, 1, ding. The competition commenced. With the resounding clang of metal, the contest was officially underway. Ms. S flicked her wrist, deftly slicing through a large basket of potatoes with remarkable speed. How swift. Truly, Ms. S is impressive. Such hand speed is not achievable without decades of practice. Indeed, and look at those potatoes, uniformly sized and even peeled. Quite remarkable. As the commentators noted, Luo Ya grew serious, channeling her magical energy to stimulate a substantial secretion of gastric acid, intently observing Ms. S's movements. This old woman is not to be underestimated. With practiced grace, Ms. S chopped, sautéed, and stir-fried, and within less than 4 minutes, she artfully arranged plates of perfectly cooked sea beast meat before Luo Ya. The air was rich with the tantalizing aroma of meat. As the onlookers inhaled greedily, their stomachs beginning to rumble. Serve it up, Ms. succinctly commanded before turning back to prepare the next dish. Oh, Luo Ya lifted a plate of sautéed sea beast meat, foregoing chopsticks entirely. And without a hint of chewing, he devoured the entire dish in mere moments. He then reached for another plate, repeating his previous actions. This lad had hidden his prowess at lunchtime. Observing Luo Ya's unrestrained manner of eating, Ms. S's gaze sharpened, as she turned the heat up to its maximum and hastened her movements. How impressive. Indeed, both sides are remarkable. I never anticipated Luo Ya could eat so voraciously. I thought it was merely a jest during lunch. Almost as soon as Luo Ya finished his last plate, another array of meticulously arranged grilled meats was presented before him. He exchanged a solemn glance with Ms. S, both sensing the formidable challenge posed by the other. This lad, or this old woman, is quite a handful. The competition continued with fervor, as the onlooking recruits cheered and savored their curry, their appetites stimulated by Luo Ya's performance. Zephyr stood outside the window, observing the lively scene within. He contemplated entering to discipline the unruly youngsters several times, yet each time he restrained himself. Ultimately, he allowed a relaxed smile to grace his face as he shook his head. Let them revel in their youth. After all, who hasn't he experienced such a time? He then turned and departed, his silhouette elongated by the setting sun. The individuals inside remained oblivious to the fact that the stern instructor, General Zephyr, had just been outside. Otherwise, they would have scattered like birds at the sight of him, rather than exuberantly cheering for both contestants. As time progressed, the competition reached a fevered pitch. Luo Ya's pace began to slow, and Ms. S, drenched in sweat, realized that the strenuous technique of flipping the pan was best avoided. A group of chefs busily cleared away the empty bowls and plates from Luo Ya's table, casting admiring glances in his direction. As chefs, nothing brings greater satisfaction than seeing their culinary creations consumed with such enthusiasm. In that moment, Luo Ya earned the respect of all the chefs in the recruits' mess hall, a recognition he likely did not anticipate. Chapter 12. A victory like the Zoan fruit. The night deepened, stars gradually filling the sky. The sea breeze, brisk and biting, caused the patrolling sailors to tuck their chins into their collars and tighten their garments. Yet they continued their vigilant watch with rifles in hand. Soldiers on duty at the lighthouse, smoking, cast their gaze toward the recruits' camp. Is the mess hall still serving food at this late hour? Darn that little brat. Ms. S leaned on her knees, panting heavily. Before her simmered a pot of bubbling, aromatic meat soup. After a brief respite, she resumed chopping the vegetables on the cutting board. For Luo Ya at the opposite table was nearing the end of his last plate. Luo Ya, with one hand resting on his prominently swollen belly, clutched the edge of his plate with the other, crunching away as he devoured the food with gusto. Upon finishing his last bite, he noticed that Ms. S's dishes were still simmering in the pot, and as he prepared to deliver a triumphant speech, Luo Ya suddenly closed his mouth. Before him lay a bowl of sauce-laden, deep-fried shrimp fried rice, the golden grains glimmering with an enticing sheen. You think you can outdo me, little one? Not so fast, Ms. S scoffed, continuing to add ingredients to the pot. Just wait, little rascal. Once this pot of soup is ready, your defeat will be inevitable. Indeed, defeat was imminent. Luo Ya gazed intently at the shrimp in the bowl. Although the system could swiftly convert his food into energy points, the speed of this transformation was ultimately limited. Unless he could upgrade immediately, the food in his stomach would require at least 3 hours for complete digestion. Was he truly destined to concede? Luo Ya shook his head, dispelling the notion from his mind. As a Dragon Slayer Mage, how could he concede in terms of appetite? Moreover, he had the assistance of a system to aid his digestion. It would be utterly humiliating to be outdone by a frail, elderly woman. While munching on shrimp, Luo Ya focused intently on digesting his meal. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. That's right, I am a Dragon Slayer Mage. Why must I engage in a contest of strength? Luo Ya scooped a mouthful of rice with a spoon and stood up, mumbling, "Excuse me, let me pass, I need to step outside." You little rascal, are you planning to regurgitate your food? Ms. S remarked with a cold smirk upon witnessing his actions. Regurgitate? Indeed, but not the food itself. If you don't believe me, come with me. I'm not foolish. The dishes will be ready soon, and then you shall surely lose. Hey, you lot. Go outside and see what that rascal is up to. Don't let him pull any tricks, she instructed, confident in her cleverness and unwilling to engage in time-wasting activities, while ensuring the other chefs kept a close watch on Luo Ya. Is it true that Luo Ya is about to lose? Who knows? Let us follow and see for ourselves. The recruits surged out of the dining hall and joined the chefs outside. There stood Luo Ya, puffing out his cheeks, surveying the area intently. Was he searching for a spot to spit out his food? If he were to waste food, Ms. S would surely explode with anger. The recruits speculated among themselves. However, Luo Ya paid them no mind as he scrutinized his surroundings and selected a clear patch of ground. There were no buildings nearby, the closest being a clump of grass 3 meters away. Once he chose his position, he tilted his head back, fists clenched by his mouth. Ice dragons. Roar. With a thunderous boom, a colossal icy tornado shot skyward, leaving all onlookers awestruck as it soared into the heavens. The biting cold enveloping them as if they were standing on the Eastern Isle itself. Luo Ya indeed expelled something, yet it was not sustenance, but rather magical energy. In the realm of fairy tale, the utilization of magic necessitates not only magical power but also physical stamina. The ice dragon's roar, for instance, demands an astonishing amount of physical exertion. A defining characteristic of dragon slayers is their remarkable recuperative abilities. Even after depleting their energy entirely, they can swiftly replenish it. Just like in the original manga, no matter how severely Natsu is battered by adversaries, he invariably bounces back quickly, ready to unleash a counterattack. We shall not confront you directly. Instead, we shall wear you down. Luo Ya's current strategy involves utilizing the roar of the ice dragon to deplete stamina. As the vitality wanes, the food within his body will instantaneously decompose, aided by the system, replenishing his energy. Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound resonated through the sky, prompting everyone to gaze upward in unison. They beheld the icy vortex erupting, countless ice crystals shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight. Is this a fireworks display? The crowd blinked in bewilderment, staring blankly at the spectacle unfolding above. After Luo Ya unleashed the first roar of the ice dragon, he panted lightly, caressing his belly. As expected, the food within him began to digest rapidly, and he felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being. Turning around, he noticed a group of people frozen in place, their heads exposed to the elements. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Hey, don't just stand there. The ice chunks will fall soon. Aren't you going to take cover?" The others were momentarily taken aback, then glanced upwards, their eyes widening as they beheld the tiny ice crystals swelling in size, now resembling the heads of men. "Run! Hail is coming!" they shouted in unison. With a tumultuous rush, the crowd hurried back to the cafeteria. Indeed, the heavens unleashed a torrent of hailstones, the smallest of which were the size of fists, while the largest were comparable to a table. They struck the ground with a resounding crash, shattering upon impact and leaving deep impressions in the earth. Luo Ya stated that the ice formed by the dragon-slaying magic is hardly inferior in hardness to the ice blades conjured by Kazan during battle. But where is Luo Ya? Why hasn't he come in? Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Ms. S scanned her surroundings, failing to spot Luo Ya. With a kitchen ladle in hand, she inquired, "Over there. He's still outside." A sharp-eyed recruit pointed toward the window, revealing that Luo Ya not only remained outside, but showed no intention of taking cover. How infuriating. Hurry and save him. Despite their duel, it does not mean they can merely stand by and watch each other perish. Ms. S shouted in anger, about to rush out when several robust chefs immediately restrained her. "Look, Luo Ya is about to unleash another spell." At this, Ms. S turned her gaze and indeed saw the blue magic circle reappearing near Luo Ya's mouth. With a thunderous roar, another icy tornado surged forth, soaring into the sky. This time, Luo Ya calculated his trajectory meticulously, obliterating most of the prior ice fragments while simultaneously clearing a path between him and the cafeteria. Having accomplished this, Luo Ya rose to his feet and flashed a triumphant smile in this direction. He raised one hand, fingers curled, as the blue energy coalesced into crystalline ice, gradually transforming into a resplendent ice umbrella. Holding the umbrella aloft, Luo Ya strolled slowly along the path carved by the dragon's roar, advancing step by step toward the cafeteria. Flanking him were falling ice chunks that crashed to the ground with a cacophony, while above him, the sky was serene, with only a few delicate ice particles drifting down like gentle raindrops upon his umbrella. In that moment, Luo Ya resembled an emperor traversing a realm of ice and snow. With no frost daring to challenge him, all submitted to his presence. Is that fellow truly still a recruit? The new recruits in the camp fell silent, awestruck by his power and might, which surely few could rival even within the elite camp. No, it would be more accurate to say none in the elite camp could compare. Luo Ya made his way back to the cafeteria, nonchalantly tossing his umbrella behind him. allowing it to be ruthlessly battered by the falling ice shards. Well then, Ms. S, let the competition resume. No need. Ms. S waved her hand dismissively. I presume you have exhausted a considerable amount of your stamina through the use of your fruit abilities, and by now, the food in your belly has nearly digested, hasn't it? TSK, a Zoan-type fruit user, I see. Observing Luo Ya's deflating stomach, Ms. S arrived at her conclusion. Well then, thank you for your hospitality. Luo Ya clasped his hands together, smiling as he lowered his gaze. Chapter 13. Kazan's Test, a Night of Conversation. Oh, victory. Indeed, Luo Ya has triumphed. The recruits laughed excitedly, embracing one another. Although Luo Ya had only been there for a day, he had already earned their respect with his performance during the day. This honor belonged to the entire group of recruits at that moment. Who would have thought that the Zoan-type fruit could be utilized in such a manner? Yes, Luo Ya is quite clever, managing to quickly deplete food supplies through this method. As they made their way back to the dormitory, small groups of recruits playfully bantered with Luo Ya. He did not mind this camaraderie. After all, a reclusive office worker had no reason to maintain an air of superiority. Well then, see you tomorrow, Luo Ya. See you tomorrow. Upon returning to the dormitory building and bidding farewell to the recruits who were heading back to town, Luo Ya signed in at the gate and ascended the stairs. Pushing open the door, he surveyed the simple dorm room where he did not know how long he would be staying. It was a modest space, furnished with only a bed and a chair. The walls bore the marks of time's passage, quite rudimentary yet impeccably clean. Ah, this is indeed the treatment of a recruit. At least it is not a shared room with many others. That is somewhat favorable. Fingering the switch on the wall, Luo Ya turned on the light. Suddenly, a deafening whistle pierced the air, and a bone-chilling cold rushed toward his neck. Without time to look back, Luo Ya swiftly crouched down, his left hand spreading open to form a long sword of ice, and he thrust it backward. The counterattack was executed with remarkable speed, but just as Luo Ya began to feel a sense of relief, he was violently kicked in the stomach, causing his grip on the ice sword to falter and his body to crash against the wall with a thud. Before he could assess the extent of his injuries, Luo Ya, pressed against the wall, clenched his right fist and struck it into his left palm, a wave of murderous intent washing over him, raising goosebumps across his skin. Ice coffin. Crack. Crack. As if a dam had burst, an overwhelming chill erupted from his palm, rapidly forming a large block of ice that encased the intruder, dissipating the icy malice. With a sigh, Luo Ya finally relaxed, stumbling slightly as he gasped for breath, clutching his ribs. Damn it! Is this the Navy headquarters? Assassins have come here to kill. He raised his gaze to the ice block before him, his eyes widening in shock. It was entirely empty. Are you looking for me? A deep male voice resonated, causing Luo Ya to whip around in astonishment. Admiral Kazan stood before him, clad in a white suit, wearing a green eye mask, his hair styled in an explosive manner. Unmistakably, one of the 3 current admirals of the Navy. Upon seeing Kazan, Luo Ya's tension finally eased. After all, this admiral, who adhered to a philosophy of lazy justice, would not strike without just cause. But had he done anything to provoke such a response? Clearly, he had accomplished nothing of significance. Noticing Luo Ya's relaxed demeanor, Kazan expressed curiosity. Hey, kid, are you really that lax in your vigilance? If I were to ambush you right now, you would be finished. In response, Luo Ya rolled his eyes, sitting on the ground as he examined his injuries. You are an admiral. Even if you didn't ambush me, I would still be done for. If I'm destined to die, why not be a bit more relaxed about it? You little rascal. Kazan was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. However, he found Luo Ya's nonchalant attitude quite appealing. Reaching into his pocket, Kazan produced a vial of medicine and tossed it to Luo Ya. Take this. I held back earlier. With your physique, you should have only sustained a minor injury. Luo Ya caught the jar, smiling as he shook it lightly. Thank you. After Luo Ya finished applying his medicine, Kazan leaned back in his chair, observing him from an elevated position. Hey, aren't you curious why I ambushed you? I was initially curious. But then I remembered that Admiral Zephyr visited the new recruits this morning, so my curiosity waned. Luo Ya began to wrap a bandage around himself while sitting cross-legged on the ground. Oh, do share your thoughts. Firstly, Admiral Zephyr is an elite camp instructor, and matters regarding practical training should be communicated by our own instructors. However, his unexpected visit is quite unusual, considering many in the new recruit camp had never seen him before. The reason must surely be my recent induction. Moreover, Luo Ya paused, noticing Kazan's impassive expression. My ice dragon form utilizes freezing abilities akin to your ice fruit, Admiral Kazan. Thus, when you appeared, it became clear to me that Admiral Zephyr has high hopes for me and wishes to integrate me into the elite camp. And you are here to assess my capabilities. After all, the practical evaluation is merely a month away, and you need to ascertain the extent of my combat prowess. Oh, what a splendid deduction. Kazan lazily applauded. However, you've overlooked one crucial detail. I'm not just here to test you. You are also expected to learn how to develop your fruit abilities under my guidance. When it comes to freezing, I possess the most expertise. Upon hearing this, Luo Ya looked at Kazan in astonishment. Given your character, I can't believe you would accept such a troublesome task. Kid, you're quite the mouthy one, you know that? With that, Kazan lost interest in continuing the conversation. Since Luo Ya was already well informed, there would be ample time for engagement in the future. Very well, then. Starting tomorrow, wait for me in the cafeteria after your evening training. If I'm unavailable, I will have someone inform you in advance. Yes, thank you, Teacher Kazan. As Kazan opened the door, he turned back. Don't call me teacher. Your only teacher is Admiral Zephyr. I'm merely here to assist you in developing your fruit abilities. All right, Teacher Kazan. Safe travels. Kazan frowned, forming a cross with his forehead, and snapped his fingers. Freezing moment. He then closed the door, leaving Luo Ya frozen in place like a statue. Descending the stairs, a robust figure appeared around the corner. Kazan paused, hands in pockets, and approached. Ah, Zephyr, I will deliver the report to you tomorrow. Why are you still awake? Zephyr crossed his arms, glancing at the dormitory building behind him. If someone were to hurl ice blocks onto your roof in the middle of the night, would you be able to sleep? Well, that's because you didn't stop him from having a tedious duel with Ms. S. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to use his fruit abilities to expedite his digestion. Kazan remarked, immediately regretting his words as he noticed Zephyr's displeased expression. The two fell into a lengthy silence until Kazan cleared his throat, breaking the stillness. Since you're here, I might as well share the test results. Your suspicions were correct, teacher. This kid, while possessing impressive reflexes and physique, lacks any combat experience. He fights more like a wild beast relying on instinct rather than technique. Humph, his light-footedness and vacant gaze are quite telling, Zephyr huffed, indicating that he was already aware of that. What about his fruit abilities? At this, Kazan became serious, nodding earnestly. Very strong. The cold emanating from him cannot simply be explained as ice. There is an underlying, unique power at play. I suspect it is the power of a dragon. That final ice encasing technique. Had I not used shave to evade, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape. However, his execution and combat style remain quite crude. Despite the rapid release speed, this fact cannot be concealed. I see. Zephyr pondered, his head bowed in thought. After a moment, he addressed Kazan. You should pay extra attention to the fruit aspect. I will discuss with Sengoku the possibility of reducing your external assignments. I have a feeling that chaos is about to erupt across these seas, and it is imperative that we bolster the Navy's elite forces beforehand. Ah, splendid. Should I express my gratitude now, Teacher Zephyr? Chapter 14, Punishment and Strategy After a Night of Rest. The injuries from the previous evening had nearly healed. Luo Ya sprang from her bed, flung open the window, and stretched lazily in the warm embrace of the crimson sun. Ah, another splendid day. Hey, up there. Are you aware that there are people living below? The incessant dripping has persisted throughout the night. At that moment, Luo Ya heard a voice. Following the sound, she glanced down and indeed spotted a fellow clad in a new recruit t-shirt, simultaneously brushing his teeth and shouting up at her. Luo Ya turned around and noticed that only a small portion of the ice coffin remained intact, due to his injuries. He had hastily retired for the night without clearing away the ice, which had been slowly melting, leaving the entire room marred by water stains. It was evident that his skills were still lacking. The life-saving ice he had conjured had melted away overnight. Apologizing to himself, he resolved to clean up the water promptly. As he contemplated this, he expressed his regrets to his companion and approached the ice block, positioning himself by the window to gauge the distance. All right, this is the angle, he declared, preparing to strike with great force. With a swift motion, approximately 1 cubic meter of ice burst through the window, arcing gracefully through the air before crashing into the artificial lake directly opposite the dormitory, sending a splash soaring over 3 meters high. On the path beside the lake, a new recruit, casually enjoying breakfast, was unexpectedly drenched by the sudden spray, and the food he held was filled with lake water. Who did this? Come out. I swear I won't let you off lightly. Realizing he had stirred trouble, Luo Ya recoiled slightly at the outcry of indignation from the crowd by the lake. He discreetly closed the window and drew the curtains. After exchanging greetings with familiar recruits, Luo Ya arrived at the barracks. Standing in formation, the Major General Instructor appeared with a dark expression. Last night, a hailstorm had descended upon the vicinity of the recruit camp, damaging several buildings and injuring over 10 patrolling soldiers, even rendering the warlord's goat unconscious. Who do you think is responsible? The recruits from Team 7 exchanged glances, then gleefully shouted in unison, "Report, Instructor." It was Luo Ya. "Excellent, Luo Ya. Step forward." Standing outside the formation, Luo Ya looked utterly bewildered. Wait, I can understand injuring the patrol. But why did it also knock out the warlord's goat? He had forgotten that, in an attempt to show off the previous night, he had angled his second ice dragon's roar in that very direction, the direction of the Malinford stronghold. The Major General approached Luo Ya with a stern expression. "Was it you?" Instructor, do you believe me if I say it was a misunderstanding?" Luo Ya replied awkwardly, trying to explain. The punishment for Luo Ya was decided swiftly. After consideration by the head instructor of the recruit camp, Zephyr, and noting that Luo Ya had just arrived at Malinford, along with the warlord's decision not to pursue the matter, a lenient sentence was issued. He was assigned to clean the toilets for a month and had to transcribe the safety regulations 1,000 times by the end of the day. Given that the intensity of recruit training had little impact on Luo Ya, they figured finding him something to do would prevent further trouble. Otherwise, considering this trend, there would be plenty of headaches in the future. The Major General understood this and decided against involving him in training, promptly sending him off to clean the toilets. Clad in an apron and wielding a mop, Luo Ya leaned against the restroom's exterior, sighing despondently. "I told you it was a misunderstanding." A passing Major General, noticing the scene, barked, "Don't even think about slacking off. Get back to cleaning." Nearby, the new recruits snickered and whispered, deliberately muddying their shoes before entering the restroom, theatrically affecting their voices. "Oh dear, I'm sorry, Luo Ya. I forgot you just cleaned this area. Apologies, I'll finish up right away." Observing these obviously mischievous individuals, Luo Ya remained silent, discreetly releasing a chill from his fingertips, causing the damp floor to instantly freeze into a thin layer of ice. The next moment, chaos erupted. "Ouch! Hey! Don't splash me." Sorry, Instructor. It wasn't intentional." Hearing the commotion from within the restroom, Luo Ya smugly lifted the mop and proceeded to the next level's restroom. "Perhaps I could develop a technique that causes people to slip? I recall a move from 300 idiots called the ice carpet or frozen ground." Transcribing the safety regulations 1,000 times proved to be the simplest task for Luo Ya. He first gathered dozens of pens and arranged rows of notebooks neatly. Then, employing his ice-shaping magic, he created a contraption resembling a sieve, positioning each pen at intervals above the notebooks. Grasping the foremost pen, he affixed it to the apparatus, allowing him to write a single character that equated to dozens of characters written simultaneously. With swift strokes, he completed several hundred words of safety regulations in just 2 hours. Luo Ya rushed to present the notebook filled with safety regulations to the instructor. The Major General, flipping through the pages in disbelief, exclaimed, "What? You completed it so swiftly?" Reflecting on his own experience of being punished to transcribe safety regulations, laboring through the night until dawn. "Are you here to mock me?" "Of course. For I am a genius." Though the instructor harbored doubts, he could not discern the method Luo Ya employed to finish so rapidly. Unable to find any evidence of wrongdoing, he reluctantly allowed Luo Ya to leave. "Very well. As per our agreement, you may rest after you clean the restroom today." "Yes, thank you, Instructor." After Luo Ya departed, the instructor took the notebook of safety regulations to Zifa. Holding Luo Ya's transcription, Zifa was equally astonished. "So soon? How long did it take him?" The instructor sighed. "To be precise, 1 hour and 47 minutes. I am certain he cheated, yet I cannot find any leads." Zifa nodded, perusing the notebook. Suddenly, he retrieved another one he had previously examined, flipping through its pages furiously before slamming his fist onto the table, his expression darkening. "Luo Ya, that cunning rascal." Unaware of the unfolding drama, the instructor inquired, General Zifa, what has happened?" Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Zifa pointed at the 2 notebooks and said, "Take a closer look. Here and here. Both have a typographical error, and after correction, the arcs of the lines are identical." The Major General, not lacking in intellect, immediately grasped the implication upon Zifa's prompting, gritting his teeth as he declared, "That scoundrel dares to cheat. I shall confront him at once." Luo Ya was well aware of his freezing abilities. With proper application, Duplicating dozens of notebooks was no challenge. However, Zephyr interrupted him, neatly stacking the notebooks aside. You did not discover the issue in a timely manner. I presume he has already destroyed the evidence. That room likely bears no trace of water. If you approach him without evidence, you will have no grounds for punishment. At this point, a faint smile appeared on Zephyr's lips. That rascal is indeed quite amusing. In a cheerful mood, Luo Ya gnawed on a meat stick and waved goodbye to his fellow recruits. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Admiral Kazan. He quickly finished the meat, discarding the bones into a trash bin, and hurried over. Admiral Kazan, I'm here. Leaning against the wall with his eye patch covering his eyes, Kazan stirred at the sound and opened his eyes slightly to glance at Luo Ya. Ah, you've arrived. Let us go? Certainly, Admiral Kazan. Where are we headed? Do not call me Admiral. Ice time. Chapter 15. Kazan's Intentions. The Elite Camp Challenge. This is the grand square before the Marineford Fortress, a smaller plaza nearby. It is not far from the new recruit training camp, yet spacious enough to accommodate 2 recruit camps. Generally, regular recruits do not come here except for combat training. Only the elite group, deemed monsters by the new recruits, train here daily. Their strength is already formidable, and the limited space would only hinder their performance. Upon arriving at the small square, Luo Ya noticed several recruits training, some engaged in one-on-one duels, while others sat cross-legged, a katana resting on their knees. Most striking was a towering figure, approximately 4 meters tall, squatting while lifting a piece of iron even larger than himself. Admiral Kazan, who are they? Luo Ya initially intended to address Kazan as teacher, but wisely opted for a different term before the frost enveloped Kazan. Hearing Luo Ya's question, Kazan paused his actions and explained, "Oh, you mean them? They are the elite group of this session." Elite group, Luo Ya echoed, recognizing the significance of the name. As implied, the elite camp consisted solely of exceptional individuals, each meticulously selected, emerging as powerful warriors from countless Marines. Graduates of the elite camp achieve a minimum rank of colonel. However, this status comes with the daunting challenge of rigorous graduation assessments. Yet thus far, no one has failed to graduate. With the former Vice Admiral Blackarm Zephyr at the helm, the possibility of unfair advantages or leniency is eliminated. Hence, those entering the elite camp are likely to become the backbone of the Navy, with the potential to even take up the Admiral's banner in the future. It is worth noting that figures such as Kazan, Sakazuki, and Kizuru also graduated from this very place. Upon seeing Kazan, the elite members in training paused to approach him, saluting in unison. "Admiral Akiji, continue your training." "I am merely bringing a young friend along for some exercise," Kazan said in a lackluster tone, gesturing towards Luo Ya. Upon hearing this, Luo Ya felt a jolt of disbelief and looked at Kazan incredulously. What the heck? This guy is cunning. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to create trouble for me? As a Marine Admiral with immense prestige, did he really need to explain himself to these fledgling recruits? Shouldn't he maintain an air of aloofness? This was an obvious pitfall. Indeed, upon hearing Kazan's words, the recruit's attention shifted to Luo Ya, with the formidable figure glaring at him menacingly. Is this the kid? Seeing this, Kazan discreetly allowed a smile to creep onto his face before quickly suppressing it. Well, yes, he has a rather extensive fruit ability, and this is the only place where he can fully demonstrate it. You actually divulged my information to them? Luo Ya fumed but quickly turned his thoughts around, cheerfully responding, "Yes. That's why Admiral Kazan brought me here, saying he would teach me to develop my devil fruit powers. Forgive me for being a 24-year-old still acting cute. I'm not ashamed of my youthful appearance. If you are ungracious, do not blame me for being unjust. Come, let us engage in mutual harm." "You dare call Admiral Akiji by his name?" the large recruit exclaimed, suddenly taken aback, prompting a chorus of shouts from the group. Old teacher." Kazan's eye twitched, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. Faced with their astonished, perplexed, and even slightly disappointed expressions, he helplessly clarified. "I have not taken him as a disciple. I am merely teaching him a bit." "Yes, but Admiral Kazan, there is a saying, those who can teach you what you do not know are your teachers. For instance, if I cannot write, and someone teaches me, even if they are just a deckhand, they are my teacher. If I cannot cook and a flower girl teaches me, she is also my teacher. Not just me, but everyone feels the same. Even we humans learn from nature itself, how to make fire, use tools, and build homes. Nature is our teacher. Thus, Admiral Kazan, you teaching me to develop my fruit abilities makes you my teacher as well. Right, Admiral Kazan?" Luo Ya incessantly repeated the word teacher, leaving the group in a state of bewilderment. Kazan, touching the eye patch on his forehead, inquired of Luo Ya, "Where did you hear that phrase?" "Well, it must have been from the East Blue. I recall that prior to that, we encountered the floating restaurant, Baratai." "The East Blue, you say? I see." Subsequently, one of the three admirals of the Navy, Admiral Akiji, voluntarily requested to visit the East Blue, stirring up chaos for 3 consecutive months throughout the region. Upon hearing Kazan's lack of opposition, the towering figure felt a surge of emotion, tears streaming down his face. "Wah, Admiral Akiji, you have also taken on a disciple. Hey, it's rather unbecoming for someone of your stature to cry like that." Luo Ya silently scoffed. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he ceased his tears and turned to Luo Ya, his eyes brimming with fury and defiance. "You little imp, let us settle this once and for all. Show me what prowess you possess that has compelled Admiral Akiji to take you as his disciple." Witnessing this scene, Akiji felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last, they were getting to the crux of the matter. Today's plans had nearly been derailed, but fortunately, Aruto was still so easily deceived. Aruto, the name of this towering figure standing at 4 meters 3, had long admired the 3 admirals who had also emerged from the boot camp. After Akiji had once rescued him, he had been fervently intent on becoming Akiji's pupil. However, Akiji, with his aversion to complications and laid-back demeanor, had consistently declined. Today, when Akiji reappeared before him, having taken on a disciple, Aruto could no longer restrain himself and issued a challenge to Luo Ya. Luo Ya gazed at him calmly, then turned to tug at Kazan's collar, casting a sidelong glance that seemed to inquire, "Is this your intention?" Kazan responded with an expression that conveyed confusion, as if to say, "What do you wish to ask? I'm afraid I cannot comprehend. Perhaps it would be best not to inquire at all." This left Luo Ya with a throbbing headache. Observing Aluto's demeanor, it was evident he was taking the outcome of this contest quite seriously. "Luo Ya, why not give it a try? After all, in a month, you will be joining the elite camp, so it would be beneficial to establish good relations with your comrades," Kazan added from the side, leaving Luo Ya with no retort. The weariness of it all. Luo Ya shook his head and acquiesced. "Then I shall take on the role of the referee," he declared. "The only rule is that there are no rules, as long as no one resorts to lethal force." Kazan raised his hand to announce this, and indeed, there was no one more fitting for the role of referee in this place, so naturally, no one voiced any dissent. "What does it mean to say that as long as no one resorts to lethal force, it is acceptable? You must be eagerly anticipating my punishment, aren't you?" Luo Ya regarded Aluto with disdain, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. Across from him, Aluto positioned himself like a rampaging bull, nostrils flaring as he exhaled forcefully. "Come on, Luo Ya. I will make you understand that the weak do not deserve to stand beside Admiral Akiji. Even if he accepts you as his disciple, you shall never earn my approval." Faced with such a declaration, Luo Ya shrugged helplessly. "What can I do? I am equally despondent." Chapter 16, The Master of Iron Blocks, Aluto. The two sides prepared. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As Kazan's voice faded, Aluto propelled himself forward, his massive frame creating a rush of wind as he charged directly at Luo Ya. "Fly away, kid. This fellow must be a master of physical combat. I hope he doesn't possess any peculiar fruit abilities." Confronting Aluto head-on, Luo Ya leaned forward, adopting a similar charging stance. An icy armor rapidly enveloped him, glimmering under the twilight sun. Aluto's speed was formidable, though not at the level of shaving. Luo Ya had no confidence in evading him, fearing a sneak attack from Aluto's long limbs. Thus, he opted to withstand the impact head-on. With a fierce roar, Luo Ya surged forward to collide with Aluto. Nearby, Kazan gasped, astonished at Luo Ya's strength. "Does this kid possess such power?" He has finished. Challenging Aluto in sheer strength is quite the audacious thought. The other 2 members of the elite camp silently contemplated, eager to witness how far Luo Ya would be sent flying. Crash! It sounded as though 2 locomotives had collided, a deafening impact resonating throughout the arena. A crowd of spectators watched in shock as the shadow of Aluto was propelled backward. However, the distance he was thrown was minimal. In a mere heartbeat, he adjusted his posture and landed gracefully on the ground. Unlike the astonished onlookers, Aluto bore no trace of surprise. The opponent's strength was not superior to his own. This was the conclusion Aluto reached from their brief contact. Although Luo Ya's strength was indeed considerable, it paled in comparison to that of a natural-born master of physical combat. As for why he was the one sent flying, Aluto glanced at the icy armor encasing Luo Ya. At the moment of impact, ice spikes had extended from the armor, anchoring Luo Ya firmly to the ground, the force of the collision overcoming even his might. It was akin to the locking mechanism on a catapult, which requires a sudden halt to maximize inertia into the projectile's force. However, achieving such a feat is exceedingly difficult. The lateral strain from a rapid halt is not something the average person can endure. As the air settled, Luo Ya rubbed his shoulder, wincing at the pain. It felt as though he had collided with an iron wall, the recoil striking him solidly, leaving his chest heavy. After regaining his composure, he extracted the ice spear that had embedded itself into the ground, a tool used to abruptly cease his movement, and glared at Luo. That move you executed earlier was indeed the iron block from the Marine 6 styles, wasn't it? Such efficacy is remarkable. With a sharp ice spike in hand, Luo Ya crouched slightly, channeling force through his legs as he thrust the ice spear toward Luo. The Ice Dragon's roar and the Ice Dragon's wing strike required too much time to charge and were impractical in close combat. Upon witnessing Luo Ya's action, Luo's hands glimmered with an ominous darkness, an unsettling energy field causing Luo Ya to narrow his eyes. Armament hockey. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as Luo's fist crushed Luo Ya's ice spear in two. Without a glance, Luo Ya released the broken ice, swiftly dodging Luo's subsequent kick. Simultaneously, his right hand ignited with a deep blue glow as he roared, Ice Dragon's Iron Fist. Smack. Yet this rapid counterattack was easily thwarted by Luo's large palm. Despite his massive frame, Luo's retaliation was far from sluggish. The layer of dark energy surrounding him instilled confidence against any fruit-based ability. However, this time he was mistaken. Luo Ya was not a wielder of a devil fruit. Moreover, the Ice Dragon's Iron Fist differed from Natsu's Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. It did not erupt upon impact, but instead transformed into a drill, penetrating the opponent's body to freeze them from within. The injury was internal, not external. Luo's miscalculation caused him to suffer greatly. The piercing chill of Luo Ya's technique was not obstructed by armament hockey, but instead spread through his bones, chilling his blood and rendering his body stiff. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Ya leveraged the momentum of his punch, propelling himself off Luo's thigh to perform a kick aimed at his head. A trail of azure light marking the execution of this attack, still a technique of the Dragon Slayer. Ice Dragon's Claw. Thud. With a single kick, Luo's massive frame was sent soaring away. From a distance, Kazan nodded in approval, commenting, a commendable counterattack. Although the technique has significant flaws and lacks coherence. He seized the moment of Luo's rigidity without hesitation, truly a beast-like instinct. The two combatants who had previously fought glanced at him in shock. Could it be that Luo may lose? Admiral Akiji. Well, it's a close match. Dust settled as a large hand swept through it. Luo pushed aside the debris, rising from the broken wall. Rubbing his numb arm, a bruise forming on his forehead. He grinned broadly. Huh? Stinky brat. Did you skip dinner? Your attacks wouldn't hurt me even if you tried 100 times. Indeed, it was a close match. The members of the elite camp observing the scene in silence. Luo's greatest weapon was not his giant-like strength nor his somewhat developed armament hockey, but rather his mastery of the Marine 6 styles, Iron Block. All members of the elite camp had studied the 6 styles, but due to constraints of time, energy, and even talent, most chose to specialize in one or a few techniques. Luo, however, had dedicated himself entirely to mastering Iron Block. Since joining the elite camp 2 years ago, Luo, once the weakest, had transformed into one of its strongest members, his defense impenetrable even to less potent Marine captains, earning him the title of the most gifted defensive master. If Luo Ya's attacks could not breach his defense, then the current situation on the battlefield was far from conclusive. In this moment, Luo Ya was thoroughly impressed. He understood the potency of the Ice Dragon Slayer magic. Beyond its general destructive capability, the chilling essence that permeated the enemy's body was its primary weapon, exceedingly difficult to defend against. This towering figure before him had likely turned his insides into iron. Otherwise, he would not withstand the onslaught of the Ice Dragon Slayer's chilling invasion, having long since succumbed to unconsciousness. With this realization, Luo Ya summoned all his vigor. What a worthy sparring partner. Where might he find another like him? Taking a deep breath, he summoned a blinding blue light once more, forcefully striking the ground. This time, it was not the Ice Dragon's Iron Fist, but rather, Ice Make, Ice Field. As Luo Ya executed his movement, a terrifying chill surged from the ground, radiating in all directions, instantly forming a thick layer of ice wherever it spread. Kazan stood by, observing the spectacle, and couldn't help but click his tongue. With a nimble leap, he ascended to a nearby platform. With a swift motion, the duo joined him at his side. The individual wielding the katana plunged his sword into the ground, balancing on the hilt to evade the encroaching frost. An inexplicable force entwining around the blade that repelled the chilling air. Ludo, too close to the fray, found his feet ensnared by ice. However, this was not the dragon-slaying magic. It was merely an icy formation, and the hardness of the ice was not insurmountable. With a slight exertion, he broke free from his icy shackles. "Little imp, are you looking to engage in a snowball fight?" Ludo taunted. Unfazed, Luo Ya shook his head and countered, "Big fellow. Can you skate?" "What?" Ludo's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he beheld Luo Ya closing in, his fist aglow with blue light, evoking memories of the agony he experienced when the cold had seeped into his very being. How could he move so swiftly? Boom. Luo Ya unleashed a powerful punch, followed by a swift kick and a series of claw strikes, reveling in the flurry of attacks. At that moment, Ludo realized that he could hardly maintain his balance on the icy surface, easily losing his center of gravity, and he found himself teetering under Luo Ya's relentless barrage. Luo Ya, gliding on his ice blades, danced around Ludo like a monkey teasing a bear, spinning and leaping with agility. "You insufferable brat. Do not get too cocky." Ludo roared as another punch landed squarely on his nose. He stomped down forcefully, his foot sinking into the ice, and raised his arms to intercept Luo Ya's assault. Luo Ya was not surprised. In a close-quarters battle, even 10 of him would likely be no match for Ludo, so it was only natural for his attacks to be caught. "I will crush you," Ludo bellowed, striking down with a fist, his armed color hockey radiating a chilling murderous intent in the frigid air. Gritting his teeth, Luo Ya felt his ice armor thicken further. With a resounding thud, Ludo's heavy fist struck, and Luo Ya instantly felt a loss of sensation in his shoulder. A mouthful of blood spilling forth. Clenching his jaw, Luo Ya utilized the force of the blow to drop down, delivering a fierce punch to the back of Ludo's foot. Iron Fist of the Ice Dragon. He had been waiting for Ludo to plunge his foot into the ice. Once he did, using the Dragon Slayer magic to solidify the ice blocks meant that, given the force Ludo had displayed during their previous collision, the chances of him escaping were virtually non-existent. Chapter 17, Victory. A new method of advancement. Kazan naturally witnessed Luo Ya's maneuver and recalled the technique he had employed the previous night, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Ludo. Though he could not distinguish between the ice-shaping magic and the Ice Dragon Slayer magic, he was certain that in terms of freezing effect, Luo Ya was not at all inferior to him. "Where do you think you're aiming, brat?" Ludo mocked Luo Ya, preparing to send him flying with a kick. However, as he exerted his strength, he found this ice was wholly different from before. His effort nearly caused him to stumble. "What?" Ludo's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld his feet encased in ice, which had transformed from easily breakable to possessing the hardness of steel. Luo Ya coughed softly, expelling the congestion from his lungs, as he deftly maneuvered on ice shards, his hands clasped behind his back, circling around Ludo with a teasing demeanor. "Oh, big guy, why don't you come at me? I've been feeling a bit restless lately, quite in need of a good thrashing." Ludo's calves were darkened, a testament to his use of armament hockey, which fortified his body. Although the application of hockey amplified his strength, Ludo found himself in excruciating pain, unable to move an inch. Relinquishing the notion, he lifted his fist, preparing to strike down with formidable force. "What if it's steel? My fist shall shatter it." "Indeed. But I shan't grant you that opportunity." With a smile, Luo Ya clapped his palm, and a pillar of ice, seemingly animated, spiraled through his armpit, ensnaring Ludo's upper body. To prevent him from breaking free, Luo Ya delivered a swift kick reinforced by Dragon Slayer magic, solidifying the binding further. After completing this, he glided to Ludo's front, spreading his hands in a gesture of mockery. "Your strength surpasses mine, your movements are agile, and you wield armament hockey. In a straightforward confrontation, my rogue boxing style would undoubtedly fall short against you. However, brawling requires intellect, and your foolishness compels me to toy with you." Ultimately, Ludo, begrudgingly, conceded defeat. Kazan, his expression as dark as coal, refrained from further commentary and listlessly announced Luo Ya's victory. After the event, the duo departed the training grounds with Ludo, the former to inform their comrades of a formidable new addition to the elite camp, while the latter, feeling despondent from the defeat, walked away in a gloomy silence. Only the swordsman remained, seated in meditation upon the training field. Though perturbed, Kazan fulfilled his duty as agreed, elucidating the intricacies of ice manipulation to Luo Ya. While the freezing ability appeared formidable, its offensive capacity paled in comparison to other natural elemental powers. For instance, Admiral Akainu's magma could inflict burns from a mere proximity, whereas ice necessitated direct contact or extensive coverage to inflict harm. Thus, it served primarily as a means of support and battlefield control. I am aware of your capabilities. The focus lies in freezing, which starkly contrasts the broad area attacks of natural elements. Hence, your forthcoming training should emphasize enhancing this particular skill set, developing techniques unique to you, rather than simply overpowering through brute strength as I do. As Kazan spoke, he transformed his hand into an ice sculpture, flexing his fingers. Furthermore, a crucial point to consider is that your freezing ability is an additive form, not a transformation into an ice being, which means you cannot achieve immunity to typical attacks. I recommend strengthening the defense of the ice armor you previously employed, concentrating on vital areas instead of creating an all-encompassing suit of armor, as that would undoubtedly deplete your stamina. Luo Ya nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, indeed, it is quite taxing. A consumption of 500 magical energies per minute is sufficient for me to unleash 3 powerful strikes. Well, these are the primary points. Now let us delve into your understanding of the application of freezing abilities in practical combat. As night deepened, the weary soldiers gradually returned to their quarters to rest, and the vast naval headquarters slowly descended into tranquility. The process of developing fruit abilities does not stem from sheer force, but rather necessitates quiet contemplation and exploration. Kazan brought him here not solely for the ample space, but rather for the serene environment it offered. As for the fleeting thoughts he harbored earlier, Kazan would never concede to them. After several hours of discussion and demonstration, Luo Ya experienced a revelation. Many of his doubts and ideas were resolved and corrected, while numerous misconceptions regarding the application of ice magic were pointed out one by one, prompting considerations for improvements. The Dragon Slayer magic can only rely on the system. This is beyond Kazan's capabilities. Noticing Luo Ya lost in thought, Kazan stood up, brushed off his trousers, and glanced at the moonlight. It is quite late. I shall take my leave now. If all goes well, we shall reconvene here tomorrow. Luo Ya promptly rose to his feet, bowing respectfully. Yes, please take care, Teacher Kazan. Do not call me teacher. Kazan replied impatiently, waving his hand dismissively as he strolled away with his hands in his pockets. Watching Kazan's figure recede, Luo Ya finally turned to leave. Indeed, Admiral Kazan seemed quite suited to the role of Fleet Admiral. At that moment, Luo Ya recalled the discussions among netizens regarding Kazan during his previous life while watching anime, where many expressed profound confusion over Kazan's character as the plot unfolded. Yet, what of it? Luo Ya firmly believed that Kazan was undoubtedly a good person. Despite his aversion to trouble, he remained wholly committed to the promises he made, diligently guiding Luo Ya. Based on his observations of human nature, Luo Ya refused to believe that Kazan had genuinely turned to the dark side. After tidying up his personal affairs, Luo Ya lay down on his bed, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of meat, and soon drifted into slumber. Ms. S had been quite kind to him, knowing he would be hungry soon, and had prepared a large bowl of meaty bones placed at his doorstep, covered with an insulating lid and a note. The following day, Luo Ya rose early, freshened up, and hurried to the training camp. After all, it was no jest. The punishment personally issued by Admiral Zephyr entailed a month of cleaning the toilets, with a mop in one hand and a bucket in the other. Luo Ya hummed a tune while scrubbing the restroom. Just then, a Rear Admiral instructor from the 7th Division entered, chuckling upon hearing Luo Ya's song. Luo Ya, what could possibly make you so cheerful while cleaning the toilets? Have you developed a fondness for this task? Huh? Ha ha, Luo Ya retorted. How can one know the joy of a fish if they are not a fish themselves? Luo Ya scoffed dismissively and handed the mop towards his feet, cautioning, please make way. Be careful not to slip. Although the instructor could not comprehend the meaning behind Luo Ya's words, he chose not to dwell on it. Recalling the embarrassing incident from the previous day when he had to change clothes after being soaked, he hurriedly pulled open the door to the cubicle and slipped inside. Luo Ya's elation is certainly well-founded. Just yesterday, he stumbled upon an effective method to rapidly enhance his energy levels. As he silently invoked his golden finger to unveil the panel, Luo Ya beamed with delight at what he beheld. Name, Christopher Luo Ya Energy Stage, 2nd Order. 0 Level Energy Value, 120400 Magic Value, 3500 Magic Recovery Rate. 300 minutes in the span of a single day, his energy value had astonishingly surged by 100 points. The food in the Navy cafeteria contributed little to this increase, even with the meticulous culinary skills of Ms. S and the subsequent duel in the evening. His energy value had only risen by a mere 20 points. This remarkable boost of 100 points stemmed primarily from his confrontation with Ludo, while the remainder was a result of his discussions with Kazan. Luo Ya harbored a hypothesis. as his energy stage ascended to the second tier. The methods of augmentation no longer heavily relied on mere energy intake. In other words, his dragon body had reached a critical threshold, necessitating a deeper understanding of oneself, commonly referred to as cultivation, to facilitate further enhancement. Such cultivation could manifest as a run, a duel, or an intimate dialogue. Essentially, anything that contributed to the strengthening of his abilities could yield substantial energy value, contingent upon the circumstances. Once his dragon body reached level 20, it seemed likely that mere sustenance would cease to augment his energy value. Luo Ya sighed, reminiscing about the days when mere meals and slumber sufficed for advancement. Despite having discovered a new method of promotion. Chapter 18. Cultivation and the Injured Mole. Do not raise your feet too high. Now is the time to counterattack. At this moment, it would be prudent to crouch and evade. Run? Can your speed surpass mine? There are excessive movements. The execution of techniques must be swift and succinct. In the small square, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle, with the air punctuated by the dull thuds of impact and the sound of shattering. Ice shards flew about like bullets, a thick layer of frost blanketing the cobblestones and walls, transforming the area into a scene reminiscent of a snowy realm. As Luo Ya crouched down at the reminder, his hands, slightly spread for balance, swiftly came together, gathering the chilling energy. Ice make. Boom. Kazan kicked out, forcefully separating Luo Ya's hands, thwarting his ability. With a powerful twist of his waist, he pivoted around the anchored foot and side-kicked Luo Ya in the forehead, sending him flying. Reacting to the broken move was imperative. Were you dawdling, awaiting your demise? Kazan called out towards the dust-laden walls. At that moment, a colossal surge of energy shot skyward, and through the billowing smoke, two crystalline wings formed, faintly visible. Ice Dragon's wing strike. Long before the icy wings arrived, a biting gale rushed forth, freezing the very dust in its path, exuding a formidable yet serene aura. In response to this move, Kazan nodded in rare acknowledgement. When faced with an adversary faster than oneself, if pinpoint accuracy is unachievable, a broad attack indeed serves as an excellent alternative. However, he extended his right hand, palm directed at the ice wings, while grasping his right wrist with his left. If the intensity was insufficient, it would hold no significance. Violent bird. With a sharp cry, a massive bird composed entirely of ice detached from his right hand, its wings stretching impressively wide. The ice bird emitted a piercing cry as it surged directly towards the ice wings. Boom. The collision erupted in a tremendous explosion, resonating across half of Marineford. A chilling wave radiated forth, causing the temperature in Marineford to plummet abruptly. The nearby Navy personnel exhaled, their breaths visibly transforming into white vapor. In his office, Sengoku fumbled, causing a document to slide off his desk. The goat beside the table, mistaking it for a treat from its master, eagerly bit down and refused to let go. Sengoku's expression changed dramatically as he reached out to snatch it back. Hey, give that back. It's not meant to be destroyed. With a cigarette in her mouth, Ms. S gazed out the window towards the plaza, grumbling. These two are truly a nuisance at that moment. In the plaza, the surging cold winds gradually dispersed. The ground, which had momentarily frozen into ice, now bore no trace of it. The ice-bound stone slabs could no longer withstand the pressure from the energy clash and shattered spectacularly. Kazan swiftly evaded to create distance, preparing to utilize his observation haki, when suddenly, a blue figure darted towards him like lightning. Blue patterns appeared on Luo Ya's shoulder and face, identical to those manifested during his upgrade. The diamond pattern on his wrist pulsed rhythmically, enhancing Luo Ya's speed further. Is that the unfinished technique he mentioned? Kazan pondered, astonished at the sudden increase in speed. Yet without achieving the level of shaving, it bore no true significance. Though slightly surprised, Kazan quickly reined in his emotions. He opened his large hand, casually intercepting the frost-laden kick. Loa was taken aback. This defies logic. My speed has increased threefold. Is it too much to ask for a little recognition? Before Loa could fully grasp the situation, Kazan's left hand transformed into a solid block of ice, the front expanding like a trumpet, and it viciously clamped around Loa's waist, swiftly enveloping him. This is bad. In the fleeting moment before the icy block obscured his vision, Loa's eyes narrowed, and he swallowed hard. The next instant, Kazan's frigid voice reached his ears. What did you call this technique you developed? Oh, I remember now. The ice waterfall funeral, right? Creek. Applying what you've learned. That is a phrase you once uttered, yet it is evident that you have not grasped its true essence. Kazan draped his coat over his shoulder and addressed Loa, who was gasping for air on the ground. Moreover, this technique, when wielded by me, the master of ice, will yield far superior results. Your mere control pales in comparison to my finesse. Luo Ya now wishes to deliver a resounding slap to himself, questioning why he felt the need to show off. As a devoted fan of Naruto, how could he be unaware of Gaara's sand coffin? Consequently, he endeavored to replicate this technique, creating an ice coffin. Just a few days prior, he successfully captured Kazan, taking advantage of the terrain to leave him in a disheveled state. Now, however, he finds himself facing the consequences. Lying on the ground and gingerly touching his ribs, realizing that 3 of them are fractured. This is the result of Kazan's leniency. The infirmary has personnel on duty. And we shall continue tomorrow. Observing the twilight, Kazan, with one hand casually tucked in his pocket, departed from the square. After Kazan's exit, Luo Ya took a considerable amount of time to rise, wincing with each step as he made his way to the infirmary. Why am I so foolish? Luo Ya pondered this question. His eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish, fully aware that his opponent was Kazan yet failing to consider the possibility of his techniques being learned, resulting in a significant setback. In the infirmary, he encountered a familiar face, an old acquaintance, General Mole. Have you sustained injuries? Luo Ya gazed in astonishment at the man seated upon the hospital bed. The mole, half-clad, sat with white bandages saturated in crimson adorning his waist. His expression was one of fatigue, and upon hearing a voice, he turned his head and managed a strained smile. Ah, it's Luo Ya. What brings you to the infirmary? Before Luo Ya could respond, the elderly doctor interjected, You mean that little rascal Luo Ya? He comes here rather frequently, you know, especially after clashing with Admiral Akiji. It's a wonder he isn't injured. Indeed, Luo Ya replied, shrugging his shoulders at the mole before taking a seat on a nearby chair. He lifted his shirt towards the old man. By the way, Dr. Oliver, I believe I fractured 3 ribs this time. Would you take a look? The man known as Oliver cast a brief glance at Luo Ya, pausing momentarily at the location of his chest before turning back to apply medication to the mole. Seeing you in such good spirits suggests there isn't much to worry about. Moreover, your body possesses remarkable recuperative abilities. In a little while, we shall remove the special medication for both internal and external use, and you should be well in 2 or 3 days. Could you take this more seriously? We're dragon slayers, not mere mercenaries. Luo Ya silently expressed his grievances yet remained patient. As he waited, he turned to General Mole and inquired, Pray tell, General Mole, what transpired? Luo Ya was aware of Mole's recent mission, but he had not anticipated such severe injuries. This was a formidable vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, a notable expert amidst the vastness of the sea, who could have inflicted such harm upon him. The wounds appeared as though he had been struck by a heavy object. Is there anyone in the ocean who wields a hammer as a weapon? Luo Ya pondered. In response to Luo Ya's inquiry, Mole let out a sigh. This matter was not meant to be disclosed to you, but since you are a disciple of both Master Zephyr and Admiral Akiji, I see no harm in sharing. After a brief pause, Mole held his breath as Dr. Oliver proceeded to cut away the blood-soaked bandages from the festering wounds before continuing. A few days ago, Fleet Admiral Sengoku dispatched me to investigate Don Quixote da Flamingo. The mission progressed smoothly, and we uncovered some incriminating evidence against the Flamingo. However, to our dismay, during our return, we were ambushed by assassins from the underworld. We suffered significant losses, with dozens of our Navy personnel perishing, and ultimately, I stayed behind to cover our retreat, allowing the ship to escape. The underworld. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Luo Ya murmured these 2 names. Oh, how could I nearly forget? The world of One Piece encompasses far more than just the Navy and pirates. It also includes the world government, the Revolutionary Army, and other formidable forces. Among them, the dark underworld looms large, with even one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, frequently collaborating with it. So, how did you manage to escape? Luo Ya inquired. Upon hearing this, the mole's expression was truly remarkable, shifting from anger to sorrow, resembling a quick change of mask. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. I must confess, I was rescued by Don Quixote da Flamingo. Do you believe me? Luo Ya. I believe, simply because the opponent is Don Quixote da Flamingo, not for any other reason. But due to the infamous reputation of the notorious young master, Da Flamingo, a character both arrogant and ruthless, it is hardly surprising that he would engage in such cat-and-mouse antics. The mole gazed steadily at Luo Ya and suddenly broke into a smile. Indeed, it is because the opponent is Don Quixote da Flamingo. The deeds of the Don Quixote family may deceive the majority of the world, yet they are certainly not hidden from the world government and the Navy. The world government seeks balance, or perhaps a more profound reason lies in the transactions made with him, allowing them to turn a blind eye to Doflamingo's actions. The Navy, however, has always sought to find leverage against him, aiming to abolish the Shichibukai system, which has led to the mole's current predicament. Doflamingo evidently intends to teach the Navy a lesson, he still requires the Shichibukai title for his operations and will not sever ties with the Navy. Thus he spared the mole. This blatant and deranged behavior can be attributed to one reason. He is a Shichibukai, a legitimate pirate, regardless of the motives. The Navy's initial strike against him violates their agreement, and he is in the right. P.S. I noticed a comment from a reader expressing fanciful thoughts. And honestly, it was my oversight. Previously, I only considered the amplification brought by Dragon Slayer magic. And to prevent the strength of the transformation magic from overshadowing the main narrative, I set it to be inferior to Dragon Slayer magic. However, in my subsequent framework, the protagonist is capable of enhancing transformation magic, so it does not detract from the reading experience. I will pay closer attention to such details in the future. Chapter 19. New Techniques P.S. How should I put this? The tree feels quite vexed, pondering why the scores have suddenly plummeted these past few days. Previously, when I updated daily, collections would increase by over 100 in a day, yet now they have dropped significantly. Well, I shall prepare. Tomorrow I will post 3 updates. After all, the weekend is approaching, and I must write through the night if need be. I kindly request all readers to collect and recommend generously. The tree thanks you all. The Shichibukai have existed for over a decade, having become an unwieldy entity. Initially, the world government may have genuinely considered utilizing the Shichibukai to stabilize the seas, and indeed, they have done so over the years. Whether it be Gecko Moria or Crocodile, who were merely secondary characters in the original work, or the formidable figures such as Bartholomew Kuma and Dracula Mihawk. Their existence has caused countless pirates to meet their demise along the Grand Line. From this perspective, it can be seen as a positive development. However, every system inevitably decays over time, just as the world government has, with the celestial dragons becoming the greatest blight upon the world. The Shichibukai system is no exception to this fate. Years later, Crocodile instigated turmoil in Alabasta in pursuit of the ancient weapon, Pluton, plunging the nation into chaos. Currently, Doflamingo, under the guise of a Shichibukai, is constructing underground ports in Dressrosa for illicit trading. These incidents are testament to the fact that the Shichibukai system has begun to rot. After all, being a pirate, how long can one remain stable? Thus, the Shichibukai system has long been a thorn in the Navy's side. And the turmoil they create is often more detrimental than that caused by ordinary pirates. Yet, under the orders of the world government, the Navy finds itself with limited options. Dismantling this deeply entrenched system is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. They can only gradually gather evidence, awaiting a decisive moment. However, none of this is a concern for Luo Ya at present. His strength is still limited, and as a newcomer, he cannot interfere in the affairs of the Shichibukai. Bidding farewell to the mole and Dr. Oliver, Luo Ya returned to his dormitory to tend to his wounds. The cool ointment applied to his skin elicited a shiver of comfort. Being at Navy headquarters, the medical capabilities are assured, and the itch from his fractured ribs quickly faded as the sharp pain receded like a tide. After wrapping his bandages, Luo Ya silently invoked his golden finger to access the interface. Name: Christopher Luo Ya. Energy Stage, Second Order. Level 3 Energy Value, 400-700 Magic Value, 500-5000 Magic Recovery Rate. 450 minutes after this period of training, Luo Ya has finally reached the Second Order, Level 3. Although the data on the Attributes panel only display magic value and recovery speed, Luo Ya can feel that with each upgrade, his strength, endurance, and physical resilience have all improved, extending far beyond what is merely shown. However, the most significant influence during this time has been the combat experience gained from the intense training under Kazan. On the deserted island, his opponents were merely beasts with an intelligence lower than 25. They were far from the cunning of the Fur tribe, and likely even less capable than the Kung Fu walruses. Battling them merely served to familiarize himself with his power level, yielding no substantial gains. But now, the situation is different. Kazan is not Kazuru. His mastery of fruit abilities and hand-to-hand combat is undoubtedly at the level of an admiral. Under his direct guidance, Luo Ya's strength has surged dramatically, particularly his resilience in combat, which rivals even that of Arudo. Although his defensive capabilities may be lacking, his recovery rate is unparalleled by Arudo. Of course, this is rather tragic. Today, Luo Ya acquired a total of 75 energy points, which is quite decent. As his power level increases, the energy gained from sparring with Kazan has dwindled to merely 50 points. Closing the interface, Luo Ya began to stretch and prepare for his next training session. Dragon Slayer magic relies on brute force to overcome finesse, As long as his magical capacity increases, its power will rise significantly. Meanwhile, the ice transformation magic, with Kazan's freezing abilities, also progresses swiftly. However, this is not what Luo Ya yearns for. Who among those who watch anime does not possess a heart full of fervor? Luo Ya aspires for that visceral, close-quarters combat, rather than merely exchanging skills from afar. Yet, due to his own limitations, he finds himself unable to reach that level at present. Consequently, Luo Ya resolved to develop a new technique, one that would enhance his melee capabilities. The inspiration for this technique stems from the original work of Fairy Tail, where Dragon Slayer mages explode with power after consuming vast amounts of magical energy. Yet, a conundrum arises. Although this world possesses the overpowered devil fruit abilities, it lacks magic or individuals capable of wielding it. It is akin to wishing for a horse to run without providing it with fodder. A clever artisan cannot work without materials. Thus, Luo Ya devised an unconventional solution. He possesses magic, does he not? Moreover, he can manipulate transformation magic. Why should he draw magic from external sources? After all, his Dragon Slayer magic was not taught by a Dragon Slayer. What if it could succeed? Consequently, he undertook a rather reckless endeavor. He employed transformation magic within his own body. Despite the discomfort accompanying each attempt, after numerous trials, he indeed managed to devise a viable method. Gradually gathering magical energy in his hands, Luo Ya recalled the sensation from previous battles and pressed his hands firmly against his abdomen. Magic is intangible and formless. As long as it is not allowed to crystallize into ice, one can compress it within oneself from the outside. At the very moment the magic surged into his body, Luo Ya's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by the exhilarating sensation akin to exposing one's innards to the frigid elements. It was quite thrilling. However, in the next instant, that sensation vanished swiftly. As the unique physique of the Dragon Slayer Mage sensed the intrusion of external magic and underwent a series of changes that Luo Ya could not fathom. He felt a loosening in his hand, and the connection to the magic that had surged from his palm dissipated instantaneously. Then, his body began to heat up. His heartbeat quickened, and the magic within him began to boil. Realizing that he had succeeded in his endeavor, Luo Ya sprang to his feet, inhaling deeply as he enveloped himself in magic, preparing to test his strength. A hum resonated around him as the magic generated a ripple effect, causing the intangible air to disperse outward like water. Ethereal blue magical runes emerged from within him, flickering in and out with his breath, bestowing upon him an air of enigma. Feeling the powerful forces roiling within, Luo Ya raised his fists and struck the air twice. Crack! Crack! The sharp sound of air being sliced echoed, and Luo Ya smacked his lips in disappointment, shaking his head. He had achieved a slight enhancement, yet it remained limited. Despite the considerable increase in speed and strength, almost doubling his capabilities, his physical resilience still paled in comparison to that of a commander trained in the Navy's 6 forms. Utilizing this state as a conventional combat method was still far from feasible. Just as Luo Ya lamented his limitations, he suddenly noticed a patch of skin on the back of his hand appearing to split, revealing dried, dead skin curling upward. What is this? The remnants of bygone years. Luo Ya scratched with his fingernail, but the sensation transmitted to his fingers left him momentarily bewildered as he blinked. This hardness. Surely it must be a nail? No, could it be? A possibility dawned upon Luo Ya, and an icicle formed upon his fingertip, which he thrust forcefully into the area. With a resounding chime, the icicle shattered, revealing a sliver of deep blue beneath the torn skin, while the surrounding dry, dead skin flaked away, leaving behind a blue outline the size of a fingernail. From that outline, it appeared to bear the characteristics of scales. Recalling a scene from the original text, Luo Ya withdrew his hand, scrutinizing it intently. Could this be dragon scales? He vividly remembered the transformation he had experienced when advancing from the first tier to the second. However, since then, although each subsequent upgrade had been accompanied by considerable commotion and the intimidating aura of dragons had unsettled many, he had not encountered any further transformations akin to that initial change, and gradually, he had grown to forget. Yet, upon witnessing the dragon scales on his hand once more today, the significance of this phenomenon surged back into his mind. Luo Ya grasped a fleeting inspiration, positioning the dragon scale against the light, squinting slightly. Perhaps I could voluntarily enter that semi-dragon state. Chapter 20. A month later, ready to depart, I express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear readers, Xia Yiyu, for the generous donation of 500, and to the slumberous cat uncle for the 200. I am genuinely astonished to have received such support. Thank you both. This truly invigorates my writing spirit. Additionally, I extend my appreciation to all my readers for their votes of confidence. Today, I downloaded a mobile assistant and discovered that it allows me to see the names of those who have cast their votes. Henceforth, starting tomorrow, I shall include a dedicated list of thanks at the end of each chapter as we witness the growth of this tale together. Days pass steadily, and finally, tomorrow marks the day of the practical assessment. Over the course of this month, Luo Ya has lived each day to the fullest. Mornings commence with personal hygiene and breakfast, followed by fetching a water bucket and wielding a mop to clean the restroom, all while teasing his fellow recruits with his freezing abilities, such as encasing the urinal in ice and relishing their bewildered expressions as they clutch their nether regions. At noon, after a refreshing shower, he partakes in lunch, discussing with Ms. S what substantial and delectable cuisine to choose for the next day's meal. Having triumphed in their duel, Ms. S granted him the privilege of selecting the menu. In the afternoon, after tidying up the restroom and bathing, he enjoys dinner, exchanging combat techniques and philosophical musings with the flamboyant instructor, only to be ejected in a fit of rage. It must be noted that those who serve as instructors at the Navy headquarters recruit camp are no mere pretenders. Their skills are remarkably honed. Evenings find him being dragged by Kazan to a small square, where they engage in a playful exchange of moves, delving into the nuances of ice manipulation and researching ways to enhance human resistance to freezing. Luo Ya serving as the experimental subject. This past month has been quite pleasant for Luo Ya. Tomorrow is the day of the practical examination, and one must secure a position within the top 3 to gain entry into the elite camp. Leaning against the wall, Kazan lowered his eye patch to conceal his eyes and addressed Luo Ya, who was engrossed in his studies of ice manipulation. Upon hearing this, Luo Ya retracted the icy formation in his hand, paused momentarily, and suddenly flicked his wrist, launching a conical block of ice toward Kazan. Kazan merely tilted his head, evading the attack, and was about to speak when he swiftly utilized the shave technique to vanish from his position. Barely a second after his departure, a thunderous explosion erupted, severing a section of the wall and leaving a 1-meter-wide dent in its wake. Kazan reappeared behind Luo Ya, arms raised. "Ah, are you seeking another beating? Ice ball." From each palm, 5 icy pillars erupted, hurtling towards Luo Ya's back with lightning speed. "Ice make, great serpent." Luo Ya stood unwavering, his hands striking down with force, summoning a surge of blue energy that abruptly manifested behind him, perfectly positioned to intercept the trajectory of Kazan's impending assault. For a moment, Kazan was perplexed by Luo Ya's actions. He could not fathom how this ephemeral layer of energy could possibly obstruct his attack, especially as it lacked any solid form. With a derisive sneer, he hastened the advance of his ice pillars, fully aware of Luo Ya's resilience. Even if he were to be pierced, he knew that as long as it was not a fatal blow, Luo Ya would emerge unscathed by the following day. Moreover, the primary intent of his technique was to freeze rather than to penetrate. However, the situation swiftly shifted. As Kazan's ice pillars made contact with the blue energy, he was astounded to discover that he had lost control over them. An inexplicable force interfered with his ice, seizing the blocks away from him. A bizarre sensation coursed along the pillars towards him, soon threatening to breach his very being, igniting an indescribable sense of peril within him. Recognizing the imminent threat, Kazan made a swift decision to sever the connection with the ice pillars and retreat. Indeed, in the next moment, the ice pillars he had unleashed transformed as if they were pigments, gradually outlining the blue energy behind Luo Ya. A serpentine maw, nearly half his size, lunged ferociously toward the ground, gnawing at the sturdy floor and leaving it in disarray. Having missed its target, the colossal serpent coiled protectively around Luo Ya, seemingly animated. As it hissed towards him, its blue and white pupils reflecting his form. At this moment, Luo Ya slowly turned around, the blue patterns on his body appearing almost tangible, flickering with his movements. With a cheeky grin, Luo Ya looked at Kazan and said, "What do you think, Teacher Kazan? This is a power I specifically developed to counter you." Luo Ya reached out to caress the scales of the serpent, explaining, "This is my ultimate technique, dear teacher. The serpent is not a physical entity. Rather, it is a manifestation of energy. Any tangible nature-based assault, as long as it does not exceed its threshold of resilience, will be frozen upon contact, transforming into sustenance for its corporeal form. Moreover, when it comes to your ice blocks, I possess an even greater ability to seize control over them, and, if necessary, extend that dominion to your very body. It is essential to recognize that the ice dragon reigns supreme over the frost power." "Ah, you truly are a perilous one," Kazan remarked. adjusting his eye patch to scrutinize the icy serpents encircling Luo Ya and then the breached wall. Serpent. Ice bomb. Do you harbor such disdain for me that you would devise a technique specifically to counter my presence? Humans, by nature, require pressure to progress. In the training camp, devoid of adversaries, I must establish an imaginary foe for myself, and you, Teacher Kazan, are the quintessential choice. Oh, that sounds quite reasonable, Kazan yawned, gazing at Luo Ya with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Although his demeanor remained tranquil and languid, Luo Ya, well acquainted with him, sensed the underlying irritation within Kazan. Have I perhaps gone too far? As Luo Ya contemplated, in the next moment, Kazan provided the answer. He had indeed overdone it. Even someone with Kazan's temperament would feel a surge of anger when confronted with such heartfelt targeting from a disciple he had personally trained. Thus, his response was an overwhelming barrage of freezing attacks, aptly named Ice Age. Well, I must take my leave. Your technique is complete, and passing the assessment should pose no issue. Once you join the elite camp, Teacher Zephyr should have ample reason to teach you the 6 styles of the Navy. So, do rest well, Luo Ya. With a flourish, Kazan draped his coat over his shoulder, waved goodbye to Luo Ya, and vanished into the night, leaving behind a solid blue ice sculpture and a small square transformed into a winter wonderland. After Kazan's departure, a purple silhouette appeared in the small square. Zephyr, stroking his chin, tapped the frozen Luo Ya, using his observation haki to gauge the internal situation, and nodded in satisfaction. Still alive. I must say, the ice dragon truly lives up to its name, enduring such treatment unscathed every day. Reflecting on Luo Ya's experiences over the past month, Zephyr felt a profound sympathy and admiration. However, it is evident that Kazan held back. The speed of his ability's activation was unusually slow. If you couldn't evade even that, it seems imperative to prioritize enhancing your close combat skills. After a thorough examination, Zephyr vanished with a thoughtful expression, leaving Luo Ya basking under the moonlight in the square. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After being frozen all night, Luo Ya finally found relief under the warm rays of the sun, sneezing violently and shivering as he hugged himself. Goodness, is it really necessary to be this ruthless? Is the Ice Age technique deployed so casually? It could be fatal. Glancing at the sun, he slapped his forehead in frustration. Oh no, we agreed to assemble for the boat in the morning. What time is it now? He then leapt into the air, swiftly skimming across the ice blocks on his way to the port. Over the past month, Luo Ya's gains extended beyond mere ability development. His Dragon Slayer Mage system had also seen significant enhancement. Name, Christopher Luo Ya, World Autocorrection, Energy Stage, 2nd Tier. 5th Layer Energy Value, for 20900 Magic Value, 80008000 Magic Recovery Rate, 750 minutes compared to a month ago. His magic value had nearly doubled, allowing him to utilize the Ice Dragon Slayer magic more liberally, without the need for frugality that characterized his initial training, where most of his attacks relied on shape-shifting spells. Moreover, Luo Ya's dragon body had increased by another 2 percentage points, reaching a total of 20. This seemingly insignificant 2% elevation had rendered Aludo uninterested in challenging him to a strength contest. Upon reaching this critical point, Luo Ya discovered that his strength had tripled. It took him several days to gain control over it. Coupled with the reinforced characteristics of his modified ice armor, he could now shatter steel with brute force, even without the use of haki. However, this advancement came at a price. He could no longer increase his energy values through consumption, aligning with his suspicions. Fortunately, the dragon power he was most concerned about had not escalated with his energy tier. Yet, due to his endeavors to develop new techniques and the frequent usage of a simplified version during his skirmishes with Kazan, his dragon power had surged swiftly, now reaching 5. The potency of the Dragon Slayer magic had indeed increased considerably, but this enhancement was not what Luo Ya had anticipated. Nevertheless, he found himself with little recourse, for in the realm of mages, there was no one to guide him. He had to rely solely on his own exploration and experimentation. Around 8 o'clock, the second update was released. This chapter was penned during work hours. Chapter 21. The late Luo Ya and the awkward mole at the forefront of the Navy headquarters fortress lay a grand port. 7 large warships were neatly arranged, each assigned to a team from the latest batch of recruits, perfectly accommodating all new soldiers and accompanying personnel. Rows of recruits stood at attention on the deck, enduring the blazing sun, their uniforms soaked in sweat before the sea breeze dried them, leaving unsightly salt stains. Luo Ya is so slow. Indeed, look. The instructor's face is darkening. Shoo, keep your voice down. Admiral Zephyr is watching us over there. Right, We must maintain our image. While the recruits expressed their impatience, the other naval officers were equally vexed. Although it was true that Luo Ya possessed extraordinary talent, leaving so many people waiting was quite unacceptable. Was this a prelude to a year of toilet cleaning? On the 7th Team's warship, a major general approached Admiral Zephyr, saluted, and quietly suggested, "Teacher Zephyr, why don't you set sail with the other ships first? We can wait here." The Navy headquarters' new recruit practical assessments were mandatory for all participants. After all, the Navy was not a retirement home, and how could soldiers who had not seen blood ever hope to battle pirates? Therefore, 7 warships were mobilized, each accompanied by at least one major general, with former Admiral Zephyr overseeing the operation. Currently, a number of rear admirals and major generals, along with Admiral Zephyr and hundreds of new recruits and naval officers, remained at the port, waiting for a single recruit. It was no wonder the major general felt somewhat embarrassed to keep Zephyr waiting, especially since it concerned his own soldiers. Hearing the suggestion, Zephyr puffed on his cigar. Frowning in exasperation, "Let the other ships depart. It's not appropriate for everyone to wait here. We'll set sail in 10 minutes. If he truly dares not to come, I'll show him how I'll deal with him." With that, Zephyr sighed internally, lamenting why he hadn't taken action the previous night, leaving him to endure the sun's harsh rays on deck, unable to express his frustration. After all, he had observed the entire process when Luo Ya was frozen. Since the chief instructor Zephyr had spoken, the major general naturally refrained from further protest, saluting before departing. After notifying the other warships via the transponder snail, the port erupted in a cacophony of horns. He turned to the chattering recruits and shouted, "Silence! You are the Navy. Soldiers, uphold discipline and present yourselves as proper military personnel. Understood? I can't manage Luo Ya. Do you think I can't handle you?" The recruits promptly fell silent, standing at attention before responding loudly, "Understood. Did you not eat?" Louder, "Understood." Observing the major general restoring order, the mole rested a hand on the hilt of his sword and approached Zephyr. "Teacher Zephyr, what on earth has Luo Ya been up to last night? Is he perhaps afraid?" The mole's injury had yet to heal, preventing him from engaging in high-intensity combat. Thus, when Sengoku proposed this mission, he readily agreed, seeing it as an opportunity to stretch his limbs and deal with some minor troubles. Hearing the mole's inquiry, Zephyr let out a sigh and replied to his esteemed disciple, "Do you think someone capable of dispatching the Scissor pirate crew without a flicker of emotion would fear a practical assessment?" Pausing briefly, Zephyr rubbed his forehead and continued, "Last night, Luo Ya and Kazan engaged in a contest. He was frozen into a popsicle by Kazan's Ice Age. I thought he would break free in no time, but it ended up being an entire night." The mole was at a loss for words. Since Zephyr had mentioned "I thought," it was clear he had been present at the scene. What could one say? Had he merely shot himself in the foot? The speechless mole, at a loss for words, retrieved a box of cigars from within his coat, extracted one, and inquired, "Would you care for a cigar, teacher? I purchased these exquisite specimens during my last assignment, from the Golden City." Just then, a figure descended from the heavens, gracefully approaching the deck. In a breathtaking display, the figure executed a 720-degree aerial spin before landing with effortless elegance in a half-kneeling posture. Luo Ya rose to his feet, dusting off his attire, and flashed a broad grin that revealed 8 gleaming incisors. "Good morning, everyone." However, before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly slumped onto the deck, his expression one of utter defeat, as if he had become a lifeless fish, struggling to open his eyes. He trembled as he extended a shaky hand toward the mole. "Mole, sir, please tell me, you brought seasickness medication. Why on earth would I carry that?" The mole barked angrily. I think I'm dying." "Wow. Hey, be careful not to throw up on me." With all personnel accounted for, the major general sought permission before issuing the command to set sail. Soon, the warship departed the harbor at full speed, partly to catch up with the fleet ahead, and partly due to the presence of a half-dead individual spewing a torrent of bile. It was quite the coincidence that, given the practical examination, the ship's medical staff specialized in treating external injuries and were utterly clueless when it came to seasickness. Besides, who would anticipate a naval officer suffering from seasickness? Were they simply overprepared? In the end, Zephyr could no longer bear to watch. Luo Ya, a promising recruit deemed a future mainstay of the Navy and even earmarked for the elite battalion, was incapacitated by seasickness. If it weren't for Sengoku's reminder, Zephyr would have found it hard to believe. In a fit of rage, Zephyr pushed aside the ship's doctor and the new recruit assisting Luo Ya, delivering a solid punch to Luo Ya. Clang. Suddenly, the world grew quiet. The surrounding new recruits gulped nervously as they beheld the large bump on Luo Ya's head and the oddly content expression on his face. Hey, you just got knocked out. Don't look so blissful. After tossing Luo Ya back into the cabin, tranquility soon returned to the warship. The recruits either anxiously scanned their surroundings or nervously polished their weapons, attempting to soothe their inner turmoil. They were all mere novices, unlike Luo Ya, who had seen bloodshed. Even though they understood their destination was an island designated for naval assessments, devoid of vicious pirates and instead inhabited by wild beasts, the anxiety and uncertainty still loomed over them. The elite assessment was serious, yet not entirely secretive, akin to the college entrance examinations Luo Ya faced before his journey. Although the test subjects remained undisclosed to the recruits, the categories were quite clear. Zifa felt a sense of helplessness. Previous cohorts of recruits had exhibited a modicum of vigor, but this current batch, even with knowledge of the examination categories, seemed utterly lacking in promise. The sole recruit who seemed competent, Luo Ya, was neither a legitimate naval descendant nor a conscripted soldier, but rather fortuitously retrieved from a deserted island by the mole. Hence, Zifa recognized the persistent issue of a fragmented naval force. Observing Zifa's troubled demeanor, the mole understood his mentor's concerns. He hesitantly approached, producing a cigar. Do not fret, teacher. Every problem has a solution. Besides, this cohort has Luo Ya, doesn't it? The members of the elite battalion are commendable. Things are not as bleak as they seem. Here, have a cigar. This one is the finest from the Shambadi archipelago. Zifa cast a sidelong glance at him. What exactly are you up to? Ah, as they say, no one knows a student better than their teacher. The mole replied, realizing that his unusual behavior had drawn Zifa's attention. The mole was renowned for his stern and prudent nature, and today's repeated attempts to bribe with cigars were decidedly out of character. After a prolonged silence, facing Zifa's impatience, the mole awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Teacher, it's about Luo Ya. He asked me to request that Admiral Sengoku assign him a shore-based task, preventing him from going to sea. Upon finishing, the mole quickly waved his hands. Of course, the decision is ultimately yours. If it's not feasible, that's fine, haha. Zifa regarded him with a puzzled expression, internally questioning why the mole had suddenly broached this topic. The mole awkwardly chuckled twice, sensing Zifa's silence, and then solemnly nodded. Understood. Zifa-sensei, I will decline his request at once. The mole felt a mix of embarrassment and resentment, thinking to himself, that little brat. How dare he coerce me into such a thing? I'll have a word with him later. As for why Luo Ya would make such a request, it stemmed from a day when he overheard Kazan discussing the arrangements for this cohort of elite battalion members. Due to their generally inferior capabilities compared to previous years, it was likely they would be dispatched to the Four Seas for training. This was Marineford, at the heart of the Grand Line. Even with the Navy's advanced warships, reaching the Four Seas would take at least 10 days, spending over a week on a ship, and once they arrived, having to frequently set sail for missions. Was that not a death sentence? Thus, Luo Ya had asked the mole to shamelessly approach Zifa. As for the mole's willingness to comply, well, one could argue that a wounded mole spending his days in the office perusing tantalizing magazines might have something to do with it. Just as the mole was about to give up and leave, Zifa slowly spoke. I will discuss this matter with Sengoku. To the mole, this sounded like heavenly music. He saluted eagerly. Yes, thank you, teacher, and then dashed back to the cabin, eager to retrieve the photo from Luo Ya's hands. The journey was uneventful as the warship entered a windless zone and anchored in the bay of a medium-sized island. This was an island that had never been marked on any map and had served as a training ground for new recruits since decades past. The island's weak magnetic field rendered navigational compasses ineffective, apart from permanent markers, providing ample concealment. Moreover, the island was home to numerous indigenous formidable creatures, complemented by ferocious beasts that the Navy had introduced over time, making it a suitable venue for recruits to undergo their trials. Ordinary recruits from the seas were not required to undergo such assessments, but as recruits from the headquarters and future elite of the Navy, this rite of passage was indispensable. The island's foliage was lush. From the rudimentary port, one could see nothing but verdant leaves, while two crimson crabs ambled along the beach, creating a scene of serene tranquility. Yet, the occasional ferocious roars echoing from the island's depths attested to the fact that all was not as peaceful as it appeared. Many recruits gulped nervously, exchanging anxious glances. Are we really expected to go ashore? It seems so. I've heard from the seniors that this island is teeming with man-eating beasts. Upon hearing this, The tension among the recruits escalated. How terrifying! The personnel aboard the surrounding warships stood in orderly formation, awaiting Zifa's command. He nodded at the mole and instructed the messenger to begin notifying the ships to prepare for the assessment. The instructor of the 7th team, where Luo Ya was situated, stood at the forefront and declared loudly, "Next, we shall proceed with the elite assessment. Allow me to elucidate the rules. Your mission is to hunt the creatures inhabiting this island and accumulate points within a time frame of 3 days. Only the top 3 scorers will have the opportunity to join the elite camp. The island's fauna varies in strength. Thus, the points awarded will also differ accordingly. Even if you were to inadvertently crush a crab, points will still be granted." The Major General pointed at a pile of crabs on the beach, attempting a rare jest. Though it fell flat as the new recruits remained anxious and tense, gripping their firearms as if they were swords, their palms slick with perspiration. Noticing the silence, the Major General cleared his throat and continued, "This assessment is an individual endeavor, but forming teams is permitted. Should multiple individuals participate in an attack, the points will be equally distributed among all involved. Furthermore, the island is teeming with surveillance telebugs, so do not harbor any false hopes. Every action you take is under our scrutiny. Each of you will receive a distress smoke bomb upon departure. Although the telebugs are abundant, even in the skies, should you encounter an overwhelmingly powerful creature, the telebugs will not be able to disclose your location. In the event of an emergency, you may utilize this smoke signal to inform us of your whereabouts. However, remember this. The use of a distress signal will result in the total nullification of your scores." The Major General then stated sternly, "Moreover, this does not guarantee your safety. Encountering a formidable beast could lead to instantaneous dismemberment. Therefore, I wish you all the best of luck." After concluding, the Major General glanced at Zafa, who nodded in affirmation to proceed, and then called out, "Now, come forth and collect your life-preserving charms, you rascals. All weapons in your possession must be surrendered. You may only utilize the standard-issue weaponry we provide, along with an additional day's ration of provisions." The new recruits, some trembling with trepidation while others brimming with eagerness, lined up in an orderly fashion to receive their gear. Luo Ya pondered for a moment, then took a dagger and a pouch of gunpowder, but left behind any firearms. The naval officer distributing equipment gazed at him in surprise and inquired, "I can comprehend your choice of a dagger, but why take gunpowder without a gun?" It is worth noting that most recruits opt for a firearm, as it provides an added sense of security in the face of danger. Luo Ya shrugged and explained, "My abilities no longer require firearms, and in the event of injury or inclement weather, gunpowder serves as an excellent means for kindling and sterilization. By the way, uncle, is this bag waterproof?" The naval uncle nodded in response, smiling as he said, "Ambitious indeed. Rest assured, the bag is crafted from sea beast hide. If you secure the drawstring tightly, it will remain dry even when submerged. Then it's settled." "Thank you, uncle." Luo Ya waved his hand, ensuring he had the smoke bomb and provisions for emergencies at his side before departing from the warship. If one were to inquire why he did not suffer from seasickness, it was because he had been incessantly bouncing up and down on the ice, never allowing his feet to touch the deck. "Luo Ya, let us embark together." "Indeed. With you by my side, there is certainly no cause for concern." As Luo Ya disembarked, familiar recruits quickly surrounded him, their words laced with earnest pleas to form a team. Their tone was pitiful, devoid of any sense of entitlement. This is the world of One Piece, where the doctrine of the greater the power, the greater the responsibility does not prevail. In these vast seas, strength reigns supreme, in the face of unknown perils. It is sheer folly to presume that one can simply seek the protection of the strong, regardless of past camaraderie. In this moment of serious elite assessment, such behavior is tantamount to courting disaster. Luo Ya gazed at his colleagues, whose eyes were filled with anticipation, and glanced behind him. The dignitaries aboard the warship had already vacated the deck and retreated to the monitoring center, leaving him without anyone to seek assistance from. With a resigned sigh, he raised his hands and declared, "Very well, but only for 1 day. After a day, I trust you will have grown familiar with this island and be capable of independently seeking out targets to hunt. It is well understood that gathering in a group will not secure you a ticket into the elite camp." Indeed, among the new recruits, who among them did not desire to join the elite camp? Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, they gritted their teeth in agreement. They were the new recruits of the headquarters, the future elite of the Navy. If they faltered now, how could they ever hope to combat pirates in the future? Seeing that everyone had consented, Luo Ya raised his fist triumphantly. All right then, let us set forth. Yes. Inside the warship, in a spacious room. The monitoring center for this assessment was bustling with nearly all the naval commanders gathered together. The walls were adorned with images projected by the Den Mushi, while dozens of naval personnel scurried about, diligently recording the scores of the new recruits. Zephyr occupied the head of the conference table, perusing the profiles of the recruits. Suddenly, he raised his head and, with a hint of exasperation, addressed the person across the table. Are you truly so idle, Kazan? Ah, indeed, Kazan replied, lifting the eye mask from his face. I owe it all to you, teacher, for otherwise Admiral Sengoku would have long since reassigned me to a mission. Kazan continued. After all, that lad calls me teacher. It would be remiss of me not to observe my disciple during a practical assessment. Zephyr had only just learned that Kazan had boarded another warship back in Marineford and had followed it here. As Kazan stated, it was indeed thanks to Zephyr. To facilitate Luo Ya's rapid growth, Zephyr had engaged in extensive discussions with Sengoku, ultimately persuading Sengoku to permit Kazan to instruct Luo Ya daily. This had resulted in Kazan enjoying a rather leisurely month, now accompanying Luo Ya for the practical assessment. Zephyr couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for his earlier decision. Had he not inadvertently granted Kazan a perfect excuse to laze about? Chapter 23. Heavily Armored Cavalry. The Inedible Stone Drum Bull. You may have a few easy days ahead, but a dignified admiral cannot afford to lounge about indefinitely. Sengoku will not allow it to continue. Zephyr scoffed and turned his attention away from him. The other commanders at the table pretended not to hear, each gazing skyward in various postures. Kazan shrugged, a gesture he had learned from Luo Ya. That day in the small plaza, when Luo Ya had vanquished Aludo, his nonchalant demeanor paired with this gesture had been utterly infuriating. Yes, I understand honestly. The teacher has begun lecturing again. After a pause, Kazan lowered his eye mask and rested his hands behind his head. However, I shall be heading to the East Blue for a mission tomorrow. It merely coincides with your route. To the East Blue? What business could possibly require an admiral's intervention there? Nothing of consequence, just a whim to find something to occupy myself with. Zephyr, surely I must be seeing a mirage of Kazan. This slothful fellow is actually seeking to engage in some activity? Has the sun risen in the west? As they entered the primordial forest, a myriad of towering trees with diverse forms came into view. Thick aerial roots extended from the trunks, reaching down to burrow into the earth. Clusters of vines and a chaotic array of creeping plants made traversing the terrain increasingly arduous for Luo Ya and his companions. The oppressive heat within the forest quickly led those caught within to break into a sweat. After Luo Ya led the group into the forest, several recruits opted to leave the ranks. They believed that even if they could not join the elite camp, this would still serve as a valuable experience. Although following Luo Ya was indeed safe, it would not fulfill the purpose of the assessment. Luo Ya could only praise their ambition and subsequently wish them good fortune. Upon arriving at a valley, Luo Ya abruptly halted his steps. A modest stream cascaded over the rugged stones, creating a symphony of gentle splashes against the water's surface, forming ripples that danced outward. The new recruits behind him ceased their movements in unison, their expressions tense as they gazed at him, gripping their weapons and scanning the surroundings. What is it, Luo Ya? Luo Ya surveyed his surroundings with a serious expression. Well, how about this? The scenery is quite pleasant. Let us leave a memento by relieving ourselves. With a clang, the new recruits were taken aback, twisting their backs in surprise as they shouted angrily. Are you out of your mind? You could scare someone to death. In truth, they had overreacted. Luo Ya was merely desperate to relieve himself. He had been holding it in since the previous night and could no longer endure it. Ignoring his startled companions, Luo Ya hurried to a large rock standing over 2 meters tall, unfastened his trousers, and began his business. Ah, this feels so good. It truly is more satisfying to hold it in for a while, he exclaimed. The new recruits, lined up to relieve themselves, grumbled in agreement. Suddenly, one of them whispered, Hey, don't you think that rock is moving? What nonsense. A rock. Oh my goodness. Step back quickly. That rock is indeed moving. Luo Ya had intended to jest with the other, only to be astonished to discover that the stone was indeed in motion. A group of people hurriedly retreated, clutching their trousers while gripping their weapons. A thunderous roar reverberated through the valley as the massive stone completed its roll, glaring with crimson eyes at the diminutive intruders who had disturbed its midday slumber. A scholarly new recruit exclaimed, This is the stone drum bull worth 50 points. Although the points are few, its lethality ranks among the top 10 on the island. Beware of its horns, which are harder than ordinary steel. 50 points, indeed. Luo faced the fiercely aggressive stone drum bull, his right hand clenched tightly as a chilling aura coalesced around him. Step back. I shall confront it. The bull, seemingly provoked by Luo's demeanor, tossed its head back and let out a bellow, then lowered its horned head and charged recklessly at him. The horns sliced through the air, producing a mournful whistling sound. The gravel beneath its feet was pulverized, reduced to dust, akin to a fully powered heavy-duty tank. Beware. Quickly evade. As the imminent collision loomed, the recruits raised their rifles and began firing. The cacophony of gunfire struck the stone drum bull, yet the diminutive projectiles failed to halt its charge, leaving no mark upon its tough hide. Observing this, the previously vocal scholar anxiously exclaimed, "Luo Ya, evade. The stone drum bull must halt to turn. It cannot catch you." The bull, moving with astonishing speed, closed in on Luo Ya, as though envisioning the moment its formidable horns would impale him. This was its prized weapon. Even the island's overlord dared not provoke it lightly. Evade? No, that was unnecessary. With a low hum, magical energy began to resonate, sending the grass and stones beneath Luo Ya's feet flying. He seemingly nonchalantly raised his left hand, caressing the oncoming horns. Yes, caressing. Apart from this term, the observing recruits struggled to articulate Luo Ya's actions. It's over. Luo Ya cannot evade. Just as the recruits turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight, Luo Ya's voice pierced through the clamor, mysteriously reaching their ears. Ice make, armored gun cavalry. A sound akin to something being torn echoed in their ears. In the next moment, heart-wrenching screams erupted, startling them. They hastily raised their heads, only to be astounded by the scene before them. The once ferocious stone drum bull now writhed on the ground, blood spraying everywhere as it convulsed, saturating the grass, leaves, and stream with its crimson essence. Piercing through the bull's forehead was an ice pillar roughly the size of a fist, which, following the bulging hide, had gruesomely emerged from its rear. The exposed tapered tip glistened with the bull's searing blood, shrouded in wisps of white mist. Even a Luo would not dare to clash with me. What are you, in comparison? Luo Ya clapped his hands, shaking off the hardened ice armor that enveloped them. Without a glance at the moaning stone drum ox lying on the ground, he pointed at the scholarly peer who had just shared his knowledge, inquiring, "Hey, my friend, is this creature edible?" Having skipped breakfast and lunch, Luo Ya found himself ravenous, his stomach growling in protest. At the monitoring center, as Luo Ya delivered a decisive blow to the stone drum ox, a naval officer swallowed hard, diverting his gaze from the screen to record Luo Ya's achievement. Christopher Luo Ya, one stone drum ox. Since the kill was not solely his own, but rather a collective effort with his fellow recruits, the 50 points awarded for the kill were to be shared among them. The commanding officers present exchanged astonished glances with Kazan, realizing that Luo Ya indeed possessed the ability to wield ice powers, and remarkably, he had already become quite formidable. Was this a testament to his innate talent or a reflection of Admiral Kazan's exceptional teaching? Although Luo Ya's abilities were no longer a secret within the recruit camp, most naval personnel had little reason to concern themselves with the undertakings of the rookies, were it not for Admiral Kazan's involvement. Many of the officers present might not have even heard Luo Ya's name. Sensing the weight of their gazes upon him, Kazan adjusted his eye patch and asked, "Is something the matter?" It is considered impolite to discuss others behind their backs, particularly when they hold a rank superior to one's own. Consequently, the vice admirals averted their eyes to the ceiling, commenting on the splendid weather instead. In contrast to the vice admiral's distraction, Zifa observed Luo Ya's actions with keen interest, noting how the stone drum ox had ceased its movement before being impaled by the ice spear. He nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. No matter how potent a fruit's ability, it must be complemented by a robust physique to unleash its true power. Meanwhile, deep within the valley, Luo Ya remained oblivious to the happenings aboard the warship, preoccupied with his own troubles. Gripping the collar of his scholarly companion, he spat in frustration. "What? You mean to say this creature is inedible? What was the point of all my efforts?" Faced with Luo Ya's wrath, the scholar nearly burst into tears. "I swear, it's not edible. The outer layer is stone, and its flesh and organs are highly toxic." Seeing the sincerity in his companion's expression, Luo Ya reluctantly released him, his stomach growling audibly in protest, adding to his lament, "I'm starving. I need food. Let us keep searching. There must be edible animals somewhere on this vast island," the scholar said, tears in his eyes, lamenting why Luo Ya was directing his ire towards him, as if it were his fault that the stone drum ox was inedible. In that moment, Luo Ya had a revelation. Wait a minute. Why am I searching on the ground? The underbrush is so dense that even animals a few hundred meters away are hard to spot. With this thought, Luo Ya pushed the scholar's hand aside and leaped into the sky. If he could not find anything on the ground, he would search from above. The recruits could only watch in bewilderment. Suddenly, Luo Ya descended excitedly, seizing the scholar's collar once more. Hey, I need to ask you something. There's a large gorilla, about 5 meters tall, went on all fours, with a red belly and silvery fur. Is that thing edible? After considering the description, the scholar replied thoughtfully. That sounds like a silverback gorilla. They are indeed edible. I remember there's a restaurant back home on the Shambadi archipelago that specializes in silverback gorilla dishes. And a single serving costs around 30 million berries. That's it, Luo Ya exclaimed, turning and soaring into the sky, leaving without a backward glance. Propelled by the thrill of the hunt, Luo Ya moved with astonishing speed, almost vanishing in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the academic prodigy suddenly realized. It seemed Luo Ya had stumbled upon a silverback gorilla. As he spoke, he struggled to swallow, exchanging glances with the others, their expressions darkening instantly. Luo Ya, come back quickly. That is a creature no vice admiral wishes to provoke. The silverback gorilla, a ferocious beast of the land. It is well known that land beasts are as fearsome as the sea kings. Though the silverback gorilla is considered a delicacy, it does not mean it will submit easily. On the contrary, its strength is formidable, and each successful hunt could easily make headlines. Chapter 24. The silverback gorilla begins its rampage. However, at this moment, Luo Ya could no longer hear their warnings. Driven by insatiable hunger, he unleashed his maximum speed, drawing near to the gorilla, which was leisurely perched on a hillside, enjoying its fruit, a velocity that even Zephyr could not help but admire. Inside the naval ship's monitoring room, numerous vice admirals stood up, pounding their fists on the table, nervously watching Luo Ya's silhouette on the screen, as well as the silverback gorilla, which had now sensed the intruder and raised its head. Is it still alive? I recall it residing on the island over a decade ago, one vice admiral remarked, recalling his own harrowing experience during the new recruit assessment, where he had nearly been killed by that very gorilla. Admiral Zephyr, give the order to engage. It is not a foe Luo Ya can hope to defeat. The anxious mole-like officer looked at Zephyr, who had brought Luo Ya from the isolated island. Their bond had grown strong. Given Luo Ya was the first familiar face he encountered after his arrival, Zephyr did not respond immediately, instead focusing on the sleeping Kazan. Just moments ago, he had noticed a subtle smile at the corner of Kazan's mouth, fleeting though it was. He then asked sternly, Kazan, this is not a training exercise. A single misstep could lead to loss of life. Tell me honestly, can Luo Ya handle that beast? Hearing Zephyr's words, Kazan realized he could no longer pretend to be asleep. Who knows? He said lazily, reclining in his chair. Zephyr's eyes burned with intensity, as if he were about to devour Kazan. No one was more anxious about the decline of new naval recruits than he was. Luo Ya was not merely an ordinary recruit. He was a disciple Zephyr had personally endorsed, a crucial asset for the Navy's future. Kazan's nonchalant demeanor seemed to disregard Luo Ya's life and death. You are unworthy to be his mentor. Zephyr's fury erupted as he slammed his fist on the table, his haki unwittingly manifesting, denting the hard surface. His fierce gaze bore down on Kazan, his words laced with barely concealed anger. Kazan, answer my question. The teacher is angry, Kazan replied slowly, straightening up but immediately leaning back against his hand once more, unfazed by Zephyr's fierce glare. See, I'm not worried at all. You, Zephyr began to retort, but suddenly a light flickered in his mind. Indeed, Luo Ya was not merely his disciple, but also the pupil of this tall man before him. Although he had consistently refused to acknowledge it verbally, Kazan had tacitly accepted this title over the past month. In that case, what grounds did Kazan have to remain unconcerned? Unless... Realization dawned on Zephyr as he turned back to the screen. Seeing his expression, Kazan recognized that Zephyr had come to an understanding, and he reclined in his chair again, pulling down his eye mask with a chuckle. It seems you finally discovered it, teacher. While Luo Ya cannot maintain a continuous transformation like other Zoan users, once he does transform, his power is not inferior to that of a vice admiral. If he is not inferior to a vice admiral, does that not imply he possesses the strength of one? All present were taken aback, gazing at the screen in disbelief. The individual who stood at a mere 175 centimeters, with a notably slender build, possessed the strength equivalent to that of a vice admiral. Not to mention, he lacked haki and had not even mastered the 6 powers of the Navy. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment surrounding him, Kazan felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, his heart swelling with pride, more exhilarating than a 6-month vacation. After a brief pause, Kazan continued to explain to Zephyr, eager to showcase his knowledge, particularly before his mentor. The mythical Zoan fruit is rarer than the Logia fruit. Therefore, no one can definitively describe the abilities of those who possess mythical Zoan fruits. Luo Ya's dragon fruit. Aside from the limitation of causing dizziness in all modes of transportation, or another flaw, he was unable to achieve complete transformation. The legendary power of dragons was far too overwhelming for him to control at present. To harness this power, he had developed a technique to achieve transformation. Although he endured considerable hardship to devise a method for short-term transformation, his progress over the past month was astonishing. Kazan's tone turned reflective as he concluded his thoughts. Just a month ago, he could obliterate Luo Ya's mightiest roar attack with a mere standstill. Yet now, even a casual ice bomb thrown by Luo Ya posed a lethal threat. His melee combat prowess had also skyrocketed. Even Kazan required a significant amount of strength to shatter his formidable ice armor. In terms of talent, effort, and fruit development, Luo Ya's rapid ascent in strength left Kazan astonished. At this rate, Luo Ya might very well attain genuine admiral-level power before turning 30. Kazan mused to himself. However, this was not the most exhausting revelation for Kazan. In the final week, he sadly discovered that his ice fruit was, in fact, countered by Luo Ya's abilities. Despite both being made of ice, the relationship was one of superiority and inferiority. This meant that even without using haki, Luo Ya could land ice attacks on Kazan's physical form. How was this game to be played? Amidst a haze of uncertainty, Kazan began to contemplate his retirement. The teacher had aged, his health declining day by day. Perhaps passing on the responsibility of training new recruits at headquarters would be a prudent choice. After hearing Kazan's musings, Zephyr fell into a contemplative silence. He had underestimated Luo Ya. Although he would sneak glimpses of their training whenever he had the chance, he was less aware of Luo Ya's true combat prowess than Kazan was. In the naval hierarchy, the distinction between a vice admiral and a rear admiral signified varying levels of strength. Kazan's assured reference to the headquarters implied that, even if only momentarily, Luo Ya had indeed acquired such formidable strength. The one most affected by this revelation was the mole, who gazed absent-mindedly at Luo Ya leaping through the air, reminiscing about the day Luo Ya first joined the Navy and Zephyr's words to him, to annihilate a pirate crew with a bounty of 50 million in a single strike. I concede his strength is commendable, yet he is still but a child, with a long journey ahead. In Zephyr's eyes, child specifically referred to those whose abilities were below the rank of captain. His earlier statement indicated that Luo Ya's strength at that time was limited to the level of a school officer. And now, within a mere month, had Luo Ya truly ascended to such heights? The mole marveled at the sheer terror of his talent. Food. Food. Unbeknownst to the commotion aboard the warship where Kazan was boasting about him, Luo Ya's singular focus was on satisfying his hunger. Several hundred meters apart, the silverback gorilla suddenly lifted its head and unleashed a ferocious roar in Luo Ya's direction. The forest erupted in chaos as countless animals, frightened, looked toward the source of the disturbance. What had transpired to provoke the king of the island? Had it sensed my hostility from such a distance? Impressive. Indeed, this is how hunting becomes a thrill. A pungent odor filled the air as Luo Ya opened his mouth wide and leapt into the sky. What is that? A mere dog-s howl? This is what I call a roar. The roar of the ice dragon. With a thunderous boom, a massive icy vortex, over 10 meters in diameter, rapidly formed in the air, howling toward the silverback gorilla. The frigid air instantly froze the moisture and particles around it, transforming them into a flurry of ice shards that rushed toward the beast. The ferocity of the icy tornado struck the silverback gorilla with a profound sense of danger. It roared defiantly and uprooted a 10-meter-tall tree, hurling it toward the vortex. However, this ordinary tree stood no chance against Luo Ya's newly enhanced prowess. Upon collision with the icy whirlwind, it disintegrated without a trace, turning into large chunks of ice that crashed into the silverback gorilla, causing a subsequent explosion. The explosion echoed relentlessly, sending frigid air cascading outward in all directions. The cold wind howled, freezing flowers, grass, trees, insects, and animals alike. The once vibrant green forest was suddenly transformed into a pristine white ice domain, resembling a green canvas splashed with a bucket of white paint from above. The silverback gorilla emitted a bone-chilling scream that reverberated throughout the island, being pushed along the ground by the icy vortex. leaving behind a trench several meters long. The raw law of the jungle on this desolate island taught Roya that the first to strike would prevail, while the second would suffer the consequences, and that one should seize the opportunity when their opponent was vulnerable. Without waiting for the cold wind to dissipate, Roya leapt from the sky, forming two ice blades beneath his feet, and glided along the icy path created by the dragon's roar, swiftly approaching the center of the explosion. Once close enough, he slammed his hands together, palms open, aiming at the massive silhouette obscured by smoke. Ice make. Ice bomb. Continuous fire. With a series of piercing sounds, conical ice projectiles surged forth, propelled by fierce winds and icy shards, striking the silverback gorilla like cannonballs, followed by a cacophony of explosions that echoed across the isolated island. Even from the opposite end of the island, one could feel the tremors in the air. This scene unfolded like a barrage from a demon-slaying cannon, with countless ice shards and debris scattering, amplifying the destructive force of the explosions. What just occurred? What was that sound? Was the warship firing its cannons? In the depths of the forest, the other new recruits looked up in astonishment, their gazes drawn to the dense woods. The forest became a frenzy as countless animals scrambled for their lives, transforming from a small group into a massive tide of beasts. The battle was taking place within the territory of the island's king, the silverback gorilla, and its anguished cry had terrified them. Most animals were instinctively afraid of loud noises, a trait embedded in their very genes. This turn of events proved disastrous for the new recruits on the island. Their already limited strength left them with little hope against a single formidable beast, let alone a horde. Run! The beast tide is coming. Climb the trees. They won't follow us up there. Clever individuals shouted as they swiftly climbed trees, clinging to the trunks in prayer. Don't let us be knocked down. Within the naval observation room, the officers were left speechless, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads as they watched the surveillance footage. Just moments ago, they had seen the animals fleeing from the silverback gorilla's territory. How had it escalated into a beast tide? Prepare for action. Otherwise, our dear new recruits will suffer heavy casualties. The mole admiral declared, rising to address his colleagues before turning to Zephyr. Zephyr, his teeth clenched, gazed at the screen where Roya continued to unleash ice bombs, swallowing hard as he waged his relentless assault. Sensing the mole's scrutiny, he sighed and waved dismissively. Just go, and remember to notify those lurking on the island. Every life saved counts. Yes, sir. The mole and others saluted before hastily departing for the island. Fortunately, the assessment had only just begun. Aside from Roya, the others were not far from the coast, reducing the likelihood of encountering life-threatening danger. Once the officers had exited, Zephyr turned to Kazan with a bemused expression. I must admit, his growth over the past month is nothing short of terrifying. Yet, have you not taught him how to avoid stirring up trouble? Kazan's expression stiffened, and he averted his gaze from Zephyr. Chapter 25, Rampage. The new form of Roya. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed reader Endless Starry Sky for the generous donation of 500. My thanks also go to the reader 2016123111247555048 for their contribution of 100. I am equally grateful to the reader All Things Without Rain OP for their 200 donation. A special thanks to the reader Reminiscing, the Melancholic for their 500. Thank you all. I shall endeavor to craft my words diligently and will certainly not falter. At the moment when the military leaders aboard the ship were preparing for a rescue, Roya ceased his assault. It was not due to a depletion of magical energy, but rather because he sensed an impending threat. With a powerful push, Roya glided across the icy surface, swiftly vacating his position. Indeed, at the very instant he departed, a bloodied fist descended with tremendous force, shattering the ice beneath and leaving a gaping pit resembling a spider's web. With one strike missed, the roaring silverback gorilla erupted from the smoke, raising its skeletal fist and unleashing a frenzied roar as it lunged once more at Roya. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Roya comprehended the extent of the gorilla's injuries. The once lustrous silver fur of the silverback was torn apart in large patches, and layers of skin, frozen solid, resembled shattered glass, exposing the tender muscle beneath. Its chest had been completely encased in ice, with a gaping wound forming a hollow pit nearly the height of a person. As a chunk of flesh had been violently ripped away, one eye, along with its eyelid, had vanished, leaving behind a dark void from which blood oozed profusely. Through the icy layer encasing the gorilla's chest, Roya could even discern the writhing viscera and bones within. Clearly, the previous attack had inflicted a grievous, potentially fatal wound upon the silverback gorilla. With the formidable ice dragon roar and a barrage of frost bombs, even the king of this island would find it insufferable. Confronted by the frenzied silverback gorilla, Luo Ya was reluctant to engage head-on, unlike a Ludo. An aura of frost enveloped him as he swiftly manifested an icy armor upon his form. In a deft maneuver, he sidestepped and rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the silverback's desperate strike. The gorilla's massive fist crashed into the earth, sending a powerful gust that grazed Luo Ya's face, leaving a mark. How swift, how powerful. Luo Ya found himself unable to ponder deeply. The speed and strength of the silverback gorilla surpassed his expectations, and any hesitation could prove fatal. In terms of sheer power, the silverback gorilla dwarfed Luo Ya, who had reached level 20 in his dragon form, by a factor of more than 10. Its speed, akin to that of a razor, instilled a sense of despair. As Luo Ya landed firmly on the ground and prepared to unleash his abilities, a potent sense of danger washed over him once more. His dragon form endowed him with a beast-like instinct, prompting him to decisively abandon his attack. With agility, Luo Ya utilized both hands and feet, propelling for ice pillars skyward. In the blink of an eye, less than a second, these pillars were shattered by a massive leg exposed at the knee. It was the silverback gorilla. Having missed its initial strike at Luo Ya, it pivoted and executed a sweeping kick. Observing this, Luo Ya ceased his ability and soared upwards, propelled by inertia. Puffing out his cheeks, a deep blue magical array materialized before him once again. At that moment, the silverback gorilla abruptly turned, its momentum crashing through several large trees before it halted. Crouching low to leap, its iron fist, symbolizing raw ferocity and rage, charging directly towards Luo Ya. Swift, powerful, and agile, combined with formidable physicality. These attributes were the foundation of the silverback gorilla's dominance atop this island. The sequence of its movements was executed with such fluidity and speed that Luo Ya felt as though he were facing Kazan. He was certain that the roar of the ice dragon could repel it, but before that could happen, the gorilla's iron fist would likely strike him first. After all, powerful moves require time to charge. Aboard the warship, Zephyr and Kazan, who had awakened at some unknown moment, silently observed the unfolding scene. Luo Ya had indeed found himself cornered. His techniques were insufficient to be executed before the silverback gorilla's assault reached him. Even if he sought to condense ice to evade the attack, the gorilla's speed would render such efforts futile. Zephyr yearned to issue orders for the admiral to prioritize Luo Ya's rescue, yet his role as the chief instructor prohibited such actions, leaving him to clench his fists in frustration. Kazan remained calm, devoid of any sense of urgency. "Come on, my disciple. Show us the new techniques you've honed this past month." The reason the silverback gorilla deterred even admirals from engaging was its formidable hand-to-hand combat prowess, rapid speed, and potent strikes, which, bolstered by its size advantage, rendered its attacks more lethal than those of typical admirals. What cards does Luo Ya hold that could turn the tide? There is no escape. This was the conclusion Luo Ya reached in an instant. But so what? This was the next realization that followed. Faced with the murderous assault of the silverback gorilla, a faint smile crept across Luo Ya's lips. I am not the same me from a month ago. The one who was knocked unconscious with a single punch. In an instant, intricate blue runes appeared all over his body. However, unlike those he had previously employed, these magical symbols were densely packed, enveloping him like a silken cocoon. Bang! The sound of flesh meeting flesh resounded as the silverback gorilla's fist struck Luo Ya's icy armor, effortlessly tearing it apart before crashing into Luo Ya himself. In that fleeting moment, Luo Ya felt as if he had been struck by a high-speed train. His entire body sent hurtling through the air. Fragments of ice scattered in the atmosphere, caught in the tumultuous winds, forming a cylindrical shape. Boom! After Luo Ya was propelled away, a thunderous explosion erupted at the point of impact, sending a shockwave surging violently in all directions, scattering the shards of ice across the battlefield. The silverback gorilla landed heavily, momentarily staggering, its bloodied hand resting on its knee as it struggled to steady itself. Gasping for breath. Though victorious, the gorilla dared not pound its chest in triumph. Its chest bore severe injuries, the remnants of frozen ice having saved its life. It would be quite the irony if it were to perish at the hands of its foe only to accidentally strike itself down. From the feedback of its fist, the silverback gorilla surmised that the bones of that little brat had undoubtedly shattered numerous times. Based on past experiences, such damage ought to be fatal. Luo Ya. Zephyr's eyes blazed red, his teeth clenched tightly. He turned to Kazan. an aura of danger and terror locking onto him. Is this what you meant by not needing to be anxious? Ah, truly, the old blade has not dulled, has it? Teacher? Kuzan shrugged nonchalantly, yet even he felt a sense of peril from Zephyr's current demeanor. Nevertheless, Kazan was unconcerned about Zephyr turning against him. For Luo Ya was still alive. He paused, intending to clarify before Zephyr completely lost control. Rest assured, I have tested it. Such an attack cannot kill that little brat. Did Luo Ya perish? Certainly not. The silverback gorilla merely shattered the second layer of ice armor encasing Luo Ya. After the battle, the once boiling blood cooled, and his body temperature began to drop. The silverback gorilla's vision blurred, realizing that once the ice melted, the wounds would start to bleed. Such injuries on this island were insurmountable, and it sensed its imminent demise. Yet, just as it prepared to await its end in peace, a thunderous shout resonated from the sky. Ice dragons. Iron fist. Boom. The unprepared silverback gorilla was struck on the head by this sudden assault, hurtling backward, shattering countless ice blocks and stones, as if the forest were a canvas, erased by a colossal eraser. Shaking its groggy head, the silverback gorilla sprang up, exhilarated. It sensed the presence of that diminutive being who had dealt it a fatal blow. He was still alive. It let out a roar towards the rapidly approaching Luo Ya and charged forward with a powerful leap. At this moment, Luo Ya had undergone a remarkable transformation. His body was no longer clad in smooth human skin, but was instead adorned with intricately arranged blue dragon scales. Pale bone spurs had emerged at his elbows and knees, exuding a menacing aura, while his nails had elongated and sharpened, resembling dragon claws. A pair of expansive, bat-like membranes unfurled from his back, generating gusts of wind that lifted him into the air. With golden slit-like eyes fixed upon the silverback gorilla, Luo Ya was ready to confront it. His regenerative and defensive capabilities had reached astonishing heights. Unless his vital points were destroyed, losing a few bones would not hinder his combat effectiveness. Come on, who fears whom? He roared defiantly, meeting the charging silverback gorilla head-on. Crash! The clash of their fists resonated through the forest like thunder. The silverback gorilla staggered back a step, astonished at Luo Ya. Despite the drastic change in his aura, this was undeniably the same small creature from moments before. In mere seconds, what had transpired to grant him such strength? Before it could contemplate further, Luo Ya suddenly vanished from sight. The silverback gorilla, in a furious roar, retaliated with a punch aimed at Luo Ya. Could he still perceive my movements? Luo Ya was taken aback by the gorilla's swift reaction. Yet a fierce determination ignited within him. Let us see who falls first. His claws left afterimages in the air as the wind from his punch howled. Luo Ya swiftly tore a chunk of flesh from the silverback gorilla's arm, only to be struck by its fist, spitting blood and rolling away. Regaining his footing, Luo Ya sprang back into the fray without flinching. The sounds of collision and tearing filled the air as blood sprayed upon the ice. Rising in wisps of steam, both Luo Ya's and the silverback gorillas. With broken arms, they kicked. With broken legs, they bit, head-butting when all else failed. A man and a beast, no, two wild creatures engaged in the most primal of battles, unadulterated and raw. Only when one party fell would this struggle come to an end. In the observation room, Zephyr stared blankly at the blue figure on the screen, juxtaposed with the silver giant, stained in crimson. After a long pause, he turned to ask uncertainly, "Is that Luo Ya?" "Indeed, teacher," came the reply. "Have you forgotten? Luo Ya is the wielder of the ice dragon fruit. Once fully harnessed, his melee capabilities rival those of anyone." "That is not my concern," Zephyr replied. "I am questioning why he is not utilizing his freezing abilities in battle, but rather fighting in such a savage manner." After pondering for a moment, he grasped the essence of his barbarity. Kazan shrugged. As I have mentioned, his control over his fruit's abilities is still insufficient. Once he enters this state, Luo Ya is unable to employ ranged attacks. 21. My gratitude extends to my readers. 107, 127, 001, OP, 7259, 156, 131, 340, 129, 455, 321, 189, 303, 157, Boy, 197, 1569, ZFD 001, 140, CCCF, K, 1, 135, 176, 2, 2016, 143, Calm. Thank you all. However, I found it rather amusing while compiling statistics that my total recommendations last week amounted to the legendary 404. Furthermore, there will be another update tonight. Chapter 26. The warrior's funeral. Is it truly impossible for Luo Ya to engage in ranged attacks? The answer, of course, is a resounding no. This current form has been designated by Luo Ya as the overloaded initial release. Over the course of a month, he has gradually mastered the method to activate his dragon power. The magical incantation used during his battle with Kazan was merely a rudimentary version of this form. The reason he coined his own term is that this state is not a skill inherent to the Dragon Slayer Mage system, but rather a technique developed by Luo Ya himself. By employing ice-shaping magic within his own body, he allows himself to absorb a significant amount of ice attribute magic power, thus activating his dragon power, manifesting dragon scales, and enhancing both offense and defense. In this regard, Luo Ya's innate talent far surpasses that of the Dragon Slayer mages depicted in the original work. In just over 2 months, he has grasped the method to actively activate his dragon power. Though this method is rather crude and perilous, reminiscent of the bomb-like nature of the goblin race. It carries substantial aftereffects and may impair his rationality due to bloodthirsty impulses. Nevertheless, it is undeniably effective, is it not? With the activation of his internal dragon power, the usage of Dragon Slayer magic remains unaffected. However, the ice-shaping magic temporarily undergoes maintenance due to the rampaging dragon power. The wisdom of not placing all eggs in one basket is well understood, and Luo Ya would not foolishly reveal all his trump cards. Aside from the aforementioned flaws, this technique possesses an attribute that, while not exactly a disadvantage, could be considered a drawback. The passive skill of dragon power escalates rapidly. Completing this mode required Luo Ya only 2 attempts, and with just those 2, his dragon power has permanently increased by 1. Thus, unless in dire straits, Luo Ya would certainly refrain from utilizing this technique. Yet, the results are striking. His dragon body has surged to a staggering 39. What does this signify? Previously, when facing the silverback ape's attacks, Luo Ya needed to evade and counter. Now, he can confront it head-on, unflinchingly matching the silverback ape blow for blow. His defense and offense are even more formidable than that of the silverback ape, making him a true beast in human form. Iron Fist of the Ice Dragon, Shattered Teeth of the Ice Dragon, Hook Claws of the Ice Dragon, Grasping Strike of the Ice Dragon, Fists and Feet Pummel, Tear, and Rend. Luo Ya tirelessly unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, his demeanor more frenzied than the rampaging silverback ape. His cold serpentine eyes scrutinize the silverback ape, icy murderous intent mingling with the formidable aura of the dragon, causing the insects of the entire forest to fall silent. Even the faintest hint of this presence embodies the majesty of a dragon. The colossal dragon reigns supreme over all mundane life forms. The silverback ape has long sensed the air of authority emanating from Luo Ya, a mysterious sensation that strikes like a hammer upon its heart, causing immense discomfort. Yet this only fuels its excitement. The age-old adage that the only certainty in hardship is death rings true. Any living being that fears not death has nothing left to dread. In a visceral and savage clash, one man and one beast engage in a cacophony reminiscent of rolling thunder. As time passes, the movements of the silverback ape gradually slow, and each counterattack grows weaker. No matter how strong its will, it cannot defy the established rules. It has bled dry, and the death knell has sounded. Luo Ya sensed its emotions, turned, and leapt back to stand a short distance away. They locked eyes, and suddenly, Luo Ya regained his composure. He let out a long sigh, meeting the silverback gorilla's gaze, which might be the only plea of its life, perhaps the last. With earnestness, he nodded. You are a warrior deserving of respect. May your journey be well. Battling for 2 hours with a grievously wounded body, refusing to retreat even unto death, is a poignant testament to valor. The silverback gorilla, satisfied, strained to pull the skin of its lipless face into a semblance of a smile, marred by blood. Then, in silence, it raised its fist and, trembling, took one shaky step after another towards Luo Ya. Luo Ya gathered an even greater reservoir of magical energy than ever before, a chilling aura coalescing around him, illuminated by a brilliant blue radiance that rendered him akin to the sovereign of frost, exuding an air of formidable authority. The Ice Dragon's Iron Fist. With a resounding crash, the colossal form collapsed, crashing to the ground and sending a plume of dust into the air, the silverback gorilla finally succumbing to its fate. Gazing at the ice sculpture that retained the posture of a striking blow, Luo Ya felt an inexplicable lethargy wash over him, as if he had entered a sage's respite. He released his initial transformation, slumping onto the ground, and picked up a muddy ice chunk to shove into his mouth. Perhaps it was best to regain some strength before seeking out his next prey. Christopher Luo Ya has slain one silverback gorilla, earning 1,000 points. The naval officer responsible for tallying the results trembled as he awkwardly inscribed Luo Ya's achievement in his ledger. Zifa fell into an unexpected silence, staring blankly at the figure displayed on the screen, and then murmured with a wry smile, "Kazan, what should I teach Luo Ya now that he has joined the elite camp?" Zifa-sensei. Kazan understood the thoughts swirling in Zifa's mind. He had personally witnessed Luo Ya's astonishing growth. He offered a soft consolation, "At least Luo Ya's close combat abilities are lacking, and he does not yet wield haki." Zifa, having trained countless disciples throughout his life, including the current 3 admirals of the Navy, had once been elated to have such a gifted student as Luo Ya. However, age had crept up on him, and his heart felt weary. He had watched Luo Ya grow, and in the face of such prodigious talent, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Kazan was not the type to offer comfort, and his words did little to uplift Zifa's spirits, instead deepening his despondency. "Alas, observing Luo Ya's performance under your tutelage this past month, I fear my meager foundation will soon be depleted. By the way, how old is Luo Ya this year?" 25, though he does not appear it, that is indeed the case. Upon hearing this, Zifa let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. I recall you also became a vice admiral at the age of 25. To be precise, it was 26. The following year, I participated in the Extermination Order of O'Hara, a documented event, Zifa-sensei." Zifa. This day is not meant for such discussions. After consuming a handful of ice chunks, Luo Ya finally felt his strength gradually returning. Dusting off the soil from his trousers, he moved his aching limbs to the side of the silverback gorilla's corpse. The battleground, once a thriving forest, had been utterly leveled, and a profound silence enveloped the area, as all creatures had fled in terror from the recent clash. The few unfortunate animals that could not escape lay frozen in place and across the icy plain. Lifelike ice sculptures shimmered in the sunlight, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Luo Ya gazed at the lifeless form of the silverback gorilla, enveloped in a profound silence that lingered for what felt like an eternity. This marked his inaugural encounter with such a poignant situation. Even in the face of imminent demise, the silverback gorilla clung to its fighting spirit until the very last breath, exemplifying a remarkable fortitude of character. In that moment, Luo Ya perceived his adversary not merely as a creature of instinct, but as a valiant warrior. This realization compelled him to utter those significant words. A gentle breeze wafted in from the sea, caressing the tips of his hair. Luo Ya extended his arms, transforming them into 2 elongated wings of ice, stretching several meters in length. After a brief pause, he surged towards the fallen body. The icy dragon's wing strike. This was not an act of desecration, but rather a solemn endeavor to lay the silverback gorilla to rest with dignity. With a thunderous roar, the thick layer of ice was swept aside, revealing the soft earth beneath. The icy wings maintained their relentless momentum, akin to 2 razor-sharp swords slicing into the ground, hurling several tons of soil into the air. The silverback gorilla's body, deprived of its support, tilted slightly and tumbled into the pit. Luo Ya then utilized his icy appendages to gather the earth once more, gently reinterring the noble creature. "Ice make, ice coffin." Luo Ya struck the ground with both hands, causing vast expanses of icy frost to crystallize instantly, encasing the surrounding earth in a frozen grip. This act served to diminish the likelihood of the corpses being discovered by scavenging beasts. Having completed this solemn task, Luo Ya lowered his hands and stood in silence for a moment, clutching his wound as he turned to depart, his steps imbued with an unprecedented resolve. He was not merely burying a formidable adversary, but also interring the frail version of himself that had existed in the past. It was evident that he would encounter more such occurrences in the future. The fate of the silverback gorilla had served as a poignant reminder. In this world, death loomed ever closer to his existence. Chapter 27. More troubles arise. Zephyr's thoughts in the heart of the forest. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Gazing upwards, the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a shimmering glow reminiscent of stars twinkling in the sky. Dazzling, yet exquisitely beautiful, exuding an elusive tranquility. How peculiar. When did the island become so eerily quiet? After wandering through the woods for a considerable time, Luo Ya realized that the once bustling forest was now utterly silent. Not only were the sounds of the new recruits engaged in combat absent, but even the chirps of insects and the calls of birds had vanished. He was aware that in his initial transformation, a dragon's might radiated outward, but surely its reach could not extend this far. Even at Marineford, it barely enveloped half of the new recruit camp. Only during an upgrade had that pressure been able to encompass a portion of the naval headquarters. Nevertheless, Luo Ya had evidently overlooked the fact that fear possesses a contagious nature. The explosions that marked the beginning of the battle, followed by the dragon's might, had indeed sent the surrounding creatures fleeing in a panic. At that time, the predators on the periphery had relished the abundance of prey that seemed to arrive unbidden. However, after feasting on several victims, their demeanor shifted to one of trepidation. For the beings before them displayed an utter disregard for the demise of their kin and the presence of nearby hunters, charging ahead with reckless abandon. Was there some terrifying entity lurking behind them? Was it the king of the island? As these predators pondered this, their hesitation gradually morphed into a collective retreat, culminating in a stampede of beasts. If I cannot find sustenance soon, I will surely perish from hunger. Luo Ya grimaced as he caressed his emaciated belly, surveying the stones around him, which now resembled coarse grain bonds. Just as Luo Ya was lost in his dismal thoughts, a mole sporting a mohawk hairstyle appeared before him. Luo Ya's eyes sparkled with sudden excitement, and he lunged forward. A gigantic sausage. With a sharp crack, the mole, feeling a throbbing pain on his head, scowled darkly and seized Luo Ya's foot, slamming him to the ground. Who dares to call me a sausage? That is my hair. To dare mock me so brazenly. In the name of justice, prepare to meet your demise, you scoundrel. After a tumultuous exchange, the mole reluctantly sheathed his sword. Upon hearing Kuzan's words aboard the ship, he had initially been skeptical, but now he was convinced Luo Ya indeed possessed strength rivaling that of a vice-admiral. Even without employing the technique mentioned by Admiral Akiji, Luo Ya's formidable fruit abilities allowed him to hold his ground among the vice-admirals. Sitting on the ground, clutching his belly, Luo Ya scoffed, "TCH. What is your problem? Do you have any idea how ravenous I am, and yet you wish to engage me in a brawl? I see, you intend to starve me into submission, correct? Do you find such justice worthy of acceptance?" Ignoring Luo Ya's outburst, the mole sheathed his sword and pointed in a direction. That way is the gathering point. Due to special circumstances, the assessment has been temporarily cancelled. You should hurry there. Special circumstances? Luo Ya suddenly let out a powerful sneeze, rubbed his nose, and inquired, what special reason could there be? Are there pirates on the island? The mole remained silent. Luo Ya's expression appeared genuine, and now the mole finally sensed Zephyr's emotions. Letting out a deep sigh, your recent battle with the silverback gorilla frightened the surrounding animals, triggering a beast tide. For the safety of the majority, the assessment has been halted. Really? Luo Ya looked bewildered. Is it truly my fault that such a beast tide emerged on this vast island? Otherwise, what could it be? Arriving at the beach, several hundred new recruits sat despondently on the ground in small groups. Some were bandaged, leaning on crutches, while the ship's doctor tended to their wounds. It's Luo Ya. Luo Ya has returned. A pathway of ice, laid out by frost, stretched from the forest, and the top student immediately spotted Luo Ya gliding across the ice with grace. Good afternoon, everyone. Luo Ya, shamelessly greeting those around him, remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere enveloping them. Suddenly, he found himself overwhelmed and pinned to the ground by an irate group of new recruits. You scoundrels, do you have any idea that I nearly met my demise? Did you bring a cannon with you? Ouch, my backside. Who was it that kicked me? Luo Ya lay bewildered on the ground, blinking his eyes before casting a mischievous glance at the top students nearby. Hey, you sold me out, didn't you? Although the assessment had been forcibly halted due to his actions, the other recruits were likely unaware of the circumstances. The only ones privy to the truth, aside from the various commanders, were the top students who had been with him earlier. Thus, he summoned his magic, Ice Make, Clothes Rack. With a crackling sound, he rose from the ground, dusted off his hands, and stretched his neck, his fists cracking ominously. Behind him, the new recruits were suspended in midair, impaled by ice-formed hangers, swaying in the wind like a macabre display. Approaching the top student, he grinned as he draped an arm around their neck, playfully inquiring, "So, how do you wish to meet your demise?" When the rescue navy returned, they beheld a curious sight. Luo Ya stood at the center, surrounded by clusters of recruits huddling together for warmth, trembling in fear. In the midst of this, Luo Ya gleefully tossed morsels of scavenged food into his mouth. Behind him loomed a colossal tree formed entirely of ice, its branches stretching out like claws, each tipped with new recruits frozen in place, dangling from the treetop. The wind rustled through them, creating a delicate, tinkling sound as they clinked against one another. Loa, the mole, without a moment's hesitation, let out an enraged roar and charged forward. Before Loa could even turn around in response to the shout, the mole appeared behind him and sent him flying with a powerful punch. Using the Navy's 6 powers is just too underhanded. Loya rose to his feet, picking up his rations and continuing to munch on them. The mole twitched at the corner of his mouth, subsequently abandoning his intent to further discipline Loya, instead directing personnel to rescue the new recruits stranded in the trees. Through the window of the warship, Zephyr gazed out with a throbbing headache. Kazan, do you think we should exclude him if we restart the assessment tomorrow? Oh, are you suggesting that we simply allow Loya to pass? Aren't you concerned about the new recruit's potential discontent? Without lifting his head, Kazan reclined against the chair, cradling the back of his neck. I believe the likelihood of that is quite minimal. Scanning the beach, Zephyr sighed. The quality of this batch of recruits was indeed lacking. Loya had managed to subdue more than half of them solely through his personal prowess, without even breaking a sweat. Kazan remained silent, turning over to continue his slumber. You decide what to do. After all, you are the sole instructor for the elite camp. Zephyr's gaze flickered. A smile suddenly crept across his face as he chuckled. Ha, I just had a brilliant idea. Once the rescue concluded, the situation was reported to Zephyr. The good news was that no one had perished during the beast tide. All had returned alive. The bad news was that several individuals were severely injured and would be unable to participate in the reassessment tomorrow, thus facing elimination. This was unavoidable, being a medium-sized island. Even with prior patrol personnel in place, it was impossible for all commanders to rescue everyone immediately after the incident. Among the unfortunate souls, some had suffered broken legs from the beast tide, others had succumbed to unconsciousness during the battle, and one had inadvertently fallen into a quagmire, nearly devoured by the creatures within. Nevertheless, Loya had made it clear that he would not take the blame for this. Standing on the deck, Zephyr looked down upon the neatly lined up new recruits on the beach. In front of their ranks, several rear admirals and their respective instructors observed them with stern expressions. The atmosphere soon hushed, and Zephyr cleared his throat, addressing them. I trust you are all aware that today's assessment has been forcibly halted due to unforeseen circumstances. However, this does not signify the end of the evaluation. Beginning tomorrow, you shall continue the assessment, maintaining the same duration of 3 days and unchanged rules. Do you understand? The recruits responded in unison with fervor. Understood. Excellent. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. At least there was one redeeming quality. The fighting spirit of this batch of recruits was commendable. After a brief pause, he continued, simultaneously, after careful consideration, I would like to announce a decision. Team 7, Christopher Loya, step forward. Yes, Loya, with a grim expression, stepped out of the line, consumed by an unsettling sensation. What was this eerie feeling? Why did he constantly sense impending doom? Gratitude is extended to the loyal readers. Yuan Quan, Book Friend 122, Endless Starry Sky, Book Friend 131, Book Friend 142, Book Friend 340, Blackwell Sweater, Shisha Night Rain. Bookworm 7259, Benbubu Jiao, Book Friend 3212, Book Friend 175, Book Friend 162, Joker, Solitary Moon, and Autumn Rain. Book Friend 129, Book Friend 186, Kong Curse. Destiny's Grief, Book Friend 136, Book Friend 160, 210 KKL, Book Friend 128, Lemon, Unable to Type Symbols, Cold and Indifferent Bookworm, Book Friend 274, Book Friend 179. Wise Brain, Sichuan Native 1, Book Friend 187, Book Friend 132, Wingless Angel, Book Friend 194, Singing Wind and Night Rain, Book Friend 163, Book Friend 115. All Things Without Rain OP, Shue Fu Li, Book Friend 107, Book Friend 201, Book Friend 127. Let us see if it's true, Book Friend 147. Geodezz, a name that is quite fitting, akin to a divine fool. Thank you all for your recommendation and support. Let us set a modest goal, for instance, to escape the 404. Additionally, I would like to address the comment made by book friend Isyang Tian Kai. To elaborate, the intricate outline of this narrative is scheduled to be filled in chapters 34 to 37. Since you have left a comment, allow me to provide a brief spoiler. Loya's initial release involves employing transformation magic within his body to absorb ice attribute mana, thereby activating the power of the dragon. It is not merely a change in mana. As you mentioned, through this self-sustaining method, a term that reminds me of a certain 17-year-old girl from another world. The total amount of mana remains unchanged. However, during this process, the activated dragon power, Luo Ya's passive skill, is the reason for the transformation. These details will be addressed in forthcoming chapters, revealing the relationship between dragon power and Luo Ya, as well as its development and implications, considering the multitude of somber skill icons that lie ahead. Moreover, Luo Ya has just transitioned from a lowly clerk to a Dragon Slayer Mage, and he must navigate the intricacies of dragon-slaying magic by trial and error. The pace will not be overly swift. In Chapter 28, Master and Disciple's Night Talk, the tale of Zephyr unfolds. Once Luo Ya stands firm at the forefront of the group, Zephyr proceeds, stating, "Now, I have decided that, to avert further mishaps, Luo Ya shall refrain from participating in tomorrow's assessment. However, to ensure fairness, he must accept the challenge from all the new recruits. Only upon victory may he join the elite camp." At this moment, a gleam of excitement illuminated Zephyr's aged visage. "Do you understand?" "Understood." In that instant, the most novice recruit and the esteemed former General Zephyr reached a silent consensus. "Aren't you quite skilled? Come on, let us have a brawl. We'll all take you on. Who fears whom?" Feeling the ominous gazes directed at him from all directions, Luo Ya thought to himself, "I have a phrase that I am uncertain whether to utter. Is this truly what you call fairness? Can you honestly claim it is not an abuse of power and intentional revenge? Is it merely because a Ludo pilfered 2 boxes of your cigars?" As night fell, Luo Ya leaned against the outer wall of the ice house, warming himself by the campfire. With a sizzle, a droplet of fat splattered onto the flames, producing a faint spark. Luo Ya inhaled deeply, then sprang to his feet, retrieving an unfamiliar fish that rested beside the fire. He sprinkled a delicate layer of salt and chili upon it, greedily savoring the aroma. "Ah, it is cooked to perfection." The warship boasted ample provisions. However, this time was an actual combat assessment. And survival in the wild was a necessary test for the recruits, meaning they had to fend for themselves regarding food and shelter. Otherwise, why would a 3-day assessment provide only 1 day's worth of rations? The radiant moon cast a hazy glow upon the ocean's surface, gently swaying with the waves. The sea breeze caressed their faces, whisking away the weariness of the day. On the sandy beach, amongst the thickets, the new recruits gathered in small clusters around the campfire, quietly preparing their evening meal. Luo Ya's little ice house has captivated many gazes. On this desolate island, where the cold winds howl, how delightful it would be to have such an ice house to shield one from the biting chill. However, recalling the events of the day fills everyone with irritation, and no one is inclined to curry favor with him. Luo Ya found solace in the tranquility, for otherwise, the great bear outside, frozen in the cold, would hardly suffice to entertain such a multitude. That was his midnight snack. Just as Luo Ya was savoring his grilled fish, a towering figure approached the icy abode. Without so much as a greeting, Kazan's hand effortlessly sliced through the ice like a hot knife through butter, cleaving a substantial section of the wall with ease. Casually discarding the severed ice block into the sea, Kazan regarded Luo Ya, whose lifeless eyes mirrored those of a dead fish behind the wall. "What? Are you surprised to see me?" "No." Luo Ya shook his head. "I feel a sense of sorrow. You just barged in and started dismantling someone else's house without a word." "Kazan, were you previously with the demolition office?" Kazan remained silent. The enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted from the campfire, and Luo Ya, with a hint of reluctance, retrieved a stick and offered it to Kazan. "Come, try this, Kazan. It's a secret recipe." Had it been anyone else, Kazan might have readily accepted, yet faced with Luo Ya, he found himself in a quandary. "You didn't lace it with poison, did you?" Luo Ya, filled with indignation, decisively withdrew his hand and devoured the grilled fish until only the backbone remained. With a huff, he remarked, "Fine, I won't eat it. Let's be frank, Teacher Kazan. Do you truly believe that I, Luo Ya, am the sort of person devoid of shame?" Kazan replied, "It's hard to say. Last time, you placed laxatives in the water tank, causing the entire recruit camp to suffer from a day of distress, all because you were reluctant to let the soon-to-expire medication go to waste." Luo Ya remarked, "Individuals who lack conversational skills often find themselves at a loss for words in mere moments." As he savored the roasted fish, he chipped away a piece of ice from the icy wall to quench his thirst. "So, Teacher Kazan, what brings you to seek my company?" "Nothing of great significance," Kazan replied, leaning against the frozen wall, gazing out at the sea with a profound and contemplative expression. "It is merely today that I have come to a sudden realization. Teacher Zephyr has truly aged. The action of Luo Ya chewing slowed down as Kazan's words stirred his memories. Indeed, in this era, Zephyr has aged. From the original narrative, Zephyr's life unfolds as a tragic performance. He idolized heroes in his youth, grew up to become a Navy officer, and devoted his life to combating countless pirates. Yet he never took the life of a single enemy, earning the title of the non-lethal admiral. However, this benevolent figure was still subjected to the ruthless vengeance of pirates, resulting in the tragic loss of his wife and son. This calamity became the catalyst for Zephyr's role as the chief instructor for new recruits. Disheartened, he chose to remain in the Navy at Sengoku's behest. Yet, over 2 decades later, another disaster struck when the training ship he commanded was attacked by Edward Weevil, leaving only 2 students alive, while he himself suffered the loss of a hand. Watching his beloved students perish before him rendered him powerless. Luo Ya could only speculate how Zephyr endured such anguish, perhaps fueled by hatred. The harsh realities transformed this elder. The Zephyr of today may no longer resemble the man he once was. When a prosthetic was affixed to his arm, he irrevocably embarked on the path of vengeance. He first formed a pirate guerrilla group to hunt down pirates, breaking his oath of non-lethality. Later, upon learning that Edward Weevil, the very pirate who had slain his students and severed his hand, had joined the ranks of the 7 warlords, Zephyr succumbed to radicalism, or perhaps merely impotent rebellion. He resolutely defected from the Navy, establishing an organization named the Ennio Navy in the New World, with the aim of exterminating all pirates. Ultimately, at the age of 74, Zephyr met his demise at the hands of his disciple, Kizuru, and was laid to rest by Kazan on the island where he fell in battle. Luo Ya suddenly felt a chill in his heart, akin to a flash of insight akin to that of Conan. The current year was 1516 in the era of the Sea Garden, and Zephyr had perished 2 years after the war on the summit. Thus, tracing the timeline back, it must have been in 1522. At that time, Zephyr was 74 years old, which means he is presently 68. Notably, Zephyr established the pirate guerrilla squad to hunt down pirates at the age of 70. A mere 2 years from now. For the past few years, despite suffering grievous injuries, Zephyr had remained steadfast in training recruits at the new soldier camp. This raises a critical question. Why would he undergo such a significant transformation in 2 years, and why would he choose that moment to seek vengeance? Was the crushing machine not yet ready? Perhaps that is part of the reason. However, Luo Ya harbored a bold notion. The reason Zephyr, despite his advancing age, was compelled to form a guerrilla squad might stem from the inadequacy of the recent recruits, leaving him with a sense of despair regarding his prospects for revenge. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, hoping to exact retribution before his twilight years. Consider this. Zephyr had trained 3 admirals and several vice-admirals from the headquarters. Yet, the current recruits at the soldier camp are woefully lacking. Even Luo Ya, with limited experience, could assure that they would likely meander around the ranks of officers for a lifetime, at best achieving the rank of a branch vice-admiral. The so-called backbone of the force also represents mediocrity. Relying on these disciples to defeat Edward Weevil would be akin to chasing phantoms. Given this, then, Luo Ya swallowed the ice, imitating Kazan as he leaned back casually and inquired, "Indeed, Admiral Zifa is 68 this year, isn't he? Teacher Kazan, do you think Admiral Zifa will seek vengeance against that pirate in the future?" A month prior, Luo Ya had feigned curiosity about Zifa's prosthetic limb, so Kazan was not surprised by his remark. With a sidelong glance, Kazan calmly regarded Luo Ya and replied in a low voice, "Listen, Luo Ya, whatever choices Teacher Zifa makes are entirely his own. No one has the right to interfere." Luo Ya felt a chill run down his spine, his heart tightening. "Understood, Teacher Kazan." The icy aura of menace vanished in an instant. Luo Ya was astute, and so was Kazan. Their languid demeanor belied their sharp intellect. In their silent exchange, both reached an unspoken understanding. Luo Ya sighed inwardly, realizing that Kazan had indeed sensed something amiss and was now cautioning him against wading into murky waters. Yet he pondered, "Why did you not intervene, Master Kazan?" The two remained enveloped in silence for a considerable time. Eventually, Kazan rose to take his leave. By the way, my young friend, the assessment has concluded, and the recruits will have a week of respite. During that time, you must prepare for the challenges that await you from the entire camp. I must make a trip to the East Sea, so do not become complacent in your training." "Understood, Master Kazan." Luo Ya waved goodbye, and as he saw Kazan walking away, he suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "Hey!" Admiral Akiji, are you not considering any compensation for demolishing my house? Even a repair would suffice. Kazan replied, the Ice Age. With a flurry of frost swirling through the air, Luo Ya's house was restored, albeit in a solid form. Chapter 29, Dreams? Does being the strongest in the world count? I extend my gratitude to the reader Alexander and Liangshi 388 for their generous contributions of book coins, and to the reader Ju for their generous donation of 100 book coins. I truly just discovered today that my book is available on other websites. I apologize to everyone for the oversight. The next day, the newly organized recruits embarked once more on their journey. In the hearts of many, Luo Ya has already been regarded as a de facto member of the elite camp. Yet this does not imply that he has usurped the qualifications of others. As Kazan aptly stated, the top 3 contenders possess the potential to join the elite camp. This potential, of course, hinges upon the strength demonstrated during the assessments. It is not a guarantee that the top 3 will automatically succeed, and one must still strive diligently. Lying idly on the beach, Luo Ya idly chewed on a flower while resting his head in his hands. After addressing the supply issues for the new recruits, the mole hesitated for a moment before approaching Luo Ya. Hearing the rustling footsteps drawing near, Luo Ya opened his eyes and remarked, General Mole, I've had the photographs placed in a file for you. Please refrain from disturbing my slumber unless absolutely necessary. What a joke. After being inexplicably struck not once but twice yesterday, Luo Ya had no intention of offering the mole any semblance of kindness. The mole, initially conflicted, was incensed by Luo Ya's words and retorted sharply, we had an agreement. I would plead your case to Teacher Zephyr in exchange for the photographs. Yet what did you provide? Merely 1. Don't think I've forgotten that you threatened me with 3 at the time. TCH. Why recall such details so vividly? Luo Ya muttered in dissatisfaction, then hastily surrendered before the mole could erupt. All right. I shall return and provide you with the remaining photographs. Honestly, at this age, one should not be so petty. The mole retorted, what a shameless remark. Pausing for a moment, the mole unexpectedly plopped down beside Luo Ya. Luo Ya cast a sidelong glance at him, waiting for him to speak first. Once this individual harbored a concern, his aura shifted entirely. The attributes bestowed by Luo Ya's dragon form allowed him to keenly sense the fluctuations in the mole's presence. For a time, the coast was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of waves lapping against the shore. As for the occasional screams emanating from the forest behind them, they were best ignored. Perhaps unable to tolerate the oppressive silence, the mole, after much contemplation, finally broke the stillness. Hey, Luo Ya, do you have any dreams? This question bore an air of literary profundity, and Luo Ya could almost envision the mole's mentor turning away, shaking his head to dispel the peculiar notion. Luo Ya regarded him quizzically. Dreams? Why inquire about that? Oh, just a casual conversation. Do share your thoughts, the mole urged, refraining from giving a direct answer. Luo Ya found it rather peculiar. The mole had never exhibited such a motivational demeanor before. However, the complexities of human nature remain inscrutable, and he could not fathom what had transpired. Nevertheless, the mole's words stirred the long-buried memories within Luo Ya, leading him to believe he had entirely forgotten his mundane life prior to his journey across realms. Yet, the mole's remarks prompted a resurgence of recollections from his once unremarkable daily existence. A hint of sorrow glimmered in Luo Ya's eyes as he spoke, somewhat entranced. Dreams are something that everyone possesses, and often more than one. Yet, as life unfolds, some dreams draw nearer to us, while others drift further away. Before Luo Ya's eyes, a vivid scene began to materialize. On a stormy afternoon, young Luo Ya, still in elementary school, had spent the day frolicking outside, neglecting his classes. As the rain began to pour, he hurried home, only to be met with a chaotic blend of both genders engaged in doubles play. I want to go home. This was the dream that lingered in Luo Ya's mind during his time stranded on a deserted island. Yet, this innocent dream, reminiscent of childhood naivety, remained tantalizingly elusive. Pausing for a moment, Luo Ya reflected, in the past, my aspirations were simply to be well-fed, warm, and joyful, free from the daily grind of survival, without the worry of where my next meal would come from. I envisioned a future where wealth would allow me to live a life of indulgence. I imagined feasting on steak at every meal, residing in a grand abode, with servants attending to my every need, and I thought my life would be complete. At this point, Luo Ya, with a hint of self-mockery, inquired, isn't that rather unambitious? The mole nodded solemnly, indeed. Luo Ya. Never mind. Since the conversation has been initiated, let us disregard what he just mentioned. Luo Ya mused to himself. I do not possess an extensive plan for life. What I mentioned earlier were indeed my aspirations at one point. Yet, life is truly replete with uncertainties. Luo Ya reminisced about his past life as an ordinary citizen, perpetually engrossed in the hustle and bustle of daily existence. Elementary school, middle school, high school, and eventually university, ensnared by the relentless pursuit of knowledge. During middle school, he harbored a secret admiration for a girl, only to be met with a painful revelation when, after confessing his feelings, he was brutally beaten by her boyfriend. In that bewildering moment, Luo Ya first grasped the unpredictable nature of life. As he approached the college entrance examination, he aspired to enroll in a prestigious university in another province, yet fell short by mere points. Due to financial constraints, he opted not to retake the exams and instead found himself attending a local university of lesser repute. This marked his second setback. Subsequently, as a graduate in civil engineering, he unexpectedly found himself venturing into the realm of marketing after graduation, a third deviation from his anticipated path. Reflecting on these experiences brought a smile to his face. Did he possess dreams? Certainly. He wished for that girl to be his girlfriend, yearned to gain admission to a distinguished university, and aspired to make a significant impact in the construction industry. Yet, what significance did these aspirations hold? It seemed as though each event in his life had been meticulously orchestrated, with fate delighting in its capriciousness. What could he do? It was akin to his current situation. Could one truly foresee a traveler casually wielding instant noodles while embarking on such a journey? With a chuckle, Luo Ya continued, however, my dreams have evolved. I now possess a new ambition. The mole raised its head in curiosity. What is it? I aspire to become the strongest in the world. Luo Ya raised his fist towards the heavens, spreading his fingers as if to grasp the azure sky itself. Having attained this newfound power, mediocrity would henceforth flee from my side. From this moment forward, I shall strive for this goal. No, this dream. This is my aspiration. To become the strongest in the world? The mole murmured, echoing Luo Ya's words. Observing the confident smile adorning the youth's face, he could not help but shake his head. Truly, your dream is quite ambitious. I half expected you to speak of upholding the justice of the Navy. Do you genuinely believe that the Navy embodies justice? At that moment, Luo Ya's cold voice interjected. The mole was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Luo Ya, what do you mean by that? Do not forget that you are a member of the Navy. I know. I am fully aware, Luo Ya replied, seemingly disregarding the mole's dark expression. But, General Mole, what constitutes justice? There is a saying you should be familiar with, justice will prevail. However, are you aware that what this world deems justice is merely the justice of the victor? It is simply a matter of sequence. Victory comes first, and only then can justice follow. Are you suggesting that the Navy is not justice, but merely the victor? Luo Ya's words were muddled, and the mole tightened his brow, slowly responding. Well, who can say? Much like S.C. Chardinger's cat, until the box is opened. The cat exists perpetually on the threshold of life and death. So for now, let us call ourselves the Just Navy. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know S.C. Chardinger, but suffice it to say he was a cat abuser. If you encounter him, just eliminate him directly. With that, Luo Ya stood, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and prepared to head for lunch. The mole remained in place, gazing out at the sea, lost in thought. Beneath the sleeve of his suit, a black snail phone slipped into slumber with a soft click. In the command room of the warship, Zephyr stood, his gaze penetrating the window towards the ocean. So, you share my thoughts as well, Luo Ya. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock roused Zephyr from his reverie. He returned to his desk and spoke in a low voice. Come in. The newcomer was Kazan, who had come to bid farewell to Zephyr. If one travels southeast from here, one can reach the East Blue, right? Kazan sat opposite Zephyr, crossing his legs. By the way, teacher, would you like me to bring back some local specialties? Are you not waiting for Luo Ya to complete his assessment? I must say, I have posed quite a formidable challenge for him. No need for that. I have imparted all that I can teach him. I trust he will manage. From here on out, he must carve his own path, which is beyond my expertise. As Kazan spoke, he opened his eyes and regarded Zephyr. In the days to come, I hope you will take special care. Rest assured, I shall mold him into a naval admiral who is no less formidable than yourself. Ah, splendid. As an admiral, one hardly has a moment to sleep, perpetually occupied. End of chapter 23. My gratitude extends to the readers. Bookworm 7259, Reader 194, Wong 159951, Everything Without Rain OP, Reader 321, Reader 196, Benefactor of the Brave. Soldier City, Reader 181, Time Sin Night Rain, Reader 176, Remembrance of Sadness, S to Weiling Fei, Reader 119, Reader 142, Reader 134, Reader 273, Nightfall, Reader 452, Reader 340, Reader 317, Reader 367, Reader 338 for their supportive recommendations. By the way, the collection has increased significantly. Why then has the number of daily recommendations dwindled? Chapter 30, Results Announced. Time flies swiftly, and 3 days later, on the island's coastline, the horns signaling the conclusion of the assessment resounded for a considerable time, and the recruits gradually gathered along the shore. They bore various colors of insignia, some requiring assistance to remain upright, appearing akin to a defeated ragtag army. The call for assembly echoed persistently, and one by one, new recruits emerged from the forest. Hey, how many points did you score? I'm not sure. Many of the creatures were unfamiliar to me. As the assembled recruits conversed, they covertly cast glances at Luo Ya, who stood at the forefront. The site of Luo Ya's battle with the silverback gorilla was discovered the following morning, and the news spread like wildfire. Some recruits, upon learning of it, abandoned their objectives to observe the scene first. The long, 100-meter scars left upon the forest stood as unsightly reminders. Everything around was frozen in time. It was summer on the island, yet it felt as frigid as the east blue. Countless creatures and insects, unable to flee in time, remained frozen in their final poses, transformed into a collection of ice sculptures, a sight both beautiful and terrifying. An icy hell. This was the only descriptor the recruits could conjure. However, subsequently, that place became the encampment for most recruits, who would return there during meal and rest times. Both the dragon's might emanating from Luo Ya after his initial transformation and the lingering aura of the silverback gorilla deterred the island's creatures from approaching, rendering the area devoid of even the faintest sound of insects. At night, there was no fear of being attacked by ferocious beasts. Could there be a better place to rest in the forest? Though intended as a practical assessment, the majority of recruits, in this manner, transformed it into a leisurely outing. Much to Zephyr's dismay, as his countenance had remained dark for several days. How terrifying. Are we truly expected to fight that guy? Recalling Zephyr's words, the recruits felt somewhat duped. They had initially reveled in the prospect of dealing with Luo Ya, yet given his current display of strength, it seemed like a futile endeavor. Perhaps it will be fine? I heard it's a one-on-one wheel battle. Surely we can wear him down. One recruit attempted to rationalize, albeit lacking conviction. No. I heard it's a collective battle. In a one-on-one scenario, Luo Ya would likely exhaust us before we even begin to tire him out. After all, he is a Zoan-type fruit user. The recruit who had previously spoken fell silent, acknowledging the grim possibility. Although Zoan-type fruits were regarded as the weakest category at sea, it was undeniable that, in terms of endurance, the other two categories could not compare. Moreover, considering Luo Ya's performance during training, it was clear that his reputation as the strongest in physical prowess was well earned. Luo Ya stood at the front of the line, consumed by thoughts of his barbecue. As the assembly call sounded, all soldiers immediately gathered. He dared not defy military orders to continue his culinary endeavor, hoping that his earlier efforts had successfully extinguished the flames to avoid charring his meal. The commanders, including the mole and others, stood before him, casting astonished yet friendly glances his way. They had witnessed the battlefield, with its deep claw marks, numerous large craters, fallen sturdy trees, and bloodstains on the ice, all bearing witness to the ferocity of the earlier conflict. Though Luo Ya's commotion had been somewhat excessive, even causing the assessment to be halted for a day, they could not deny that he had acquired strength rivaling theirs. In terms of destructive capability, among the present major generals, only those from his own ranks could match him. Should he maintain such a state consistently, he would indeed be formidable. The many major generals pondered this. Although they had not witnessed Luo Ya's final battle with the silverback gorilla, inquiries revealed that his explosive technique could significantly amplify his strength and speed. After all, when he developed this move, Luo Ya had not been secretive. Some elite camp members who often trained in the square had even witnessed his gradual success. Possessing the mythical dragon fruit, and coupled with his rapid growth, as long as Luo Ya did not meet an untimely demise, it was certain he would surpass them in the future. At the very least, if he could maintain his combat prowess against the silverback gorilla, no major general could escape his grasp. With these conditions in mind, the major generals naturally extended goodwill towards Luo Ya, no longer viewing him as a mere rookie. In the world of OP, a powerful fist earns respect wherever it may be found. Soon, a few hours passed. The patrol team carried the last group of new recruits out of the forest and into the infirmary. An officer approached Zephyr, saluted, and reporting to the chief instructor. All personnel have assembled. Zephyr nodded, accepting the report from the officer. The first page contained the battle statistics. During this assessment, there were 75 serious injuries among the new recruits, with light injuries disregarded. Almost all had sustained some form of injury, but fortunately, no one had lost their life. Zephyr skimmed the page before shifting to the second, which detailed the scores, providing insight into the recruits' capabilities. However, the results caused him to sigh deeply. He waved his hand to arrange the final scores to be announced directly. Yes. The officer took the report and departed briskly. Zephyr stood on the deck, his gaze fixed on the somewhat lackadaisical Luo Ya, his expression inscrutable. Had the new generation of the Navy fallen to such a state? More than half an hour later, the results underwent their final review. A commotion of footsteps approached, and the recruits quickly stood tall, eyes straight ahead, preparing for this significant moment. The leading rear admiral first saluted the major generals before turning solemnly to the recruits. At ease. Stand at attention. You will now receive the results of your assessment. All present. The front 4 rows squat down. With a rustle, the orderly sound of footsteps echoed as the 4 rows at the forefront promptly crouched. Observing this, the rear admiral nodded with satisfaction, instructing the officers behind him to activate the projector, casting images upon the elongated curtain. Buzz. The telephone bug emitted a low hum and began its task, displaying images on the curtain. The recruits held their breath in nervous anticipation, searching for their names. Upon seeing their results, some were overjoyed, while others bit their lips tightly. Luo Ya, like the others, was in pursuit of the top position. Soon enough, he identified his target at the pinnacle. Tony Mill, with a score of 1795, held the first place. This score was an extraordinary feat, bordering on the inhuman. For the majority of recruits, it is noteworthy that the stone drum bull, which Luo Ya encountered and could not be pierced even by a musket, was merely worth 50 points. For an ordinary recruit, encountering the stone drum bull would likely result in a hasty retreat, let alone converting it into points. This individual, named Tony Mill, had managed to hunt over 30 stone drum bulls within a mere 3 days to achieve such a score. Luo Ya recalled him as the top recruit of the 3rd squad. Prior to joining the Navy, he was the head of a kendo dojo on a small island, whose town had been destroyed by pirates. In a quest for vengeance, he enlisted in the Navy. He was known for his combative nature and unwillingness to be outdone. Having dethroned the previous leader of the 3rd squad from his very first day, securing his position at the top ever since, unassailable by any. Nevertheless, both Luo Ya and Zephyr shared the same opinion. He was undeniably weak. Historically, the top recruits from previous years had been true monstrosities. While Tony was indeed formidable among the new recruits, he paled in comparison to his predecessors, lacking by a considerable margin. Luo Ya once discreetly inquired with Zephyr about the score Kazan obtained during the assessment, and the answer left him astounded, leading him to incessantly marvel at the unparalleled advantages of the natural fruit. Chapter 31. Elite New Recruits' Gratitude to the Reader, Falling in Love with the Divine. For their generous support. By the way, what exactly is a reading point? I must be getting old. Not only can I barely see my own book, but I also lack knowledge of what rewards entail. I must be a false author. This concludes the results of the assessment for all participants. The voice of the major instructor echoed along the coastline. I will now announce the names of those who have successfully passed the elite assessment. The recruits perked up, holding their breath in anticipation, even though the outcome would not directly affect them. Curiosity ran rampant, as everyone was eager to know how many would advance to the elite camp this year. It was rumored that some mischievous individuals had even set up betting, sneaking away like thieves to place their wagers in the restroom after training sessions. Those unaware of the scheme would often find themselves ambushed and rendered unconscious with a sack over their heads upon entering. Luo Ya queried, "Do you truly believe it is not me?" First place, Tony Mill, stepped forward. A tumultuous uproar ensued from the crowd, only to swiftly subside. It was indeed remarkable that someone could attain the first position with a commendable score of 1795 yet fail to gain entry into the elite camp. Tony, a youth whose demeanor bore the weight of maturity, perhaps due to the harrowing tragedy of familial loss, perpetually exhibited an indelible shadow of desolation and sorrow in his gaze. A scar traced from his forehead to his left cheek served as a testament to the injury he sustained while defending his town against marauding pirates. As Tony emerged from the ranks, his unwavering stare fixed upon Luo Ya, his grip on the sword tightened resolutely. First place? Surely this is attributable to that fellow's absence. Luo Ya felt his gaze and turned back in surprise, subsequently revealing a radiant smile. It was only when he noticed the other person shyly turning their head away that he exhaled in relief. As a member of the elite camp, he was no longer bound by the myriad of rules that governed the rookie camp, allowing for challenges to be initiated at any time and place. Given Tony's fiercely competitive nature, one could easily imagine the dynamics within the elite camp. It was prudent to let him refrain from issuing challenges for the time being. Most importantly, engaging in combat with him would yield no more than a mere 10 energy points for Luo Ya, rendering it a complete waste of time. The major instructor paid no heed to their interaction and continued with the announcements. Second place, Luo Ya stepped forward. The atmosphere in the ranks grew lively. Minnie, didn't she just score over 800 points? Indeed, why such a low threshold? What a joke. This reeks of favoritism. The newcomers murmured amongst themselves, casting curious glances at Luo Ya. While Tony's admission could be justified, Minnie's entry into the elite camp left everyone bewildered. How could someone with such a significant point disparity gain entry into the elite camp? From Team 7, a blonde individual stepped forward, eliciting a wave of astonishment from Luo Ya. Luo Ya, hailing from the North Sea, was adept in kicking techniques and had exhibited average performance during training. Logically, one would assume that she would not excel in assessments designed to eliminate targets for points. Yet, not only had she secured second place, but she had also successfully entered the elite camp. At this moment, Luo Ya shared the same thoughts as the other recruits. What could be the reason? However, upon catching sight of the shoes beneath Minnie's feet, he grasped the answer. Those robust marine beast leather shoes were now stained with blood, tattered and worn, with the edges frayed and turned inside out, revealing even her toes. These were specially crafted marine beast leather shoes, designed for those skilled in kicking techniques. Boasting a century-old establishment with a guarantee of quality, the sheer amount of blood and sweat expended to render such sturdy footwear into this pitiful state was unmistakable. A diligent genius. Luo Ya, in a manner reminiscent of the words used to describe a certain watermelon-headed individual, offered his commentary. The instructor remained indifferent to the new recruits' discussions. The allocation of spots had been proposed by Zifa and decided upon by a vote among all instructors, ensuring that no favoritism was involved. The fact that more than half of the instructors recognized Minnie's capabilities was a testament to her strength. However, the revelation was not yet complete. Amid the puzzled expressions of the crowd, the instructor continued, "The third candidate, Simon Dennis Weston, please step forward." Simon was renowned in the recruit camp as a military legacy. His family had served in the Navy for generations, tracing back to his great-grandfather. Influenced by this lineage, he yearned to make his family proud. Despite his relentless training in swordsmanship and martial arts from a young age, his frail health was a detail best left unmentioned. Notably, he possessed the powers of a devil fruit user. Upon hearing Simon's name, the chatter among the recruits ceased. Not out of fear of this military heir's family prestige. After all, they lacked significant renown, but rather due to Simon's status as a devil fruit user. Throughout the years, any user demonstrating at least moderate performance had a solid chance of joining the elite camp, for one could never truly ascertain a power user's potential limit. Moreover, Simon was among the top sharpshooters in this cohort of recruits, proving himself formidable even without relying on his devil fruit abilities. The recruits experienced a mix of emotions upon the announcement of the results. After dispersing, they boarded their vessels, preparing to return to headquarters. While organizing the injured onto the ship, Mole suddenly noticed an individual lingering on the shore and, upon closer inspection, chuckled. "Oh, Luo Ya, why aren't you boarding? If you wait any longer, the ship will depart. Are you planning to swim back?" In his eyes, Luo Ya was a devil fruit user, destined to be incapacitated upon contact with seawater, rendering his remark quite malicious. In response to this opportunistic taunt, Luo Ya unleashed a barrage of ice spears. Chewing on a nearly charred pork chop, he sighed inwardly, lamenting, "Alas, what a blunder. I knew Simon had more than an 80% chance of getting in. Yet I still set the odds so high. My belly." It was not unusual for someone engaged in market dealings to dabble in gambling. In truth, he did consider swimming back, but he would never actually do so. The The reason was not fear of exposure. He was unperturbed by the eventual revelation of his ability to withstand seawater and sea prism stone. The real concern was that they were in the doldrums, a region teeming with the lairs of various sea kings. At any moment, a colossal sea king might emerge, and should he be swallowed whole, it would indeed be a matter of life and death. Luo Ya had experienced this firsthand. Even when carried by someone else, he would become dizzy and nauseous, finding immunity only when resting upon items conjured by his shape-shifting magic. However, setting aside the question of magical reserves, the presence of sea kings alone was sufficient to pose a dire threat. He was certainly no Kazan, boldly traversing the seas on a bicycle. Given that even a person could be considered a means of transportation, the thought of being digested within the belly of a sea king was far from appealing, leading to a mortifying demise that would land him on the Navy's list of blunders. Mole deftly evaded the attack, using a shave to move closer, and seized Luo Ya by the neck. Well, once we're on board, I'll just knock you out. The warship moves swiftly. We'll reach Marineford by nightfall. Haha. Luo Ya looked at him with disdain, asking if he was certain he could still knock him out with a single punch, even without revealing his dragon scales. Merely activating the blue dragon patterns had already rendered Luo Ya's defensive capabilities and resistance to blows quite formidable. Aludo had once remarked that, in this state, Luo Ya's defensive prowess surpassed that of the vast majority of elite camp members, with his physical resilience only slightly inferior to his own. Observing Luo Ya's unabashed contempt, the mole furrowed his brow, preparing to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly behind them, striking their heads with a loud clang. The two, stung by the unexpected pain, quickly separated and assumed defensive stances. However, upon recognizing the figure's distinctive purple aura, they straightened up and saluted. It was none other than Teacher Zephyr. Though he had been defeated by Luffy in the original narrative, he was already 75 years old at that time, requiring medication periodically to maintain his combat effectiveness. Now, apart from having lost a hand, Zephyr remained at the brink of his peak strength, effortlessly reprimanding the two of them. What are you two doing? Do you not realize the ship is about to set sail? Get aboard immediately. Zephyr emanated an aura of authority, his fierce gaze instilling a sense of dread. Faced with his wrath, neither of them dared to provoke him, and they hastily jogged up the gangway to the warship. As soon as Luo Ya's feet touched the deck, he collapsed face first onto the ground with a thud, his stomach churning violently. Zephyr took a deep breath, disregarding him, and commanded, "Set sail." The lead warship responded to the order, sounding a long alarm as it slowly departed from the shore, with the other ships in formation pivoting their bows to follow in an orderly manner. A new recruit from another squad approached Luo Ya, poking him with a finger, and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, it's true. Luo Ya really gets seasick." The surrounding recruits' eyes lit up as they turned to Zephyr, requesting, "Instructor Zephyr, could the evaluation a week from now be conducted on the ship?" "Luo Ya, you are all doomed. Zephyr, get out of my way." With that, Zephyr lifted Luo Ya from the ground and sent him flying with a punch. Luo Ya crashed against the ship's cabin, leaving a distinct imprint on the hard iron plate, a satisfied smile gracing his unconscious face. A chill ran through the onlookers. Could it be that Luo Ya has awakened some peculiar attribute? Thank you for your patience as I pause at the end of this chapter. I have been typing on my mobile assistant, and in my constant flipping back and forth, I have lost track of my progress. If all goes well, I shall provide the second update shortly. Chapter 32, Freezing Time and Space. Returning to Marineford, the hour had grown late. In his solitary dormitory, Luo Ya busied himself with applying medicine while muttering softly, "None of them are good people. They know I suffer from seasickness, yet strike me so mercilessly." After tending to his wounds, Luo Ya embraced the roasted pig that Ms. S had sent him and began to feast, all the while reflecting on and summarizing his recent experiences. Through his battle with the silverback gorilla, Luo Ya uncovered numerous issues. Beyond the unavoidable topic of martial prowess, he found himself struggling with the use of magical energy. He realized that whether in the initial gathering or the final manifestation, he could not wield it with ease. Even though he had developed powerful techniques such as the ice coffin, ice bomb, and serpent, these were merely rudimentary applications, akin to issuing commands to the system. For instance, when he emulated Gray's absolute freeze to create the ice coffin, merely holding that thought enabled him to produce ice that was colder and harder than usual. Yet, the formation of magic occurred without his conscious intervention. Everything unfolded so naturally. The only aspect he could be said to have actively controlled was accelerating the infusion of magical energy, thereby enhancing the speed and intensity of the magic's manifestation. Every feat was accomplished with the aid of the system, and he remained utterly perplexed as to how it all transpired. Furthermore, once unleashed, the magic could not be retracted. Much like in a video game, as Luo Ya contemplated, he mused that the system seemed to disdain his existence in this technological era, deeming him a mere fool of magic. However, through that battle, he grasped a fleeting sensation amidst the extensive consumption of magical energy. This epiphany could liberate him from his current predicament, enabling him to attain a state of true mastery. Furthermore, there was the technique known as the initial release, which, in simple terms, was akin to a remedy following a significant exertion of power, as long as the dragon's force, activated by frost, was allowed to settle. This uncontrollable state would dissipate. These concerns might not pose an issue while he lingered between the naval recruit camp and the elite camp, prior to embarking on the grand stage of the sea. Yet, for those who truly possess strength, such matters are readily discernible. Kazan once remarked that mastering the control of power is invariably simpler than acquiring power itself. This journey would be protracted, necessitating Luo Ya to engage in relentless contemplation and study. Chanting the mantra of his golden finger, Luo Ya activated the system that bestowed upon him this might. Name: Christopher Luo Ya Energy Stage, 2nd Tier, 5th Layer Energy Value, 900 Magical Power Value, 60 006 000 Magical Recovery Rate, 550 minutes Dragon's Force, 6 100. The Dragon's Force enhances the potency of the Dragon Slayer's magic, yet exceeding 30 initiates a transformation in the body, and surpassing 90 leads to full draconic metamorphosis. Dragon's Body, 22 100. The degree to which his body has acclimated to the Dragon's Force, augmenting the overall capabilities of the Dragon Slayer. He can briefly enhance this adaptation by consuming energy, albeit with considerable after effects. Techniques: Roar of the Ice Dragon, Iron Fist of the Ice Dragon, Wing Strike of the Ice Dragon, Claw of the Ice Dragon, Shattered Fang of the Ice Dragon, Grip of the Ice Dragon, Ice Shaping Magic. After 3 days of rigorous training and that monumental battle, his energy value was finally poised for another upgrade. The dragon's body had surpassed the threshold of 20, officially marking the transition from the 2nd to the 3rd tier. However, upon noticing the imposing figure of 6 next to the dragon's force, Luo Ya's lips twitched slightly. Perhaps heaven had granted him a jelf, providing him with a glimmer of hope. Nonetheless, with the dragon's force reaching 6, Luo Ya could test his previous conjectures. Setting down the meticulously gnawed bone, he closed his eyes and stood still, his hands gradually drawing together as a potent chill uncontrollably emanated, cloaking the objects within the room in a layer of crystalline frost. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and uttered softly, "Coffin of ice." Accompanied by his movements, a surge of magical energy erupted from his palms. The cold current met the moisture in the air, swiftly transforming into fine ice shards, rendering the previously invisible flow of magic starkly visible. A crackling sound resonated as a solid block of ice materialized before him in an instant. Luo Ya fixed his gaze upon the ice cube, tapping it with his finger. The sound echoed sharply, and he mused that a sprinkle of cumin would surely enhance its flavor. Loa reluctantly released his grip, the power of the dragon, though enhanced the quality of the ice blocks conjured by the shaping magic, still remained within the realm of the ordinary. Despite the inherent similarity in magical essence, the efficacy of shaping magic and dragon-slaying magic existed on entirely different planes, akin to comparing an archaic water pressure machine with a modern hydraulic press capable of tons. Both harnessed the power of water, yet the former merely served to extract oil, while the latter could forge high-strength alloy components. This limitation was fundamentally inherent. Unless Loa could cultivate a more potent shaping magic, the ultimate strength was already discernible. Hence, Loa's preoccupation with whether the power of the dragon could augment the strength of his shaping magic. After conducting the experiment, Loa glanced at the rising arrow of energy values and opted for an upgrade. Regardless of the circumstances, this system was his lifeline. Every increment in strength could better safeguard his existence. Without the support of this system, he could easily become a mere pawn destined for the role of a background narrator. A familiar blue magic circle materialized beneath his feet, and the surging airflow tousled his hair, creating an appearance reminiscent of some celestial warrior. Should I cut my hair? Loa pondered, as the sensation of his roots yearning to ascend into the heavens sent a shiver down his spine. The blue diamond on his wrist began to disintegrate, resembling a serpent coiling around his body. Dense blue energy manifested in the air, swiftly enveloping Loa. He could feel the boiling of magical energy within his body during each upgrade, a sensation of gradual empowerment that was utterly intoxicating. As he transitioned into the second tier, the commotion of the upgrade was far beyond that of the first tier. At that moment, an inexplicable aura materialized, creating a palpable pressure even from a distance. Within the Navy headquarters, in the fortress's main office, Admiral Zephyr and Sengoku were still sifting through the remnants of the assessment materials. This evaluation was pivotal in determining the fates of the new recruits, particularly the top 100, necessitating careful consideration from both leaders. "Let us arrange for this Reese Pedman to remain at headquarters," Sengoku remarked, pointing at the list. Zephyr perused the documentation, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, that seems appropriate." Although his assessment score was outside the top 20, his swordsmanship is commendable. With Zephyr's consent, Sengoku marked a tick beside the name, stating, "He'll start as a private. Future promotions will depend on his merits in battle." Suddenly, that familiar oppressive aura enveloped them, causing their movements to falter. The sensation was enigmatic, almost indescribable, evoking a primal anxiety akin to prey facing a predator. Initially, Sengoku speculated whether someone had awakened the Conqueror's haki, but upon investigation, he found that no one had fainted. Feeling as though his heart was ensnared by an invisible force, Sengoku took a deep breath to steady his turbulent emotions and ruefully remarked to Zephyr, "I've heard that Loa killed the island's sole silverback gorilla." Without looking up, Zephyr continued to examine the files. Indeed, he initially dealt a heavy blow with a wide-area attack, but you know how resilient a silverback's life force is. It can still rage for 5 minutes even after its heart is shattered. When confronted with the rampaging silverback, Loa unleashed a technique he had been developing, defeating it with a flurry of blows. "Oh?" Sengoku exclaimed in surprise. "Didn't you say he was weak in close combat? How could he possibly kill a silverback?" At this, Zephyr lifted his gaze, as if recalling the figure from days past, shaking his head. He withdrew a stack of photographs from his pocket and handed them to Sengoku. "The witnesses were sworn to secrecy, and I plan to compile this information for you tomorrow. However, since you brought it up, take a look now." Sengoku, perplexed by Zephyr's serious demeanor, mumbled as he accepted the photographs. What kind of power could elicit such tension from you? After all, his voice trailed off as he scrutinized the images. His pupils dilated, and he abruptly stood, slamming his hand onto the table, staring intently at the photograph in his grasp. That could possibly be the power of a dragon. Leaning on his hand, Zephyr spoke with a tone of lament. "Fortunately, such terrifying entities do not exist in reality. At times, I genuinely question whether Loa is indeed a devil fruit user. This power is far too formidable." Sengoku remained silent, meticulously observing each image. The photographs depicted Loa after he unleashed dragon scales, engaged in combat with the silverback, his menacing claws and bone spurs radiating a palpable intent to kill. His cold, golden slit eyes revealed no emotion even when struck, resembling a deity observing the mortal realm from above. Yet, it was not these details that shocked Sengoku, but rather something else. At the edge of the photographs, a floating stone was marked in red, and following the markings, he noticed that many objects at the edge of the battlefield remained undisturbed. Upon comparing it with the next photograph, Sengoku realized that these objects had not shifted in the slightest. It was crucial to note that in the previous image, Loa had been sent flying, colliding near the very stone. Given the intensity of their battle, even the wind pressure alone could have sent a living being soaring, let alone a small stone. The subsequent details were even more astonishing. Regardless of the ferocity of their combat, the marked objects appeared to be rooted in place, unchanged until the conclusion of the battle. Sengoku slammed the photographs down onto the table, his expression unusually grave. "Zephyr, what is your hypothesis?" Perhaps it is a time or space-related ability," Zephyr mused, gazing out the window towards the new recruit's dormitory, where Loa was freely exuding his pressure. Kazan mentioned that Loa's freezing ability differs from his own, placing greater emphasis on the freezing aspect, which is the very reason he is countered by Loa's attributes. Thus, I speculate that perhaps the pinnacle of the Ice Dragon fruit could be the ability to freeze time. Chapter 33, Awakening, Pseudo-Dragon Transformation to Freeze Time. Sengoku murmured Zephyr's words, subsequently sinking into contemplation. Indeed, aside from the explanation of freezing time, he could conceive of no other capabilities. The Zoan-type mythical beast fruits, rarer than the Logia type, each possessed peculiar and extraordinary abilities. The regenerative trait of Marco, the Phoenix, and the impact characteristic of his own Buddha form exemplified this. Given this, if Loa's Ice Dragon fruit indeed harbored the power to freeze time, it would hardly be surprising what a terrifying ability that would be. If he could freeze a Yonko-level powerhouse for even a second, Sengoku would dare to reclaim lost territories in the New World. Forget the warlords of the sea and the most notorious revolutionary army. They could all be dismissed. Should they dispute, he would simply bring Loa and Kizaru along. Without any defensive measures for a single second, even if they couldn't be killed, they would be severely injured. Sengoku excitedly shared his thoughts with his old friend, only to suddenly sigh. However, it seems that Loa, let alone achieving that level, probably isn't even aware of the existence of this ability. Certainly. Zephyr picked up the photograph from the table. Otherwise, we would not have captured these images. Given that boy's cunning nature, such a trump card would undoubtedly be concealed very deeply. Furthermore, even if you were unafraid of exposure and could use it freely, you should have directly frozen the silverback gorilla's time and delivered a fatal blow. In light of this, Zephyr reminded Sengoku, however, based on the situation depicted in the photograph, objects frozen in time by the ice dragon remain unaffected by external influences. I estimate your idea may be unachievable. Ah, indeed, Sengoku sighed, stroking the head of the goat at his feet. Regardless, it is premature to discuss this now. Whether Luo Ya can reach that level remains uncertain. Before Luo Ya attains such a stage, who knows how much trouble he will cause me. Do you have any idea how many anonymous complaints I received about Luo Ya last month? Including from that group of instructors. Haha. In response to his old friend's grievances, Zephyr recalled Luo Ya's antics from the previous month, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he fell into contemplation. At this moment, Luo Ya was blissfully unaware of the legends he had left behind on the island. He truly had not paid attention to the freezing of time and space. During that intense battle, without the ability to perceive the color of Haki, he had been distracted by a stone at his feet that posed no threat to him. How foolish he must have been. The silverback gorilla's fists were no laughing matter. His current dilemma was, what to do if his military uniform was torn and cannot be mended. He was quite anxious about it. Oh, I almost forgot. This is my last set of clothes. Just moments ago, after the blue energy surged into Luo Ya's body, the dragon patterns on his skin began to pulse uncontrollably, the pale blue scales shimmering rhythmically beneath the surface. Luo Ya was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Just as he was about to remove his clothing, the dragon scales erupted from his body. Ultimately, it was too late. His pants and t-shirt had already been shredded by the sharp dragon scales, leaving a large hole in the back of his shirt, with a pair of bat-like wings defiantly unfurling in the air. Distracted by his concern for Bailey and the challenges of his training, the disoriented Luo Ya began his upgrade without shedding his clothes. As the power of the dragon surged within him and the scales began to grow, Luo Ya's initial reaction was one of disbelief. What on earth? One cannot fault Luo Ya for his limited vocabulary, when joy, sorrow, excitement, and sadness can all be encapsulated in a single exclamation. Why use more words? However, a significant problem arose. It is essential to understand that military uniforms represent the image of an army, embodying its martial and political essence, and are of utmost importance in military configuration. The Navy has always maintained exceedingly stringent requirements regarding soldiers' attire, no matter how unique the three generals' uniforms may be. The official justice cloak remains indispensable in formal occasions, underscoring the Navy's commitment to uniform discipline. For ordinary soldiers, the Navy stipulates that if a uniform is damaged due to non-combat circumstances, the soldier must run a lap around the fortress while bare-chested, clutching the newly issued uniform, all the while shouting, "I was wrong," as a deterrent to others. Having been momentarily stunned, Luo Ya's actions were slightly delayed, foreshadowing a rather unfortunate day ahead. Why am I so unlucky? Luo Ya lamented, picking up the tattered remnants of fabric from the ground and setting them aside. He reopened the interface to examine his upgraded attributes. Name, Christopher Luo Ya Energy Stage, 2nd level, 6th layer energy value, 01000 magic value, 90009000 magic recovery rate. 850 minutes. The magic value consistently increases by 1,000 points per layer. A fixed rate. Luo Ya speculated that unless he advanced from the 2nd to the 3rd level, his magic value would not experience any explosive growth. After reviewing the attribute panel, he noted that there were no changes to the skills panel regarding dragon body and dragon power. However, next to the ice shaping magic, a new icon had emerged from dragon power, softly glowing with a golden light, indicating a newly acquired skill. Luo Ya gazed in astonishment at the icon before him. Certain that it had not existed prior, it was not merely in a grayed-out state indicating unavailability, but had been entirely absent. This was a genuine new skill. He hastily clicked on the icon to examine its attributes. Awakening. Pseudo-dragon transformation, upon activation. It grants a temporary elevation of one stage in the compatibility with dragon physique by harnessing the power of dragons, ceasing before reaching the second critical point. The recovery speed of magical energy is enhanced. The potency of dragon-slaying magic is amplified, consuming 30 points of mana per second, with the degree of dragon power awakening augmented based on the duration of the state. From this passage, Luo Ya astutely discerned two pivotal points. Firstly, he had long believed that his dragon physique was developed progressively through his training, evolving from non-existence to a tangible form, allowing him to endure increasing amounts of dragon power and enhance its percentage. However, the explanation of this skill proved him mistaken. It was not due to a fortification of his physical attributes that he could withstand greater dragon power. Rather, it was the adaptation of his body to accommodate more dragon power that subsequently strengthened his physical constitution. Since the dragon physique hinges on compatibility, it follows that there must be a primary and a secondary component for such harmony to exist. Therefore, Luo Ya was aligning himself with the already existing dragon power, rather than striving to cultivate and amplify it. Upon reflection, the system explicitly stated that the dragon physique represented the degree to which a dragon-slaying mage could adapt to the dragon power, since it was adaptation rather than mere endurance. It was evident that he had initially misdirected his efforts. Dragon power and dragon physique, one embodies the essence of the dragon's strength, while the other represents its corporeal form. The perfect compatibility between the two is inherent. However, as Luo Ya was human, despite the modifications to his body through dragon-slaying magic, he could not flawlessly inherit that power, necessitating a gradual acclimatization to the dragon force. He was not constructing a house from the ground up, but ascending a staircase. This revelation illuminated the path for Luo Ya's future training, promising to save him considerable time. The second crucial point Luo Ya uncovered was that the techniques he had developed could indeed exert a reverse influence on the system. The skill awakening, pseudo-dragon transformation, had not existed previously, nor had it been cataloged by the system. Yet now it had emerged, transformed into a usable state. Luo Ya pondered over his recent actions, and the answer was singular. He had developed a formidable technique, Shirkai. The transformation brought forth by Shirkai was self-evident. Although it could not yet rival the true awakening mode of Natsu from the latter part of the original series, it was undeniably more powerful than his state when the dragon scales erupted during the Tower of Paradise arc. It was precisely because Luo Ya had completed and utilized this technique that it became integrated into the system as he leveled up. Each advancement not only affected him but also influenced the system, akin to a software update where new functionalities are added post-upgrade. As an aside, could someone elucidate the enigma of the 500 points? My old account could always respond to posts, yet my new account seems to have encountered some peculiar restrictions. Furthermore, regarding the update issue, I am already striving diligently to achieve a daily output of 5,000 words with my part-time endeavors. Chapter 34. Dining is a significant dilemma. Gratitude is extended to the reader, Binbin 388-2, for the generous donation. Heartfelt thanks to Reader AD for their contribution of 100. It is much appreciated. By the way, during these past few days, while the starting point has not received any donations, the Book City has been quite bustling with them. Additionally, I would like to share a thought. I have observed that among contemporaneous works and fellow newcomers, my collection has seen a commendable increase. However, alas, it has not even reached 1,000, which is quite embarrassing. The recommendation period ends in 2 days. Thus, I shall resort to charming antics. Well, rolling about is permissible, so I humbly request collections and recommendations. With this in mind, Luo Ya closed his eyes and chose to activate his skill. A faint humming sound resonated as his magical energy began to pulsate, and the magical runes commenced their dance. Scales began to manifest, with translucent plates rapidly tinted in a soft blue, before transitioning to a deeper azure. Suddenly, 2 bat-like wings unfurled within the confines of the room, the tumultuous winds sending objects tumbling haphazardly. A piercing chill swept through, swiftly freezing everything within the space. The biting cold gust burst open the windows, freezing the moisture blowing in from the direction of the sea, forming a crystalline ribbon of ice. Luo Ya gazed at his hands, where his once tile-like nails had transformed into familiar claws, their pristine tips exuding a gentle sheen. The menacing curvature instilled a sense of trepidation in onlookers. After assessing his internal condition, Luo Ya nodded in satisfaction. As long as he refrained from engaging in intense combat, his magical energy consumption could barely keep pace with its recovery. In other respects, he felt much like his independent self, but his control over magic had become exquisitely refined, no longer chaotic due to rough handling. Overall, it was infinitely superior to his previous haphazard attempts. The initial release was achieved by utilizing shape-shifting magic within his body, which allowed him to absorb ice element magic, forcibly awakening the power of the dragon. This power, roused from slumber, rampaged uncontrollably within him, leading to the ineffectiveness of the shape-shifting magic. Now, in this form categorized as a system skill, it was far from simple and crude. It directly stimulated the dragon power within him, reaching a state of awakening, resulting in the emergence of dragon scales. Consequently, the shape-shifting magic was not only unrestricted but also enhanced the strength of ordinary ice blocks to rival those created by dragon-slaying magic. Thus, Luo Ya could confidently say to the mole, "Give me 5 minutes, and I will elevate your experience to heavenly heights." Just as he reveled in the joy of his newfound strength, a booming voice echoed through the dormitory building. "Luo Ya, 2 disturbances in one night. Are you going to let anyone sleep?" Ah, yes. This form indeed radiated a formidable dragon aura. A few days later, in Marineford, Luo Ya had been indulging in well-deserved slumber. Following the conclusion of the practical assessments, the new recruits had been granted a rare week-long respite. Most opted to relish the luxury of sleeping in, liberating themselves from the rigors of training. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that he reluctantly decided to rise, for if he delayed even an hour longer, the dining hall would cease serving meals. This was a dire predicament for someone like Luo Ya, a veritable glutton. Time to eat, time to eat. Oh yes. After a quick wash-up, Luo Ya flung open his door and dashed out. Notably, the dormitory surrounding Luo Ya's room was now eerily deserted. Residing next to an individual who preferred to seclude himself in his room, experimenting with spell development, had truly tested Luo Ya's patience. The uncertainty of being jolted awake by unexpected disturbances or the incessant leaks from the ceiling was maddening. With no means to retaliate, they strategically retreated. As the dormitory was not fully occupied, a simple word with the old man downstairs and a quick registration sufficed for a room change. The path to the dining hall was sparsely populated. The usual bustling throng of new recruits charging into the dining hall had vanished. Instead, it was replaced by a few lethargic figures, trudging forward like zombies from a horror film, yawning and shuffling along. Luo Ya exchanged greetings with his companions as they strolled arm in arm towards the dining hall. Today, Ms. S was absent, rumored to have returned to her hometown in Beihai for a holiday. She had departed with the supply ships on the day the new recruits set off from the headquarters. Thus, the kitchen was now overseen by the second-in-command, a man who maintained a tidy kitchen yet bore the rugged demeanor of a bandit. Upon seeing Luo Ya and his friends enter the dining hall with laughter, the man's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly dropped his ladle and hurried into the kitchen, locking the door with a decisive click. A group of bewildered individuals stood frozen, their hands holding trays suspended in midair. What was happening? It was unclear, but it seemed he was afraid. Afraid? Luo Ya pondered for a moment, propping himself up on the table and peering curiously inside. There, 2 large barrels of curry bubbled with steam, and a sizable pot of rice was prominently displayed in front, but then, there was nothing more. Luo Ya gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, and a surge of anger welled up within him. "You scoundrel! Are you trying to starve me to death?" 2 large barrels of curry and rice were sufficient to satiate 100 new recruits. Today, the training camp was enjoying a holiday, and very few remained in the base. Perhaps there would be enough to eat. However, it was evident that Luo Ya's share had not been taken into account. With his enhanced strength, he could consume 100 portions of food by himself. If he were the tyrant of the recruit camp, it would be a different matter. He could simply seize the food for himself and ensure his own fill while letting the others go hungry. Yet, regrettably, that was not the case. Luo Ya is quite popular in the recruit camp, yet he cannot bring himself to oppress the common folk or engage in any nefarious activities. Sensing the chilling aura that emanates from him, his fellow recruits wisely choose to keep their distance, hastily removing the rice and curry from the large pot nearby. For once frozen, there would be no food left to consume. "Come out. I assure you, I will not harm you." Luo Ya exhaled icy crystals, her hands pulsating with blue energy. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Who would believe she wouldn't cause lethal harm? A single punch from her could turn someone into a popsicle, and one could easily prepare a notice of demise. Just then, a deep voice resonated. "It's all right, Luo Ya. Besides, Uncle Laterre didn't mean to. Speaking of which, it was still your doing." You were tinkering with your technique last night, weren't you? At that moment, Uncle Atair was busy preparing ingredients for today, and your aura startled him, causing a tremor that ignited a blaze, completely incinerating the stockpile. He'll have to face the consequences this afternoon. The voice was familiar, and Luo Ya turned to see Arudo, a member of the elite camp, raising his hands in exasperation. Even so, we must figure out what we are having for lunch today. Don't tell me you are already full, Arudo. Arudo, dressed casually in a shirt and floral shorts, with wooden clogs beneath him, appeared utterly relaxed. In his left hand, he held a plate hardly larger than his palm, devoid of any remnant save for a trace of curry sauce along the edge. Placing the plate in the recycling area, Arudo sighed, "How could I possibly be full? Our elite camp chef is ill today, so I had to venture out to find food. While I cannot match your appetite, I certainly consume more than the average person. I had intended to take a break, but encountering this situation is truly vexing." Standing at 4 meters tall, Arudo resembled a brown bear, with a remarkable capacity for food. Before Luo Ya joined the Navy, he held the title of glutton, but compared to Luo Ya, he felt overshadowed and willingly relinquished the title. Luo Ya, however, was not particularly pleased about it. The two of them faced each other, exhaling in unison, their heads drooping. At that moment, a fellow recruit sharing curry rice suggested, "Have you forgotten? Members of the elite camp can dine at the military mess hall. Why not try there? You should still make it in time." Luo Ya, astonished, lifted his head to look at Aludo, exclaiming, "Is there really such a thing?" Aludo, equally taken aback, responded, "I had no idea." The new recruit, feeling somewhat disheartened, thought to himself that if even the elite camp members were unaware of such matters, it was rather disheartening for a mere supporting character like him to possess such knowledge. He decided to remain silent, wishing for tranquility. However, under the imposing gazes of the two notorious troublemakers, he chose to acquiesce, realizing that enduring a beating for a meal was hardly worth it. Everyone knew how terrifying a hungry Luo Ya could be. The incident when his rations were stolen during the practical assessment was a testament to that. Indeed, this regulation had been implemented since the previous year. On one hand, it was due to the overwhelming load on the new recruit camp's cafeteria, which sometimes struggled to keep up. On the other hand, it aimed to encourage communication between the Navy's newcomers and seasoned veterans, ensuring unity within the ranks. "That's all I know," Luo Ya said, releasing his grip on his collar and gazing at Aludo. "Shall we go for a meal? Let's go together." After glancing at the reviews, Luo Ya noticed that fellow readers were somewhat urging for updates, not just in that regard, but also discussing the future development of his character. This reminded him of a comment he had seen days prior, prompting him to revisit it. Sure enough, it appeared his narrative lacked depth, with future events being easily predicted. Sighing, he mused over this predicament. Chapter 35, The Arrival of Carp. Gratitude to the reader Hypipipi 500 for the generous donation. Special thanks to the reader Qian Yusho for their support. Much appreciated. The fan list is finally nearing 10. This marks a historic milestone. Upon leaving the cafeteria, Luo Ya did not rush to sprint away. If he truly needed to travel quickly, his speed would far surpass Aludo's clumsy pursuit. However, a dilemma arose. Although he had essentially been pre-selected as a member of the elite camp and felt confident about the upcoming battle against the entire camp, he was not yet officially recognized as a member. What if the cafeteria staff failed to recognize him? Therefore, he fixed his gaze on Aludo, making the latter feel uneasy. What's wrong?" Aludo asked. "I was contemplating that it might be safer to stick with you. If they refuse to serve me, I could count on you for assurance." With that, disregarding Aludo's bewilderment, Luo Ya clenched his fists and concentrated his magic. Ice Make, Ice Wolf. With a resounding howl, two cannoned creatures composed of ice materialized before them, their bodies stretching over 2 meters long, glistening in the sunlight like dazzling diamonds. Aludo stared in astonishment at the lifelike ice wolves. One of them crouched down and scratched its neck with its hind paw, before finally asking, "Your ice can move freely?" That's not scientific. It was well known that while natural fruit users could manipulate elements into various forms, they could not achieve such fluidity. This is no mere block of ice. It's a new species that grows ice instead of flesh. Luo Ya scoffed, "And you're discussing science with me while knowing about the devil fruit?" He then mounted one of the ice wolves, urging, "Let us speed up. This is certainly faster than running." The ice wolves, although lifeless, indeed moved as Aludo remarked, which defied the laws of science. This limitation within the world of One Piece left its natives struggling to comprehend the concept of magic. And Luo Ya found no desire to explain, attributing it simply to the peculiarities of the fruit. He often pondered the dynamics of static and dynamic magic during idle moments. However, Through repeated experimentation, he discovered that creating a static ice bomb was far more efficient than sending an ice wolf to attack. The primary issue that persisted was the strength of his magic. Although he wielded ice-based Dragon Slayer magic, it merely rendered his ice creations harder than ordinary ice. Unable to reach the steel-like hardness capable of piercing a ship's deck. Thus, Luo Ya refrained from squandering his magic on futile endeavors during combat. The only dynamic magic that had ever satisfied him was the ice waterfall technique he had developed during his encounter with Kazan, where he manipulated seemingly discarded ice from the floor to capture him. Yet, as previously mentioned, due to insufficient strength, Kazan easily resisted, demonstrating his formidable physical prowess. Not to mention elemental transformation. The outcome was merely a slight inconvenience. Under Luo Ya's urging, Aludo, still marveling, mounted the ice wolf. But in the next moment, Luo Ya laughed and tumbled off his mount. The ice wolf, not counting its tail, was already 2 meters long. Luo Ya was able to spin on its back. Yet he overlooked one critical detail. Aruder, the fool, was a towering 4 meters tall. What does 4 meters signify? For someone with a severe fear of heights, merely looking down could induce faintness. Unlike horses or cows, wolves are not evolved to serve as mounts, and when lying down, their legs appeared quite short. As Aruder mounted, the ice wolf rose, but Aruder's feet remained firmly planted on the ground. What kind of mount was this? Observing Luo Ya rolling on the ground with laughter, Aruder's expression darkened. His wooden clogs tapping sharply against the earth, producing a rhythmic sound. After enduring for a moment and seeing that Luo Ya couldn't contain his laughter, Aruder bellowed, "Enough. What's so amusing? Is it my height that's at fault? No, being tall is an advantage. What do you know?" Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Luo Ya understood that it was best to stifle his laughter. Otherwise, a humiliated Aruder might challenge him to a duel. Despite his rugged exterior, this man had a surprisingly thin skin. Puffing his cheeks to suppress his laughter, Luo Ya gestured for Aruder to rise, then placed his hand on the ice wolf to cast a spell. The ice wolf began to swell rapidly, its limbs and head transforming in the process. Soon, Luo Ya withdrew his hand, and before Aruder stood a magnificent ice horse, towering over 3 meters. Only then did Aruder feel reassured. Mounting the ice horse and taking the ice reins, he whistled, "Let's go." With a clatter of hooves, the ice horse galloped away, leaving a trail of frost behind. Luo Ya hastily mounted the ice wolf to follow, exclaiming, "Wait for me. I don't know the way." The mess hall of the military camp was significantly larger than that of the rookie camp, spanning 3 lavish yet solemn floors. Even from a distance, Luo Ya could smell the aroma of the food. Sated Navy soldiers emerged from the grand entrance, exchanging a few words with friends before dispersing. An ice wolf and an ice horse trotted side by side along the main road, undoubtedly capturing the attention of many. Aruder's distinctive physique was hard to miss. He was well known, but who was the small figure beside him? Thanks to the whispers of the informed, everyone soon recognized the diminutive fellow. "Damn, this is the guy who's been disturbing our dreams lately. You lot, go beat him up." The one who spoke was met with scorn from his companions, his ears reddening as he retreated into the crowd. After all, this young man had been trained by Admiral Kazan himself and was rumored to have slain a silverback gorilla during his assessment. It was unlikely that even the less capable generals could defeat Luo Ya. Consequently, a group of onlookers could do nothing but gawk as Luo Ya and Aruder entered the mess hall, chatting merrily. Rushing to the serving window, Luo Ya quickly surveyed his options and decisively selected his meal. "I'll have this and that. Bring me the pot. And rice too. Don't forget the pot. By the way, are the fruits still uncut? Bring me the basket." The serving uncle stared blankly at Luo Ya. Suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed, "You must be Luo Ya. I know you, the biggest eater in the rookie camp." Luo Ya's face darkened, a frown creasing his forehead. He seized the uncle by the collar and growled, "Who the hell called me a glutton? Do you want me to beat you up? I'm a foodie. And being able to eat is a blessing. Do you understand?" Aruder quickly stepped in to mediate, his large hands separating the two. He awkwardly nodded at the onlooking veterans. I apologize. He hasn't eaten all day and is in a foul mood." With Aruder's persuasion, Luo Ya finally relented and happily carried his food to find a seat. Aruder, albeit embarrassed, unapologetically took a portion of food nearly equal to Luo Ya's as he left the serving window, leaving the serving uncle dumbfounded and the counter spotless. The two sat across from each other at a large table, with only the two of them, shoveling food into their mouths with their spoons. As they ate, Luo Ya suddenly slapped Aruder's hand away, pointing to a large pot beside them. "That one is yours." The veterans in the mess hall wiped the sweat from their brows, watching the two devour their meals. Just then, the noise in the hall suddenly ceased, and a chorus of voices filled with excitement erupted into a single exclamation, "Admiral Garp!" Chapter 36. Does Garp want to take a disciple? Haha, don't be so serious, let's all go eat. The newcomer was a robust elder, despite his white hair. His broad chest and muscular physique were hardly diminished from his youth. His dark skin radiated a healthy glow. This was none other than the legendary Navy hero, Iron Fist Garp. Hearing the voice that closely resembled the dubbed sound, Luo Ya instantly raised his head. Monkey D. Garp? In the entire world of One Piece, there are three aspects that pique Luo Ya's curiosity. First, what hidden cards do the celestial dragons possess to maintain their dominion? Second, how exactly was the geography of this world formed? Third, just how formidable is Iron Fist Garp? From the words Garp uttered after Akainu killed Ace during the Marineford War, it was evident that Garp had the capability to defeat Akainu Sakazuki. He even insisted that Sengoku must restrain him, fearing he might lose control. At such a level of power, who would dare dismiss Garp's words as mere bluster? Akainu, after all, is a high-ranking admiral, reputed to be the strongest force of the Navy. If he fears Garp might strike him down, how powerful must Garp truly be? Thus, Luo Ya's intrigue about Garp surpasses even his quest to uncover the secrets of the D family. Admiral Garp. While Luo Ya was lost in thought, Aludo stood upright and saluted. Apart from the three admirals who emerged from the new recruit camp, Aludo idolized Iron Fist Garp above all. Garp was the legendary hero who personally captured the infamous Gold. Roger and Aludo had grown up hearing tales of his exploits. While he harbored admiration for the three admirals, his feelings for Garp were rooted in genuine reverence. Observing Aludo's uncontrollable excitement, Luo Ya understood his thoughts perfectly. However, he was certain that Aludo was unaware that the individual deemed the world's most notorious criminal by the government, Drago, was the son of the man he so admired. A peculiar smile crept across Luo Ya's lips as he contemplated whether to drop a hint. At that moment, Garp waved his hand to disperse the crowd and approached the food-serving window. Ah, today it's you cooking, Marcus. As per usual, I do like my portion. Marcus. The uncle who served food to Luo Ya and Aludo responded with a forlorn expression. Well, Admiral Garp, you might need to wait a moment. Garp had his own residence in Mariehua, but living alone meant he did not cook. He usually relied on the military mess hall for his meals. Why is that? Garp inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, he noticed the serving counter was immaculately clean, leaving him astonished. Hey, Marcus, what do you mean you finished already? There are still a bunch of kids who haven't eaten. How could we be done? Marcus weakly protested, pointing towards Luo Ya and Aludo. Those two little rascals just took away all the food we had prepared. You know I don't allow food to sit and cool. I always prepare it according to the flow of diners, and they just took everything we had made. Oh, is that so? Garp turned to observe Aludo, who was stealing glances at him with trembling hands, and the small figure opposite him, who was devouring food with abandon. Despite there being only two individuals, they occupied an entire table, piled high with food meant for them. That kid. He must be the one Kazan has been training, Garp mused. When news first spread that an admiral was personally instructing a new recruit, everyone thought it was a joke. An admiral teaching a recruit? What absurdity! What could a recruit possibly learn? They were likely still focused on physical training. However, as the whispers circulated through the elite camp, accompanied by the sounds of explosions and flying ice blocks echoing in the small square every evening, people gradually began to accept this incredulous information. Garp first became aware of this individual, Christopher Luo Ya, during his initial upgrade after arriving at headquarters. The inexplicable aura he exuded was so impactful that even Garp felt a significant influence from it. By the way, didn't Sengoku mention yesterday that the only silverback gorilla on Trial Island was killed, and he sent Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider to capture another? Garp recalled the meeting from yesterday, where he had been a bit parched after indulging in too many rice crackers and had idly listened to a few remarks. With this in mind, Garp felt a keen curiosity about the prowess of Christopher Luo Ya, the individual who garnered special attention from both Zephyr and Kazan. Marcus, make sure to bring it over when it's ready. Garp called to Marcus, gradually making his way to Luo Ya's table. Aludo, who had been focused on Garp, saw him approach and, in a flurry, abruptly stood up, causing fried rice to splatter all over Luo Ya's face. Admiral Garp. Luo Ya, with a sense of exasperation, brushed away the grains of rice, and then lazily stood up to salute, saying, Admiral Garp, greetings. No matter how curious I am, dining takes precedence. Aludo was clearly not a qualified gourmand. Faced with his idol, he abandoned his meal without hesitation. Luo Ya, aside from harboring disdain, could only conform to local customs. Although this was a cafeteria where saluting the superior was unnecessary, considering the presence of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp Treating him casually would inevitably result in consequences within 24 hours, including but not limited to reprimands from the likes of those middle-ranking officers from headquarters. Noticing Luo Ya's languid demeanor, Karp's gaze deepened. Indeed, he is truly Kazan's disciple, having perfectly emulated his temperament. However, while contemplating this, Karp spoke different words aloud. Ha ha ha. What a spirited young man. Excellent. Being able to eat is a virtue. As he said this, he patted Aludo's belly, cleared his throat awkwardly, and shifted the topic. You must be Aludo. Zephyr holds you in high regard. Last time. At that moment, Aludo, who was receiving a lecture, and Luo Ya, both bewildered, remained frozen as they watched Karp abruptly fall asleep and begin to snore. Luo Ya's mind was in turmoil, a cacophony of thoughts racing through. Goodness, you truly fell asleep. How did you acquire such an unscientific skill? With a pop, a bubble of mucus burst from Karp's nose, yet he continued speaking as if nothing had occurred. His tone unchanged. Last time, Zephyr mentioned that as long as you keep up your speed, you can graduate. Well, that's merely talk. Among all the elite camps, only a few have managed to utilize hockey without graduating. You, however, are a genius. Now that you've applied for graduation, he is at a loss. Haha. Despite Karp's jest, Aludo felt no sense of relaxation. He stamped his foot in frustration, his wooden clogs shattering under the pressure, causing the bones in Luo Ya's bowl to tremble. Once again saluting, Aludo exclaimed excitedly, Yes, I understand. Yet, what exactly did you comprehend? I fail to grasp it. In the depths of his mind, Luo Ya was fervently lamenting when, by chance, his gaze met that of Karp. They both discerned a shared sense of exasperation in each other's eyes. This fellow possesses a certain intrigue, Karp mused silently, gesturing for Aludo to take a seat. He then turned his piercing gaze towards Luo Ya, as though attempting to see through him. Hey, you must be Luo Ya, he stated. Before Luo Ya could respond, Karp continued, in Zifa's words. You are the most gifted recruit among the recent batches, yet you seem rather unremarkable. With that, he flicked a lump of nasal debris away with his pinky. Luo Ya gazed at Karp with an unfazed demeanor, observing his antics. Although perplexed by Karp's intent to belittle him, Luo Ya remained composed, reflecting on Karp's eccentric character. In the D-clan, Karp's lineage was undoubtedly peculiar. One should not be surprised by his bizarre actions. Nevertheless, remaining silent would be discourteous. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Ya responded, It's simply because I am still a rookie, followed by a smile. Karp was momentarily taken aback, his hand trembling as his fingernail inadvertently dug painfully into his nostril, nearly bringing him to tears. After a brief pause, he chose to disregard Luo Ya's choice of words and forthrightly expressed his intention. Well, it doesn't matter. I ask you, young man, would you like to become my disciple? Chapter 37, The Bewildered Ones. Aludo raised his head in confusion. Did I just hear something? What? Luo Ya was caught off guard by Karp's sudden inquiry. The audience, with ears perked, echoed in unison, What did we just hear? Karp, irritated, dug at his ears. You lot are deafening. It's merely about taking on a disciple. Why the fuss? His words were delivered with such audacity that Luo Ya nearly questioned his own capacity for comprehension. However, the audience collectively expressed that while taking on a disciple was indeed unusual, it was particularly astonishing coming from you, Vice Admiral Karp. After all, when Kazan was under your command, you never once suggested taking him on as a disciple. What on earth is happening now? Luo Ya was truly taken aback. How could it be that Karp suddenly wished to take him as a disciple? This unexpected turn of events imparted a peculiar sense of déjà vu. I am not Zhao Ritian. In the world of One Piece, the relationship between a disciple and a master predominantly resides within the confines of dojos. At sea, the aspiration is for freedom, regardless of one's character or actions, be they virtuous or malevolent, everyone seeks liberty. Thus, individuals in this world, particularly the men of the ocean, generally consider the notion of taking on disciples to be a nuisance, often opting to decline such commitments. Mihawk trained Zoro for 2 years, and Rayleigh mentored Luffy for the same duration. Does this render them master and disciple? Certainly not. According to the maritime perspective, one may impart knowledge, yet the individual remains unbound as a disciple. Akichi's acknowledgement of Luo Ya as a pupil stemmed from Luo Ya's incessant pestering, yet he has never publicly proclaimed Luo Ya as his disciple. Zephyr took on disciples out of habit. Once known as the Admiral who does not kill, one can surmise his character was far more amiable than Karp's notorious reputation. This trait magnified after he lost his family and became the chief instructor at the new recruits camp, fostering a sense of love for all new soldiers, which led him to perceive the elite recruits as his disciples. And Karp? Is he a figure of love, or merely entangled in obligation? Moreover, regarding Karp's educational effectiveness, Luo Ya could hardly commend it. He raised a son who became the leader of the Marines, and two grandsons who embraced piracy, one, a second commander of the Whitebeard pirates, albeit meeting his demise years later, and the other poised to become the future pirate king. Now, as he seeks to take me as a disciple, is he intending to nurture talent for the pirates or to foster dissent against the world government? In light of all this, Luo Ya resolutely chose to decline. I am truly sorry, Admiral Carp, but I cannot be your disciple. Aludo, in a fit of excitement, lifted Luo Ya, who was ready to retaliate with a punch, only to discover that Aludo was, unbeknownst to him, already in tears. How envious. No, how infuriating. You actually rejected Admiral Carp. Do you even comprehend who he is? Luo Ya, feeling helpless, exerted himself to break free and stood on the stool to adjust his collar. Before he could utter a word, he heard Carp's incredulous voice. You actually refused. Boy, tell me why. Otherwise, you're finished today. Carp's original intent was merely to irritate Zephyr. After all, everyone knew that Zephyr had tacitly accepted this disciple. Imagine the fury that would ensue if he intervened. Wouldn't Zephyr be infuriated to the point of apoplexy? As comrades for several decades, they never held back when it came to vexing one another. He had even devised numerous schemes to torment Luo Ya, but he never anticipated that Luo Ya would outright reject him. This left Carp feeling quite embarrassed. He was usually the one who was carefree, while Sengoku was the one who often became flustered. When did it become his turn to feel anxious? Suddenly, Carp knocked his own head, conjuring an excuse for himself. Luo Ya, you must be unaware, right? After all, you were just an ordinary person before. Allow me to inform you, I am Vice Admiral Monkey D, Carp of the Navy headquarters. Before Carp could finish his boastful proclamation, Luo Ya interrupted him with a disdainful glance. The very hero of the Navy who personally captured the pirate king Gold. Roger. The renowned Iron Fist Vice Admiral whose name reverberates across the seas, the infamous demon of the Navy, Monkey D. Carp, your illustrious name, even when I was merely an inconsequential deckhand, was well known to me. Then, witnessing Carp's bewildered expression, Luo Ya shook his head and sighed. A master chooses his disciple, and a disciple chooses his master. Vice Admiral Carp, may I pose an impudent question? What skills do you possess? What skills do I possess? Carp pondered momentarily before bursting into laughter. Huh? Are you worried that I wouldn't be able to teach you, Luo Ya? Ha 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 ha, impossible. I am proficient in all the Navy S6 styles. And I have never feared anyone when it comes to armament hockey. Carp chuckled with pride, oblivious to Luo Ya's growing disdain, who promptly interrupted him. Then I must inquire, what skills does Teacher Zephyr possess? Of course, Carp paused, realizing that whatever he could do, Zephyr could do as well. However, he was not the type to concede easily, retorting, even if he can do it too, he is weaker than I am. When seeking a master, one must choose someone stronger. Luo Ya shook his head, stating, I shall faithfully convey the remarks regarding Master Zephyr's supposed inferiority to you. Furthermore, allow me to correct you on a point. Disciples choose their masters, or rather seek a master, with the intention of becoming stronger. The strength of a master does not necessarily reflect their ability to teach. As you rightly mentioned, one should seek a stronger mentor, as a more powerful teacher possesses methods to enhance one's strength. However, have you considered that these methods may not necessarily be suitable for the disciple? It is not a certainty. After a brief pause, allowing Carp a moment of contemplation, Luo Ya continued, thus, the selection of a master cannot be solely based on strength. It must also consider their teaching ability. Otherwise, why would I not pursue the widely acknowledged strongest man in the world, Whitebeard? Therefore, the prowess of the master I seek does not need to be exceedingly high. What matters is their ability to aid my growth. In my understanding, the finest teacher in this world is Master Zephyr. In terms of strength, he was once an admiral, hardly weaker than yourself. Regarding his teaching ability, the current 3 admirals and numerous vice admirals, such as those from the headquarters, were all trained by him. His capacity to instruct is beyond doubt. Hence, I must respectfully decline your offer to become my master. Carp felt the weight of Kazan's frustrations from a month prior. This young man was quite eloquent. Clearly, he was no match. It dawned on Carp that he had wasted his years without a worthy disciple. Arudo's gaze traversed time, recalling the day he first met Luo Ya. The scene felt familiar, as if he could not comprehend anything at all. Ultimately, Luo Ya delivered a devastating blow to Carp, leaning close to his ear and whispering, moreover, Vice Admiral Carp, your only son is a member of the Cipher Pole. Your teaching ability, I must say, leaves much to be desired. With a soft gasp, Carp felt something shatter within him, irretrievable. The farcical episode of Carp taking on a disciple concluded with him suffering the gravest emotional injury in history, leaving him utterly dejected, neglecting even to inquire how Luo Ya had come by this secret, and choosing instead to return home in sorrow. Along the way, one could hear Carp muttering to himself, "Why? Why?" In truth, Luo Ya had exploited Carp's brash nature, utilizing an example that could not withstand scrutiny. If it were genuinely possible to take Whitebeard as a master, Luo Ya would have done so long ago. After all, he was the strongest in the world, a being capable of overpowering a Kainu even in a state of near death. With such a guide, who would still care for Zephyr? However, fortunately for him, the members of the monkey family shared this trait. As long as it did not pertain to family or comrades, their intellect would plummet. Once Carp departed, Luo Ya finally felt at ease to indulge in culinary delights. Yet, the gaze of the surrounding Marines shifted towards him, now filled with a peculiar intensity. Where once they regarded him as a mischievous young peer, they now viewed him as a formidable adversary, for he had spoken such reasoned truths that left them speechless. Vice Admiral Carp had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. From now on, he would never engage Luo Ya in conversation again. After his meal, Luo Ya disregarded Arudo, considering it unfortunate for him that he had chosen to take a day off. As he was not the only one left bewildered by Luo Ya, Arudo was similarly affected. After parting ways, he wandered aimlessly, feeling disheartened. Luo Ya reclined upon the broad back of an ice wolf, returning to his quarters to prepare for an afternoon nap. One must balance cultivation with relaxation. It is essential to unwind at times. Chapter 38. The battle begins. A week later, at the Marine Headquarters training camp in Marineford, the golden morning light danced among the clouds, lifting the veil of night. Today, Luo Ya rose early, meditating by the artificial lake not far from the dormitory. This day marked his assessment. Facing the onslaught of hundreds, he needed to prepare himself to meet the challenge with utmost readiness, lest he falter. Given that his opponents were comrades from the training camp, Luo Ya refrained from employing his more devastating techniques, such as Ice Bomb or Ice Dragon Roar, which could clear the field in an instant. Wisps of frigid air coiled around him, rising and falling with his breath. As the surface of the lake transformed into a mirror-like sheen, suddenly, a sharp ice spike erupted from the lake, piercing the abdomen of a carp, which struggled futilely before its eyes dulled with lifelessness. The next moment, a cacophony of shattering sounds echoed, as if the previous ice spike had triggered a cascade, summoning countless others to rise from the lake's surface. The air filled with a multitude of ice spikes, ascending and descending in a frenzy, while droplets of blood blossomed beneath the ice, as the carp inhabiting the lake met their grim fate, pierced repeatedly until reduced to a mushy pulp. In an instant, the lake's surface fell eerily tranquil, as the ice dispersed like spring snow meeting the sun, vanishing in the blink of an eye. A dense scattering of pinkish flesh floated upon the lake, resembling an undercooked fish stew. Luo Ya took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. At last, he had achieved a mastery over ice-shaping magic, yet the complete control over dragon-slaying magic remained a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, with his current proficiency in shaping magic, it is likely that even a typical lieutenant general would be unable to withstand him. Casting a glance at the lake's surface stained crimson with blood, Luo Ya nodded in satisfaction. His accuracy was commendable, though relying solely on long-range generation had diminished his power. He resolved to explore this further when time permitted. The technique known as Thousand Forest Rush is an extension of the Ice Waterfall Burial, embodying both movement and stillness within the realm of shaping magic. While its area of effect may not rival that of the Ice Bomb, the formidable penetrating capability of ice spikes would certainly enlighten one on the meaning of 1,000 cuts. Luo Ya picked up the coat lying on the ground and let out a sharp whistle. An ice wolf sprang forth from the air, first its front half, followed by its midsection, and finally its tail, becoming fully visible as it landed. Mounting the ice wolf, Luo Ya galloped towards the assessment grounds. Compared to the recruits of the branch, the new soldiers in the main unit faced not only a more rigorous training regimen but also a greater emphasis on practical combat. In addition to the annual elite assessment, daily skirmishes and drills were indispensable. These combat training sessions typically occurred once a month or quarterly. Luo Ya's enlistment in the Navy coincided precisely with the conclusion of the last assessment. Consequently, with the elite assessment looming in a month, the combat training for that month was naturally cancelled. Thus, this was Luo Ya's inaugural visit to this location. The small square where he had sparred with Aludo seemed diminutive in comparison. The expansive arena could accommodate 20,000 individuals, marking it as one of the Navy's most significant training grounds. Today, the assessment venue was bustling with activity. Unlike the usual two-person duels or the maximum of 10 participants in team battles, which were conducted in smaller groups, There had never been a precedent for gathering the entire battalion for training all at once. Upon Luo Ya's arrival, a throng of new recruits had already assembled in the arena. Each eager and brimming with competitive spirit, casting malevolent glances in Luo Ya's direction. Among them, the members of Team 7 were particularly zealous, assisting in the lifting of weapons. Busily preparing medical supplies, and dutifully counting heads as per the instructor's orders, arranging the recruits into formation to receive their arms. Luo Ya's eyes twitched with irritation, as he truly wished to deliver a swift kick to each of them. However, he refrained from such an action. For directly opposite the entrance of the venue stood a group of dignitaries upon a lofty platform. Among them were the various instructors from the recruits' camp. A lieutenant general from the headquarters, and the chief instructor of the recruits' camp, Black Arm Zephyr. And not to be forgotten, the naval hero Garp, who was lazily blowing bubbles while dozing off, alongside the elusive supreme commander of the Navy, the strategic genius Sengoku. Luo Ya lightly tapped his face and turned to a passing recruit, inquiring, "Why are Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku here?" The recruit was taken aback for a moment, then recognized Luo Ya and replied with a grin, "Oh, it's you, Boss Luo Ya?" As for Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, they were invited by Master Zephyr to serve as witnesses. "You must perform well later." Luo Ya, what an utter display of ennui from these two individuals. As for Garp, his temperament is well known. Yet, you, a distinguished admiral of the Navy, a figure so formidable that a mere stomp of your foot could cause the very sea to tremble, what is it that compels you to witness? Are you truly so invested in the prowess of these new recruits? Luo Ya remained unaware that, due to the events of the previous practical assessment, Sengoku's interest in him far exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, why would he take an interest in witnessing a battle among rookies? Even one as unprecedented as a single individual pitted against hundreds? Feeling Luo Ya's gaze, Sengoku locked his eyes on him through the crowd, narrowing them slightly. Zifa, when did this could grow stronger? Although the world of pirates lacked a structured training system, it boasted the existence of Haki, a nearly invincible ability. Among these, Kenbunchika Haki not only aids in combat by locking onto and predicting opponents, but also allows one to ascertain a person's general strength. It was through this ability that Sengoku could determine that Luo Ya's power had surpassed that of the previous week. Hearing Sengoku's words, Zifa enveloped Luo Ya in his own Kenbunchika Haki, hesitating for a moment before affirming, "Indeed, I sense that the chill emanating from him is more subtle than before. It seems today we'll witness a remarkable battle." Unaware that he was being scrutinized, Luo Ya merely felt a shiver coursing through him. He cast a wary glance around before finding a spot against the wall to sit down. Time swiftly transitioned from morning to late morning. The weather was splendid, with the azure sky resembling a vast emerald. An endless expanse of blue stretching as far as the eye could see. A few carefree seagulls circled above the fortress, occasionally alighting on the naval flagpole to rest. One by one, the instructors of each team reported their numbers to Zifa. Once everyone had arrived, Zifa exchanged a glance with Sengoku and spoke in a deep tone, "Silence." The moment Zifa commanded, the previously hushed discussions among the new recruits ceased abruptly as they stood to attention. Satisfied with their response, Zifa nodded and continued. "You are all undoubtedly aware of the combat assessment. I shall not reiterate its details. However, today's evaluation differs from the past. Today, you will not select your challenge. Rather, there is an individual who will challenge all of you." During the practical examination, Luo Ya inadvertently triggered a beast tide, resulting in numerous casualties among the new recruits. Everyone had been eagerly anticipating this day, and upon hearing ZFA's official announcement, they erupted into ecstatic cheers. Observing the recruits below, who were as exuberant as gorillas celebrating a successful mating, Zhanghua clicked his tongue in disapproval. "TSK, this lad must be quite unpopular in the recruit camp." As ZFA waited for the commotion to subside, he continued to announce, "The assessment is about to commence. Although participation in this evaluation is not mandatory for all, I hope you will summon your utmost strength to deliver a remarkable display of combat." Upon finishing his statement, ZFA nodded to the rear admiral beside him, then roused the slumbering Garp, dragging him to a specially prepared seat. The rear admiral saluted and stepped forward. "Christopher Luo Ya, proceed immediately to the center of the arena." Luo Ya lifted his head and, under the eager gaze of the onlookers, slowly advanced forward. Along the way, a few ruffians attempted to assert their dominance by blocking his path. However, they were swiftly propelled out of the crowd, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. The remaining spectators, trembling with fear, hastily cleared a path for Luo Ya. Upon reaching the center of the arena, Luo Ya did not wait for the instructor to speak. Instead, he enveloped himself in a suit of ice armor. Unlike previous occasions, this time the icy armor appeared more menacing, with jagged ice spires protruding from it, silently roaring at the new recruits. Come forth and engage in battle. I assure you, I shall not slay you. The ice armor type 2 to 17, commonly referred to as the tentacle monster, was a technique Luo Ya had devised to enhance his mastery over shape-shifting magic. It combined both offense and defense. In the future, as Luo Ya mastered the observation haki, its potency would undoubtedly increase. For now, it was more than sufficient to deal with this group of novices. Chapter 39. Is the elite camp considered? I expressed my gratitude to the reader Feng Guo Wuhen for the generous donation of 100. I also thank the reader Qin Yuan Wei Liao for their contribution of 100. Thank you both. Do you know why I failed to express my gratitude for recommendations yesterday? It was neither due to disdain from the old author, nor because of the reader's opinions, and certainly not because the mobile assistant was difficult to navigate. I rose at 6 yesterday morning and, after compiling the list of thanks for the recommendations, was astonished to discover that I had exceeded 1,000 words. The support from readers is truly overwhelming, leaving me in admiration. Once this week concludes, a significant update is assured. Additionally, I continue to seek both collections and recommendations. It seems I may have made it onto the recommendation list this week. As for Friday, I recall indulging a bit too much in the evening and completely forgot about it. Can you believe that? I assure you, I shall not slay you. Luo exuded an aura of chilling menace, his smile both wild and wicked, confronted by what could only be described as an overt threat. Many of the new recruits swallowed hard, instinctively retreating. Surely, this is a jest. Could you not simply allow us a fair fight? We have barely enjoyed a few peaceful nights this month, all disrupted by your incessant disturbances. Do you not possess any sense of conscience? Just as the crowd simmered with unease, a tall figure emerged. Ha ha, this is rather amusing. Come, let us see if you can indeed defeat me, Luo. The voice was hauntingly familiar, and Luo's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the newcomer. Aludo, what are you doing here? The figure was none other than Aludo, a member of the elite camp, known for his formidable strength. Today, Aludo's attire was markedly different from what Luo had previously seen. He was impeccably dressed, donning 2 iron-crafted gauntlets, with thick iron chains spiraling from the gauntlets, coiling around his arms. Much like Luo, Aludo trusted in the power of his fists and was not skilled in weaponry. Thus, he had approached logistics to forge the gauntlets. Luo was aware of this, having accompanied Aludo to logistics on the day they were completed. But why was Aludo here? Is he not a member of the elite camp? At that moment, 2 more figures stepped forward, speaking in unison. And we are here too, Luo? Aside from their differing positions, these 2 individuals mirrored each other in every aspect: movement, attire, demeanor, and tone. The Jerome brothers? Luo Ya gazed at them in astonishment, then abruptly turned around, casting a hostile glare at the instructor on the stage. Why would members of the elite camp be present here? Isn't this an assessment for our recruit camp? Without needing to ponder extensively, Luo Ya discerned the truth. The only person capable of mobilizing the elite camp to this place was none other than Zephyr. Thus, while his words seemed to question the Major General, they were, in essence, directed at Zephyr lurking in the background. Upon hearing this, Zephyr merely lifted his eyelids, feigning ignorance as if he could not comprehend what was being said. In the face of Luo Ya's unfriendly gaze, the Major General mustered the courage to explain, this assessment is for the entire recruit camp. The elite camp is indeed a part of the recruit camp as institutions, hence it is naturally entitled to participate. Such a shameless assertion. Luo Ya gazed in astonishment at Zifa. Although the elite camp is indeed a branch of the recruit camp, its funding and facilities had been independent for many years, with management directly overseen by Zifa. Immune even from the intervention of the Fleet Admiral, the endeavor of attracting disciples, aside from the tuition-collecting dojos, was not something even Zifa would expend considerable effort on. The elite camp's specialized teaching model was more to his liking. However, due to the absence of another prominent figure to take charge of the recruit camp, no one even of the rank of Vice Admiral, Zifa had been managing the elite camp through his position as the chief instructor of the recruit camp. In reality, within the Navy, the 2 had long been tacitly acknowledged as distinct entities. As for the combat training for recruits, the members of the elite camp could also be considered recruits, yet none of them held any military rank within the Navy, which raised the question of why they never participated. Consequently, Zifa had played a word game with him. Since they were undergoing assessments from the recruit camp, it naturally included the elite camp. Nevertheless, he graciously spared them from joining in. After hearing the explanation from the Rear Admiral instructor, Luo Ya gained a deeper understanding of the thick-skinned nature of these veterans. Nonetheless, he soon exhibited a bemused smile. Did you think that having Aludo and Jerome join forces would pose a threat to me? Perhaps a week ago, but now. How naive, Teacher Zifa. Well, what is the big deal? You're no slouch either. I hope you show some mercy later. Unfazed, Aludo approached, teasing Luo Ya. He merely wished to have a good spar with Luo Ya, not wanting to unravel the complexities of the situation at hand. Thus, Luo Ya rewarded him with an ice spear. Now, all preparations are complete. The practical assessment is about to commence. As the countdown reached 3, 2, 1, Luo Ya immediately retreated, dodging Aludo's swinging fist. While still airborne, he hammered his hands together, and an endless chill swiftly took form in the air. Ice Make, Wolf Pack. With so many people around, the ice bomb would be lethal if not handled carefully, forcing Luo Ya to summon the ice wolves that bite, aiming to clear the rabble first. Yet, this was already enough to cause quite a stir among the recruits. The wolf pack took shape in the air, their jaws agape as they lunged fiercely toward their fellow recruits. Quick, flash them. Be careful. They're very sturdy. Ouch, my backside. You bastard, die? The recruits shouted, brandishing their weapons and furiously striking at the ice wolves. Fortunately, the assessment arena was spacious enough. Otherwise, with hundreds of recruits, there would be no room to maneuver, let alone counterattack. Where are you looking? Suddenly, a voice brimming with combat intent rang out behind Luo Ya. Without turning, Luo Ya propelled the icy shards on his body in the direction of the voice. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed as the slender ice shards met the longsword, producing a piercing noise. Tony Milburn had aimed to injure Luo Ya with a stealthy strike, but to his surprise, Luo Ya's icy shards were remarkably resilient. They not only remained unbroken, but also sent a jolt through his arm. Using the recoil, Luo Ya landed and pushed off the ground, executing a 360-degree spin in midair, delivering a kick that sent Tony flying. Taste my 720-degree spinning kick. Though he had only turned once. Caught off guard, Tony mentally raged before his head collided with the ground, shattering the solid stone beneath him into fragments. Luo Ya seemed to possess an uncanny insight into Tony's thoughts. As he self-assuredly elucidated, well, you did make a complete turn, did you not? That totals 720 degrees. Extreme explosion. Just as Luo Ya was indulging in his bravado, a sharp cry pierced the air above him, followed by the swift descent of a heavy object aimed squarely at his head. With no time to evade, Luo Ya tightened the ice armor enveloping him and pointed a finger upwards. I shall strike your Yongquan acupoint, leveraging the formidable nature of the ice armor. Luo Ya's finger penetrated the sea beast leather shoe of Loran Mini, making contact with the sole of her foot. In an instant, her fierce assault was thwarted. She let out a shriek and was sent hurtling backwards, rolling on the ground while clutching her foot in agony. Once, Luo Ya experienced a profound moment during his hospitalization due to a gastric ailment, when an elderly traditional Chinese physician administered a massage. The pressure applied to the Yongquan acupoint by the old doctor elicited an exquisite blend of pain and pleasure that left him in a euphoric state. The current plight of many stands as a testament to the harsh realities of their circumstances. The catastrophic defeat of the first and second recruits at the training camp instilled a palpable fear in the gathered newcomers, causing them to hesitate in their advance. Observing this, Simon, adorned in attire reminiscent of a nobleman, commanded, "It is too congested. Elite team members, restrain him. The top 20 must flank from the sides, while the rest clear away those ice wolves, keeping clear of the combat zone. Should Luo Ya break free, immediately entangle him to prevent any respite." As he spoke, Simon produced a handful of iron sand and cast it towards Luo Ya. Magnetic sand barrage? Countless grains of iron suspended momentarily in the air before hurtling towards Luo Ya like a hail of bullets. Simon's ability, known as the targeting fruit, allowed him to guide inanimate objects toward a designated location, although he could not direct them to areas beyond his line of sight. Because of this formidable power, even if he did not gain entry into the elite camp this time, he would undoubtedly receive special attention from Zephyr in the future. Where else could one find such an exceptional marksman? This evaluation forbade the carrying of firearms to avoid collateral damage. Thus Simon resorted to using iron sand as makeshift ammunition. The effects of the assault were pronounced. Luo Ya, unlike Kaido, instinctively chose to defend against the shotgun-like barrage, inadvertently granting the elite team members the opportunity to close in. Arudo, adhering to his usual tactics, charged forward with reckless abandon. Thud. This time, the unprepared target was Luo Ya. The ice armor on his chest groaned under the strain as he was violently propelled backward, losing his balance. In the next moment, two figures glided silently behind him. Their blades, Liang Kuai Dao and Duan Yuan, aligning perfectly as they struck toward Luo Ya in unison. A single cut, two segments. Luo Ya scoffed inwardly, feeling the urge to accuse them of plagiarism, extending ice shards in an attempt to block the onslaught. He soon realized that the Jerome brothers surpassed Tony in both skill and speed. Moreover, facing two blades, could he truly defend so effortlessly? Upon the briefest contact with the horizontally extended ice shards, the blades swiftly diverged, their edges sparking against the ice, scattering crystalline fragments into the air. Before they simultaneously arced toward Luo Ya's neck and thigh. Such a maneuver. Sensing the deadly strikes approaching from behind, Luo Ya fortified his ice armor. Crack. The solid ice armor saved his life. Even wielding the Yangkuai Dao, the Jerome brothers lacked the strength to penetrate his defenses, especially since they did not possess the armament haki. This turtle shell is indeed formidable. The Jerome brothers, missing their initial strike, deftly propelled off one another's feet to evade Luo Ya's impending counterattack. Those must be the Jerome brothers. Their coordinated assault is indeed powerful. Witnessing their synchronized movements, the typically stoic Sengoku unexpectedly expressed his approval. Carp, picking his nose, grimaced in disappointment as Luo Ya retaliated, muttering, "So what? Even Naruto, despite his foolishness, has mastered the armament haki. They have not, and their level of attack is insufficient to breach that brat's defenses." With that, Carp flicked his nasal discharge forward, tracing an arc in the air. Sengoku's expression darkened as he admonished in a low voice, "Carp, mind your position." "Yes, yes. Understood." Carp replied, feigning humility, yet refusing to amend his behavior. "You." Sengoku trembled with anger, preparing to reprimand him, but Zephyr intervened to prevent further escalation. "What are you doing? You are here to observe, not to be observed. If you intend to fight, do so. Sharing the stage with you is already embarrassing enough." Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Sengoku could not strike, reluctantly releasing his fist and feigning interest in the chaotic battle unfolding before them. Though Roya managed to deflect the onslaught from the Jerome brothers, the sheer force propelled him swiftly towards the ground. At the point of his descent, Naruto, with his gaping maw, was flexing his shoulders, the dark hue of his gauntlets deepening under the influence of his haki, poised for the arrival of his prey. The cannon fist technique, 100 cannons. Naruto, though simple in nature, wielded a technique of equal simplicity. The so-called cannon fist technique, 100 cannons, is said to possess the power to unleash 100 cannonballs. While this assertion may be somewhat exaggerated, it nonetheless serves to illustrate the formidable strength of this move. Luo Ya did not wish to test whether his icy armor could withstand 100 cannon blasts. He extended his hands towards Aludo, intertwining his thumbs and forefingers, aiming through the diamond-shaped aperture. "Just remain still for a moment, Aludo. Ice make infinite chains." This time, the ice did not emanate from Luo Ya's hands but materialized around Aludo in less than half a second, ensnaring him completely in chains, leaving him bewildered. Through diligent training, the ice coffin technique was no longer confined to stationary release. It could now be generated freely within a 5-meter radius. Releasing his hands, Luo Ya executed a spinning kick that sent the immobilized Aludo flying. Ice Dragon's Claw. Aludo bounced along the ground like a springy insect, rolling further away until he crashed into a wall, creating a large dent. Luo Ya clapped his hands in satisfaction, casting a mischievous glance at Simon, who was frantically extracting iron sand. "Though your strategy is sound, you underestimated one crucial aspect, whether Aludo and the others can truly restrain me." Gulping nervously, Simon struggled to maintain his composure, brushing his bangs aside. "Indeed." "Well." Thud. Before he could finish, Luo Ya executed a 720-degree spinning kick, sending Simon flying. This assault, however, was not entirely effective, as two figures appeared in quick succession beside Simon, seizing his belt and exerting opposing forces to defuse the powerful impact. It was none other than the Jerome brothers. One must admit, whenever they cooperated, this pair of twins excelled. Just like now. Simon only felt a slight sting on his face, while the more severe secondary damage was entirely neutralized. "Jerome, prepare to meet your end, Luo Ya. We shall defeat you." The Jerome brothers pronounced each word in perfect synchrony, their intonation seamlessly connecting, making it indistinguishable from a single speaker. Following this, they employed the shave technique to advance upon Luo Ya, launching a concerted assault. In terms of both offense and defense, Luo Ya vastly outclassed the duo. Yet, leveraging the speed afforded by shave and moonwalk, along with their remarkable swordsmanship, they managed to engage him directly. Meanwhile, Simon shook his dazed head and hurried to pull Tony from the ground, urging the new recruits to distract Luo Ya while he pinched Tony's acupoint. "Damn it. If this continues, we will lose. Wake up, will you?" The intensity of the Dragon Slayer magic only increased, making any attack potentially lethal for the new recruits. Hence, Luo Ya refrained from executing wide-area attacks. However, this very concern allowed the astute Jerome brothers to seize an opportunity, as Luo Ya evaded an ambush from a new recruit. They once again employed their combined technique, aiming for his neck. The whistle of their blades made Luo Ya's scalp tingle. What an audacious strategy, Luo Ya thought, both alarmed and impressed by their skill. This assault was a sneak attack, leaving Luo Ya no time to block with ice. Yet, he would not resign himself to defeat. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the Jerome brothers widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at their weapons. Their blades were lodged at Luo Ya's shoulder, merely a centimeter from his neck. Unable to advance any further, the brothers realized they had struck nothing. It was Luo Ya's sheer strength that had halted their attack. With just a tilt of his head and shrug of his shoulder, he could unleash such terrifying power. Maintaining his posture, Luo Ya glanced at the blades resting so close to him. I have heard that a swordsman shall not relinquish his sword unless he meets his demise. With a sly grin, he allowed a fierce chill to creep along the blades, as visible frost rapidly enveloped them. The brothers exchanged glances, gritting their teeth and pulling with all their might. Yet they did not budge an inch. Jerome, release your grip, Luo Ya said, stepping closer to pat the frozen figures of the two, complimenting them. Well done. A swordsman who abandons his sword is unworthy of the title. He then reinforced his Ice Dragon's iron fist technique. Supporting the groggy Tony, Simon witnessed this scene and despaired. It's over. How can we fight now? In just a few short minutes, 3 key combatants, the formidable recruits from the elite camp, had been utterly vanquished. One was bouncing like a springy insect, struggling to return to the battlefield, while the other 2 had become mere ice sculptures. Despite their numerical advantage, Luo Ya had yet to unleash a large-scale attack. From the stands, Carp seized the moment to mock Zephyr. Is this the pride of your elite camp? This is a complete annihilation, isn't it? Zephyr took a deep breath, his face darkening with fury. After thorough contemplation, I realized the chaotic state of yesterday's chapter was not my fault. It was the mobile assistant's doing. For instance, I had composed chapter 37 on my office laptop and saved it in the draft box. Later, at the event venue, I modified it using my phone. But when I clicked save, you won't believe what happened. It saved in its original form, completely disregarding my efforts. Just now, I had the bright idea to upload it to the draft box from my computer first and then copy a few segments. When I checked on my phone, it indeed synchronized the changes. However, the moment I clicked save or even exited, it reverted to its original saved state. No matter the storms I faced, I remained unchanged. Reinstalling the app did nothing to rectify the issue, utterly frustrating. Chapter 41. Mini's Ultimate Strike. Thanks to the generous support of a reader for the 100 reward. It is still too early to concede. Lauren Mini stood up at some point, her right foot twitching uncontrollably, only able to lightly touch the ground. Although she appeared quite disheveled, her words successfully reignited the fighting spirit of the remaining new recruits on the battlefield. Indeed, it is too early to give up. Tony pushed Simon away, his eyes brimming with determination. I have a secret technique that requires 1 minute to charge. With this move, I defeated the notorious pirate captain with a bounty of 54 million berries. He first explained the prowess of his skill to reassure his comrades. After a pause, Tony continued. Minnie, Simon, and all the new recruits, I implore you, even if we lose, we must leave Luo Ya with a memento. No words were needed to clarify. Simon and Minnie exchanged resolute glances and nodded firmly, rallying the remaining new recruits around them. Everyone, hold Luo Ya back. Oh, arm yourselves. Let's take him down. Having eliminated all the ice wolves, only a handful of new recruits remained combat-ready. Yet, in the face of the terrifying demon Luo Ya, no one hesitated. They charged forward with cries of battle, rallying behind the 2 leaders. This group of individuals, Luo Ya mused, glancing sideways, even if their strength is lacking, their fighting spirit is commendable. However, in his heart, he affirmed that Luo Ya would certainly not show mercy. He would bring them down as necessary. He pressed his hand against the ground, and a surging chill erupted, spreading wildly in all directions. Well, I initially intended not to employ this tactic. Yet I believe it would be better for you to succumb to despair sooner. Ice make, frozen plain, crack. As the icy breath swept through, countless recruits were instantly encased in ice, while those fortunate enough to leap aside found themselves unable to maintain their footing on the slick surface. In an instant, the recruits who had charged forward with such bravado were now left gasping, sent sprawling in disarray. However, this did not include the top 10. Even though this batch of recruits was relatively weak, they were nonetheless from the main division. Their future achievements would either lead them to the rank of lieutenant or captain, forming the backbone of the Navy. No matter how feeble they might be, they could still evade Luo Ya's straightforward freezing technique, unless they were truly too close to react in time. Take Laurent Mini, for instance. She despairingly discovered that her feet could not be lifted. This was not the ice plane skill Luo Ya had employed a month prior. Both the freezing speed and the hardness of the ice were incomparable to those earlier days. "Watch out, Mini!" Suddenly, Simon shouted, picking up a curved dagger from the ground and hurling it. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Luo Ya, who was preparing to strike Mini with a punch. The speed of that dagger was like a flash of lightning, causing Luo Ya's expression to turn grave. The devil fruit truly defied reason. A recruit, ranked outside the top 100 in physical training, was capable of throwing with such velocity. If Simon's earlier scattering of iron sand had been mere bullets, this dagger was akin to Kazuru's laser. With speed that bordered on the incomprehensible, when velocity reaches a certain threshold, a standard iron-forged dagger is scarcely less effective than a supreme blade. Moreover, it was evident that Simon had calculated his throw. It perfectly obstructed Luo Ya's advance. A slight miscalculation could have revealed a flaw, allowing Luo Ya to seize the opportunity. In an instant, it had reached Luo Ya's front. Truly, an exquisite marksmanship. With a sigh, Luo Ya, left with no choice, had to abandon his attack. Simultaneously, he turned and shot forth numerous ice spears, toppling the recruits who had approached for a sneak attack, seizing the moment while Luo Ya dealt with the lesser foes. Simon came to Mini's side, his raised fist enveloped in a dark hue. "Armament hockey!" Mini exclaimed in astonishment, quickly covering her mouth. Yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if they could speak. Simon shook his head. "No, this is not the time for that. They alone cannot buy us even a minute. We must advance." Boom! A shattering sound from behind startled Luo Ya, and he turned to see a shoe piercing through the smoke, hurtling toward him. "A shoe? Has Simon run out of things to throw?" "No, it's Mini." Luo Ya was about to make a jest, but then he caught sight of Mini emerging from the billowing smoke. How did she manage to escape? Although Luo Ya was perplexed, his movements were swift as he extended his hand to intercept Mini's surprise attack. Little did he know, this was precisely what Mini had hoped for. As one foot was seized, Mini executed a mid-air somersault, utilizing the strength of her core to deliver a powerful kick with her other leg. She harnessed her energy, accelerated, and poured all her might into the strike. The dark brown sea beast leather shoes radiated a searing aura, with tendrils of flame entwining around them, leaving a dazzling trail of crimson light in the air. The mountains and forests exploded. Boom! The sound echoed like a cannon blast, sending clouds of dust soaring and enveloping Luo Ya within. Had she succeeded? The rookies gazed eagerly towards the center of the arena, where Mini, at that moment, appeared to them as a goddess of war, radiating golden light. Yet, in the next instant, all eyes were drawn to the change in Mini's expression. Ah! A scream pierced the air as Mini collapsed, rolling on the ground while clutching her cramping right leg. From within the smoke, Luo Ya's calm voice resonated. "Kick my handsome face again, and I shall target your Yongquan acupoint." What? Even as she lay on the ground, her leg twisted in excruciating pain, Mini could not tear her gaze away. That last strike had been the most potent attack she had unleashed in years. Leaving a mark on Luo Ya should have been well within her grasp. However, upon hearing Luo Ya's composed tone, Mini's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared into the haze before her. Suddenly, a massive icy wing emerged from the smoke, and with a single flap, the swirling winds dispersed the dust, revealing a completely unscathed Luo Ya, or rather, an unharmed Luo Ya. It was then that the ice armor on Luo Ya's right cheek shattered, with fragments of ice crystals cascading down. For the first time in this battle, Luo Ya had been struck and his armor breached. The warring states gazed at the fallen Laurent Mini with a satisfied smile, remarking, "Not bad. Truly not bad. Zephyr, this batch isn't as hopeless as you claimed." Luo Ya is acutely aware of the formidable hardness of his ice armor, a revelation that leaves him breathless, as hinted during his casual conversation with Kazan. This defense surpasses even steel in its resilience, requiring him threefold effort to breach. Now, with Luo Ya's strength having ascended once more, one can only speculate the enhanced fortitude of this ice armor. It is a poignant thought for the new recruits under Sengoku's command. At this moment, Mini astonishingly shatters Luo Ya's ice armor merely through her kicking technique, a testament to her undeniable power. Although Sengoku expresses satisfaction, Zephyr remains troubled. "Do you realize how old Mini is this year? She's 31. Her prime is before she turns 40. In just a few years. Do you not comprehend how much she could develop?" Well, we could simply find her a devil fruit to consume, Carp remarked nonchalantly while munching on a rice cracker, oblivious to Zephyr's increasingly grim demeanor. Though the top three this time are indeed weaker compared to previous years, unlike Simon, they are not users of the devil fruit, leaving ample room for growth. As expected, in the next moment, Zephyr erupted in fury, gripping Carp's collar and spitting as he exclaimed, "What do you understand? Devil fruits are the creations of demons. True strength comes from within. Relying on consuming devil fruits to gain power leads to a life of mediocrity." This topic rendered Sengoku and Carp speechless, prompting a shrug from Sengoku. Carp, attempting to lighten the mood, retrieved a donut from his pocket, saying, "Don't be angry. Here, have a donut." Chapter 42, The Failed Secret Technique, thanks to the generous donation of 100 from the book friend Fan. Thank you. Ding. Congratulations to Deshuel for achieving the milestone. 10 fans. Seeing Minnie enter and declare defeat within mere seconds left Simon in a state of shock. What on earth? Must you fall so quickly? Why did I even bother to save you? Luo Ya kicked Minnie aside and, clenching his fists, approached Simon. So, do you choose to faint or to be knocked out? Be knocked out? Do you think I'm foolish? However, I refuse to meet my demise so easily. Simon's gaze sharpened as he swiftly pulled something from his pocket. Still intending to resist? Luo Ya sneered and stepped forward, his fist, as large as a sandbag, aimed directly at Simon's face. Suddenly, Simon raised the object in his hand, blocking it before the punch could land. A powerful gust from the punch swept past, causing the white fabric to billow back against Simon's face. It was a white flag. Luo Ya halted his attack, mouth agape, staring dumbfounded at the crouched Simon protecting his head. I have never encountered such a shameless individual. Hey, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp, and Instructor Zephyr are all watching. Do you have no sense of shame left? No, just don't hit me, Simon replied curtly, not even lifting his head. In the distance, Sengoku and Carp exchanged strange glances while observing this scene, before both turned to look at Zephyr. Zephyr roared with fury. What does it have to do with me? The Weston family's rules are as such. What can I do? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. Everyone turned to see Tony Mill, still in a sword-drawing stance. Slowly raising his head, his pale blue pupils now a fierce crimson, locking onto Luo Ya. As he raised his head, a terrifying aura of killing intent abruptly filled the arena. And as he spoke those few words, the murderous energy coalesced intensely. Crouched defensively, Simon glanced back and swiftly rolled away, calling to the stunned survivors, "Don't just stand there." Tony S. move disregards friend and foe alike. Do you want to be split in two? Those who can run. Run. Those who can't, lie down. And push down those stacking on top of each other. Don't keep your neck at the same level as Luo Ya. In the stands, Sengoku squinted. Is this the surest swordsmanship? I never imagined it still existed. Was he the last heir said to have perished challenging Mihawk? Sengoku had once battled with the heir of the surest swordsmanship in his youth, sustaining notable losses, thus leaving a deep impression of this school. Zephyr nodded. Then explained to the bewildered Carp, the surest swordsmanship, unlike the typical sword techniques aimed at mere cutting, is a method crafted explicitly for killing. Previously, it had been the trump card of the world's foremost assassin in the dark underbelly. Although the assassin known as Shura did die before his demise, he left the swordsmanship upon the seas, with Tony being one of the heirs. This is also the reason his hometown was besieged by pirates for this power. The dark underworld issued a bounty of 1 billion berries. However, throughout all these years, we have only found Tony, with no trace of the other heirs, making him possibly the sole inheritor of the surest swordsmanship in this world. Unfortunately, Tony himself is not particularly suited for this technique, limiting his capability to unleash its full potential. Zephyr's explanation went unheard by the two locked in a gaze, unable to escape. This was the conclusion Luo Ya reached upon their eye contact. The swordsmanship in the OP world has always been a remarkable force. Swordsmen can develop slashes that cut through the air, infuse their strikes with haki, and even, as seen now, use sword energy to lock onto a target, instilling a profound sense of inescapability. Luo Ya could not comprehend the underlying principle, yet he was acutely aware that Tony's subsequent assault would inflict fatal harm upon him. This was something even the formidable silverback gorilla had failed to achieve. An incessant alarm echoed in his mind, as the instincts bestowed by his draconic form fervently urged him to evade. How intriguing it was. Despite being mere side characters, they wielded such extraordinary power. Minnie, Aludo, and even this Tony. Luo Ya silently lamented. At that moment, Tony, sensing Luo Ya's trepidation, made his move. The surest secret technique, 1,000 Corpses Pagoda. Silently and without a trace, Tony's sword glided effortlessly through the air, swiftly returning to its sheath as if it had never been drawn. A scarlet line materialized in the air, only to vanish in an instant. A sense of peril surged within Luo Ya's mind, causing his skin to prickle with fear, and cold sweat to soak his garments unbeknownst to him. Yet, he found his legs felt as though they were laden with lead, unresponsive to his commands. In the next heartbeat, the crimson line appeared before him, mere inches from his neck, the chilling intent to kill tightening his skin. The preceding content belongs to the previous chapter, but such abrupt transitions may be subject to criticism. Sengoku, Kapu, Simon, Tony, onlookers. Wait, why do you look so bewildered yourself? Luo Ya gasped heavily, his hand instinctively moving to his neck, only to discover a mere scratch on the smooth ice armor, no deeper than a fingernail. Not to mention a lethal injury, it hadn't even penetrated the armor. Remarkably, he was entirely unharmed. Startled by the furious shouts of the crowd, Tony was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, awkwardly apologizing to everyone. His expression a portrait of embarrassment. I'm sorry, I forgot. I still can't cut through steel. Buddha, helpless, glanced at Zephyr and inquired, Zephyr, what on earth is going on here? Even he, with his formidable presence, felt a tremor of fear at Tony's earlier display, contemplating the extraordinary skills of the world's foremost assassin. Yet, what was the result? Not only did he fail to kill Luo Ya, he hadn't even managed to inflict a single wound. At that moment, Zephyr, with a resigned expression, covered his face. His voice muffled. The Shura technique differs from ordinary slashes. Upon striking the target, it does not cause penetrating damage but rather constricts internally. Given the human body's softness, how can one withstand the strangling force of the sword energy? This is precisely why it is known as the sword of assassination. However, this also means it cannot directly breach the target's defenses. It relies on the swordsman's intrinsic strength to do so. Luo Ya, that little rascal, has been continuously enhancing his defenses. I cannot ascertain the exact hardness of the ice armor enveloping his neck, but it is undoubtedly beyond Tony's current capability to slice through. Had Luo Ya heard Zephyr's words, he would have surely exclaimed, that's quite a compliment. Kazan had taught him from day one not to disperse his defenses, focusing instead on the vital points. He had adhered to this advice, and his ice armor, having undergone several upgrades, not only remained non-bulky and unobtrusive but also significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities, particularly around the critical areas. Even Naruto, who could utilize armament haki, would find it exceedingly difficult to shatter, let alone Tony, who was only half prepared. Nevertheless, Tony's strike was still enough to instill a sense of dread in Luo Ya. The technique requiring a minute of preparation was indeed remarkable, and the Shura sword technique rightfully deserved its reputation as the ultimate assassin skill. Unfortunately, he was up against Luo Ya, who preferred to activate his shield before engaging in combat. What? So that's how it is? Carp exclaimed, digging in his nose. Are you saying that if that layer of ice weren't there, that kid would have already sustained an injury? While this assertion held some truth, Zephyr had no interest in bantering with Carp. He exchanged a glance with Buddha, deciding to withhold Luo Ya's condition for the moment, not due to distrust in Carp, but simply because he considered Carp too whimsical. After a pause, Zephyr continued, however, Zoan-type devil fruit users possess inherently strong recuperative abilities, especially those who have eaten one of the rare dragon fruits. Once, during a skirmish with Kazan, Luo Ya had his lung punctured, and before Kazan could summon a doctor, he had already staunched the bleeding. After just one day of rest, he was able to engage in low-intensity training again. Therefore, even if Tony did manage to inflict a cut on his neck, Luo Ya, with a resilience akin to that of a dragon, would not perish. At most, he would recover in a month or two. Is that really the case? Carp exclaimed, turning to look at Luo Ya below. Is it truly that outrageous for a mythical Zoan? Indeed, it is unfathomably unscientific, Zephyr sighed, acknowledging that Luo Ya's vitality was among the most formidable he had ever encountered. To eliminate Luo Ya with a single blow, one would need to directly obliterate a vital point. Otherwise, there was scarcely any viable method. Unbeknownst to Zephyr, Luo Ya's remarkable regenerative ability was largely attributed to the system he possessed. However, the exact mechanics behind this phenomenon eluded Luo Ya. Reflecting on the original story, Luo Ya noted that the Dragon Slayer Mage did not possess the extraordinary strength and recovery he currently exhibited. Magic power is not quantifiable, and mastering spells requires extensive study, with no classification of energy stages. The only reasonable explanation for these discrepancies lies within the system itself. After the initial excitement of his transmigration had waned, Luo Ya often found himself delving into the workings of this system, remaining acutely aware of the various inconsistencies within himself. He harbored an intuition that, as a transmigrant. His greatest adversary could very well be the so-called Golden Finger. Chapter 43. Elite Camp Gratitude to the book friend Binbin for the 588 reward. Thanks to the book friend Wanli Wuyun for the 100 reward. Thanks to the book friend for the 100 reward. Thanks to the book friend Dishu Wan for the 100 reward. In the stands, Tony felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his legs growing weak as he hastily leaned on his sword for support. Within a complete swordsmanship school, the techniques categorized as mystical arts are typically the most powerful skills, requiring both exceptional swordsmanship and a resilient physique as their foundation. Tony's character fundamentally conflicted with the tenets of the Shura sword path, making the execution of such techniques immensely challenging. As a result, Tony had gravely misjudged the hardness of Luo Ya's ice armor. Not only had he failed to leave a memento, but he hadn't even breached Luo Ya's defenses. Struggling to master the Thousand Corpses technique, Tony risked collapsing as he barely managed to execute it. Yet he couldn't even leave a mark on Luo Ya. With a wry smile, he lifted his gaze to Luo Ya, breathless. You, truly are formidable. I hope to learn much from you in the future. No, I must decline, Luo Ya replied, swiftly delivering a punch that knocked him unconscious. He then draped an arm around the slumped Tony and remarked blandly, You, a dangerous individual, should stick to sparring with Arudo. He is tough and can take a beating. Arudo, who was desperately struggling to break free, overheard this and shouted, Luo Ya, you jerk. Let me go, and I'll battle you for 300 rounds. Let us see if you can even escape first. You, who are always defeated by me in an instant, have no right to say such things. With an air of French disdain, Luo Ya turned to face the immobile recruits and asked, So, who else wishes to be struck? The recruits exchanged helpless glances with one another before discarding their weapons in surrender. At that moment, no one knew what to say. It was well understood that Luo Ya was formidable, particularly after his extraordinary performance during the practical assessment, where he had decisively slain a silverback gorilla, solidifying his reputation among the recruits. They had never dared to hope that they might genuinely defeat him. Yet, they could hardly fathom that even if the entire camp united against him, they would not be able to inflict even a scratch upon Luo Ya. This was, of course, considering he had shown restraint and refrained from employing widespread attacks. The mere presence of those dozens of ice wolves had left hundreds of them in disarray. One could only imagine the outcome of a direct confrontation with Luo Ya. Did they not witness how the three elites from the camp were incapacitated in a single encounter? The recruits felt their mouths dry, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength. Observing this, ZFA rose from his seat. I hereby declare that in this assessment, Christopher Luo Ya is the victor. It was hardly even a warm-up. As Luo Ya walked towards the cafeteria, he reflected with a sigh. The pressure he faced from both Aludo and the Jerome brothers was simply insufficient. After all, they hailed from the elite camp, renowned as a gathering place for monsters. Luo Ya couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Kazan had gone on a mission and wouldn't return for several months. With no rivals in the elite camp, where was he to seek opponents to enhance his skills during this time? Should he return to the recruit camp to provoke the instructors? Or perhaps check if General Mole was still indulging in his risk literature? That might rapidly boost his energy levels, albeit with a hint of recklessness. Zifo would undoubtedly reprimand him, as Luo Ya, having passed the assessment, was now his disciple. Luo Ya's disgrace would also reflect poorly on Zifa. With this thought, Luo Ya opened the system panel. Name, Christopher Luo Ya Energy Stage. Second level, 6th tier energy points. 3, 401, 000 magic points. 900, 090. 000 magic recovery rate. 850 per minute. As his energy stage advanced, the energy points he gained from training and combat diminished significantly. Today's battle had yielded a mere 50 points, of which a substantial 20 were contributed by the Jerome brothers and Aludo. Most of the defeated recruits had contributed nothing at all. A mere 340? At this rate, how long would it take to reach the 3rd tier? With a sigh, Luo Ya closed the panel. With the integration of his shape-shifting magic, Luo Ya found no better method to enhance his strength in the short term aside from upgrading the system. The dynamic Ice Wolf and the static Frost armor had become second nature to him through today's combat. However, the likelihood of further self-discovery seemed slim. In terms of Dragon Slayer magic, although he had developed a transformation technique known as Awakening, pseudo-dragon form, it had not significantly impacted the overall potency of his Dragon Slayer magic. It was akin to a swordsman growing physically stronger, while their strikes became swifter and more powerful. It did not equate to an improvement in their swordsmanship. The adage, a clever woman cannot cook without rice, rang true. Without the nurturing of a dragon, Luo Ya remained adrift in his pursuit of Dragon Slayer magic. Nonetheless, Today's battle bore some fruit. Although he had only accumulated 40 energy points, every little bit counts. And it had further familiarized him with the powers acquired after mastering shapeshifting magic. After lunch, Luo Ya met up with Tony and the others at the expansive plaza in front of the massive naval headquarters. This location was the site of the Marineford War, a colossal square capable of hosting a battle involving 100,000 combatants, standing before the Grand Fortress. With its towering structure reaching for the clouds and an endless ocean meeting the sky in the distance, a sense of insignificance washed over him, except for Luo Ya, who was busy devouring roasted suckling pig and could hardly be expected to maintain a serious demeanor. As Luo Ya finished his last bite, Zifa appeared before them at just the right moment. Casting a glance at Luo Ya, who was still licking his fingers, Zifa's eyes twitched slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure and spoke in a low voice, "Follow me." Although both the recruit camp and the elite camp were training institutions, their locations were worlds apart. One was situated on the outskirts of Marineford, adjacent to the sea, while the other was ensconced within the fortress's core. This stark contrast was one reason Luo Ya had expressed disdain for Aludo and the others earlier. While they held the nominal title of recruits, Zifa was the chief instructor, and his word was law. However, to think that their training locations could be so drastically different, how could they still claim to be recruits? In addition, the treatment between the two camps was like night and day. Due to the smaller number of recruits, Zifa could provide personalized guidance to each individual, a level of attention that the junior officers could not match in their group training sessions. This was Luo Ya's first time entering the fortress. Recruits had their designated areas. And even if the Marines in the world of One Piece were somewhat disorganized, they would not allow a gaggle of recruits to roam freely. As they walked, Luo Ya curiously observed his surroundings. The decor and layout of the fortress exuded an air of solemnity. Lush potted plants adorned the corridors, and sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the verdant leaves. Zifa led Luo Ya and the others through a long corridor and into a side passage, where two soldiers, upon seeing Zifa, stood at attention and saluted respectfully. "Chief Instructor Zifa." Zifa nodded in acknowledgement as they passed through the passage and entered a spacious courtyard. In the center of the stone-paved yard, several Navy recruits were engaged in training, among them Luo Ya's acquaintance, Aludo. He was laughing boisterously as he sparred with another recruit, or rather enduring a beating. He allowed his opponent to pummel him without flinching. Besides Aludo, who was a notable figure in his own right, three swordsmen captured the attention in the courtyard. The Jerome brothers, whom Luo Ya had encountered before, wielded their blades. Rain of slashes and broken spring, as they executed a synchronized assault on a lean swordsman in the center. Luo Ya had experienced the prowess of the Jerome brothers firsthand. They were formidable, and honestly, he had no effective way to counter such attacks and could only rely on brute strength. Yet, even facing such opponents, the lean swordsman did not budge an inch, eyes closed, as he accurately parried each strike with his wooden sword. "Impressive," Tony exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gripped the sword at his waist. That must be observation hockey in practice. Simon, being a military offspring, had an insight and experience that surpassed others, and he deduced the truth with just a glance. Zifa nodded approvingly and introduced. "That is the current top recruit of the elite camp, Bibi Hansa, a true swordsman." Upon hearing this, Luo Ya cast a surprised glance at him. A pure swordsman? Such a description is quite nuanced. At this moment, the members of the elite camp noticed a few individuals approaching and turned their gazes in unison. After a brief pause, they saluted Zephyr in perfect harmony. "Teacher Zephyr." Among the crowd, Aludo's eyes were fixed on Luo Ya, and he remarked with a smile to those beside him. "He has finally arrived. This is going to be interesting. Oh, and by the way, that short fellow is Luo Ya." Luo Ya's hearing was exceptionally sharp. Especially since Aludo had not attempted to conceal himself in any way, he heard the words clearly. "Short, dwarf." Instantly, an intense chill radiated from Luo Ya's body. Zephyr, still unable to comprehend what had transpired, merely sensed a shadow dart past him, and in the next moment, the large figure of Aludo vanished from sight. Boom! The bluestone floor erupted, sending countless fragments flying like bullets. Faced with such chaos, the elite camp members were initially taken aback, but soon showcased their skills, effortlessly deflecting the debris. In response to a fellow reader's inquiry, I assure you that there will be no discord with the system, as it is the very foundation of my existence. Even I find this evident flaw hard to ignore. However, due to the peculiar circumstances and the stark contrast to the legendary Dragon Slayer Mage, Luo Ya must ascertain the reasons behind it. Curiosity is a common trait, is it not? I apologize for my previous lack of clarity. Having read numerous system-related texts, I have often encountered brief explanations regarding the system's origins before the conclusion, leaving me in a state of confusion. Sometimes, it felt better to leave it unexplained, as it would not hinder the reading experience. Yet, my situation is different. As the origins of the Dragon Slayer Mage system pertain to your anticipated transformation of Luo Ya into a dragon, making it essential for me to address this gap. Thus, I shall lay a foundation here, ensuring that Luo Ya's future inquiries into the system do not appear jarring. Consider this: is this system not distinct from others? Devoid of mind control, requiring the silent recitation of Golden Finger to activate, with upgrades necessitating manual clicks, and the ability to incorporate self-developed skills. Hence, I shall refrain from further spoilers. Chapter 44. The retained student Luo. I express my gratitude to Reader Goptri for the generous donation of 100. The name Luo Ya sounds quite familiar. Do you not recall? He is the one who was taken as a disciple by Admiral Akiji and slayed the silverback gorilla during the elite assessment. Oh, he is that monstrous newcomer. The elite camp members exchanged remarks, glancing towards the pit. Indeed, rather short. Perhaps before his crossing, Luo Ya stood at 175 centimeters. A height that no one could justifiably call short. Yet, in the world of One Piece, this stature becomes rather awkward, not to mention figures like Whitebeard, Moria, and Bartholomew Kuma. Even Boa Hancock approaches 2 meters in height. Aludo's reference to Luo Ya as a dwarf was not meant as mockery, with his intellect. He likely could not conceive of such a complex jest. It was merely a straightforward declaration of a painful truth, one that cut deep. Luo lay at the bottom of the pit, gasping in pain. Luo Ya pressed his foot down on Luo, preventing his movement, while holding a pair of icy tweezers, plucking at Luo's abundant chest hair, one by one. So, you call me short? You have quite the audacity. How brazen. Luo struggled fiercely, but his strength paled in comparison to Luo Ya's, his face reddening in frustration. Those around were at a loss for words, turning their heads to look at Zephyr. Zephyr, with a toothpick in his mouth, weakly waved his hand. I saw nothing. He turned away, disregarding Luo's muffled groans, and introduced himself to Tony and the others. From today onward, you may refer to me as Teacher Zephyr. This will be your new home. But you may choose to reside here as well. From this moment forth, I expect you to discard the notion of being ordinary recruits and embrace your identity as Navy personnel, as true soldiers. Our elite camp, in addition to regular training, will undertake genuine combat missions. This is distinct from your combat training and practical assessments. Here, you will have no protection, no retreat, engaging in life and death battles against pirates. Do you understand? Unbeknownst to him, Zephyr's aura intensified, combined with the ironclad weight of his words, instilling fear in those with wavering resolve. While Tony and the others felt a surge of tension, they were not intimidated. From the moment they joined the Navy, they were aware that their cohort bore the title of the worst recruits, who would willingly endure such a humiliating label. Joining the elite camp today was the best response to their efforts. Exchanging glances, the trio straightened their postures and shouted in unison. Understood. That resounding declaration cast aside the shame and dissatisfaction of the past 2 years. From this day forth, they were members of the elite camp. Observing this scene, Zephyr smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Remember the words you spoke today. He then softened his tone and began to elaborate on the distinctions between the elite camp and the recruit camp. When discussing the graduation assessment, Zephyr suddenly halted, appearing beside Luo Ya and Luo, grabbing each by the collar and tossing them from the pit, immediately delivering a flurry of blows. Enough of this. I am about to discuss the graduation assessment, so pay attention. Especially you, Luo. Yes. The bruised duo maintained a respectful posture, nodding attentively. The graduation assessment for the elite camp was distinctly different from that of the recruit camp. In the latter, one merely needed to demonstrate competence in a series of tests to graduate, subsequently assigned based on the opinions of superiors. In contrast, members of the elite camp faced a more arduous process. Their graduation assessment consisted of 3 components, and failure in any one meant no graduation. The first step involved a physical fitness test, primarily encompassing speed, strength, endurance, and other fundamental qualities. Only upon reaching a certain standard could one advance to the next phase. The second step was a practical combat test, where a bounty from the Navy headquarters would be randomly selected as the target for capture or elimination. While this eliminated most of the overwhelmingly powerful foes, the remaining bounties still varied significantly in difficulty. The third and most crucial step was unique to the elite camp, termed the prison deathmatch. As the name implies, candidates must engage in deathmatches within a specially designed arena. Their opponents could include captured pirates, formidable beasts, or Navy officers, among others. A total of 10 matches would be held, and passing 4 of them constituted success. Only upon completing these 3 steps could one officially graduate. The sole consolation for members of the elite camp was that these 3 phases were sequential but not required to be completed consecutively, as long as they were finished within 3 years. While the timing of the graduation assessment was entirely at their discretion, Zephyr interjected, however, "I do not wish to see instances of inadequacy leading to repeated failures, understood?" At this juncture, Zephyr's demeanor suggested he could devour someone whole, and Luo Ya was relieved that he was not the intended meal. Aludo, looking despondent, nodded and replied, "Understood." The situation was crystal clear. Aludo was precisely the individual Zephyr had referred to as lacking in strength and repeatedly failing. Yet, how could this be? Among the elite camp, Luo Ya was most familiar with Aludo, whose reputation as a master of the iron block was not unfounded. Was his strength truly insufficient for graduation? In addition to being proficient in one of the 6 forms, the cannon fist technique passed down in Aludo's family was formidable as well. As if divining Luo Ya's thoughts, Zephyr cast a casual glance his way and remarked, "Aludo possesses commendable strength. By all accounts, he should indeed be eligible for graduation. However, his speed assessment yielded only a D rank. Should he graduate? Would he simply become a target?" Luo Ya was taken aback. It seemed that indeed was the case. Was Aludo slow? No, compared to the average recruit, he was remarkably swift. However, as a member of the elite battalion, his pace appeared to be as sluggish as a tortoise. After Luo Ya's strength significantly increased, he effortlessly dispatched Aludo, relying on his speed that was several times greater. Before Aludo could react, or rather, before he had the chance to respond, he was bound and struck down. A sympathetic glance was cast towards Aludo, who hung his head low, embodying the expression of one who had resigned to being a mere salted fish. Luo Ya raised his hand and inquired, Teacher Zephyr, if I remember correctly, Aludo has been in the elite camp for over 2 years now. What will happen if he fails to pass the assessment by the end of the 3-year period?" Aludo's expression darkened, as Luo Ya's words felt like salt on an open wound. "What will happen?" Zephyr replied with a cold smirk. "According to the regulations, members of the elite camp who fail to graduate after 3 years may still graduate, but they will start as the lowest-ranked foot soldiers as a form of punishment. However," Zephyr suddenly raised his voice, "in all my years as the chief instructor, I have never encountered a situation where someone could not pass the assessment. If such a scenario were to truly occur, hehehe." The robust Aludo trembled like a frightened chick and declared loudly, "I will definitely pass the assessment. You can rest assured, Teacher Zephyr." The final cold smile from Zephyr spoke volumes. Should Aludo fail, it was likely that Zephyr would take matters into his own hands to eliminate Aludo, lest he tarnish the reputation of the elite camp. Chapter 45, A Lesson from the Veteran. Thanks to bookfriend Gugayu for the generous donation of 100. Thanks to bookfriend Qianbin for the 100 donation. Much appreciated. This chapter is a bit late. I had lunch with a client and only began writing after returning home. Aside from the stringent requirements of strength, the regulations of the elite camp are, in fact, quite lenient, far superior to those of the rookie camp. Firstly, there is no need for daily early morning assembly for training. It is rather leisurely. Members may choose to train at their discretion or enjoy leisure activities, and Zephyr will not mind. However, every so often, Zephyr gathers everyone for assessments to evaluate the training progress of the elite camp members during that period. Otherwise, members are free to arrange their time as they see fit. Moreover, the members' provisions and expenses are taken care of, allowing them to focus solely on their cultivation. The only drawback is that the meals prepared by the chefs consist of balanced, energy-rich medicinal dishes, which, in terms of taste, well, just look at how Aludo often sneaks meals from the rookie camp to understand. That will conclude my introduction to the elite camp. After dismissal, you may take some time to familiarize yourselves with the environment. Different rooms are equipped with various training apparatus. Additionally, those wishing to move in here may do so directly after dinner. Having said that, Zephyr turned to the veteran members who were exercising and announced, in half an hour, we will commence today as teaching research. As per usual, you may determine the order yourselves. Understood? The group of veterans shared knowing smiles and replied loudly, understood. Zephyr acknowledged with a grunt, casting a discreet glance at Tony and the others before exiting the courtyard. Clever as a whip. Luo Ya, momentarily taken aback, soon realized. He nudged Aludo with his elbow, who wore a look of annoyance, and asked, "Hey, what do you think? How well will those guys behind me perform? Is it possible for them to maintain a middle rank?" Upon hearing this topic, the troubled Aludo perked up. "I think it's a bit uncertain. That fellow named Tony Mill is quite impressive, but we have 5 or 6 proficient swordsmen here, so he holds no advantage. Logically, you should end up at the bottom. Just like I did back then. Is it truly wise to expose yourself in such a manner? Luo Ya, with a deadpan expression, scoffed before choosing to disregard him. He turned his gaze, and aside from Simon, who had a vague understanding of the elite camp situation, Tony and Minnie appeared utterly bewildered. Hey, newcomer. As expected. No sooner had Zephyr stepped out of the courtyard than a voice suddenly rang out. Luo Ya and Deludo exchanged knowing smirks, turning their gazes towards the source of the voice. The speaker was a veteran of the elite battalion, whose standard-issue recruit jacket was somehow transformed into a semblance of a fitted leather jacket, truly a remarkable individual. Adorning his head was the emblem of a biker gang, with a pompadour hairstyle that exuded a rebellious air, resembling a rogue rather than a naval officer. His demeanor radiating superiority. In a hushed tone, Aludo elucidated to Luo Ya, his name is Min Nufik. I've heard he was once the leader of a small gang in the East Sea. His prowess places him in the mid-tier within the elite battalion. Yet his temper is unmatched. Luo Ya let out a sound of intrigue, preparing to witness the unfolding drama. The hostility in the opponent's eyes was palpable. Tony, as the foremost in the assessment, stepped forward confidently. May I inquire what you wish to convey, sir? Oh, a cultured individual, Mingda exclaimed with exaggerated expression, tilting his head to glance sideways at Tony. You newcomers, as your predecessor, I feel compelled to impart certain rules that teacher Zifo would not disclose. For instance, you ought to obediently line up at the back. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing the disdainful tone, the expressions of the three immediately soured. Lauren's temper flared, ready to retaliate with a kick, but Simon restrained her. He whispered something in her ear, causing Minnie to stand still in indignation. This was bound to escalate. At this juncture, they could not fail to grasp the situation. Tony paused momentarily, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. I must respectfully decline your suggestions, sir. A stubborn one. The opponent, a mere rookie fresh from the barracks, had never received guidance from Zifa. Mingda believed that merely issuing a few threats would compel the newcomer to relinquish his privileges and obediently queue at the back. Yes, those privileges were indeed for newcomers. The elite camp explicitly stated that newly joined members enjoyed the privilege of priority guidance during their first week. However, should they choose to forfeit this, no one could protest. It is worth noting that the elite camp comprised dozens of individuals. Standing at the back could very well mean missing out entirely, especially if Zifa finished for the day. Thus, during the first week of a new recruit's arrival, veterans would often employ this method to assert dominance over newcomers, a practice tacitly approved by Zifa. It was not that Zifa disregarded newcomers, but rather that this approach effectively enhanced the camp's competitiveness. Without competition, there could be no progress. Only by enduring humiliation and shedding their naivety could newcomers find their footing within the elite camp. In theory, this was how it should be, however. Mingda was taken aback when the opponent resolutely rejected his words. Feeling his pride wounded, his tone grew icy. It seems you are not inclined to stand at the back. Tony's expression remained unyielding, his gaze fixed on Mingda. His left hand, which had rested on the hilt, withdrew slightly, while his right hand hovered near the sword. Adopting a nonchalant stance, I have long aspired to join the ranks of the elite camp, and if you seek to bully me and seize my rights, I find it difficult to comply. Speak plainly. Luo Ya, watching from the sidelines, grew anxious and hurled an ice spear forward. Whoosh. The ice spear flew swiftly and forcefully between Mingda and Tony, creating a sharp, piercing sound as it embedded itself into the ground with a resounding thud. Gulp. The two exchanged glances, both acutely aware of the other's nervous swallow. Tony adjusted his mindset and spoke in a low voice. You merely wish to assert your dominance over us, do you not? If you desire priority, let us settle this in combat. Mingda, feeling the sting of humiliation, bristled at the unexpected turn of events. The other members of the elite camp regarded Luo Ya with astonished expressions. This ability truly lived up to the rumors. Through that ice spear, the veterans silently elevated Luo Ya's threat level several notches. After all, a month prior, Luo Ya had astonishingly triumphed over Aludo, and subsequent reports had only served to confirm his prowess. Even amidst the elite camp, teeming with formidable individuals, Luo Ya stood out as an authentic anomaly. Rest assured, although I am also a newcomer, I have no intention of engaging you. Your opponent is that fellow over there, Luo Ya said, brushing off the ice shards from his hands and explaining to Mingda. Mingda instinctively wanted to retaliate with a barrage of curses, but upon recalling Luo Ya's achievements, he found his legs trembling, utterly unwilling to strike. Instead, he turned his weapon towards Tony. I may not be a match for that monster, but what about you? Having lost face and then been mocked by Luo Ya, Mingda resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, an endless tide of rage surging within him. Clang. A 2-meter-long spiked club was swung beside him as Mingda turned to the veteran who beckoned him. "Thanks, Kylan," he exclaimed, seizing the club and resting it on his shoulder. Casting a disdainful look at the poised Tony. "Come, let me see what you're truly capable of." Chapter 46, Tony's Unfortunate Fate. "Abby then, I shall take my leave," Tony retorted without hesitation, fully aware of his own capabilities, even though he had previously been the master of a dojo. That did not give him the right to underestimate a newcomer in the elite camp. With a powerful push, Tony charged towards the casually standing Mingda. The latter's unguarded demeanor ignited Tony's fury. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he growled, "How dare you be so careless?" Swish. A streak of light flashed. And in an instant, Tony vanished from his position, leaving only a crescent arc in his wake as it sliced past Mingda's chest. The next moment, Tony reappeared right before Mingda, maintaining his forward momentum as he slowly sheathed his blade. Clang. One sword style. Arc light. This speed. Luo Ya watched in astonishment as Tony struck a pose, the previous display evoking a feeling akin to Tony utilizing the shave technique. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing it was not merely speed but rather a unique acceleration technique and movement. Quite impressive, yet he had grown complacent. Luo Ya let out a sigh. "You claim to be unscathed, yet you strike such a pose?" Sensing the sharpness of the blade, Tony believed his attack had succeeded. He rose, turning his back to Mind. His mouth agape, but before he could utter a word, a piercing sound filled the air as a spiked club hurtled towards him. What? Boom. The assault came so unexpectedly. With a single blow, Tony could only raise his sword sheath to shield his shoulder, his body unable to adjust in time, and he was sent flying by the impact. What just happened? Minnie and Simon exchanged looks of astonishment. Had Tony not just struck his opponent? Why was the counterattack so swift? Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Tony pushed himself up from the muddy ground, his once pristine face now smeared with dirt. He felt as though he had been struck head-on by a massive beast. An overwhelming force crashing into his shoulder, fracturing his scapula in an instant. Had he not managed to block with the sheath, he would surely be gravely injured or worse. Simultaneously, he was shaken to his core. Could any random individual from the elite camp possess such power? Mind retrieved his spiked club, resting it once more on his shoulder. "I know you are the top of this new recruits camp, hailed as a monster by countless newcomers. But do not forget, here, in this elite camp, we were all once monsters. Someone like you, who has never undergone proper training or experienced real combat. How could you possibly be my match?" Mind scoffed, brushing away the white mark on his chest, the very spot where Tony had struck him moments ago. Despite Tony's formidable strength, it had only left a mere mark, not even breaking the skin. At the moment Tony attacked, Luo Ya keenly sensed something was amiss. Although swordsmen were commonplace in the world of One Piece, their destructive capabilities were unparalleled. In a head-on confrontation, even the mightiest must tread carefully against an opponent as sharp strikes. Mind had exhibited no defense. Why? Luo Ya could think of no other explanation than overconfidence. It was inconceivable that someone so reckless and arrogant could have secured a place in the elite camp through voting. As he had anticipated, in the very instant Tony swung his blade, Luo Ya, with his exceptional dynamic vision, noticed that Tony's sword halted just shy of 2 millimeters from Mind. It was as if an invisible armor enveloped Mind, and Tony had merely sliced through that layer. Naruto, standing nearby, provided a timely explanation. Mind employs a rare form of chi ability, capable of forming a protective film around his body while simultaneously enhancing his attacks. Upon hearing Naruto's elucidation, Luo Ya comprehended. The three mightiest abilities in the world of One Piece were the devil fruits, swordsmanship, and haki. However, this did not imply the absence of other formidable powers. In fact, some abilities rivaled the three aforementioned ones, such as the 8 Treasure Water Army's 8 Burst Fist and the Fishman's Fishman Karate. Mind's chi ability belonged to these lesser-known powers, and Luo Ya could not help but be impressed by its capacity to withstand a blade strike. However, one could evade such an attack if they did not pose. TSK. Luo Ya felt little sympathy. Tony's injury was entirely his own fault. Having become complacent upon believing he had landed a successful strike, had Mind been a pirate, that blow could have easily been aimed at his head, leading to his demise and a place on the elite camp's list of failures, a cautionary tale. Coughing up another large mouthful of blood, Tony staggered to his feet. The sword sheath lay shattered from the earlier impact, yet his sword remained unscathed. This sword was no legendary blade, merely a weapon forged in a humble blacksmith shop, yet it had accompanied Tony for nearly 2 decades, acquiring a unique quality unlike any ordinary weapon. With the sword positioned before him, Tony, pale and gasping for breath, steadied himself, his expression fierce, the intensity of battle igniting in his eyes. I can see that you are formidable, but you claim I am but a fledgling who has never faced real combat. Are you certain of that? Oh, you can still stand. Min remarked, a mocking eyebrow raised, but his demeanor quickly darkened. I truly admire your spirit. However, you make me lose face. As the words left his lips, Min became frenzied, almost vanishing from sight, appearing behind Tony in an instant, raising his spiked club high to deliver a crushing blow. Clang! The jarring sound of metal striking metal rang out, and Tony's eyes darted to the figure beside him. It was a frail man, emaciated, with deep-set eyes and dark circles, resembling a specter of illness. No, he might very well be a specter of illness. Deflecting Min's attack, the man coughed violently, even spitting blood. Yet, despite his fragile appearance, he wielded a slender sword, effectively blocking Min's powerful strike, the latter's muscles straining with effort. Alas! No matter how hard he pushed, that long sword remained steadfast and unmoving. Observing this, Min sneered, "What's wrong? Our esteemed Lord Hansa. You would dare to assist this newcomer? This is not the you I know." BB Hansa coughed lightly once more, responding with a nonchalant tone. "Well, we are all swordsmen, so naturally, I cannot bear to watch him be defeated by you. Moreover, are you not concerned about what Master Zephyr might do upon learning of this?" The name of Zephyr carried significant weight within the elite camp, and upon hearing Hansa invoke this authority, Min scoffed and sheathed his weapon. "Then how could I dare? I shall grant you this favor and spare the lad. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later." Cough, cough. "Thank you." Arudo was about to fulfill his role as the narrator once more when Luo Ya waved his hand to halt him. "I am aware of who he is, BB Hansa. The current top of the elite camp, said to have recently entered the realm of the Swordmaster." "Indeed, that is accurate." Arudo scratched his head, inquiring. "What do you mean by currently, Luo Ya?" "He has always been the top of the elite camp. Conversing with intelligent individuals is a breeze, while engaging with the less astute is a laborious endeavor." Luo Ya sighed and remarked, "Fool, do you truly believe he can still hold the position of chief?" Arudo blinked in bewilderment, pausing for a couple of seconds before slapping his palm in realization, exclaiming, "Oh, indeed, your strength is so formidable. You must be planning to confront Hansa." "However," he continued, "Luo Ya, are you truly capable of defeating Hansa? He has vanquished numerous pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. In the blink of an eye, Arudo found himself ensnared in a web of confusion once more. "Luo Ya, the end of the sea is as distant as you should go." Chapter 47, Chief of the Elite Camp. My heartfelt gratitude to the reader Alexander Liangshi for the generous donation of 100. Indeed, here you are again, the kind of reader I cherish the most, donating with every visit. To be frank, amusing. Although he spoke lightly, Luo Ya remained appropriately vigilant of the elite camp chief, Hansa. Just moments ago, Hansa had intercepted Mingda's attack with such explosive speed that Luo Ya felt an uncanny resemblance to facing Kazan. Of course, this was also due to Kazan never having unleashed his true power, yet even this alone was sufficient to reveal Hansa's remarkable proficiency in the shave technique. Moreover, according to Aludo's explanation, during the attack, Mingda's mace was likely enveloped in an invisible layer of energy, rendering it even more formidable than the blow he had previously delivered to Tony. This individual, Hansa, managed to block the attack with a single-handed grip on his sword, indicating that his strength was certainly not to be underestimated. With swiftness, power, and the authority of being the elite camp chief, he was undoubtedly adept in the art of intimidation, particularly as a swordsman, an occupation known for its potent offensive capabilities. This information alone was enough for Luo Ya to regard him with due seriousness. Upon witnessing Hansa's intervention, Mingda understood that his time for play was drawing to a close. After speaking, he relinquished his force, pulling the mace away from the sword. Taking a couple of steps back, he abruptly turned, gazing down at Tony, whose lips were stained with blood. "Now, you know what you ought to do, don't you? Well, even if you remain unwilling, given your current injuries, Teacher Zephyr will not permit you to linger here any longer. You should obediently head to the infirmary and lie down, you worthless fool." "Ha! How infuriating." Lauren Minnie gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury as she fixated on Mingda. Yet she was acutely aware of the distinction between recklessness and bravery at this moment. Rushing forward would not only fail to avenge Tony, but would likely land her in the infirmary as well. She merely glared at him, her beautiful eyes clouded with rage. Simon glanced at Minnie, letting out a resigned sigh, and offered comfort. Let it go. We are truly too weak compared to them. Have faith in yourself. There are many days ahead, and we will surely reclaim our honor." With that, he approached Tony, supporting him with his shoulder. "Come on, Minnie. I know where the infirmary is. As a seasoned military descendant, having grown up in Marineford, Simon was well acquainted with the layout of the fortress. Oh, Mingda. Is it all over so soon? This new batch of recruits is rather pathetic, isn't it? The speaker was the one who had previously tossed the mace to Mingda, who had been observing with great amusement. Now, he approached Mingda with a peculiar tone. Hearing Qilong's words, Mingda was suddenly startled. Shut up, Qilong. Mingda hissed under his breath, his fierce features betraying his inner dissatisfaction. Don't you sense it? That fellow over there is watching us. Mingda dared not turn his head. Qilong's words had indeed sealed his fate. By referring to this batch of recruits, did he not inadvertently include that monstrous figure over there as well? Just moments ago, that ice spear had streaked between the two of them like lightning, and Mingda had no doubt that even with the same ironclad training as Ludo, coupled with his own energy techniques, he would have been pierced through by that spear. In that fleeting moment, Mingda recalled his first combat mission. The sensation of being close to death causing his adrenaline to surge, his heart racing to the point of near asphyxiation. Well, what is so impressive about it? It's just a matter of having killed a silverback gorilla. No matter how strong it is, it's merely a mindless beast with a bit of strategy. One can take it down. You truly seem to be regressing, Qilong remarked dismissively, turning his back with a look of utter disdain, inadvertently locking eyes with Luo Ya. Furthermore, do you really believe that these newcomers could possibly prevail against me? What a joke. Luo Ya was taken aback for a moment. Then a contemptuous smile crept across his face. Ah, what a splendid demise you've orchestrated. Zifa had discovered the power of the ice dragon, which was suspected to be freezing time itself, emanating from Luo Ya. Consequently, he issued a gag order to all who were privy to this knowledge, ensuring that the footage of Luo Ya's battle with the silverback gorilla during the practical assessment never circulated. Additionally, Qilong had been preoccupied with field missions for the past month, returning only today, leaving him utterly oblivious to Luo Ya's prowess, relying solely on hearsay about his remarkable strength. This ignorance led the seasoned veteran in the elite camp to misjudge Luo Ya's capabilities. He assumed Luo Ya had merely employed cunning tactics and traps to defeat the silverback gorilla, believing his innate strength to be lacking. All the talk of being the foremost fighter and a disciple of Admiral Akiji was merely inflated claims. Thus, Qilong felt emboldened to challenge Luo Ya. Defeating the so-called strongest rookie would elevate his status within the elite camp, garnering him more guidance from Zifa, and perhaps, one day, even enable him to challenge Hansa. Seeing the unabashed disdain on Luo Ya's face, Qilong erupted. Hey, what are you staring at? Looking for a beating? Ludo fell silent, as did Hansa, while the Jerome brothers shared gummy candies, preparing to witness the unfolding drama. Ludo and the Jerome brothers were the most acquainted with Luo Ya in the elite camp, having witnessed his unmatched strength during his playful combat earlier that morning. Qilong was indeed formidable, surpassing Mingda. Otherwise, he wouldn't have expressed gratitude to Qilong earlier, given his personality. However, facing this monster, Hansa refrained from intervening to mediate. Although it was an established norm for veterans to challenge rookies, doing so against someone stronger could lead to foreseeable consequences. Hearing Qilong's provocation, Luo Ya dusted off his pants and stood up with Ludo's support, his legs slightly numb from kneeling for too long. However, Ludo, shaking slightly, frowned and said, Luo Ya, could you please remove your hand? Realizing Ludo's discomfort, Luo Ya replied, my apologies. I forgot. He withdrew his hand, leaving an imprint of ice on Ludo's clothing, a chilling aura dissipating in the air, sending a shiver through anyone who dared to come too close. This was a new ability Luo Ya had attempted to develop after mastering shapeshifting magic. In the face of an opponent as swift as a mole, his ice armor sometimes fell short of perfection, leading to potential vulnerabilities in defense. Therefore, Luo Ya intended to create a permanently sustaining ice armor, where minor deficiencies would be acceptable as long as it could withstand the initial wave of an ambush. The challenge lay not in the complexity but in the consistency required. It was more about forming a habit than merely developing it. Thus, forgetting that his hand was still covered in ice, Luo Ya inadvertently pressed it against Ludo, catching him off guard. Ignoring Ludo's resentful gaze, Luo Ya regarded Qilong with a playful smirk. Are you certain you wish to engage me? I assure you, it will be rather embarrassing. Trust me on this. Qilong, feeling insulted, thought to himself, who is he? A member of the elite camp. How dare this rookie act so brazenly? Consequently, Qilong sneered and lunged forward, throwing a punch at Luo Ya. He intended to demonstrate that in the elite camp, one must either submit to the dragon or lie down before the tiger. Indeed, it had become customary for veterans to challenge rookies. Every rookie in this camp had once excelled in their previous training camps, filled with ambition and pride. While such pride could be beneficial, Fostering a relentless drive to overcome adversity, it could also lead to perilous arrogance. If one maintained this hubris during practical combat, believing themselves invincible, they would meet a swift demise. Apart from the incident involving Zifa, it was not uncommon for elite camp members to suffer casualties during field missions, with most of those fatalities arising from carelessness or underestimation. Pirates, much like the protagonist Luffy, are rarely forthright in battle. Instead, they often resort to treachery and cruelty. Tactics such as ambushes, poisoning, hostage-taking, and feigned surrender are all too common. Hence, the mindset of negligence and overconfidence needed to be eradicated. Which is why Zifa instituted the hierarchy of mentorship, allowing veterans the opportunity to discipline rookies. Chapter 48, The New Chief? Thanks to book friend Mafan for the reward. Jilong's speed was indeed commendable. Within the elite camp, his strength consistently hovered around the top tier, allowing him to hold his own against skilled fighters like Luo and the Jerome brothers. Alas, he had encountered Luo Ya. As Jilong charged forward, his punch still some distance away. The rushing wind from his fist had already tousled Luo Ya's hair. In the face of Jilong's ferocious assault, Luo Ya remained unperturbed, slowly raising his hand. Well, I anticipated this. With a resounding slap, Jilong's body seemed to freeze in place, as if time had paused. The veteran stood in stunned disbelief, aghast at the crimson marks imprinted on Jilong's face, clearly delineating 5 fingers against his pale skin. Luo and the Jerome brothers stared, equally astonished by Luo Ya's calm demeanor as he retracted his hand, recalling the morning's battle with a shiver. It seemed Luo Ya had held back far more than they had initially perceived. Indeed, Luo Ya had not even utilized his full strength, having refrained from employing his Dragon Slayer magic or exerting his physical prowess to the fullest. With the Dragon's physique nearing its 3rd phase, the augmentation to Luo Ya's abilities was astonishing, even leaving him, as a system holder, in awe of his own power. Now, as he mastered and became proficient in the Marine 6 styles, he would be capable of overpowering Rob Lucci, the most talented individual the world government had seen in 800 years, without even resorting to magic. Not to mention, this ragtag ensemble of nameless characters from the original story. However, this was also the source of Luo Ya's frustration following the morning's skirmish. Within the current elite camp, it was increasingly challenging to accrue energy points. Jilong, momentarily dazed by the fierce counterattack, finally regained his senses, incredulously lifting his gaze to Luo Ya. You bastard. I will, with a swift motion, Luo Ya interrupted, delivering another resounding slap. What novelty do trash talkers bring? Their words were but cliches, typical of villains. And Luo Ya had no desire to rehearse them, for they would not enhance his examination scores. This time, Luo Ya spared no effort, aiming to silence this incessant chatter once and for all. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the veterans, Jilong vanished from sight, faster than he had ever moved before. Then, with a thunderous bang, a colossal crater was blasted into the base of the wall. The hard stone slabs of the courtyard were sent flying, and after losing their momentum, they fell from the sky like rain. Within the crater, Jilong lay unconscious, the right side of his face swollen and marred with blood, a few of his teeth having shamefully tumbled from his mouth, his breathing shallow and labored. Luo Ya clapped his hands and brushed away the non-existent dust from his clothes, exclaiming, "That was a close call. Fortunately, I held back a bit." Hey, Luo Ya, you didn't kill him, did you?" Haruto said anxiously, glancing at Luo Ya. "When Instructor Zephyr returns, you will surely be punished. Killing a comrade could lead to being sent to the Push City." At this moment, the veterans had lost their leisure to watch the spectacle. Upon hearing Haruto's words, some nervously jumped into the pit to rescue Keelong, while others drew their weapons, aiming them at Luo Ya. This action caused Luo Ya to raise an eyebrow slightly. From Haruto's tone, he could discern that both Keelong and Mingdo were undoubtedly notorious figures, despised within the elite camp. Yet, even though those two were now in a precarious state, the remaining veterans exhibited not a hint of schadenfreude. On the contrary, the animosity in their gazes was unmistakable. Luo Ya suddenly recalled a saying from the internet: "The weak tend to huddle together for warmth." This current elite camp, in terms of strength, indeed pales in comparison to the formidable individuals of yesteryears. However, those legendary figures were not as united as this year's weaker cohort. At this moment, Luo Ya found it impossible to determine which was preferable. Luo anxiously observed Luo Ya, his words grave, yet his body subtly positioned itself between the veteran and Luo Ya. From behind, it appeared as though Luo was preparing to intercept Luo Ya should he attempt to flee. Yet from Luo Ya's perspective, this was akin to offering him protection from the veteran, facilitating his departure. This thought warmed Luo Ya's heart, prompting him to pat Luo's thigh in a gesture of reassurance. Fear not. Have you forgotten I struck him twice? The first was to test his resilience, and the second was to strike just below his threshold for endurance. He is certainly not dead, trust me. Luo shook his head, refusing to budge even an inch, anxiously conveying his concern through a series of exaggerated expressions. Conversing with the astute is a breeze. Yet engaging with the less discerning proves to be a strenuous endeavor. Luo Ya sighed inwardly, yet devoid of the usual impatience he once felt. Suddenly, the elite camp leader named Hansa approached with a swift motion, startling Luo to the brink of striking him. Hansa cleared his throat gently and reassured Luo, fear not. Qilong has merely lost consciousness. Though his injuries are grave, his life remains unthreatened. Oh, is that so? Luo scratched the back of his head awkwardly, having initially thought that Qilong had been fatally struck down by Luo Ya, prompting a desperate urge to assist Luo Ya in fleeing. Now, upon hearing that Qilong was safe, a wave of guilt for his thoughts surged within him, leaving him feeling both embarrassed and foolish, grinning like a child weighing a ton. That is indeed a relief. As long as we all survive, meals will taste all the sweeter. He chuckled. What a fool I am. Luo Ya refrained from looking at him and softly spoke. When Zephyr returned, he was astonished to find that the courtyard was notably less populated. 3 newly arrived recruits had vanished, as had the notorious duo from the elite camp. This left him somewhat perplexed, though he had encountered similar situations before. Perhaps they had simply returned home. After a brief moment to collect his thoughts, he asked in a low voice, so, do you believe the order has been established? The first shall follow me. With that declaration, Zephyr strode into the loft without a backward glance. Luo Ya, who had been voraciously devouring the meat from a bone brought from the kitchen by Luo, quickly finished off the remaining morsels, wiped the grease from his mouth, and rose to his feet. Then I shall be the first. I trust there are no objections? The veterans remained silent, merely casting their gazes towards the gaunt figure seated in the corridor, Bibi Hansa. Historically, the Order of Guidance had always been led by Shoes, without question. However, today as circumstances left them uncertain. Sensing the scrutiny around him, Hansa opened his eyes, an inexplicable surge of fighting spirit welling up within him. But he quickly reined it in. He glanced at Luo Ya, who awaited his response with a tilted head, and calmly nodded. Please. The veterans collectively inhaled sharply. Could it be that even Hansa lacked the confidence to defeat that fellow? Otherwise, given Hansa's traditionally ruthless and combative nature, he would never willingly relinquish this position. In the elite camp, the hierarchy of strength was not explicitly ranked as 1, 2, 3, or 4. Such rankings were never inscribed on any paper, but were merely the order of entry during Zephyr's solo guidance sessions. This had been an unspoken rule upheld by generations of the elite camp. Hansa's utterance of please signified his voluntary abdication of the position of chief within the elite camp, heralding the dawn of Luo Ya as the new chief from this day forth. Luo Ya was slightly taken aback, astonished by Hansa's forthrightness. From Hansa, Luo Ya perceived a foul stench, reeking of blood, indicative of his nefarious nature. However, Luo Ya, though not arrogant, was imbued with confidence. He nodded in gratitude to Hansa and then turned to ascend into the attic. Chapter 49. The Guidance of Zephyr. Gratitude to the esteemed reader for the generous reward of 100 for the runes. Alas, my mobile assistant has been acting up, and your generous support had not been reflected until I perused the fan rankings today. My sincere apologies. Luo Ya had long desired to acquire the training methods for the Navy's 6 techniques in hockey. However, due to the disparity in ranks and status, neither Zephyr nor Kazan had any justification to impart such knowledge to him. Now, the moment of utmost significance had finally arrived. Zephyr entered the attic without hesitation, making his way directly to the location of the bookshelves. Grasping the central partition, he pulled it aside, causing the shelves to gradually retreat, revealing a brightly lit room before Luo Ya's eyes. Come in, and be sure to close the door, Zephyr instructed as he stepped inside. It felt just like a secret lair of a villain. Luo Ya was astonished as he followed Zephyr inside, turning to close the door behind him. Before he could take a closer look, a fierce gust of wind struck his head. Bang! Zephyr's attack was still that familiar blend, a taste he could not withstand. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack, seizing the advantage of surprise, so Luo Ya took the punch head-on, crashing against the wall with a thud. Struggling to pull himself down, he touched the large bump on his head and shouted, You scoundrel! Why did you hit me? Even if you're my teacher, you cannot treat me this way. What? You dare to insult me? Zephyr's expression darkened, his arm enveloped in armed hockey, the prosthetic covered in a winding aura, the fist hardened. In the next moment, a barrage of fists descended upon Luo Ya from both sides. So you think you're clever? What of it? How dare I strike you? Do you think that those little brats were not scared off by you? With the mediocre strength of Tony and the others, could they truly harm Mind and Jilung? Do you take me for a fool? Upon hearing this, Luo Ya, who was ready to retaliate, blinked and gave a sheepish smile. Well, perhaps I was a bit too harsh. I'll be more careful next time. Next time. Zephyr's fist suddenly paused, a sense of despondency washing over him. His painstakingly taught disciple had so easily been brought down by Luo Ya, a rogue. What was the point of it all? You little rascal. He retracted his haki, waving his hand in resignation and pulling out a cigar to place between his lips. Luo Ya rummaged through his pocket, flicking his wrist with the dexterity he had honed while pursuing his dream of charming women at bars, creating a flamboyant arc in the air as he struck a lighter and held it to Zephyr's mouth. Zephyr was momentarily taken aback. Then an inexplicable fury surged within him as he unleashed a torrent of curses. With that time, you could be honing your skills. Can you eat just by playing with a lighter so skillfully? The small training room was constructed from high-quality iron, with only a door disguised as a bookshelf and an emergency exit on the opposing wall. Zephyr stood in the center, continuously demonstrating while Luo Ya, with blood trickling from his nose, closely observed Zephyr's movements. What I've just described is foundational knowledge. The Marine Six Styles is a martial art that transcends human limits. With your current physique, mastering it should pose no issue. Among these, iron block, shave, and paper drawing are the three most critical techniques. Iron block and paper drawing are deceptively simple yet incredibly challenging. Mastering them will greatly benefit your control over your body. But you must explore them on your own, so I want to reiterate. As for shave, I will slow down the speed. Pay close attention. As Zephyr spoke, he propelled himself forward, instantly covering nearly 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Oh, I see now. Luo Ya clapped his hands, as if struck by a sudden realization. As a traveler from another world, he was naturally aware of the fundamental principles behind the technique known as Sara. However, despite his attempts, he found himself incapable of achieving the explosive movement effect of stepping on the ground more than 10 times within the span of 0.36 seconds. As stated in the encyclopedia. Now, he understood that this skill was not merely a matter of exerting force, rather, it hinged significantly on the coordination of the body. When Zephyr employed the technique, Luo Ya sensed that his power was not particularly strong. It was merely the momentary tremor of his leg muscles that appeared so aesthetically pleasing and rhythmically captivating, akin to the delicate and graceful act of playing the piano. His previous attempts, where he nearly crushed the ground with sheer brute force, were utterly misguided. Zephyr had already entrusted him with his car keys, allowing Luo Ya to accelerate directly for the remainder of the journey. Upon returning, Zephyr crossed his arms and regarded Luo Ya with a thoughtful expression. Kazan has informed me that your physique, due to the abilities granted by your fruit, is unlike that of ordinary individuals. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage lies in the fact that you need not toil as we do to push the limits of your body. You can simply focus on methodically developing your fruit's potential. However, the downside is that the ease with which your power increases leads to a significant underestimation of your own strength, let alone complete mastery over it. Listening to Zephyr's words, Luo Ya nodded slightly. Indeed, as Zephyr had articulated, the enhancement brought forth by the dragon's physique was astonishing, even to him as its master. The sudden surge of immense power, derived from an innate talent he had acquired, was something Luo Ya could only grasp superficially, let alone fully control. Luo Ya sometimes even harbored doubts that this system might be a mere fade, where the dragon-slaying magic was an ancillary gift, while the true essence lay in the dragon's form. Observing Luo Ya lost in contemplation, Zephyr chose not to interrupt him immediately, waiting until he gradually emerged from his reverie before continuing. The 6 powers of the Navy are the culmination of a century of refinement in physical techniques. They are not merely techniques, but rather a means to achieve perfect mastery of oneself. Once you have familiarized yourself with the shave, moonwalk, gust, and finger pistol, do not neglect the training involving iron blocks and paper drawings. At this juncture, Zephyr recalled Luo Ya's ability to move upon ice blocks and cautioned him. Your ability to conjure ice blocks in midair for movement is indeed remarkable. Yet it does not imply that the moonwalk is of no use to you. On the contrary, a more refined moonwalk, in conjunction with your unique method of movement, will render you swifter. In the ensuing time, Zephyr provided concise explanations regarding the challenges Luo Ya faced in his training. His guidance struck at the very heart of the matter, instantly dissolving long-standing bottlenecks in Luo Ya's practice, leaving him enthralled by the learning process. Although Kazan had previously instructed Luo Ya, the clarity and depth of Zephyr's teachings were incomparable. It was not that Kazan's advice was erroneous, but rather that he could only outline broad objectives without detailing how to dissect those goals into actionable steps tailored to Luo Ya's needs. Reflecting on Kazan's character, Luo Ya realized he had perhaps overthought the situation. Nonetheless, Kazan's comprehensive guidance had allowed Luo Ya to experiment with various techniques, establishing a solid foundation and accumulating valuable experience. Now, with Zephyr's elucidation, past experiences transformed into nourishment for his growth, akin to a parched sponge eagerly absorbing water. Once Zephyr had finished, Luo Ya, scratching his head, shyly inquired, "Teacher Zephyr, could you teach me about the cultivation of haki?" All traversers of this world are familiar with the adage, biting off more than one can chew. The knowledge imparted by Zephyr was sufficient for Luo Ya to ponder for an extended period. Yet the prospect of engaging with one of the pinnacle abilities in the world of One Piece stirred an insatiable restlessness within him. To this, Zephyr did not respond with the anticipated stern refusal, but rather shook his head in resignation. "I knew you would ask this." In truth, Zephyr believed that Luo Ya already possessed the foundational skills required for haki cultivation. However, due to Kazan's cautious nature, Luo Ya had not yet been instructed. Although haki is shrouded in mystery, it has lost its novelty for practitioners of their caliber. There exists a comprehensive theoretical and practical framework detailing when and how to cultivate it, as well as methods for enhancement. Upon hearing Luo Ya's inquiry, Zephyr, having anticipated the question, succinctly introduced the methods of haki cultivation to him. Nevertheless, despite the systematic nature of haki training, personal guidance from a mentor remains indispensable. These concepts cannot simply be grasped through verbal explanation. Much like the original story where even Luffy, capable of sporadically using haki, continued to receive instruction from Rayleigh without exception. However, for Luo Ya, a prodigious student, Zephyr was more than willing to invest time and effort in his instruction, even without Kazan's request. Chapter 50, Training Gratitude to the Reader. Falling Moonstars, for the generous reward of 1,000. Thanks to the reader, Xingtian, for the 488 reward. Thanks to the reader, Never Say Die, for the 100 reward. Thanks to my phone assistant for not malfunctioning today. It allowed me to see everything clearly. In truth, as a traverser, Luo Ya was exceedingly familiar with the concept of haki. Yet this familiarity was merely theoretical, devoid of practical knowledge regarding specific cultivation methods. Among the three types of haki, Luo Ya yearned most for the powers of armament haki and observation haki. The chaotic nature of the fairy tale world starkly contrasts with that of the One Piece world, where islands exist independently and unexpected events are commonplace. Moreover, the various powerful devil fruits possess abilities that can take lives in an instant. The Dragon Slayer Mage system indeed provided Luo Ya with immense assistance, transforming him from a powerless clerk into a minor force within the world of One Piece. Yet, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, there are still lessons to learn, for such knowledge can enhance Luo Ya's survival in this realm. The three types of haki have endured through time in the world of One Piece, recognized as the mainstream pinnacle of combat prowess, validated through countless trials and tribulations. The significance of observation haki and armament haki is self-evident. Whether it involves sensing an enemy's attack, detecting danger, or enhancing offensive and defensive capabilities, their impact against devil fruit users is profound. After patiently detailing the cultivation methods, Zephyr paused briefly to allow Luo Ya to absorb the information before continuing. "I recognize your strength and high aptitude. Both the 6 powers and haki will likely be grasped swiftly. However, do not forget that cultivation is an endless journey. It is not akin to combat, where one can fight with reckless abandon to break through barriers. On the contrary, it requires a gradual approach. With balance and patience, do not rush." Luo Ya wholeheartedly agreed with Zephyr's words. At the very least, he now had another justification for indulging in leisurely slumber. As he departed the training room, Hansa, once the top of the elite camp, sat cross-legged at the entrance of the loft. Just as Luo Ya emerged, Hansa opened his eyes. His expression was serene, his pale complexion juxtaposed with his emotionless gaze, resembling a lifeless body. Yet, Luo Ya, with his keen senses, could discern the overwhelming aura of combat emanating from Hansa. Fixating intently on Luo Ya, Hansa rose, sword sheath in hand. And as they passed each other, he quietly remarked, "See you at the training ground in a month." With that, Hansa entered the training room. Luo Ya appeared to be oblivious to his surroundings, moving forward with an unperturbed demeanor. In that fleeting moment, a subtle yet palpable chill enveloped Hansa's sword hilt, freezing his fingers to the grip. This was Luo Ya's response: "If you seek battle, then let it be so." "Luo Ya, you have emerged. What has Master Zephyr taught you?" Upon seeing Luo Ya step forth, Aludo discarded the iron tower in his grasp and approached with palpable excitement. It is worth noting that the initial experiences of new recruits are typically brief, as those recently inducted into the elite camp usually possess little to learn, often departing after a few encouraging words from Zephyr. However, Luo Ya was different. He had spent a full 2 hours within, a duration seldom seen even among veteran soldiers. In response to Aludo's inquiry, Luo Ya inclined his head towards Simon and Minnie, who were assisting Tony, before replying, the 6 techniques and hockey. At the utterance of these words, the atmosphere seemed to halt, countless gazes fixated on Luo Ya, disbelief etched upon their faces. Aludo, though somewhat dim-witted, was not lacking in fortitude. He merely paused for a brief moment before breaking into a broad smile and clapping Luo Ya on the shoulder. "Ha! You are truly remarkable, Luo Ya. On your very first guidance session, Master Zephyr has already taught you the 6 techniques in hockey. I only learned the 6 techniques 6 months later. And hockey a year after that. That is because your head is filled with muscle," one of the Jerome brothers retorted, casting a skeptical glance at Luo Ya. The direct instruction in both the 6 techniques and hockey implied that Luo Ya's physical condition had already met the necessary criteria. This was indeed sensational news. Even within the elite camp, few were bestowed the opportunity to learn hockey, with only a select few across generations achieving this feat particularly. The armament hockey necessitates an extraordinarily robust physique, surpassing even the rigorous demands of the Navy's 6 techniques. Aludo may have been somewhat foolish, but when it came to physical prowess, he had no reason to fear anyone. After all, he was capable of feats such as tearing a fishman apart with his bare hands. It was precisely due to his formidable physique that Zephyr had consented to teach him armament hockey. After bidding farewell to his comrades in the elite camp, Luo Ya stepped onto the ice and made his way to the small square to commence his training. Shave, iron block, paper drawing, shave. An explosive movement technique serves as the foundation upon which moonwalk is built, while finger pistol can be seen as a precursor to iron block. Luo Ya reflected on Zephyr's words, silently contemplating the various techniques of the 6 styles. As he recalled the instances over the past month when he had been tormented by the likes of the Mole and Kazan with their shave technique, a glimmer of determination flickered in Luo Ya's eyes. Thus, he resolved to commence with shave. Mastering the Navy's 6 styles would not only deepen Luo Ya's understanding of his own abilities but also lay a solid foundation for his future endeavors in hockey cultivation. When cultivated to the realm of life return, the enhancement in strength would be nothing short of formidable. Luo Ya found himself in a rather awkward position regarding his physical application. It was akin to a rifle possessing sniper capabilities yet only yielding the efficacy of a handgun. The 6 styles represent a martial art that enables the perfect manifestation of latent potential. The training of shave is neither excessively challenging nor entirely simple. Beyond the rigid requirement of surpassing human physical limits, the paramount aspect is the coordination of the body, which proves to be the most arduous challenge. Luo Ya took a deep breath, striving to remain in a state of relaxation. Suddenly, with a powerful push of his foot, the ground erupted, leaving a spiderweb-like crater in his wake, and he transformed into a streak of black, surging forward with astonishing speed. Bang! The wall before him crumbled with a resounding crash, and Luo Ya vanished amidst the swirling dust. Outside the small square, a patrolling naval officer swallowed hard and reached for his communicator. "Hello? Is this logistics? Please remember to send someone to repair the small square tomorrow." "No, not the flooring. This time it's the wall." "The wall? It's gone again." Luo Ya pushed aside the stone that had been weighing down on him, rising from the ground, covered in dust and grime. TCH. Was that too much force? Although swift, it was still not a clean shave. Once more. Whoosh. Luo Ya vanished from his position, and the pile of stones beneath him erupted, sending shards flying and causing the patrol team to lament their misfortune. In the next moment, Luo Ya reappeared, steadying himself as he inhaled the fresh scent of paint on the brick just a finger's breadth away, a grin spreading across his face. I shall not crash into the wall a second time. The path of cultivation is a long and arduous journey, unlike Zhao Ritian. Luo Ya held no fanciful expectations of achieving success at once or mastering everything in 3 days. Countless attempts and adjustments echoed throughout the small square. Where thunderous explosions rang out intermittently, the ground cracked, walls collapsed, and dust swirled, transforming the scene into a veritable demolition site. From the perspective of his training alone, one could glimpse the formidable challenge presented by the Navy's 6 styles. Even a single technique proved exceedingly difficult to master. Zephyr had understated the challenge. The 6 styles demanded an extraordinary combination of physical strength, power, speed, endurance, and muscular coordination, all of which were essential. As night descended, Luo Ya finally ceased his movements, splayed out amidst the rubble, sweat cascading down his body. It had been quite some time since he had felt such an overwhelming fatigue. Now, were he to attempt squats in the recruit camp, he could start at breakfast and continue until dinner, all while bearing the heaviest of weights. Yet, Mastering the 6 styles had pushed Luo Ya to his limits in just a few hours. What a refreshing sensation. Gazing up at the myriad stars above, Luo Ya smiled contentedly. Chapter 51. Luo Ya, the Mythmaker. Time flowed unceasingly, and before long, a month had passed. Within the specially designed alloy training room of the Navy headquarters, Luo Ya moved with the grace of a boxer, his feet lightly tapping as he jumped in quick succession. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving a deep footprint on the alloy floor, a testament to his presence. Almost simultaneously, Luo Ya's figure materialized at the opposite end of the room, facing a 3-inch thick iron plate. His arms drew back, and his fingers, index, middle, and ring extended in a claw-like fashion. Finger gun, ape maiden. His steel-like fingers tore at the iron plate with ferocity. Though only 2 hands were engaged, they transformed into a multitude of claw-like shadows, enveloping the plate. The incomprehensible assault struck the iron plate, and the only indicators of its torment were the explosive sounds in the air and the agonizing distortion of the metal. Suddenly, the inertia in his hands waned, and Luo Ya's movement halted abruptly as his left foot swept upward in a diagonal arc. Raging foot. Before the words left his lips, Luo Ya appeared above the iron plate, leaving behind an afterimage that continued the motion he had just executed. Without pause, Luo Ya unleashed the raging foot once more, then reappeared directly in front of the plate. Raging foot, crescent moon. 3 crescent-shaped air blades shot forth, simultaneously striking the iron block. Boom. At last, the iron plate, unable to endure the onslaught, exploded with a resounding crash, fragments scattering across the ground. Luo Ya leaped from the sky, utilizing the protective icy barrier he had instinctively developed to deflect countless iron shards, each as formidable as bullets. The training room, specially designed for the Navy, was devoid of soil and thus could not stir up any dust. However, it was precisely this environment that left Zephyr astonished. In just a month, not only had Luo Ya mastered the finger pistol, shaving, moonwalk, and storm foot techniques, but he had even begun to unlock new abilities. A month ago, when Sengoku received complaints and transferred Luo Ya from the small square to this facility, Zephyr had been closely observing his subsequent training. Remarkably, it took Luo Ya merely 20 days to progress from his initial exposure to the Navy's 6 powers to mastering these 4 techniques. The 6 powers are renowned for their immense difficulty, being the pinnacle of naval martial arts. Typically, only formidable figures such as vice admirals can wield them with proficiency. Rob Lucci was hailed as the most powerful being of Judicial Island CP9 over the past 800 years. This span of time signifies that the rarity of such talent transcends mere exceptionalism. It is the mark of a true prodigy. The arduous nature of mastering the 6 powers is evidenced by the fact that even Zephyr and Carp, masters of pure martial arts, took nearly 6 months to reach Luo Ya's level. This rapid advancement caught the attention of Steelbone Kong, then a vice admiral in the Navy, who deemed him a monster and took him under his wing for meticulous training, leading to the unfolding of later events. If anyone is aware of the events from that time, please share, as this is merely my conjecture. There is no record in the encyclopedia. Now, Luo Ya was shattering all expectations. He was not merely breaking records, he was crafting a legend. In a moment of distraction, Luo Ya found himself before Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, do you think my progress is acceptable? This was a quintessential display of someone who had gained favor yet feigned humility, often referred to as being self-deprecating. Startled, Zephyr cast a sidelong glance at him. Luo Ya, with a towel draped over his shoulder and an unrefined posture, appeared rather frivolous, prompting a darkening of Zephyr's expression. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch. You are in the Navy. Stand properly. Luo Ya seemed as delicate as a mere sheet of paper, effortlessly evading Zephyr's strikes. As he dodged the attack, Luo Ya exclaimed in astonishment, I actually managed to do it. It appears I shall soon master all 6 forms. With that, he continued to approach with a cheeky grin. What's wrong, Teacher Zephyr? Why the frown? With such an exceptional disciple like me, you should be delighted. Thanks to the formidable enhancement provided by his dragon-like physique, after a month of rigorous training, Luo Ya achieved a level of mastery that astounded even himself. Akin to the embodiment of legendary figures, the primary challenge in mastering the Navy's 6 forms lies in physical strength, a hurdle that crumbled before Luo Ya's dragon-like body. As long as he could grasp the techniques and maintain bodily coordination, everything flowed effortlessly. In the final days of his training, Luo Ya also developed extended skills of the 6 forms, the 8 shining girls, and the crescent moon. During his practice with the finger gun, Luo Ya discerned that it was somewhat lacking against wide-area attacks. If he wished to avoid direct confrontation, evasion was his only option. Ultimately, this limitation stemmed from the very nature of the finger gun itself. As the name suggests, the finger gun is designed to impart bullet-like striking power at one's fingertips, capable of penetrating steel with mastery. However, the reach of a human arm is limited. Thus, the finger gun is not a true firearm. Hence, he devised the 8 Shining Girls, which not only boasted inherent rigidity but also generated formidable wind pressure from the claw-like shadows, powerful enough to rival the vacuum slashes produced by his Gale Kick, albeit slightly weaker. Even when faced with widespread assaults, he could tear through the enemy's firepower with countless air blades, compensating for its shortcomings. Apart from the finger gun, the Gale Kick exhibited the most pronounced flaws. This technique, akin to the moonwalk, is also an extension of the shave, though each emphasizes different aspects. However, a notable issue arises when executing the Gale Kick. The force is concentrated in the legs, rendering him immobile for that fleeting moment. If confronted by a master adept in observation hockey, no matter how swift his previous movements were, pausing to launch an attack would grant the opponent ample opportunity to prepare. This might explain why both Zephyr and Carp are renowned for their physical prowess, one known as the Black Arm, the other as the Iron Fist. They maintain mobility with their feet while delivering strikes with their hands. Nevertheless, the Gale Kick's power and low energy consumption are indeed formidable, marking it as the strongest spear among the 6 forms, making it difficult to relinquish. To mitigate this shortcoming, Luo Ya pondered for an hour before finally devising a solution. Since the issue did not lie with the Gale Kick's power, he resolved to make his attacks less predictable, relying on his now superhuman resilience. He dismissed concerns about muscle strain, forcibly incorporating the Gale Kick into his shave technique without easing off or retracting, withstanding the side effects that could easily tear the muscles of an ordinary user, all while launching Gale Kick strikes during high-speed movement. Now, he could execute 3 consecutive attacks without compromising his combat effectiveness. Because of this ability to strike thrice in succession, he named it the Crescent Moon, not for any profound meaning, but simply because it sounded pleasing. Similar to Crocodile's Crescent Moon Sand Dune technique, Luo Ya could employ it, though it was easily evaded by opponents. Of course, this does not imply that the other techniques are devoid of weaknesses or in need of improvement. Rather, Luo Ya's familiarity with the finger gun and shave afforded him ample experience for their development, though he had only exerted 4 layers of strength in his recent punch. Zephyr was not like Kazan. He was a pure martial arts master. His 4 layers of strength were typically sufficient to send Luo Ya sprawling. Yet now, Luo Ya had managed to evade it with a whimsical grace. Faced with such circumstances, Zephyr sighed deeply. I truly wonder how much longer I can teach you. Observing his disciple's remarkable prowess, Luo Ya quipped, Teacher Zephyr, are you saddened? That's splendid. After all, I no longer need to prove myself. So perhaps you could cancel my practical task for next month. Luo Ya articulated his intentions, only to be met with Zephyr's enigmatic smile. The notion of cancellation was utterly impossible. Such was the rule of the elite camp, with no exceptions granted. As he spoke, Zephyr offered a comforting pat on Luo Ya's shoulder. After a month of rigorous training, particularly with the 6 styles that delve into the depths of human potential, Luo Ya's body, which had halted its growth for many years, experienced a significant increase in height. He now stood just a head shorter than Zephyr, allowing the latter to rest his hand comfortably on Luo Ya's shoulder without the need for the previous awkward angle. Just return and prepare for seasickness. Rest assured, I will arrange for the swiftest warship available for you. In Luo Ya's eyes, Zephyr's smile at that moment appeared as fearsome as a malevolent spirit. As the master and disciple exited the training room, they engaged in light-hearted banter in the corridor, their camaraderie palpable. However, Zephyr's gaze suddenly drifted towards the distant flourishing town, and he came to an abrupt halt. That town was a large settlement for the families of the Marines in Marineford. Although Luo Ya had never visited, he was somewhat familiar with it through the Jerome brothers, who had a penchant for sweets and would often sneak into the town to return with an assortment of cookies, cakes, and candies to share with everyone. He knew the locations of the candy shops and patisseries quite well. Zephyr's expression remained calm, yet a trace of uncontainable sorrow flickered in his eyes. Perhaps it was a fleeting memory of his own family that weighed upon him. Luo Ya contemplated this, yet he promptly adorned his face with a vibrant smile. Oh, teacher, are you craving some candy? I still have the fruit gummies that Jerome bought. Would you like me to bring you some? From Zephyr's vantage point, the most eye-catching sight was the enormous pink building, 3 stories tall, painted to resemble fruit candy. Chapter 52. The fate of Hansa. Heartfelt thanks to the reader Never Say Die for the generous 999 reward. Gratitude to reader Sui Ran for the 100 reward. Thanks to reader Bi Xiaofuan for the 100 reward. And appreciation to reader Tamin Tongyu for the 100 reward. Today, receiving such an abundance of rewards truly astonished the great tree. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the lower district of the fortress headquarters. The violent tremor felt even in the highest office of the marshal. The Navy soldiers on duty, panic-stricken, rushed over with their weapons, only to meet Zephyr, clad in a purple suit. Before him, the corridor wall bore a gaping hole, its jagged edges resembling the teeth of a beast, with numerous cracks spider-webbing outward. Zephyr's expression was grim, his face dark and oily, the aura of his armed hockey still resonating, exuding an inexplicable terror. Hearing footsteps, he turned with a stormy countenance, nearly scaring the soldiers into a state of panic. "What are you doing? Have you never seen a teacher instructing his students?" "Why, yes. My apologies." The sailors, akin to frightened quails, tearfully saluted and fled without a backward glance. Clearly, given Zephyr's demeanor, continuing to chatter would likely result in punishment. As for the gaping hole in the wall, best leave it to the higher-ups to handle. The Navy headquarters imposed severe penalties for property damage, with even the lightest punishment being a month of toilet duty. However, considering the identity of the individual involved, it was an exceptionally unique situation, surpassing the patrol squad's capabilities. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Zephyr, clutching a plastic bag while munching on a rice cracker. Peering through the hole, the newcomer exclaimed, "Hey, Zephyr, look! That brat has escaped." Gazing through the opening, one could see a figure plummeting through the air, deftly flipping to adjust his posture before seemingly running on thin air towards the new recruits' camp. After mastering the moonwalk, Luo Ya's aerial mobility had become remarkably swift. He could not only utilize the moonwalk but also conjure ice in midair to serve as a stepping stone. By employing the shave for acceleration followed by the moonwalk for a second boost, he achieved a speed that was truly astonishing. Almost instantaneously after Karp finished speaking, Luo Ya vanished into the cluster of buildings at the recruits' camp. Karp, perplexed by the lack of anticipated reaction, queried, "Huh? Zephyr, why aren't you pursuing him? That kid has fled." Silence. Zephyr's face turned pale as he bellowed in anger. "Pursue? With what shall I chase him? On the ground and in the lower airspace?" Zephyr indeed surpassed Luo Ya in speed. Yet in the higher altitudes, he found himself powerless against Luo Ya. Not to mention, Luo Ya could unleash a brief flight with dragon scales, a speed and agility that Zephyr could not match. Having frequently been on the receiving end of shave, Luo Ya had dedicated extensive effort to mastering that technique, and his speed had reached unprecedented heights. Moreover, if I were to chase after him, wouldn't I simply be providing you with a spectacle? Do you take me for a fool? Zephyr shot a sidelong glance at Karp, snorted, and turned away. Behind him, Karp blinked in bewilderment before chuckling as he retrieved another rice cracker, resuming his snack. This old fellow is shy. Though Karp was unclear about what had transpired moments earlier, he could discern the expression on Zephyr's face. Beneath the fury lay a sense of fulfilled satisfaction. After years of losing family, this was the first time Zephyr had displayed such an expression before them. Despite having always regarded the Navy as his family and the elite recruits as his sons and daughters, he had never revealed such complex emotions toward any of them. Reflecting on this, Karp munched on his rice cracker, murmuring, if his son had not perished, he would likely be around Luo Ya's age now. If only that scoundrel, Dragon, had not defected from the Navy, perhaps I would be in a similar situation. In Marineford, at the recruits' mess hall, Miss S disdainfully slammed a bowl filled with food onto the table before Luo Ya, the air thick with an enticing aroma. "You little rascal, can't you eat in the elite camp? Do you know you consumed all my provisions for tomorrow?" "Well, what does it matter?" Luo Ya's cheeks were puffed up. Having devoured an entire grilled fish in just a few bites, he spat out the fish bones with a sycophantic grin, remarking, furthermore, "The meals in the elite camp are overly focused on nutritional balance, and the flavors leave much to be desired. I've grown so accustomed to blandness that nothing compares to the deliciousness of your cooking, Ms. S. By the way, is there any lobster left?" Upon hearing this, Miss S's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing, and her lips moved soundlessly. With a sigh, she turned and retreated into the kitchen to continue her culinary endeavors. "Finish your meal and be off with you. What a misfortune it is to have you as a burden." "Indeed." Luo Ya raised his hand to respond, then quickened his speech. Just then, the communicator in his pocket buzzed. The sound was unmistakable. It was the device Zephyr had instructed him to carry. For Luo Ya frequently needed to communicate with Zephyr regarding his training. Although one could typically find Luo Ya in the cafeteria, the time wasted in back-and-forth exchanges was hardly efficient. After wiping his hands clean on the tablecloth, Luo Ya retrieved the communicator. Click. "Hello, is this Luo Ya?" The pale yellow device suddenly turned ghostly white, its large eyes perfectly mimicking the weary yet spirited gaze of the person on the other end. Upon hearing that voice, Luo Ya was momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a wide grin. "Bibi Hansa, I thought you had forgotten your battle agreement. A series of coughs erupted from the other end, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of blood being coughed up. Before Hansa could respond, Luo Ya interjected, "Hey, are you sure you want to fight me in such a state? You might just end up dead." Hansa had been frail and sickly since childhood, a trait he shared with Simon. However, unlike Simon, who had been fortunate enough to be surrounded by numerous supplements and esteemed doctors due to his affluent background, Hansa had grown up in poverty, lacking the same opportunities for careful nurturing. Yet, his fragile constitution did not overshadow his innate talent. After joining the Navy, he quickly distinguished himself, rising from anonymity to prominence. Unfortunately, his relentless pursuit of potential had taken a toll on his body, pushing it to its limits, to the brink of collapse. His formidable strength had come at the cost of his lifespan. In a desperate bid to challenge Luo Ya, he had devoted himself entirely to training this month, prompting Zephyr to shake his head in disapproval. As an outsider, Luo Ya felt he had no right to judge Hansa's choices. Unlike Tony, who bore the weight of deep-seated enmity, or Minnie, who had strived to prove herself amidst ridicule, or Simon, who fought for his family's honor, Hansa's motivations were simpler. He merely wished to grow stronger, to leave a bold mark upon his fleeting existence. Indeed, it was fleeting. Hansa's time was already limited. Last year, Zephyr had summoned the Navy's finest doctor to assess Hansa's condition. The prognosis had been grim. If Hansa ceased training and refrained from combat, he might live until the age of 40. While Zephyr had contemplated arranging a comfortable position for Hansa at headquarters, the latter had steadfastly refused. At this point, it seemed he had only a few years left. In response to Luo Ya's concern, Hansa chuckled, "No worries. I refuse to languish in a sickbed and die in agony. If I must perish in battle, that would be a tremendous honor to me." Ugh, what a troublesome fellow. Luo Ya furrowed her brow but refrained from saying much. "Then, I shall await you at the arena tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. With that, Hansa ended the call, the pale yellow light once again enveloping the phone book, which promptly fell into a deep slumber with a soft thud. Luo Ya gazed silently at the telephone book, retrieving a decorative piece of green vegetable from the basket to rouse it. "Come, eat. It's been 3 days since I last fed you, hasn't it?" Observing the telephone bug nibble delicately at the vegetable, Luo Ya fell into contemplation. Chapter 53. Challenge the entire camp. In just a month, Luo Ya had mastered 4 of the 6 techniques, a fact that had become no secret within the elite camp. This news even stirred up a wave of interest at naval headquarters, prompting Kazan to make an inquiry via telephone. Analyzing the data, it appeared that mastering the Navy's 6 techniques had not significantly enhanced Luo Ya's strength. His raw power remained unchanged, and he still grappled with the intricacies of Dragon Slayer magic. However, with the acquisition of the 6 techniques, he had finally addressed his shortcomings, rendering his skill set far more comprehensive. From this perspective, Luo Ya's combat effectiveness had at least doubled compared to before, altering the level of danger he presented. In the world of One Piece, aside from the peculiarities of devil fruits on the seas, combat evaluation hinges on 4 elements: speed, power, defense, and technique. Previously, Luo Ya had only capitalized on his advantages in power and defense, his formidable magic effects rendering him akin to a fortress. Not even the elite camp would dare to engage him in a clash of skills. It was as he described, like a sweeping east wind. The alternation of roars and ice wings could obliterate a town in mere hours. Yet, at that time, even the admirals could rely on their superior speed and combat experience to defeat Luo Ya in close quarters. As long as they avoided the attacks emanating from the blue energy, their ice armor could not deter them. Now, however, even the weasel had to concede that, aside from lacking in experience, Luo Ya's strength had surpassed that of most admirals after mastering the Navy's 6 techniques. This was the most formidable aspect of Luo Ya. His capabilities were remarkably comprehensive. In terms of shaping magic, Luo Ya was already capable of standing alone, unafraid to confront an admiral directly. Regarding close combat, while his development and application of the 6 techniques might still require refinement, he was no longer the passive turtle he once was, armed with immense strength and ice armor. He could traverse with ease against anyone below the admiral rank. Once he achieved complete mastery and learned Haki, he could dominate within the ranks of admirals at headquarters. Moreover, there were those unique abilities said to stem from deep within his memories, inherited from dragons. A single roar of the Ice Dragon could deter even Zephyr from a direct confrontation. But that was not the end of it. Let us not forget that Luo Ya possessed the Awakening, pseudo-dragon transformation. Once unleashed, he could match Zephyr in a fierce struggle for a brief period. But let us not dwell on the exact duration of that briefness. A man must never admit to brevity, even if it is undeniably short. With such formidable and comprehensive abilities, Luo Ya's reputation soared within the Navy, garnering friendly glances from soldiers wherever he went. Rumors circulated that Luo Ya was destined to be the Navy's next admiral. As for the wagers behind these rumors, there is no need for scrutiny. In any case, Luo Ya had profited immensely. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying Luo Ya, Hansa remained undeterred in his fighting spirit. Luo Ya discerned that he was not merely being stubborn or concerned with pride. Rather, he was motivated solely by a desire to defeat Luo Ya. Is this what one calls a pure swordsman? This thought reminded Luo Ya of a certain event. In the original narrative, even after spending several years as a pirate hunter at sea, Zoro, aware that he might lose or even perish, still raised his sword against the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. To be frank, Luo Ya, born in an era of peace, found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of these swordsmen. Concepts such as careful planning and knowing one's limitations seemed utterly foreign to their way of thinking. Their minds were perpetually consumed with training, combat, and the pursuit of strength. Take Hansar, for instance. He boldly chose to challenge Luo Ya without hesitation. Zephyr did not dissuade him. He understood that no words of his could sway Hansar's resolve. However, he had casually mentioned his hope that Luo Ya would conclude the battle swiftly. After all, the longer the fight dragged on, the more Hansar's body would be at risk of collapse. In response, Luo Ya had remarked, "If I must rely on a strategy of attrition to defeat Hansar, I would be profoundly disappointed in myself." The following day, in the cafeteria of the naval headquarters, Luo Ya was deeply engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the elite camp members who had silently gathered around him. Their expressions devoid of emotion as they fixed their gazes upon him. It wasn't until Luo Ya finished his meal that Aludo hesitantly spoke up. "Luo Ya, are you really going to duel Hansa?" Almost choking on his water, Luo Ya finally composed himself, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish as he stared at Aludo. "Hey, are you still fixated on that question?" But Aludo stammered, "But I..." Just as he was about to continue, Simon, blushing, stepped forward to pull him away from the crowd, believing that pushing Aludo to represent them was a grave mistake. Tony exchanged glances with the others and stepped forward, stating, "Indeed, these matters have become inconsequential. However, we do not wish to lose a companion." Hansa had not only saved him, but had also shared his understanding of swordsmanship over the past month, aiding Tony in his training. Zifa, not being a swordsman, could only point out problems in swordsmanship without delving deeply into the study. Initially, Tony's pride made him somewhat impatient, whether it was his family's sword style or the later learned Shura swordsmanship, once mastered. He would carve out his own place in this vast sea. Why should he learn from Hansa? But upon realizing Hansa's condition, Tony fell silent. Hansa was leaving behind his final words. Hearing Tony's words, Luo Ya halted his movements, lifting his gaze to meet him. "So, what are you trying to say? Should I give up or show mercy? Do you understand that for Hansa, this would be more painful than death?" Tony's expression darkened as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Indeed, if Luo Ya were to go easy on him, Hansa would undoubtedly be disappointed. This was not merely a matter of sentiment but of disgrace. The disgrace of a swordsman, if one could not return it with a sword, was better to perish. Tony fell silent, and the other elite camp members also remained quiet. Suddenly, the bustling cafeteria became eerily silent, the only sound being Luo Ya sipping his juice. After a prolonged silence, Minnie broke the stillness, tying her hair back with a rubber band. "In that case, Luo Ya, I challenge you." A ripple of astonishment swept through the crowd. Everyone stared incredulously at Minnie, wondering what she was thinking. After all, she was challenging Luo Ya, a genuine monster. Even though she had been diligently training in the 6 styles for the past month without engaging in battles, the terrifying power Luo Ya had displayed in previous fights was still fresh in their minds. Had Minnie forgotten the scene of the new recruit's ambush? "Hey, Minnie, what are you planning to do?" Tony asked sternly, reaching out to grasp her arm. However, despite his effort, Minnie remained unmoved. It was only upon touching her that Tony realized she was trembling, her muscles rigid as if made of wood, her breathing rapid. Was she afraid? As Tony pondered this, Minnie suddenly looked at him, nodding seriously. What did that mean? Tony was utterly bewildered. Just then, a voice emerged from the back of the crowd. It was Simon, flipping his fringe back. "Is that so? Then, I shall challenge you to Luo Ya." Tony was genuinely perplexed. Compared to Minnie, Simon was even more restrained by Luo Ya. His fruit ability could indeed penetrate Luo Ya's ice armor with a full-force strike, but his frail physique rendered him incapable of launching a subsequent attack. What gave him the confidence to challenge Luo Ya? At that moment, Luo Ya, seated, raised the corners of his mouth, bursting into hearty laughter. "How amusing. Truly amusing. Well then, stop your prattling. Come at me together. You actually agreed, and you want us to attack together. Are you not afraid of lacking the strength to duel Hansa later? Wait. Suddenly, Tony had an epiphany. Indeed, this was an opportune moment to weaken Luo Ya's strength. The others quickly grasped the reasoning, exchanging glances filled with fervor, their collective energy coalescing into a spear aimed directly at Luo Ya. Luo Ya, we challenge you. Observing this, a flicker of inscrutable emotion danced in Luo Ya's eyes. Although he had already arranged to duel Hansa that afternoon, since they were seeking their own demise, he had no qualms about indulging them, these mere fish. Chapter 54. Before the duel at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Marineford, the arena. The arena refers to a large square located at the rear of the headquarters fortress, distinct from the underground arenas. The Marine headquarters is vast, containing numerous squares. Some are purely for training, others serve as gathering spots. And there is also a type that is dedicated to competitions. The origin of this name is long forgotten. Now, everyone simply refers to it as the arena. This place is exceptionally suited for combat. It is spacious, with a sparse population. Looking eastward, several miles away lies the town, and there are no buildings surrounding it. Standing apart from the headquarters complex, with such advantageous natural conditions, it is no wonder that the Navy has deemed this location the best venue for sparring, allowing them to engage in combat without concern for innocent bystanders. At this moment, a gaunt figure sat cross-legged in the center of the arena, a long sword resting across his legs, rising and falling with his breath. To Hansa's left, several figures loomed in the stance. Among them was an officer serving as the referee, but besides them were former Admiral Zifa, the Weasel, Fire Mountain, and several other rear admirals, along with the legendary marine hero, Iron Fist Carp. The past 2 years in the Pirate King world had been relatively calm. The 4 emperors were untouchable. The 7 warlords were off limits, and the new pirates were not as monstrous as they had been in the year Luffy set sail. Many matters could be handled by the branches, leading to an abundance of leisure time. Upon hearing that Luo Ya was set to duel the elite camp's Hansa that day, the Weasel invited familiar commanders to come and watch, even going so far as to request a referee. His intentions were clear. He wanted Luo Ya to showcase himself more prominently among the Navy's high ranks, paving the way for his future. Their personalities were well matched, and Luo Ya felt an affinity for the first person he encountered upon arriving in this world. Thus, their relationship had always been cordial. Given the opportunity to allow Luo Ya to shine, the Weasel was more than eager to do so. Even aside from friendship, as fellow disciples of Zifa, mutual assistance was only natural. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, Hansa inexplicably opened his eyes, gazing in the direction of the fortress. The moment Hansa lifted his head, Carp and Zifa sensed Luo Ya's approach. Both were astonished. Carp asked, "Hey, Zifa, isn't Hansa's observation hockey range limited?" Zifa nodded. "Like your pursuit of Roger back in the day, it must be an instinct between opponents." Carp scratched the back of his head, shrugging. It shouldn't be that exaggerated. A figure swiftly darted through the air, arriving at the center of the arena in the blink of an eye, landing soundlessly as if carried by a gentle breeze. It was unexpected that this elite camp would host a genius who had honed his skills to such an extraordinary degree. Surely, he must be the most remarkable individual in the history of these gatherings. It appears so. Squirrel. He must be Luo Ya, correct? The speaker was a man with a bushy beard, biting on a cigar. Judging by the military insignia on his cloak, he was indeed a major general, known as the Blaze Mountain of the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Squirrel, arms crossed and brow furrowed, murmured, "It is indeed him. But what is the meaning of those injuries he bears? We agreed on a duel today. Why has he taken the time to recuperate?" Major General Blaze Mountain let out a soft exclamation, scrutinizing the scene. Indeed, Luo Ya appeared to be in a rather poor condition. His once pristine recruit's shirt was now stained with mud, bearing scratches from a sharp blade. Through the tattered fabric, one could even discern deep, bloody gashes beneath. As Luo Ya's cherubic visage gradually shed its excess fat through daily exertion, it transformed into a more robust and upright appearance. However, the abrasions at the corners of his mouth and on his face rendered him quite disheveled. His left ring finger bent unnaturally, a clear indication of a fracture. Upon witnessing Luo Ya's unfortunate state, Zifa inquired in a grave tone, "Luo Ya, who assailed you?" At that moment, Zifa's countenance was shrouded in darkness, his gaze unfocused, and the muscles in his arms trembled involuntarily, a manifestation of his utmost fury. To him, Luo Ya's prowess, while not quite at the elite camp level, was certainly formidable enough that even a typical admiral would find it challenging to contend with him. Was it conceivable that he had been attacked by a general? Luo Ya is undoubtedly the disciple he cherishes the most. Who would dare to inflict such harm upon him? An attack? Though the bleeding from the sword marks on his chest has ceased, the vibrations from his speech send waves of excruciating pain through his torso, nearly causing him to falter. Raising a hand to dissuade Zephyr from approaching, Luo Ya gasped for breath, straightening his posture. No one has assaulted me. I merely engaged your elite camp and sustained a minor injury, so there is no need for concern. Engaged? The elite camp? Zephyr momentarily freezes. His eyes widening in disbelief. You mean to say all of them? Of course. Otherwise, in a one-on-one scenario, who could possibly harm me? Luo Ya grins broadly, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Instantly, the audience erupts in astonishment. The commanding officers present displaying expressions of sheer surprise. All of them? This is truly. Fire Mountain murmurs. Despite being the weakest cohort, they remain the elite camp, each member meticulously selected from the ranks of new recruits. Most of the officers present emerged from Zephyr's elite camp and possess a profound understanding of its capabilities. Although rumors have circulated that the new generation of the Navy pales in comparison to its predecessors, the current strength of the elite camp is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Each member is a veritable marvel in the eyes of the common folk. Upon hearing Luo Ya's declaration, the officers are struck with astonishment yet remain somewhat skeptical. However, as Tony and others, supported by one another, gradually come into view, silence envelopes the crowd. In contrast to Luo Ya, their conditions appear far worse. Each bears wounds, with some limping painfully, propped up by crutches as they advance. Blood seeps from their injuries, staining the bandages, and with every step, beads of cold sweat appear on their foreheads. Aludo, the 4-meter-tall giant, lies on a makeshift cart, pushed by companions with less severe injuries. The Jerome brothers support one of his arms, the thick plaster still not fully set. I thought you all were resting in the infirmary. I didn't expect you to be able to stand, Luo Ya remarks with a smile, turning to glance at them. Tony pushes Simon aside and, using the hilt of his sword for support, painstakingly approaches the arena, finally reaching the edge of the platform. Gritting his teeth as he climbs up, Luo Ya was uncertain of his intentions, staring at him in a daze. Tony approached Luo Ya, retrieving a roll of bandage from his pocket and offering it to him. Wrap this up, the wound will reopen. Luo Ya gazed silently at the bandage in Tony's hand. And suddenly, with a swift motion, he slapped it away, a wicked smile gracing his lips. There is no need for that. This is my own choice. Pausing for a moment, Luo Ya turned to Hansa and added, furthermore, even if I were injured, are you certain that Hansa could defeat me? Tony was left speechless, abandoning any attempts at persuasion. By now, Zephyr had a general understanding of the situation. Luo Ya's prowess is well known within the elite camp. The seasoned members are acutely aware that Hansa stands no chance against him. In a mere friendly spar, the onlookers would likely be chuckling as they awaited the duel's conclusion, ready to mock the vanquished. However, Hansa's body may not withstand the intensity of such a confrontation and could collapse at any moment. Which means death is a very real possibility. The death of a comrade is something these rookies cannot yet bear to witness. Unable to prevent the duel, Tony and the others resorted to an alternative strategy, weakening Luo Ya. For reasons unknown, they fervently wished for Hansa to prevail. Chapter 55. Victory? Did you not refuse? Zephyr gazed intently at Luo Ya. Luo Ya could not be oblivious to his comrade's sentiments. In the name of camaraderie, he resolutely chose to accept the challenge, even going so far as to request that everyone participate. This meant the entire elite camp. While most members would find their ranks lingering below that of junior officers post-graduation, their strength is undeniable. Even the vice admirals cannot guarantee their safety against a coordinated assault. As Luo Ya stated, in a one-on-one scenario, no one could rival him. However, as quantity may lead to qualitative change, in a multiple combat situation, unless he resorts to large-scale lethal techniques, injuries are inevitable. At this moment, Zephyr and the others stood in silent contemplation, taken aback by Luo Ya's audacity and lamenting the bond of friendship. Hansa had been listening quietly until now, and finally spoke. Cough. Thank you all. Tony, you may leave. The upcoming battle belongs to Luo Ya and me. Upon hearing this, Tony gritted his teeth in reluctance and turned to depart. The two stood face to face, locking eyes. Around Luo Ya, a chilling aura began to swirl, and a heavy layer of ice armor enveloped him. Opposite, Hansa drew his longsword. Gripping it with both hands, the blade pointed directly at Luo Ya. Zephyr nodded to the referee behind him, signaling that the match could commence. The referee stepped forward and announced loudly, "The match begins in 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. Almost instantaneously upon the referee's declaration, a crescent-shaped arc materialized in the arena. A fierce sword aura surged forth, palpable even to the distant spectators, who could feel its sharp intensity. The crescent arrived with swiftness and departed in silence. The next moment, Hansa, maintaining his draw position, appeared before Luo Ya. One sword style, moonlight slash. This is my arc slash. Tony's eyes widened in shock, although the momentum had shifted. It was undeniably his technique. Zephyr, who had been observing Hansa, sighed deeply upon witnessing this move. Even in the end, you choose this path, Hansa? Hansa's swordsmanship was extraordinarily swift, far surpassing that of the other skilled swordsmen in the elite camp. His speed even eclipsed Luo Ya's. Yet, despite this, he was unable to land a blow on Luo Ya. Hansa realized that before he could strike Luo Ya had already used a shave technique to evade, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Has he already discerned these techniques? Hansa pondered, feeling his observation haki suddenly alerting him. He swiftly turned and slashed his sword horizontally. Clang! The sharp sound of their clash resonated, sending a shiver through the audience. Had Hansa been a fraction slower, Luo Ya's icy claws would have pierced his neck. Realizing his ambush had failed, Luo Ya swiftly maneuvered, evading the sword pressure that erupted from Hansa's blade. Engaging a swordsman of equal caliber head-on was not a prudent choice. Thus, he rapidly positioned himself beside Hansa, unleashing 3 silver-white vacuum slashes almost at point-blank range. Storm Leg, Crescent Moon. In the face of Luo Ya's formidable Storm Leg attack, Hansa remained unfazed, wielding his longsword to create fleeting afterimages. After gathering his strength, he slashed out, the sounds of 3 successive clangs echoing as the vacuum slashes were shattered before him. Impressive. After forcefully dispelling Luo Ya's strikes, Hansa took a deep breath, suppressing the tremors in his hands, his battle intent intensifying. The standard longsword in his grasp hummed with energy, transforming him into a drawn blade, shedding any semblance of his usual frail demeanor. Shave. Hansa propelled himself forward, appearing instantaneously before Luo Ya, his sword rising from below, slashing diagonally upwards. Take this. Manus Hunting Sparrow. With a single swing, a terrifying sword force locked onto Luo Ya, the fierce intent slicing through the ice armor, causing a sharp pain to flare upon Luo Ya's face. How does the Mantis hunt the sparrow? It involves locking on, pouncing, and tearing apart, with serrated forelimbs. It rends feathers and flesh, slicing through the trachea to capture the unsuspecting sparrow. Luo Ya now resembled a sparrow hunted in the wild. He once again experienced the torment of being ensnared by the force of a blade, akin to Tony's ultimate technique. Hansa's assault imparted an inescapable sensation. However, unlike Tony, Hansa's formidable attack did not necessitate the concentration of energy. Confronted with such a terrifying strike from Hansa, Luo Ya remained composed, neither flinching nor retreating. A blue aura entwined around his fingertips, while the diamond-shaped magical runes danced across his body. Fangs of the Ice Dragon, with a sudden flash of icy brilliance. Hansa was astonished to see his strike shattered. The air became thick with countless sharp sword energies, carving deep gashes into the ground. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. A terrifying force surged through the blade and struck Hansa, causing a heaviness in his chest and a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. What a truly terrifying power. Once more, he employed the technique of shave to evade, followed swiftly by a direct thrust of his sword. A stream of sword energy coalescing into form, resembling a curved blade, hurtling towards Luo Ya in midair. Crack! Luo Ya shattered the sword energy with a powerful punch, a soft blue energy swirling around his fist. He raised his hand to his mouth, blowing away the icy shards. Your strength is indeed commendable. Your power, speed, swordsmanship, and observation haki are all of the highest caliber. Yet, alas, that is all there is to it. As he spoke, Luo Ya cast a glance at Tony and the others below, a faint smile gracing his lips. Surely, you do not believe that my abilities are merely as you perceive them? The onlookers bit their lips in frustration, glaring fiercely at Luo Ya. They were well aware that they were merely seeking solace for their own insecurities. Although their skirmish was brief, the overwhelming sense of invincibility had already taken root deep within their hearts. When engaging in combat with me, please refrain from looking around. Hansa's tone betrayed no emotion. His pale complexion paired with hollow eyes evoked a chilling dread. Well, feel free to play around a bit. Luo Ya smiled and lunged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Hansa. In the stands, Zephyr shook his head in regret. Hansa was a true swordsman, possessing an unparalleled fervor for challenging the strong. His motivations were not driven by titles, prestige, or ranks, but rather a pure desire to grow stronger. This passion made Hansa grip his sword with a tenacity unmatched by others. However, the whims of fate were unkind, for his physical condition was indeed poor. Each attempt to unlock his body's potential teetered on the brink of death. Faced with a physical powerhouse like Luo Ya, Hansa was at a significant disadvantage. Luo Ya was far superior to Hansa. If this continued, it seemed inevitable that Hansa would soon succumb. Fire Mountain, smoking a cigar, expressed his disappointment. The squirrel beside him nodded in agreement, remarking, indeed. However, Hansa has long since resigned himself to death. A person who no longer fears death can unleash a terrifying amount of power. The outcome of this battle cannot be hastily determined. In a mere few breaths, Luo Ya and Hansa clashed hundreds of times. Luo Ya refrained from utilizing magic to keep his distance, honoring Hansa's choice. True swordsmen are a rarity. A glorious death in battle is the ultimate destiny. He could never forgive himself for defeating his opponent through sheer magic. However, it was drawing to a close. As they exchanged blows, the disparity in their physical capabilities became increasingly apparent, with Hansa's counterattacks growing weaker and weaker. Luo Ya offered Hansa no respite, skillfully maneuvering around him while unleashing a tempest of attacks that forced Hansa into a relentless struggle to parry. Although there was a disparity in their speeds, it failed to establish dominance. Hansa could never shake off Luo Ya's relentless pursuit. After yet another clash, Luo Ya suddenly gathered his strength, retracting his claws into a fist to deflect Hansa's longsword. Yet in the process, he suffered a gash to his shoulder, blood streaming forth. A faint crack appeared in the hard ice armor upon his shoulder, shards cascading to the ground like scattered stars. It was no surprise that a swordsman of such caliber could breach his defenses. A master who had grasped the essence of cleaving iron could slice through even the toughest of materials. Luo Ya's ice armor, though somewhat harder than ordinary iron, was no match for Hansa, who was far from an ordinary swordsman. However, this injury bore significance. As Hansa stood exposed, Luo Ya's fist became enveloped in blue energy, the piercing cold freezing the moisture in the air, giving him an ethereal appearance as if cloaked in frost. The iron fist of the Ice Dragon. A resounding thud echoed as Hansa, caught unawares, coughed up a mouthful of blood-red ice crystals, his body propelled backward. The arena's edge shattered upon impact, debris soaring into the sky before tumbling back down. Was it over? Onlookers turned their gazes toward the dust-laden breach, their expressions betraying little surprise. The prowess of Luo Ya is undeniably formidable. His dossier has long circulated among the upper echelons of the Navy. While much of it chronicles his misadventures, there is scarcely any skepticism regarding his capabilities. Chapter 56. Defeating Hansa. At this moment, Zephyr suddenly interjected, "It is not over yet." The crowd was taken aback, their gazes shifting to Hansa's location. Sure enough, scarcely had Zephyr's words faded when, from amidst the billowing smoke, several arcs of blade-like sword energy erupted forth, dispersing the haze and surging toward Luo Ya with overwhelming force. The trajectory of the sword energy clearly accounted for Luo Ya's evasion range. Yet, why should he retreat? Hansa, do you truly believe that engaging in a contest of skills is beyond your grasp? Luo Ya grinned, his hands forcefully clasped together before his chest. Ice Make, Tyrant Halberd. With a crisp sound of freezing, a massive halberd, measuring several dozen meters in length, materialized almost instantaneously beside him. The weapon was so colossal that even with his height having surged to 2 meters due to his training in the 6 styles, Luo Ya still appeared diminutive next to it. With great effort, he grasped the base of the halberd and swung it with the force of a pillar supporting the heavens, bringing it down upon Hansa with tremendous might. As it descended, countless sword energies collided with the halberd, shattering upon contact. The sheer size, hardness, and weight of the weapon generated an overwhelming aura. And when it struck the ground, it reverberated like an earthquake, producing a thunderous roar. Nearby, several panes of glass in the fortress's windows near the arena shattered under the force of the tremor. On the stands, Zephyr, holding his forehead, sighed in resignation at the chaos erupting within the fortress. Could you not employ a less noisy technique? He lamented. The weasel discreetly approached Zephyr, advising, "Teacher, Luo Ya's ice bomb creates even more commotion. Instead of fretting over this, we should pragmatically consider the aftermath." Zephyr shot him a sidelong glance, his expression dark as if he had unleashed his armament hockey. Get lost. Unperturbed, Luo Ya paid no heed to the surrounding turmoil. He was too eager to assess his impact. With a swift motion, he withdrew the halberd and swept it across. For others, even high-ranking officers, maneuvering such a gargantuan ice pillar for an attack would be a formidable challenge. Even if they could manage it, their speed would inevitably be sluggish, allowing for easy evasion. However, Luo Ya's unique strength set him apart. A month later, while his energy level had only ascended by 1 tier, his dragon body had reached level 29, just 1 level shy of the 3rd stage. Reflecting on the elite assessment, the power amplification from a dragon body at level 39 enabled Luo Ya to contend directly with the silverback gorilla without faltering. Although he had yet to enter the 3rd stage, the formidable boost from his level 29 dragon body rendered Luo Ya exceedingly powerful. With ample brute strength, he wielded the massive ice halberd with ease, like a force of nature. This compelled Hansa to forego his offensive and leap into the air to evade the halberd. A collision with such an object could result in severe injury, if not death. Hance's airborne form drew attention, and Luo Ya quickly noticed him. Clutching the halberd with his left hand, he raised it beside him while extending his right hand. Palm facing the airborne Hanse. Ice Make. Ice Bomb. Rapid fire. With a flurry of projectiles, diamond-shaped ice bombs shot forth, sealing off Hance's escape route. You bastard! Zephyr and the weasel shouted in fury. Observing the situation, Hanse focused intently, swinging his longsword in a horizontal arc. One sword style, breaking wave. A blue sword energy surged forth, stretching several dozen meters, crashing down like a waterfall to intercept the advancing ice bombs. Tony sensed a shift. His eyes reddening as he watched Hanse unleash his technique once again. With a single stroke, the earth fractured. Both the ice bombs and the halberd were cleaved in two, leaving a deep chasm in the ground, shattering the solid stone beneath. Now that's more like it. Seeing Hanse's terrifying attack, Luo Ya smiled broadly. Discarding the ice column and vanishing from sight, reappearing directly before Hanse. However, a vulnerability was exposed. With his hands stretched backward in a claw-like formation, a frenzied smile broke across Luo Ya's face. Finger gun, 8-child. In the blink of an eye, an endless barrage of claw strikes erupted, resonating with explosive sounds, accompanied by the clashing of metal. Faced with Luo Ya's lightning-fast assault, Hanse, who had just unleashed his own powerful move, could only manage a feeble defense. The cacophony of their exchanges melded into a continuous, piercing din crack. The sound of steel fracturing echoed as Hanse's expression darkened, a sigh escaping his lips. Is the disparity this vast? As his longsword shattered, he found himself engulfed in a flurry of claw shadows. Hanse! Hanse-san! Tony and the others shouted in alarm, anxiously watching Luo Ya's relentless assault. They yearned to intervene, but the razor-sharp air currents surrounding Luo Ya rendered them unable to approach, let alone disrupt the attack. Zephyr focused intently, sensing Hanse's presence. In an instant, he teleported before Luo Ya, his black hockey coiling around his arm, gripping Luo Ya's wrist with both hands, one on each side. Luo Ya was quite familiar with this maneuver, having developed it gradually through observation. Once executed, it could not be halted until inertia was lost, and only a direct confrontation could withstand its force. Grasping Luo Ya's hands, Zephyr indignantly exclaimed, "You should have employed this technique from the outset. You are well aware of Hanse's physical condition." Relieved by the interruption of his attack, Luo Ya offered a wry smile in response to Zephyr's words, saying, "Come on, teacher Zephyr. Let us reason a bit. If Hanse had not revealed a flaw, it would have been highly improbable for me to land this strike." Zephyr was momentarily at a loss for words, murmuring in contemplation. Indeed, aside from his swordsmanship, Hanse's greatest skill lay in the six forms, particularly in the technique known as shave. As a swordsman, mobility was always of paramount importance, and Hanse, having diligently honed his speed, had long secured his place at the pinnacle among his peers. The velocity of Luo Ya is no less than that of Hanse, yet he still fails to seize him. Nevertheless, this is not the time for such concerns. Zephyr swiftly thrusts forward, casting Luo Ya aside, and then pivots to employ the moonstep, catching the descending Hanse. He checks for signs of life at Hanse's nose and breathes a sigh of relief. He is still alive. However, the ghastly claw marks on Hanse's body evoke a sympathetic gasp from him. "Doctor, hurry, we need help." As evening descends, within a bedroom of the elite camp, Luo Ya, seated on his bed in meditation, dissipates the ice enveloping his hands. With a thread of ice, he opens the door, glancing impatiently at Tony, who has been lingering outside for over half an hour. "Speak your mind, or be gone. Are you trying to keep me awake?" Tony gazes at him in astonishment, pondering. "I have never encountered someone so brazen. What audacity allows you to utter such words?" However, he quickly regains his composure, hesitating for a moment before stepping inside. Hanse's behavior today has been peculiar, and while Tony harbors suspicions, he remains uncertain. He approached Zephyr for answers, only to be told to wait until Hanse awakens and inquire himself, after which he was promptly dismissed. Yet, the unresolved matter weighs heavily on his mind. Tossing and turning throughout the night, Tony seeks out Luo Ya, yearning for clarity. Before he can voice his thoughts, Luo Ya interjects, "There are matters best left unasked. Even if you inquire, I possess no answers. The affairs of your swordsman circle are beyond my comprehension." Pausing, he observes the disappointment in Tony's eyes and adds, "Instead of dwelling on such things, it would be wiser to focus on enhancing your own strength. In today's battle with Hanse, which of his strikes could you withstand in your current state? In this vast sea, strength reigns supreme. Without it, your anxieties are in vain." Upon hearing this, Tony bites his lip in frustration, his nails digging deep into his palm until blood wells up. Indeed, he realizes that he is ultimately too weak. Whether it is Luo Ya or Hansa, they are forces he cannot contend with. Even aside from these two, he finds himself languishing at the bottom of the elite camp, aware that some truths are inescapable. After a moment of silent contemplation, Tony nods respectfully to Luo Ya. Thank you, then. I shall take my leave. With that, he turns to exit, closing the door behind him. However, a drop of blood falls upon the threshold, prompting Luo Ya to glance slightly askance. Chapter 57, The Practical Mission begins. Gratitude to the book friend Luffy's brother for the 500 reward. And thanks to the book friend, making myself infuriated is the best strategy for the 100 reward. Luo Ya truly does not comprehend the intentions of Hansa? No. He is undoubtedly aware. In fact, Tony is also cognizant, albeit oblivious to the underlying reasons. As for this matter, it remains beyond Luo Ya's understanding. Just as he mentioned moments ago, as an outsider, a mere swordsman, a quintessential swordsman, what he contemplates is not within his grasp to discern. Luo Ya was perplexed as to why Hansa harbored such deep affections for Tony, choosing to impart his swordsmanship to him before his demise. He even risked exposing himself to Luo Ya's scrutiny to demonstrate his understanding of the techniques. Could it be that Hansa possessed a fondness for him? Contemplating the disparity in their strengths, Luo Ya felt a twinge of sympathy for Tony, the ailing underdog paired with the strong-willed. Of course, these were mere conjectures. The true circumstances were likely known only to Hansa himself, and perhaps Sifa as well. Nevertheless, Luo Ya resolved to focus on leveling up and uncovering the true nature of the system. With that thought, he silently invoked his golden finger. Accessing the panel to review his current attributes. Name, Christopher Luo Ya Energy Stage, 2nd Tier, 8th Layer Energy Value, 1, 351, 200 Magic Value, 1, 000, 010. 000 Magic Recovery Rate, 950 per minute Dragon Power, 9 Dragon Body, 29. A conscientious writer, not skimping on word count, after his battle with Hansa today. Luo Ya's energy value had increased by 30 points, which was a commendable gain. Considering that he had only earned 50 points from defeating the entire elite camp in a single duel. Luo Ya discovered that the increase in energy values is far more complex than he had initially imagined. He was already aware that gaining strength through the guidance of others would yield energy values. Furthermore, engaging in combat, regardless of victory or defeat, would also result in an accumulation of capability points. However, reality diverges from the realm of games. The amount of experience garnered from defeating a target is predetermined. On the contrary, this data is anything but fixed and exhibits considerable fluctuations. For instance, a month ago, after vanquishing Tony in a battle against hundreds, Luo Ya only received a symbolic fraction of energy value. Yet today, upon defeating Tony again, he was astonished to find that the energy value had increased to 5 points. If one were to ponder what distinguishes Tony from a month prior, it would be the enhancement of his prowess. Under the tutelage of the Swordmaster Hansa, coupled with ample logistical support, the Tony of today is no longer the same dojo master who relied solely on his secret techniques. His fundamental physical fitness and swordsmanship have both undergone significant improvement. Conversely, defeating a Ludo now yields a mere 3 points of energy value, a stark contrast to the 30 points he received during their initial encounter. Although a Ludo's strength may not match Tony's, it has undeniably increased, surpassing Tony by a considerable margin. Why then does the energy value continue to dwindle? This perplexity left Luo Ya yearning for a charming system sprite to elucidate these mysteries for him. Additionally, the enhancement of his dragon's power came as a surprise to Luo Ya, soaring from 6 to an astonishing 9, an almost unfathomable leap. Over the past month, he had been deeply engrossed in the study of the Navy's 6 styles, to the extent that he had scarcely utilized either Dragon Slayer magic or transformation magic. This contradiction left Luo Ya in a quandary. How could his dragon's power increase so rapidly when he had barely practiced transformation magic? The essence of the Navy's 6 styles lies not only in surpassing the limits of human capability, but also in the mastery of bodily control. Once one attains a certain level of bodily control and comprehends the fundamental training methods and critical points of the 6 styles, progress can be swift. Yet, this very aspect serves as a treacherous reef that stymies countless novices. Take, for example, the technique shave, which relies solely on leg movements. Many struggle to grasp it due to inadequate bodily control. In the original narrative, during the battle at Eni's lobby, Luffy was able to intuitively execute shave upon merely understanding the principle and entering the 2nd gear. One could only conclude that he was operating on a different level. To borrow from the Straw Hat's catchphrase, because I am a rubber man, utilizing the inherent elasticity of rubber and the amplification from the 2nd gear, Luffy directly learned and commenced using shave. What else could this be but extraordinary? Cosmic will? Luo Ya is not made of rubber. In his pursuit of mastering the 6 styles this month, he has remained ensconced in the training room, with the only exception being his necessary bodily functions. With unwavering dedication, he has focused on enhancing his control over his physique, never allowing distractions to invade his concentration. Consequently, his dragon power has inexplicably increased by 3 points. Why is this so? It is utterly baffling. Frustrated, Luo Ya rummaged beneath his bed for the sea turtle soup that had been prepared in the kitchen for the morrow, inhaling its aroma greedily. Alas, the truth shall eventually surface. For now, let us indulge in a hearty meal. 2 weeks later, in the courtyard of the elite camp. In the expansive garden, the exercise equipment that once dotted the landscape has vanished, having been relocated indoors the previous day. The afternoon sun blazed mercilessly, casting its heat upon the faces of the assembled individuals, beads of sweat trickling down their brows, reminiscent of insects crawling upon their skin, making them itch with the desire to scratch. Yet, none dared to do so, standing solemnly in formation. For at the forefront, upon the steps of the loft, Zephyr was announcing the candidates for the upcoming combat mission. The selection for practical missions within the elite camp is not a matter of personal choice. It is meticulously curated by Zephyr and the stationed rear admiral, who deliberate thoughtfully before finalizing the list of participants. Though the experience gained from practical missions can expedite personal growth, such an approach is not universally applicable, and thus, the members of the elite camp cannot simply claim missions at their whim. Consider Hansa, who remains in a state of unconsciousness within the medical bay. He no longer requires practical missions for his training. Rather than waste time, it would be far more beneficial for him to engage in profound meditation. For a moment of enlightenment may lead him to grasp certain principles, propelling his strength to new heights. Of course, this is also related to Hansa's physical limitations in further developing his potential. The others, however, are not as fortunate as Hansa. In Zephyr's eyes, every individual present is a novice in need of substantial practical experience to enrich themselves, including Luo Ya. Listen closely. The candidates for this combat mission have been determined. The first is Luo Ya. Step forward. Yes, Luo Ya stepped forward with reluctance, emerging from the ranks. Her expression sorrowful as if she were on the verge of noble sacrifice in the next moment. Indeed, it seems that she cannot escape this calamity, Luo Ya lamented. If we are to embark on a mission, this prolonged life aboard a ship might truly lead to death. Observing the expression on Luo Ya's face, Zephyr's mouth twitched momentarily before he composed himself and continued to bellow. Standing at the forefront, Luo Ya could distinctly see the beads of sweat cascading down Zephyr's forehead with each utterance. Second, Aludo. Third, Minder. Fourth, Tony. After Tony stepped forward, Zephyr tucked the form away, wedging it under his arm, and surveyed the peculiar quartet before him. Their formations were quite amusing. Luo Ya, the first to step forward, occupied the far left position. Towering at nearly 2 meters, his elongated physique appeared robust rather than frail. And the loss of his youthful visage imbued him with a decidedly masculine aura, rendering him the most conventional among them. Next was Aludo, a veritable giant, whose imposing stature completely overshadowed the Jerome brothers behind him, serving as an unmistakable sunshade. Following him, Minder stood shorter than Tony, around 180 centimeters tall. His height exuded a delinquent charm, with his new recruit uniform clinging tightly, revealing a distinctly nonconformist silhouette. His pompadour faced the sun, functioning as a makeshift visor. On the far right stood Tony, whose height was modest, yet whose muscles surpassed Luo Ya's, giving him a solid appearance. Coupled with the terrifying scar that ran from his forehead to his left cheek, he could easily be mistaken for a gang leader in a black suit. Fortunately, in the world of One Piece, appearances are generally disregarded, with the exception of the Empress. From this day forth, you shall set sail on a real mission for 3 months. Luo Ya will be the captain. If there are any objections, now is the time to voice them. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, the 3 twitched their mouths and uniformly shouted, "None." Should any dissent arise, Luo Ya's petty nature would surely lead to repercussions. Teacher Zephyr, your intentions are suspect. Chapter 58, The Wave-Cutting Ship. Wishing all students taking the college entrance examination, may you achieve success with a single endeavor. Victory is assured. The practical missions of the elite camp are generally divided into 3 categories. The first is a mandatory assessment required for graduation, allowing the application of 3 warships and their accompanying soldiers to set sail, with participants serving as captains to eliminate or capture designated targets. This is the most challenging and tests an individual's overall capabilities. Aside from the graduation assessment, The remaining two categories are considerably less demanding. One involves Zephyr personally leading a mission at sea, ensuring the highest level of safety. However, due to an incident from several years ago, Zephyr has not taken the helm for a long time. The other category, which Luo Ya currently faces, entails assembling a team of elite camp members ranging from a few to 10 to execute a practical mission at sea, despite being a true mission. For the sake of the members' safety, the maximum number of accompanying warships remains at 3, and there can be at most 1 vice admiral among the personnel. Furthermore, several warships will trail behind, departing at staggered intervals, akin to the patrolling officers and accompanying generals during the elite assessments. Although the selected candidates possess commendable average strength, Luo Ya refrained from voicing any concerns aboard the ship. Additionally, Tony is a genuine novice, lacking in both personal prowess and command experience, meaning that in the event of peril at sea, only Aludo and Minder would possess genuine combat effectiveness. Considering the personnel arrangement, Zephyr contemplated deploying either Vice Admiral Squirrel or Fire Mountain for support. However, Luo Ya rejected this proposal, just as in the elite assessments when their lives are safeguarded. Can they truly unleash their full potential? The Navy is neither a retirement home nor an ivory tower. Without the courage to confront mortal peril, how can one aspire to become a pillar of the Navy in the future? It would be better to withdraw from the Navy now and return home to marry. Though still somewhat concerned, Zephyr ultimately acquiesced to Luo Ya's perspective. After the assembly disbanded, Zephyr informed Luo Ya that the new wave-cutting ship he had applied for from the scientific division had completed its trial run and instructed him to retrieve it. This was indeed splendid news. Luo Ya's eyes sparkled with determination as he seized the communication snail from Zephyr's grasp and departed the courtyard. The current scientific forces were not yet the pacifist army depicted in the original work after Dr. Vegapunk's modifications of Bartholomew Kuma. Although he had already embarked on his research into the devil fruits, achieving significant breakthroughs, the timeline was still a year or two shy of completion. The new wave-slicing ship mentioned by Zephyr was designed during Vegapunk's leisure hours, boasting a power output 5 times that of conventional warships, thus significantly reducing navigation time. Despite the complaints from naval commanders regarding the superiority of turbine power over the sailing capabilities of pirates, in numerous circumstances, it did not provide a decisive advantage. This was the Grand Line, where the weather was notoriously unpredictable. Sometimes, merely not being left behind was a cause for gratitude to the heavens for their mercy. Consequently, while Vegapunk developed and researched pacifist technologies, he simultaneously designed this warship to facilitate the Navy's pursuit of pirates. However, due to various unfavorable factors, exorbitant costs, insufficient firepower, and fragile construction, only one wave-slicing ship had been produced since the final design was approved. This solitary vessel was only assembled after Zephyr took the initiative to secure funding. The scientific forces were stationed on the outskirts of Mariewa, a considerable distance from the main fort. Although Luo Ya harbored a desire to meet the scientist renowned for transcending human intellect by 5 centuries, his current destination was not there, but rather the port. The wave-slicing ship had completed its trial run and was now moored in the expansive harbor before the main fortress. Upon arriving at the port, Luo Ya beheld a procession of imposing naval vessels docked with solemnity. The grand square and towering main fortress loomed ahead, presenting a breathtaking visual impact that instilled a sense of awe and trepidation. This was the naval headquarters. This was the essence of the Navy. Luo Ya exchanged greetings with the patrolling Navy and soon located the peculiar vessel, the Wavebreaker. After all, it was exceedingly conspicuous. In stark contrast to the muscular forms of the other warships, this one resembled a slender bamboo pole, easily identifiable at a glance, measuring approximately 100 meters in length. It surpassed the average warship by a slight margin, yet its width was likely less than 30 meters. The sight of such an oddly shaped warship docked in the harbor drew curious glances from the Navy personnel. Where did this unsightly contraption come from? The flag confirmed it was indeed a naval vessel, but its design was utterly unique. With its elongated hull, less than half the height of the other ships, and 2 cylindrical turbines suspended from its tail, Luo Ya could only think of one thing upon observing the Wavebreaker's form. Was this not the legendary Armstrong Spiral Acceleration Jet Armstrong cannon? The resemblance was strikingly accurate. Luo Ya recalled a meme he had encountered online, featuring a stick figure with the face of a golden-haired captain riding the Armstrong Rotational Acceleration Jet Armstrong cannon, bravely cutting through waves, with the bold caption, "Take me to battle, Grade X." Little did he expect that this humorous image, once a mere jest, would now manifest into reality. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged time he spent before the Wavebreaker, that above the harbor, A man clad in a white research uniform straightened up, placing his hand on his forehead to gaze in this direction. Ah, someone has arrived. Yet, judging by his attire, could he be a rookie? Slightly surprised, he blinked and signaled to the surrounding Navy personnel to continue transporting fresh water and provisions onto the warship. Hastily making his way over. Lost in thought, Luo Ya turned at the sound, discovering that the man had already approached him, pulling out a lens cloth to wipe his fog glasses before putting them back on and inquiring, "Hello. May I ask if you are here to receive the Waybreaker on behalf of Lord Zephyr?" He scrutinized Luo Ya's rookie uniform, appraising him from head to toe. Luo Ya felt a bit uncomfortable under the gaze of the other man. However, adhering to the principle of not striking at those who wear a smile, he acknowledged the other's polite demeanor despite the unsettling actions. He nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am Christopher Luo Ya, a member of the elite camp. Did Teacher Zephyr not inform you? This is the communication snail." With that, Luo Ya produced the communication snail handed to him by Zephyr and offered it to the man. "An elite camp member?" The man exclaimed softly, seemingly relieved. Indeed, if he were from the elite camp, Luo Ya's attire as a recruit would be understandable. Otherwise, for such a significant matter as receiving a warship, it would be reasonable for Zephyr to either attend personally or send an officer. However, being from the elite camp changed the context entirely. Although they were recruits, the strength of these individuals was hardly inferior to that of ordinary naval officers. They simply lacked military achievements due to not yet graduating. "Zephyr did not notify us, but this will suffice as proof of your identity," the man said, accepting the communication snail while retrieving another from his pocket. He brought the two communication snails together, and they immediately opened their round, bulging eyes, chirping in unison. "All right, this is it." Upon seeing this, the man put away the communication snails and adjusted his wrinkled clothing, dampened by sweat, before introducing himself to Luo Ya. "I almost forgot. I am Jim Hubbard. You may call me Jim. I will be responsible for the maintenance of the Wavebreaker. Of course, as a research personnel. I will not be going out to sea." "Not going out to sea?" Luo Ya was taken aback as he shook Jim's hand, asking, "Wait, let me process this. First, you say you are a research personnel. Why take on maintenance duties? Moreover, if you do not go to sea, how shall we handle urgent repairs while at sea? Navigating the vast ocean relies on a skilled helmsman." Luo Ya continued, "Indeed, that is true. But one must not be surprised by the peculiarities encountered on the Grand Line. Emergencies requiring repairs occur frequently. This is a new type of warship. If you do not accompany it aboard, will the ordinary crew be capable of repairs? Thank you to Book Friends for their generous rewards." Chapter 59, Special Mission. Thank you to the Book Friends for their generous rewards. As if he had prepared a response in advance, Jim smiled knowingly after Luo Ya's inquiries and explained, "Well, take it slow. I shall clarify everything one by one." He approached the Wavebreaker and gently caressed its freshly painted surface. Though the Wavebreaker was designed by Dr. Vegapunk, he has been focused on researching pacifism these past few years. And naturally, the entire scientific team has followed suit. The subsequent modifications and finalization of the Wavebreaker were carried out by me, in my eyes. It is akin to my child, to which I have devoted immense effort. However, because of this, when I completed the assembly of this warship and prepared to return to continue my work, I found myself unable to keep pace with the scientific team's progress. Otherwise, I would not have been assigned here to oversee maintenance. It is rather amusing when you think about it. At this point, Jim bore no significant sorrow. Though following Lord Vegapunk is a lifelong honor, I cannot help but feel an attachment to the warship. Designing a vessel capable of conquering the seas is my true dream. In Jim's eyes shone a glimmer of aspiration as he continued to caress the Wavebreaker, softly stating, "I watched the Wavebreaker being constructed from the very beginning. I know where every component and screw resides. It is like my child, and entrusting its maintenance to others leaves me with little peace of mind." Observing the tenderness in Jim's gaze, Luo Ya smoothed out the goosebumps on his arm, thinking that such sentimental attachment was rather absurd. However, after all that had been said, Jim still had not clarified why he would not accompany them at sea. Luo Ya then inquired, "So, why can you not go out to sea with us?" Experiencing the Wavebreaker navigating through the waves would surely provide a deeper understanding of its capabilities. Moreover, we are not delicate. Engaging in battles is no issue at all. Yet maintenance and repairs aboard a warship can be quite bewildering. Upon hearing Luo Ya's self-deprecating remark, Jim chuckled, "Indeed. Leaving it to you brutes who are only capable of fighting does not inspire confidence. However, it is a matter beyond my control." Jim scratched the back of his head. "A bit embarrassed, actually. I get seasick, Luo Ya. In truth, I too am susceptible to seasickness." Jim gazed at Luo Ya in astonishment, suddenly filled with excitement as he stepped forward and opened his arms wide. Comrade, kin. The two felt as though they had encountered kindred spirits, embracing each other with tears of joy. The surrounding sailors instinctively recoiled, wary of being affected by the overwhelming fervor of their bond. A scientist who dreams of crafting a ship capable of conquering the vast ocean, and an individual aspiring to become the strongest navy in the world, had finally found their camaraderie on this day. Why should sailors be immune to seasickness? It is a perfectly natural occurrence. The two felt an immediate connection, as if they had known each other for ages. But it was as if they were on the verge of pledging brotherhood with a blood oath. After the excitement subsided, Jim grasped Luo Ya's hand and gestured towards the ship, saying, "Brother Luo Ya, from now on, I entrust you with the stewardship of this vessel." Luo Ya similarly grasped Jim's hand and patted his chest, assuring him, "Fear not, my dear brother Jim, even if I suffer from severe seasickness, it shall merely result in my vomiting overboard." In the Naval Headquarters Fortress, within the Marshal's office, Sengoku perused the list submitted by Zephyr, glancing over it repeatedly before voicing his concerns. "Hey, Zephyr, are you truly intent on proceeding with this?" Seated to the left, Zephyr extracted a cigar, taking a deep puff before responding, "Absolutely. Just as that young lad mentioned, without pressure, there can be no progress. This objective lies well within their capacity to endure. However, that was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million. If Luo Ya were not afflicted by seasickness, it might be manageable, but in his current state, encountering that individual would likely lead to an immediate demise." The speaker was Rear Admiral Saucis. Generally, the objectives for the elite core practical missions were assigned by the members stationed at the Vice Admiral's quarters, compiled based on varying candidates and intelligence from the seas, allowing them the liberty to select their tasks. Yet, due to Luo Ya's uniqueness, this particular mission bypassed that protocol and was directly designated by Zephyr himself. Saucis doubted that Zephyr would be so callous as to send his beloved disciples to their deaths. However, despite his skepticism, Saucis felt uneasy regarding this target. This was not a trivial matter that could be resolved with mere brawling. Even in the New World, this adversary held considerable renown. "Zephyr, please reconsider," Saucis urged. Yet, the response was a dismissive snort from Zephyr. What is there to fear from a mere bounty of 200 million? We once took down a pirate with a 300 million bounty during our graduation. Indeed, Eminu and Garp were gravely injured, remaining unconscious for 2 months. Sengoku interjected from his position of authority. Zephyr was momentarily taken aback, inhaling smoke that caught in his throat, leading to a fit of coughing. Saucis, still worried, raised his hands in resignation, but before he could finish, Zephyr slapped the table, interrupting him. "Enough. Do you think I do not care for my disciples? This matter is settled." Seeing Zephyr's determined demeanor, Sengoku reluctantly produced a seal, stamping the list before handing it to Zephyr. "You truly have become more obstinate with age. Very well, since you are resolute, I shall not meddle further." Taking the list with a grin, Zephyr bit down on his cigar. "Hey, do not underestimate Luo Ya. I have great confidence in him, as long as you are content." Sengoku sighed. Among his old comrades, Garp had been in a state of despondency due to issues with Dragon, which had worn him thin. Now, with Zephyr adopting such an extreme stance, it was no easy task for him to uphold the position of Marshal. Fortunately, the current Chief of Staff, Crane, did not share their erratic mindset. Otherwise, Sengoku would genuinely contemplate an early retirement to enjoy tea and fishing in peace. Saucis sighed beside them, and upon seeing Sengoku had stamped the document, he resignedly stood to take his leave. In the elite corps, within Luo Ya's quarters, unaware of the specific procedures for the practical mission, Luo Ya sought out Aludo for clarification. However, Aludo's towering stature rendered him unable to enter Luo Ya's doorway, which necessitated Luo Ya seeking out Mingda for insight. Soon after, Tony, having completed his training, rushed over, accompanied by a large head peering in through the window, filling the room to capacity. Following the recent battle, Mingda made sure to suppress his usual ruffian demeanor, earnestly explaining the practical mission's protocols to Luo Ya. "This outlines the typical process for practical missions," Mingda stated. "However, I recommend prioritizing elimination upon confirming the target. As I mentioned, after the mission concludes, should it involve capture, while the overall evaluation may be slightly higher, we would still bear the responsibility of escorting them to Impel Down before returning to headquarters to report. For the sake of those points, spending additional days at sea would be intolerable for you, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, both Aludo and Tony nodded in agreement. Indeed, it could be fatal. Luo Ya was also filled with trepidation, reflecting on the harrowing sensations he experienced each time he boarded a vessel, truly feeling as though death would be more merciful. However, at present, his shaping magic had attained a considerable potency. Should he employ this arcane ability, akin to Kazan, to freeze the ocean's surface for traversal, his magical energy could sustain such an exertion for a brief duration. The circumstances would dictate his next steps, for it was premature to render a decision at this juncture. If feasible, entrapping the target within Impel Down would significantly bolster the Navy's reputation. Chapter 60. The Scavenger, Bared. Yet, it was still too early to speak of such matters, as they were set to sail the following day, and they were unclear about the identity of their target. Outside, Aludo's large visage was pressed against the window. Speaking in a deep, resonant tone, Mindel cast a surprised glance at Luo Ya. Did you not go to receive your assignment today? What? Wasn't it directly arranged by Teacher Zephyr? Luo Ya replied, explaining while rubbing his face. Suddenly, he noticed the change in Mindel and Aludo's expressions, his heart sinking. Did I err in some way? No, not at all. Mindel hastily waved his hand, jesting, even if you did make a mistake, we wouldn't dare to hold it against you. We might be struck down. Aludo interjected appropriately, explaining, Luo Ya, you may not be aware as you are still new here. Typically, operational assignments are collected by the executors from the vice admirals stationed at headquarters, with varying degrees of difficulty. The easiest might involve a pirate crew with a bounty of 30 million berries. However, tasks directly assigned by Teacher Zephyr commence at a bounty of 100 million. At this point, Aludo recalled the singular instance he had undertaken a mission personally delegated by Zephyr. During that occasion, he genuinely believed he was destined to meet his demise in the depths of the sea, having resigned himself to death. Fortunately, the Jerome brothers arrived just in time to render assistance, and together they repelled the enemy, preserving his life. Luo Ya has always perceived the elite camp as a bastion of unity, believing it to be the result of Zephyr's adept guidance. Yet, he overlooked the invaluable nature of camaraderie in a world such as that of One Piece, rife with the dualities of life and death. Little did he realize that this unity was forged through countless brushes with mortality, cultivating a rare and precious bond. Initially, I assumed that both you and Tony, being new recruits, would not be directly assigned missions within the span of a year. To my astonishment, Sai, mindful of the weight of the situation, Min expressed a pessimistic outlook regarding the impending task. Luo Ya possesses formidable strength, yet aboard the ship, during the voyage, should an unforeseen incident arise, the three of them may find themselves tasked with safeguarding him. Excluding Luo Ya, neither I nor Aludo are speed-oriented fighters, making us susceptible to being targeted by adversaries. The only swordsman capable of matching the necessary speed is a genuine novice. A month ago, Mingda could confidently assert that he could take on 10 Tonys. And now he could claim he could handle 5. The disparity in strength between Tony and them is simply too vast. Therefore, it appears our prospects this time are rather grim. Luo Ya, with his lifeless gaze, offered a sardonic smile. Well, Zephyr truly is looking out for me. Quite right. Suddenly, a figure abruptly intruded among the group, causing the unsuspecting Tony to stumble as a gust of wind swept through. The voice was all too familiar, one they had heard countless times, prompting them to rise and salute. Teacher Zephyr. The newcomer was indeed Zephyr, clad in a flamboyant purple suit even in the late hours. A cigar perched between his lips. He first glanced at Tony, who was just regaining his footing, scoffing lightly before producing a wanted poster. Your target this time is none other than the cleaner, Beard. As Zephyr's words resonated, Aludo and the others erupted in astonished exclamations. What? Beard? The notorious pirate with a bounty of 230 million. Indeed, it's him. Zephyr chuckled heartily, tossing the wanted poster into the air, which Mingda hastily caught, eager to discern the visage depicted. To his utter dismay, the image on the wanted poster unmistakably belonged to that very Beard, not a mere namesake. In response, Tony inhaled deeply, a serious expression settling on his face as he regarded Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr. I believe we currently lack the sufficient strength to confront a pirate of this caliber. Luo Ya remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Zephyr, awaiting his response. Although Tony's words seemed to diminish their own stature, they conveyed an undeniable truth. Among them, the mightiest, Luo Ya, indeed possessed the potential to vanquish Beard. However, they were facing a pirate crew, who would grant them the luxury of a king versus king, warrior versus warrior confrontation? Did they believe they could simply seek trouble with Luffy and his crew? The foolish straw hat might just exuberantly leap forth to engage them in battle. If one were to believe it, Beard, as a prominent pirate, commanded numerous subordinate crews. Their meager numbers would be easily overwhelmed, as a single spit from an adversary could drown them. Luo Ya harbored doubts regarding Zifa's apparent oversight, thus he lingered, awaiting a justification. Perceiving Luo Ya's gaze, Zifa snorted derisively and spoke. I am fully aware that you are ill-equipped to confront the entire Cleanser pirate crew. However, this situation is distinct. As he spoke, he produced several documents from his pocket, distributing them among a few individuals. Examine this. It presents a splendid opportunity to dismantle the Cleanser pirate crew. Luo Ya took the documents and swiftly glanced through them, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this was truly a fortuitous opportunity. The cleansing pirate crew. Not only did they set sail for dreams like the Straw Hats, but even Buggy possessed greater ambition than they. Although they bore the title of a pirate crew, their primary activities revolved around being mercenaries. This was the origin of their name, a group of scavengers. You pay, and I clear the path for you. This serendipitous chance was also linked to their mercenary identity. On an island in the South Sea known as his Ville, a pirate crew had seized control, usurping the local king and exploiting the populace to extract gold from the mines. The captain of the pirate crew, Dora, boasted a bounty of 55 million, ranking among the most notorious figures in the South Sea. This was a gold mine. Although its reserves were not particularly abundant, the profits from extraction exceeded 30 billion. In this world, 30 billion berries constituted an undeniable fortune. Subsequently, due to disputes over treasure distribution, the pirate crew fell into severe internal conflict. Amidst the chaos, some of the citizens seized the opportunity to escape their oppression, fleeing to the sea, where they were rescued by Beard, who had just completed a mercenary task and was preparing to return to the Grand Line, perhaps fueled by vengeance. The citizens revealed the discovery of the gold mine to Beard, offering this information as a reward, hoping he would aid their country. Even if he did not assist, they merely wished for him to eliminate the pirates who had pillaged their island. Ironically, the Dora pirate crew had intended to finish their extraction and flee after smelting the gold, but due to the internal strife, the gold bars remained untouched in the royal treasury on the island. How could Beard resist such a tempting fortune? To secure greater benefits, Beard refrained from disseminating this news to other ships, maintaining a facade of continuing on his journey. However, during a brief respite, he discreetly took a few hundred loyal followers, boarding small boats to follow the citizens back to the island. By sheer coincidence, the country had previously aided the Navy on multiple occasions, maintaining a cordial relationship. Royal family members often visited to strengthen ties or perhaps to pay tribute. However, 3 months passed, and the royal family had yet to send their customary tribute, raising suspicions among the naval contingent, who secretly dispatched scouts to investigate whether the island intended to sever ties with the Navy and had deliberately ceased their tributes. The investigation revealed a shocking development. 2 factions of pirates were engaged in a fierce battle on the island. One of these factions was none other than the infamous scavenger, Beard. Upon capturing the Navy spy, Beard, gritting his teeth, ordered his men to swiftly head to the naval base with the intent to eliminate witnesses. However, the outcome was predictable. The Navy was not a secluded island kingdom. Their communication methods were remarkably swift. Within less than half an hour of the base's destruction, the naval headquarters received the news. Chapter 61. Preparing to set sail thanks to the generous support of bookfriend No Scum No Life for the 200 berry donation. Gratitude to Bitter for the 100 berry donation. Thanks to Interesting Memories for the 100 berry donation. Let me tell you, the mobile assistant has been acting up again. This list is based on my memory of the original fan leaderboard data. If there are mistakes, they will be corrected later. Truly, it is maddening. The new version is practically a hub of bugs, with issues like data not saving and failing to refresh being commonplace. 30 billion berries is no trifling sum. Even the naval headquarters would be envious of such substantial profits. It is essential to understand that the Navy's funding, aside from various clandestine channels, primarily relies on allocations from the world government. Whether for routine maintenance, personnel casualties, or logistical support, a vast amount of money is required. Thus, despite the Navy's seemingly glamorous facade, they have long struggled financially. However, Beard, with a bounty of 230 million, is no ordinary pirate. He commands a formidable group of battle-hardened mercenaries. Even the weak branches of the seas would find it challenging to contend with him, let alone the headquarters. To extract a fortune from such a formidable adversary is no easy feat yet. Relinquishing the opportunity was equally unpalatable, even if it required mobilizing a vice-admiral from the headquarters. They were determined to secure this wealth. Consequently, Zephyr proposed a plan. He intended for Luo Ya and his comrades participating in the combat mission to eliminate Beard, as he perceived Luo Ya to possess the caliber of a vice-admiral. Furthermore, in the event of a confrontation, few vice-admirals would emerge unscathed from facing Luo Ya. Although defeating Beard posed a challenge, it remained within the realm of possibility. This aligned with Luo Ya's ambitions. Only through life and death struggles against stronger opponents could he rapidly enhance his energy levels. After confirming the personnel, Zephyr dispatched elite naval forces and Commodore Fire Mountain, disguised as ordinary support personnel, to follow closely behind, ready to relocate the gold mine at a moment's notice. After all, with the kingdom fallen and scarcely 1 in 10 citizens surviving, the gold mine's future was uncertain. It would be better to offer it as a form of compensation to the Navy, allowing them to secure a safe haven elsewhere. This was harsh, yet undeniably pragmatic. This is the justice that Luo Ya conveyed to the Weasel, the Navy's moral standing. In this situation, was the Navy in the wrong? Not at all. If they did not act, the 30 billion berries would likely fall directly into Beard's hands, allowing his fleet to grow even stronger and endangering more innocent lives. Moreover, no one would doubt that wherever the scavenger tread, the island's inhabitants would face devastation. Beard's notorious reputation was built upon countless bloodshed and corpses. Yet, was the Navy entirely correct? Certainly not. Generally speaking, even if the Navy desired these gold mines, they should engage in discussions post-rescue to reach a resolution. However, the current situation was one of brute force. My fist is larger than yours. Hand over the gold mine, and I shall protect you. Refuse, and I shall impose protection upon you. This is the world of the Pirate King, a realm where strength reigns supreme. Having finished reviewing the documents, Luo Ya closed his eyes, contemplating each sentence within. He discerned that his dossier was slightly thicker than those of the other 3. Aside from the final arrangements and schemes of the Navy, the remainder bore little distinction. It seemed the additional information was known only to him and Zephyr. Perhaps Zephyr was testing him, given his unique strength. However, regardless of the Navy's actions, such matters were of little consequence to Luo Ya. For a villain as malevolent as Beard, he merely needed to be eliminated. The plight of the unfortunate citizens was all that mattered. Protecting their lives sufficed. As for everything else, that burden could be left to the higher-ups to ponder. Luo Ya now increasingly embodies the demeanor of a naval officer, skillfully shifting blame onto his superiors. Unburdened by the fear of reprimand, the cultural wisdom of ancient China echoes in his mind. A common man bears no guilt, yet possessing treasures incurs suspicion. Even if the populace harbors animosity towards the Navy, what of it? The gold mine rightfully belongs to them, yet they lack the strength to safeguard it. Should they fail to relinquish it, the annihilation of their nation looms on the horizon. Suddenly, Luo Ya opened his eyes, fixating intently on Zephyr. At the speed of the wave breaker. How long will it take to reach Sisful? Zephyr exhaled a plume of smoke, chuckling. Full-speed navigation will require 3 days, for it lies near the calm belt. Not too distant from our headquarters. 3 days? Luo Ya mentally calculated. Beard must have prepared for the worst, to avoid a direct confrontation with the elite forces dispatched from headquarters. He would certainly strive to mine and transport within a fortnight. If they could catch the adversary off guard in 3 days, it would be an advantageous tactic. Given the wavebreaker's speed, which sacrifices defense and firepower for swiftness. However, the opponent is Beard, even disregarding the other pirates on the island. There are over 300 mercenaries awaiting them, not to mention an unknown number of officers. Can we truly emerge victorious? Aludo, filled with trepidation, suggested. Perhaps we should request the presence of a vice admiral. I recall that this month, Vice Admiral Hu Shaoshan and Ghost Spider are still at headquarters. Their involvement would guarantee success. Aludo's words resonated with truth, and while Tony was reluctant, he still gazed at Luo Ya with hopeful eyes, biting his lip. Luo Ya contemplated for a moment before lifting his head with a smile, declaring, "No need, Beard. I am confident in my ability to defeat him. As for the other rabble, I shall make them aware of what it means to be swept away by the eastern wind." As he spoke the latter, an intense aura of menace radiated from Luo Ya, causing the temperature of the air to plummet. Aludo shivered and fell silent. The technique unleashed by Luo Ya from his mouth is undeniably powerful. If employed excessively in a short span, this group of mercenaries may indeed falter. By the way, Zephyr, speaking of the cadres, do you have any information on which officers Beard brought with him to the island? Zephyr pondered momentarily before shaking his head. I do not. However, considering Beard's avaricious nature and the fact that he has brought only a few hundred mercenaries, it is likely he has brought no more than 1 or 2 cadres. As for his subordinate pirate crew, they have been under our surveillance since yesterday, so you need not worry about being caught off guard. That is splendid, Luo Ya declared as he slammed the bounty notice onto the table, thrusting a military knife made of solid ice through the tabletop with a resounding thud. I shall claim the bounty on Beard's head. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, the sun shone brilliantly, the sky was clear, making it an ideal day for setting sail. At the enormous harbor in front of the headquarters fortress, a slender warship was docked, where several naval personnel busily transported various supplies in preparation for the impending voyage. Jim, holding blueprints, moved from bow to stern, dashing across the deck and into the cargo hold, meticulously inspecting every component. After a few hours of diligent work, he finally took a moment to lift a cup of water to his lips. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gave Luo Ya a thumbs up, exclaiming, "All set." Luo Ya nodded and inquired of Mingda beside him, "How are the preparations on Aludo's side?" Mingda, engrossed in recording resources with paper and pen, glanced at his notes and replied, "We just need 2 more barrels of water and approximately a ton of food. It is not always fortunate to encounter the Sea Kings. We must ensure we have ample provisions." Upon finishing his statement, he cast a forlorn gaze at Luo Ya. It was precisely because Luo Ya and Aludo were aboard that they required such an extensive supply of food. Otherwise, merely avoiding hindrance from the two would be a blessing. Feeling uncomfortable under Mingda's scrutiny, Luo Ya cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, handle it as you see fit. I anticipate that I will not be able to eat much due to seasickness." With that, he departed the dock to find Tony, leaving behind Mingda, who bore an expression of disbelief on his face. On the deck, Tony was counting the personnel. This marked his inaugural experience as commander of a warship, and he was trembling with excitement. Fortunately, his experience as the dojo master bestowed upon him a degree of composure that set him apart from the others, preventing any potential blunders. Upon noticing Luo Ya's approach, Tony handed him the list, stating, "There are a total of 75 individuals, including 5 for the helmsman and navigator, and 7 for logistics, comprising chefs and a ship's doctor, while the remainder are regular soldiers." "Understood," Luo Ya replied, casting a cursory glance at the list before disregarding it. These regular soldiers would exist solely to safeguard the warship during combat and would not directly engage in the mission, should they be required for battle. Even if there were 0 casualties, the overall evaluation of Luo Ya and his companion's practical mission would diminish significantly. "Let us make haste and aim to set sail before noon. Is that clear?" "Understood." Gazing at the shimmering waves and feeling the invigorating sea breeze, Luo Ya reflected, having been in this world for such a time. "This is only my 3rd voyage. Truly, why must I suffer from seasickness?" Chapter 62, Departure, Destination Sisyphus. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the diligent Navy finally completed the preparations necessary for their voyage. Luo Ya meticulously examined the report in his hands, only to realize that his efforts were ultimately in vain. One of the objectives of the practical mission was indeed self-cultivation, aimed at enhancing his strength. However, the more significant purpose was to familiarize the elites with the vastness of the sea, laying a solid foundation for their future naval careers. After all, they were not mere foot soldiers. Lacking knowledge would render them incapable of leading a fleet in the days to come. Yet, a dilemma arose. For Luo Ya, navigating the waters was something he preferred to avoid. Despite his understanding of the intricacies involved, he had no desire to venture out to sea for leisure. Resolutely, he tore up the report and called out to Aludo, who stood on the deck. "Aludo, prepare for departure, destination Sisfail." "Understood," Aludo replied. Then turned to the sailors beside him, instructing, "Relay the order. We are setting sail." "Yes, sir." The sailors snapped to attention, saluted, and hurried off to convey the command. At that moment, Tony, who was resting against the railing, lifted his eyelids and shouted to Luo Ya, who remained on the shore, "Hey, are you not boarding?" "Of course I am." Luo Ya wore a grim expression, reluctantly stating, "You all go ahead. Allow me to run for a while." Tony, perplexed, stared at Luo Ya, wondering just how seasick he truly was. Nevertheless, Luo Ya's insistence on running piqued his curiosity. Contemplating Luo Ya's abilities, Tony suddenly entertained a bold thought. Could it be akin to Admiral Akiji? At that moment, a resounding horn echoed from the bow of the ship, interrupting his musings. The signalman atop the lighthouse waved his flag, indicating that it was time to set sail. Soon, the surroundings began to recede as the wavebreaker gently departed from the harbor. For Tony, men maintained the pride of a seasoned soldier. Upon reaching the deck, he cast a cold glance at Luo Ya on the shore and asked, "What? Is Luo Ya not joining us?" Combat missions must be executed. As a soldier, obedience to orders is paramount. If Luo Ya truly chose to remain behind, his fate would be dire, likely ending up in room 3. Thus, men harbored no concerns about Luo Ya's potential retreat. His inquiry merely served to assert his position aboard the ship and subtly remind Tony of his inferior rank. In response to Min's somewhat aggressive demeanor, Tony smiled calmly, saying, "He mentioned he would run for a bit and will join us shortly. After a month together, Tony had grown accustomed to the speech patterns of a certain former delinquent leader, while Min was undeniably an insufferable rogue as a senior. He was also a comrade worthy of entrusting one's life, regardless of Min's current attitude towards him when faced with a life-or-death crisis. He would certainly not stand idly by. With that, Tony ignored Min and turned his gaze toward the coast. His curiosity now lay in whether Luo Ya could indeed traverse the sea as Admiral Akiji did. Following Tony's gaze, Min noticed movement on the shore. Luo Ya took a deep breath, and a layer of pristine frost instantly cloaked the stones beneath his feet. However, this frost did not spread indiscriminately. It surged purposefully toward Luo Ya's front. With a crack, a straight path of ice manifested on the ocean's surface, extending approximately 200 meters, unwavering against the waves' assault. From a distance, it resembled a dagger thrust into the sea, an awe-inspiring display of power. In that moment, both Naruto and the ordinary navy were left in shock by the might Luo Ya had exhibited. In this world, the ocean was deemed invincible, a notion deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. The ability to freeze the sea instilled a profound sense of fear. Luo Ya slowed his breathing, adjusting the release of cold air. He lifted his foot, and 2 ice blades appeared beneath him. Let us go. With the ice blades beneath him, Luo Ya surged forward across the icy surface. In the fortress headquarters, within the Marshal's office, Zifa watched Luo Ya's retreating figure, lost in thought, oblivious to the extinguished cigar in his mouth. Noticing the expression of his old friend, Sengoku approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Have faith in Luo Ya. He is your disciple." Zifa, hearing this, puffed on his cigar. "Yes, I know. What is the big deal? That kid is quite slippery, even if everyone else perished. He would be fine." Carp, munching on snacks, nonchalantly remarked, "Zifa, you seem overly concerned." Zifa's face darkened as he spat the cigar onto Carp's face. "Get lost." Flinging the incoming cigar away with his finger, Carp retorted, "What? Am I wrong?" "Shut your mouth, Carp." Sengoku interrupted, his expression stern. "I see you've been too idle lately. Why not take on a task I have for you?" Upon hearing this, Carp protested, "Hey, I'm still on vacation. You're violating regulations. When aren't you on vacation? Just behave yourself." As Carp and Sengoku bickered, Zifa retrieved another cigar, placing it in his mouth while watching the diminishing silhouette of Luo Ya. Am I truly being too impulsive? Well, for now, I can only trust in Luo Ya. The sun gradually shifted from directly overhead to a diagonal position, and the sea breeze carried a hint of chill. This first wave breaker was meticulously crafted, with every component and accompanying navy carefully selected and arranged by Jim. He was confident in the vessel's ability to outpace all ships of equal tonnage on the ocean. The claim of 5 times the speed of a typical warship was no exaggeration. In fact, the wave breaker performed even better than Luo Ya had anticipated. To conserve energy, Luo Ya refrained from using techniques like shave or activating magic runes for acceleration. However, his control over every ounce of strength within him had vastly improved, allowing him to move 3 times faster than before, merely a fraction slower than the prodigious Hansa. Yet, despite this, he could not catch up to the wave breaker, merely trailing behind to ensure his target remained in sight. The phone bug in Luo Ya's embrace began to ring. He took it out, and upon connecting, the bug's head transformed into the distinctive airplane hairstyle of Mingda. "Hello, Luo Ya, we are about to enter the doldrums. Will you return to the ship, or continue running?" Luo Ya sensed the currents around him. Indeed, the wind was blowing solely from behind. The sky ahead resembled a still canvas, with clouds that did not shift and a sea devoid of waves, exuding an aura of tranquility. Glancing at the sun overhead, Luo Ya estimated the time to be around 4 in the afternoon. His physical strength was still ample, yet his magical energy had dwindled to less than 500 points. He realized he could not continue much longer and decided to take a rest. With this thought, he spoke to the telephone bug. "Slow down. I'm coming up." "Oh." "And have the ship's doctor prepare the seasickness medication." "Received." Mind responded, disconnecting the communication. He then called out to Aludo and Tony, who were exercising on the deck of the Armstrong-class jet warship. "Tell the control room to start decelerating. Inform the ship's doctor. Remember to prepare the seasickness medicine." "Yes." Mind was undoubtedly more adept than Aludo and possessed far more navigational experience than Tony. Thus, under Luo Ya's suggestion, Mind took command of the wavebreaker. Chapter 63, Monkey D. Toxic milk capped the route of the wavebreaker was a closely guarded secret of the Navy, ensuring both safety and expedience. There is a saying, looking at a mountain from afar makes it seem close. This adage applies equally to maritime navigation, though the calm zone appeared near. They still spent half an hour reaching it. If one disregards the incessant groaning of a certain sloth-like individual aboard, the journey could be deemed uneventful. The comm zone was quite expansive. Even the wave breaker could not traverse it in a short span of time. Idly engaged, Luo was sweating profusely as he exercised with a specially designed iron tower on the deck. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, the sea beside the warship erupted, sending tons of seawater skyward in a spectacular display. The impact caused the wave breaker to sway violently, and Luo Ya, lying in bed, felt his stomach churn, unable to suppress the urge to vomit. As the ship rocked, Luo, caught off guard and unable to stabilize himself, lost grip of the several-ton iron tower, which crashed onto the deck, leaving a dent. What happened? Mind, emerging from the cabin, called out while steadying himself against the doorframe. Luo remained silent, fixated on the left side of the warship. Following his gaze, Mind turned and was immediately struck with astonishment. It's a Sea King. The tremor of the warship had similarly roused the accompanying Navy personnel, who rushed onto the deck, regardless of their ranks. The first thing they noticed was the enormous figure beside the warship, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight. Didn't Dr. Vegapunk install Sea Prism Stone in the ship's hull? Why are we being attacked? Since the implementation of Sea Prism Stone in naval vessels, the Navy had not been assaulted by Sea Kings for a considerable time. From the depths, the Sea Kings perceived the Navy ships embedded with Sea Prism Stone as mere sea, rendering them oblivious to their presence and thus preventing any attacks. Logically, the Sea King should not have detected our presence, Tony remarked, pointing at the creature beside the warship, which bore a look of human-like confusion. He sighed. I think it just surfaced for air, and we happened to be in its way. Indeed, at that moment, the Sea King was equally perplexed. However, this confusion swiftly morphed into ferocity. Although it could not comprehend why there were humans atop a massive iron contraption in its territory, it was determined not to let them escape unscathed. With a mouth reminiscent of a hybrid between a hippopotamus and a sea snake, the Sea King roared ferociously at the warship, producing a deafening sound. The stench of fish filled the air, overwhelming the senses. We're going to be eaten. Fire. Quick, fire. Stay calm. Accelerate immediately. Head towards 3 o'clock at full speed. Mind struck the deck with a heavy club, the resounding noise capturing everyone's attention. Typically, beasts let out a roar to bolster their courage before an attack. This creature was no exception. Indeed, it was a shocking sight. But it also provided them with a moment to escape. Awakened by Mind's command, the sailors scrambled into the control room. Shortly thereafter, the wave breaker emitted a grating sound as it executed a sharp turn, the rear turbines spinning so rapidly they appeared to leave afterimages, slicing through the water like a sword. The Sea King, having just closed its mouth, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What in the world is that? How is it moving so fast? I just made my entrance. Mind and the others harbored no intentions of exterminating it. Although it was not a colossal Sea King like the island whale, its size indicated it was still a medium-sized one. Given their own capabilities, confronting it would require considerable effort. One misstep could lead to disaster. Moreover, the comm zone was a breeding ground for Sea Kings. There were many of them. If they had to eliminate every encounter, it would be an endless endeavor. Most importantly, there was someone aboard suffering from seasickness. To avoid repercussions upon landing, it was best not to waste time. The remainder of the voyage proceeded without further incident. It turned out that the Sea Prism Stone in the ship's hull had indeed protected them, and their previous encounter was merely an unfortunate accident. In the world of One Piece, the Red Line and the Grand Line divided the globe into 4 seas. Among them, the East Blue is known as the weakest sea, the homeland of most members of the Straw Hat crew. According to Garp, the East Blue was indeed the weakest, but it was also a symbol of peace. Well, if it weren't for the era of piracy ignited by the Pirate King Roger, Luo Ya might have believed it. The East Blue, the weakest? Indeed. In the original story, the pirate Captain Krieg, with a bounty of nearly 17 million, led the largest pirate crew in the East Blue. Thus, the East Blue was indeed weak. However, it was also the sea most capable of stirring up trouble. This was something no one could deny. First came Roger, then Dragon, a former pirate king who ignited the Great Pirate Era and a revolutionary leader seeking to overthrow the world government. Not to mention the destined child, Luffy, who seemed poised to become the next pirate king. Therefore, old Garp must have had quite a mouth in his youth. Truly a case of toxic milk. However, Luo Ya and his companions were not headed to the legendary peaceful East Blue, but rather to the tumultuous South Blue. 3 days later, aboard the Waybreaker on the icy path ahead, Luo Ya focused intently, pulling out the telephone bug to make a call. Soon, Mind answered, Moshi Moshi, what's the matter, Luo Ya? I see the outline of an island. Have everyone prepare. A battle may occur at any moment. An island? Mind paused in surprise before a series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in. A messenger entered, saluting. Mr. Mind. We are expected to arrive at Hisful in 30 minutes. Please provide instructions. Although he had taken command of the warship, being a rookie without a rank, the Navy personnel could only address him as Mr. It appeared that Luo Ya had forgotten to bring binoculars, hadn't he? Upon hearing the messenger's words, Mingda blinked, collected his emotions, and solemnly declared, understood. Relay the order. All personnel enter combat readiness. Maintain vigilance. Do not grant the pirates an opportunity for a surprise attack. Yes. Once the messenger saluted and departed, Mingda continued his conversation with Luo Ya. So, shall we proceed as you previously suggested? Of course. I will create chaos at the most critical juncture, and then you can follow suit. Luo Ya's voice, somewhat obscured by the crashing waves, nevertheless conveyed an unwavering confidence that pierced through the tumult, reaching Mingda's ears. Since we have seized the initiative, we must exploit it thoroughly. Otherwise, we shall face the wrath of our instructor upon our return. Indeed, all this hinges upon possessing sufficient strength, even without prior experience. Mingda felt compelled to utter a popular internet phrase, "You happy? Then it's all good." Recalling the plan crafted by Luo Ya the day before, a wave of helplessness washed over Mingda, prompting him to order an increase in speed to ensure timely support for Luo Ya. Awakening. Pseudo-dragon transformation. Accompanied by the surge of magical energy within, a plethora of deep blue scales enveloped Luo Ya's form. A pair of bat-like wings unfurled from his back, conjuring a chilling wind that froze dozens of square meters of ocean, transforming the tumultuous waves into a smooth, mirror-like expanse of ice. His brown irises were replaced by golden hues, the pupils morphing into slits as white eyelids converged, granting Luo Ya enhanced clarity of vision. Feeling the torrent of power surging within, Luo Ya grinned, declaring, "Indeed, although my dragon form remains at level 39, my mastery of the Navy's 6 forms has enhanced my control over my body, allowing me to wield the power acquired through pseudo-dragon transformation with precision." After a brief pause, Luo Ya launched himself into the air, spreading his wings and soaring towards the island. For days had elapsed since the Navy received word, and Beards had already consumed most of another pirate crew's territory. The adversary's geographical advantage and past accumulations rendered them fiercely resistant, putting up a valiant struggle. On the coast occupied by Beards, a sentry atop the lookout tower dozed, caught in a state of half-awareness. Suddenly, an indistinct blur zipped past the lookout tower with astonishing speed. It vanished into the depths of the island, followed by a thunderous explosion that reverberated around the tower. Boom. The sound, akin to distant thunder, startled the sentry, who grasped his firearm and scanned the surroundings nervously. What is happening? Before he could finish his question, an overwhelming chill swept over him, instantly freezing him, along with the entire coastline, transforming it into a frozen hell. Chapter 64. Inferno on Earth. From the outset, Luo Ya never intended to conceal his presence. Not only was it crucial for his plan to carve out a landing site for the underpowered wave breaker, but it also reflected his confidence in himself. The notorious pirate scourge. Beards may not have been as renowned as the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords, yet in the New World, his reputation was formidable. Moreover, due to his mercenary status and frequent absences, Beard's intelligence had been meticulously gathered by the Navy, granting Luo Ya profound insight into his abilities, embodying the principle of knowing oneself and one's adversary. Beard's fruit ability, known as the high-frequency fruit, permitted objects to vibrate at high speeds. Unlike Whitebeard's tremor fruit, which triggered vibrations at will, Beard's power relied on physical contact to induce tremors, rendering it inferior in range, potency, and versatility. It seemed a trivial observation. Beards had once employed this power to obliterate a city, and even the destruction of individual buildings was enough to instill fear. However, akin to many destructive abilities, this power could not be directly applied to living beings, significantly diminishing its lethality. Luo Ya merely needed to remain vigilant against the risk of being struck by that specially crafted dagger, capable of withstanding high-frequency vibrations. As a denizen of Earth, he was acutely aware of the peril posed by such frequencies. At the heart of the island, amidst the snow-capped mountains, lay a vast open-pit mine. On a flat expanse at the edge of the pit, 2 figures stood side by side, their expressions devoid of emotion. Within the pit, hundreds, if not thousands, of captives from the nation of Hiswheel toiled in tattered garments, wielding shovels and pickaxes against the biting cold. Their gaunt appearances bore testament to their suffering, and occasionally, someone would collapse, only to be met with indifference from those around them. Overseers would dispatch workers to drag away the incapacitated, not to provide aid. but to unceremoniously cast them down the mountainside. This scene had played out countless times over the past few months, initially filled with righteous indignation. The captives had succumbed to apathy. Even now, this man named Beard exhibited a modicum of humanity compared to the pirates of yore. At least they wouldn't starve to death, only succumb to exhaustion. Those who dared to resist would meet a brutal end. Their bodies stripped and displayed at the entrance of their dilapidated quarters as a grim warning. Absolute obedience was perhaps their only hope for survival. Beard was a competent butcher, fully aware that relentless slaughter and oppression would only provoke the laborers into desperate rebellion, which would be detrimental to his lucrative plans. The optimal outcome was to strip them of their will to resist and instill a sense of compliance. From the current circumstances, it appeared that his training methods were yielding satisfactory results. Among the two figures, the robust middle-aged man was Beard, their intended target. His meticulously groomed golden hair and refined demeanor belied the fact that he was a cold-hearted butcher. Beside him stood a somewhat youthful youth of dark complexion. The naval headquarters was in close proximity, and it was likely they would arrive within a few days. Beard inquired, "Where is the ship promised by your employer? Why has it not yet arrived?" "Well, considering our base is situated along the Grand Line, it takes time to arrange for sufficient cargo vessels," replied the young man. His hands tucked in the pockets of his coat, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses, offering a nonchalant smile. "Humph, that is the least I expect," Beard scoffed, the hostility in his gaze unmistakable. It was evident that their relationship was far from amicable. The youth shrugged off Beard's irritation, recognizing it as a natural response. Beard had never anticipated that those driven to desperation would resort to setting fire to ships and bombing the harbor, and to his astonishment, they had succeeded. In an instant, the transportation of gold from the mine was halted. The young man was equally vexed. His plan to exploit the pirate crew to usurp the royal family and extract gold had been progressing smoothly until internal strife erupted over the spoils. Had it merely ended there, he might have managed, as they would ultimately silence the dissenters. However, he had not foreseen that some would seize the chaos to escape. It was one thing to escape, but how far could a small boat navigate the seas? Did they believe themselves to be the world's greatest swordsmen? Fortune or misfortune? A small boat was indeed rescued by Beard. How delightful! Beard's prowess was worthy of the title of a great pirate. To what extent, he could not ascertain. But it was certainly beyond the youth's capacity to confront. In the depths of despair, the youth received word from an informant embedded within the puppet pirate crew, who had likely been betrayed, regarding the plan to burn the ships that night. Fortune had not abandoned him. The youth quietly plotted to escalate the flames, obliterating every vessel belonging to his wheel, leaving not a single one unscathed. Subsequently, as the representative of the workers' union, the youth approached Beard, seeking collaboration. This demonstrated that neither party was virtuous. Beard dared not contact his fleet for assistance, as such an act would be textbook betrayal among their profit-driven consortium. Should he proceed, he would surely meet not the support of allies, but the sharp edge of a slaughtherer's blade. At that moment, a telephone bug nestled in the youth's arms began to ring. Bro, he answered, frowning. "What is it?" This was the patrol's telephone bug, responsible for monitoring the coast. A call from them never boded well. "My lord, we have grave news. Invaders have landed on the island." Upon hearing this, the youth's countenance shifted dramatically. Invaders? Why did the sentinels not signal? The coastal sentinels held a positional advantage, with a line of sight covering a significant portion of his wheel island. Any vessels approaching from any direction should have been detected at once. They must have spotted them, but perhaps they did not have time to signal, he speculated. Furthermore, the trembling lookout added, casting a fearful glance at the icy trail before them. "There are no signs of any ships along the coast. It is presumed the invaders may be airborne. Their direction points towards the snow-capped mountains. They can fly." The youth's eyes widened in disbelief, and he let out a weary sigh. What on earth is happening? He glanced at Beard, wondering if he was experiencing a streak of bad luck. According to the intelligence, the gold mine lay at the very center of Iswheel Island. The snow-capped mountains indeed provided an ideal sanctuary for a dragon of ice. Luo Ya fixed his gaze upon his objective, unfurling his wings to ascend into the heavens. Everywhere he traversed, all life was rendered into a frozen tableau, be it animals, trees, soil, or stones, each fell victim to the chill, leaving an expansive, pristine ice path in his wake. As he soared halfway, a settlement materialized within his line of sight. It was a modest town, perhaps more aptly termed a hamlet, akin in scale to the community where the families of the Marineford Navy resided. However, in terms of architectural height and density, it was incomparable to that quaint enclave. Thus it was deemed a city. Yet, This once thriving metropolis had devolved into a veritable hell on earth. Collapsed edifices were omnipresent, pools of blood stained the ground, and unburied corpses lay scattered about. Naked women, their eyes devoid of emotion and stripped of any sense of shame, rummaged through the debris in search of sustenance. Soon, they were seized by pirates reeking of alcohol and sweat, and the ominous sounds of violence echoed from within the buildings. Children wept beside their deceased parents. Gravely injured victims cried out in agony, while the pirates reveled in their cruel amusement, their cacophony merging into the most jarring symphony of human suffering. Luo Ya abruptly halted. The anticipation of a formidable adversary replaced by a chilling intent to kill. The temperature of the air plummeted by several degrees. An ordinary person would suffer frostbite merely by breathing. He retrieved the phone bug from his pocket and, once connected, spoke. Mingda, forget about the mission for now. Come save someone. Chapter 65, Me? I go to kill. Gratitude to the reader for the generous reward. Save someone? On board the swiftly sailing breakwave, Mingda asked, bewildered. Who are we saving? Where? Are we bringing the soldiers along? By the way, why have you suddenly decided to rescue someone? Enough already. Luo Ya snapped impatiently. Do as I say. Once you disembark, follow the icy path and gather everyone. But they are only responsible for guarding the ship. If we execute the mission together, it will lower our mission evaluation. Mingda replied, conflicted. For elite troops, aside from capturing or eliminating targets, overall evaluation is crucial. As trainees, they are essentially temporary workers. And even if they undertake challenges beyond the capabilities of ordinary naval personnel, they cannot earn military accolades. This was also the reason Kazan could not teach Luo Ya the 6 powers of the Navy, although Luffy could master them without a teacher in the original work. Some discretion must be exercised as a member of the Navy. Yet their contributions cannot be overlooked. They were earned through blood and tears. To prevent discouragement among the elite troops, a comprehensive evaluation was specially established for practical missions. The evaluations earned can be converted into military merit after graduation, serving as a vital basis for promotions. Thus, Mingda's concerns were entirely understandable. However, this seemingly mundane statement incensed Luo Ya, who growled in a low voice, "To hell with the evaluations. Tell them that anyone who dares to refuse will be killed." Mingda, sensing the icy killing intent in Luo Ya's tone, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, Luo Ya changed direction and surged toward the ruins. This was once the prosperous capital of his Weir, Big Snail City. This comical name had accompanied generations of his Weir people, who were often mocked as descendants of snails. Yet, the Hiswairans seldom viewed it as a disgrace. Their national emblem was indeed a snail. According to legend, his Weir was born upon the back of a colossal sea snail, traversing the ocean much like Zoe. This legend was finally corroborated several decades ago when a team of fishmen archaeologists arrived in his Weir, intrigued by the tale. They conducted underwater investigations for months and ultimately uncovered definitive evidence. Indeed, a massive sea snail had once supported the entirety of his Weir. However, it had died many years ago. Its body hollowed out, leaving behind only a gigantic shell. As geological changes occurred, the shell gradually melded with the sediment. When the news broke, it sent ripples throughout the South Sea, drawing crowds eager to witness this magnificent spectacle and marvel at the creator's wonders. Once, Big Snail City had thrived, but now, it was but a shadow of its former self, aptly dubbed a living hell. 3 portly pirates leered as they dragged a recently captured young girl into the ruins. Soon, rhythmic sounds echoed, mingled with the girl's helpless cries. The pirates were elated. In recent days, all the attractive girls in the city had been ravaged. Those who resisted were eliminated, while those who did not were deemed tasteless. Capturing a virgin was indeed a rare find. At that moment, the girl lamented her decision to venture out in search of food during the day. Why couldn't she have held out a few more days? Starving would have been preferable to enduring this humiliation, but regret was futile now. The agonizing pain radiating from her lower body left her dazed. As time passed, her cries gradually diminished, her eyes becoming vacant, the overwhelming trauma robbing her of her spirit. Suddenly, a frigid air filled the room, and the 3 pirates abruptly ceased their actions. Blood gushed forth, freezing midair before it could fall, landing upon the girl's smooth skin as ice shards. The chilling sensation jolted her back to reality. She stared in bewilderment at the pirates who had collapsed upon her, now cold as ice. Her numb expression transformed into a vivid spectrum of emotions: shock, anger, and finally, elation, a profound catharsis that even the finest actors could not imitate. Just then, a voice broke the silence, startling her into a protective curl. "You are safe now. Head east. There will be someone to assist you." "Safe?" The girl lifted her head to behold the strikingly handsome face before her. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrent, fueled by hunger, weakness, and exhaustion. She summoned an unexpected strength to shove the pirate off her and lunged at her savior, biting down fiercely on his shoulder. As if he were not a benefactor but a sworn enemy. Why? Why? Why did you come now? Aren't you the Navy? In the face of her accusations, Luo Ya disregarded the filth that clung to her and gently embraced her. I apologize. We arrived too late. What? Luo Ya's gentle words of solace shattered the hatred within her heart. The helpless girl leaned upon Luo Ya's shoulder, weeping bitterly. Although Luo Ya longed to continue comforting her, countless others in this city, suffering just as she did, awaited assistance. Ignoring her resistance, Luo Ya pulled her down from his shoulder and handed her his shirt. Remember, don't look back. Run east. No, it's no longer necessary. The girl offered a faint smile, gazing intently at Luo Ya, as if she wished to etch his image into her memory. Thank you, please, kill me. Please kill me. Her voice, as delicate as a whisper, resonated in Luo Ya's mind like a thunderclap. Luo Ya stared blankly at her, lost in thought for quite some time. With a clang, a dagger forged from solid ice fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The girl, taken aback, lifted her gaze to meet Luo Ya's calm eyes. Life is an entity that belongs solely to oneself. No one else can dictate its course. Whether to live or perish, the choice is yours to make. Having uttered these words, Luo Ya turned to leave. Shortly after he exited the dilapidated dwelling, the girl picked up the ice dagger. Then came the sound of the blade piercing through flesh, the sickening drag of intestines, and the girl's frenzied roar, wild and primal like that of a beast. The air became saturated with the metallic scent of blood, thickened considerably by the essence of those three pirates. Luo Ya took a deep breath, shaking off the ice crystals that suddenly appeared at the corners of his eyes. Facing the snow-capped mountains, he let out a long howl. Beard. Just as Luo Ya was rescuing the civilians, the wave breaker finally reached the shore. Following the icy path created by Luo Ya, a group of people hastily advanced. Under the threat posed by Luo Ya, they knew that failure to comply would likely result in severe injury, even if he did not truly intend to kill. Even before mastering the Navy's 6 styles, Luo Ya possessed the capability to easily eliminate a Ludo, and they were not keen on testing whether their resilience matched that of cockroaches. As they journeyed, the various ice sculptures lining the path sent chills down their spines. Behind those lifelike ice figures lay the souls of living beings. However, this fear was swiftly replaced by anger upon encountering the first refugee. Not only anger, but also a sense of humiliation welled within them. They were the Navy. How could they allow pirates to act with such impunity? A sense of duty surged within Mingda, pulling him from his previous state of indifference as he calmly organized. Talk. Take some brothers to assist the refugees. Bring out all food, medicine, and clothing. Yake. Immediately contact the ships behind us. Instruct them to proceed at full speed. Tony, what are you doing? Tony, who had been focused on moving forward, turned back with fiery eyes, his expression akin to that of a beast ready to pounce. Me? I'm going to kill. Chapter 66. Pirate Rocky gratitude is extended to the reader Jingji for the generous reward of 999. Thanks to the reader Xiaoxiaxiashu for the 500 reward. Thanks to the reader Chihong for the 399 reward. Thanks to the reader Zenshiji Dakami-sama for the 100 reward. Thanks to the reader with an 8-character name for the 100 reward. Thanks to the reader Evil for the 100 reward. Today, the mobile assistant finally functioned normally. Although yesterday's rewards still failed to appear. Oh, I see. Mingda sighed, choosing not to inquire further. In truth, many soldiers within the Navy harbored deep-seated enmity towards pirates. However, in recent years, only Tony had suffered personal losses at the hands of pirates, having seen his homeland destroyed. He once drunkenly lamented that if he had not set sail that day, if he had not picked up that book, if he had not trained in the Shura sword technique, it might have been for the better. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret. One reaps what one sows. Familiar faces fell one by one in pools of blood, the fragrant smoke of cooking food replaced by the acrid stench of explosions. And the joyous laughter of days gone by transformed into heart-wrenching cries of despair. From that day forth, Tony lived in a state of perpetual self-reproach. Regret gnawed at his soul, suffocating him. Yet, the departed would never return. No amount of remorse could restore what was lost. To seek vengeance against pirates, Tony joined the Navy as a recruit. Now, upon witnessing the devastation in his vale, only one thought filled his mind: annihilate them. Yet, unbeknownst to all, as Tony hastily traversed the icy path, crimson threads, as fine as wheat awns, emerged upon his skin. These threads appeared almost sentient, gently caressing Tony's flesh, as well as the sharp, icy blade. In Great Snail City, once the town hall, now the gathering place of the scavenger pirate crew. An older pirate stumbled into the main hall, tripping over the corpse of a fruit woman lying at the entrance, tumbling like a rolling gourd. At the head of the room, Rocky, the first mate of Beard, impatiently watched the scene unfold, cursing, "You wretched fool! What a sight you are!" Scurrying about as if the turtle spawn of Dora is upon us. The Dora pirate crew had previously been manipulated by a dark-skinned youth, serving as a puppet to exploit the royal family for gold mining. After being repelled, they were unwilling to relinquish the gold mine, thus attempting to oust the scavenger pirate crew from his veil. Though not a renowned pirate, their deep-rooted connections in this region allowed them to covertly support and relay information, thereby stalling Beard's men. Upon hearing Rocky's words, the surrounding pirates erupted into raucous laughter. Come at us? With those soft-shelled shrimp? They believed that not wiping them out was merely due to Beard's singular focus on the gold mine, instructing them to only guard the mountain passages, avoiding unpaid tasks. In Rocky's absence from the battlefield, come at us? They're cowering in Greenleaf Town. The remnants in Great Snail City wouldn't dare show their faces during the day. However, unlike his companions, Rocky's mockery did not amuse the pirate who had rushed in. He was drenched in cold sweat, his face a mask of despair. No, Boss Rocky, the Navy is here. The raucous laughter suddenly halted, and Rocky's expression shifted dramatically as he seized the pirate. What? You say the Navy? How many of them? Just one, perhaps. You bastard. Before he could finish, Rocky delivered a resounding slap across the pirate's face, sending him crashing into a row of chairs and benches. A mere Navy soldier has frightened you into this state. You're bringing shame upon Lord Beard. As Rocky spoke, he drew his pistol from his waist and aimed it at the pirate. With a resounding bang, a thumb-sized blood crater appeared on the pirate's forehead, and he instantly breathed his last. Raising his firearm, Rocky bellowed, "Brothers, go find that Navy man. I thirst for his blood. Oh, exterminate the Navy. Long live Lord Beard." Initially taken aback by Rocky's ferocity, the pirates quickly rallied, their spirits ignited as they clamored and charged out. However, unlike the others, Rocky displayed no signs of excitement. According to the Navy's typical conduct, was only one Navy officer present? It was indeed plausible, as a pirate crew of the New World. He was well aware of a certain individual in the Navy who preferred to operate alone. Yet, he found it hard to believe that such a prominent figure would abandon the Navy headquarters to engage in a trivial pursuit in this remote quadrant of the seas. Even if it were not that individual, the mere presence of someone capable enough to instill such panic among seasoned pirates indicated formidable strength, contrary to his rugged appearance. Rocky was astute. Otherwise, Beard would not have brought him along. At this critical juncture of gold mining, the emergence of a powerful Navy officer in his vicinity would have prompted a more cautious demeanor from the seasoned Rocky. However, voicing such thoughts could dampen morale, which was precisely why he decisively eliminated the old pirate. He even harbored suspicions that the fleeing pirate had been intentionally released, perhaps to ascertain their gathering point with the intent of orchestrating a comprehensive ambush. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Rocky swiftly made his way to the back door, loading his pistol with specially crafted sea prism stone bullets and gunpowder. Yet, he was a moment too late, even if his suspicions were correct, faced with the astute Luo Ya. The instant he confirmed the location as the pirates' gathering spot, it would already signify that all present were doomed. As Rocky approached the back door, an unsettling sensation gripped him. Years spent teetering on the brink of life and death had honed his instinct for danger, compelling him to drop to the ground without hesitation. Just as he did, a stick-like object whizzed past his head, grazing his scalp and removing a considerable patch of skin in the process. With no time to dwell on the pain, Rocky rolled into a corner, activating his observation haki, which enveloped the entire hall. To his astonishment, however, he discovered that there was no one around. If it were not for the fact that the opponent's observation haki far surpassed his own, impairing his perception, then it could only mean one thing: the distance exceeded his range of awareness. With a shudder, Rocky cast a glance at the large hole in the wall behind him. If his second hypothesis were true, then what exactly had attacked him? A mysterious high-tech sniper rifle? Or a simple brute force monster? Wait, was that ice? Roche's eyes widened, and his breath abruptly halted. There, on the edge of the hole in the wall, lay a shard of shattered ice, exuding an aura of frigid air. Could it truly be him? In this moment, a wave of dread surged through Rock, prompting him to envelop himself in the cloak of observation haki, fervently hoping that the other party would not detect his presence. As Rock trembled, lost in thought, on the rooftop of the towering building opposite the city hall, Luo Ya slowly dissipated the cold energy from his hands. The expenditure of magical power was considerable, yet the potency remained formidable. Observing the pirates below, Huddled together, Luo Ya spat, "Humph. This is a boon for you wretches." With a swift movement, Luo Ya vanished from the rooftop, only to reappear at the entrance of the city hall. Stepping into the expansive hall, a sight of lifeless young female bodies met his gaze, igniting a fierce desire within Luo Ya to turn back and exact vengeance upon the fallen. However, the time for such actions was not now, for he could still hear the heartbeat of a second individual resonating from deep within the hall. Could there be another survivor? It seemed likely to be someone of authority. Chapter 67. The Deployment of Bearded. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The ice crystals, bereft of magical support, rapidly began to melt, droplets of icy water trickling down the wall, splattering onto the head of a middle-aged man slumped in the corner, producing a crisp sound akin to water striking a surface. Rocky had initially assumed that the blood of his adversary had long since drained away. However, to his astonishment, it still emitted a crisp sound. The man had been slain only this morning, having ventured here alone in a desperate attempt to negotiate for the release of his wife and daughter, who had been captured. Yet, what awaited him were the still warm remains of his loved ones, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds, inflicted by Rocky himself. Ultimately, the man's fate was sealed. Half of the skull had been cleaved away from his forehead. At that moment, as Rocky gazed downward along the path of the dripping water, he was startled to behold the wide-open eyes of the long-deceased man, staring directly at him with a ghastly grin. A shiver cascaded down Rocky's spine, raising goosebumps upon his skin. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, only to find the corpse unchanged, its eyes firmly shut. Was it an illusion? Rocky exhaled a breath of relief. Strangely, as the first mate of the notorious pirate Beeld, he found himself gripped by fear in the presence of a mere civilian's corpse. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance, snapping Rocky from his reverie. He pressed himself against the pillar, anxious to diminish the likelihood of being discovered, all the while fervently praying that the approaching figure was not the one he dreaded. The individual lurking in the shadows was formidable. Luo Ya furrowed his brow and came to a halt. As he had yet to cultivate the mastery of haki, he could only perceive the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from his opponent up close, a scent that could only arise from the shedding of countless lives. The alarm bells in his mind began to tremble, warning Luo Ya that he was facing a formidable adversary. Could this be one of Beard's subordinates? Luo Ya pondered, for Beard's erratic movements made it difficult to ascertain the positions of his underlings. Before departing from headquarters, Zifa had also advised them to exercise utmost caution. If it were indeed Beard, he would have likely revealed himself and launched an attack by now. Yet, is it just you alone? Suddenly, Royal laughed, raising both hands with palms directed towards the pillar where Rocky was concealed. Ice make, armored gun cavalry. In an instant, a massive ice spear, exceeding 3 meters in length and as thick as a man's neck, materialized in the air and shot forth with Roya's motion. Boom! The colossal ice spear shattered the stone pillar and wall, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Amidst the cascading rubble, a shadow swiftly darted forth. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted as a bullet struck Roya, leaving a shallow dent on his protective ice armor. Taken by surprise from the impact, Roya staggered back a step, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Fearsome stone bullet. Heeding Zephyr's warning, upon discerning that the opponent was a cadre of the Cleanser pirate crew, Roya discreetly reinforced his ice armor. Apart from the almost unreasonably durable Fearsome stone, ordinary iron sand would not only fail to leave a mark on the ice armor but would also be repelled upon contact. Only the Fearsome stone bullet could rival the hardness of the ice armor. Furthermore, such tremendous kinetic energy could not be achieved with standard ammunition. Observing the figure evade his attack, Roya maintained his composure, planting his foot as an endless chill spread across the ground. Ice make, frozen plain. Rocky, hiding behind the debris, felt the cold emanating from the ground and immediately leaped upward, exclaiming, "Do you wish to freeze me? How naive, Akiji." Huh? Luo Ya felt somewhat bewildered. What on earth was Qingji? Had he arrived? Through the swirling clouds of dust, the features of the two individuals became discernible to one another. This marked their first encounter face to face. Both were in a state of confusion. "What the hell? Who is this?" exclaimed Rocky. "Damn. You nearly gave me a heart attack," responded Luo Ya. However, an opportunity had presented itself. Mixed with disappointment, surprise, and astonishment, Luo Ya's shock was not as profound as Rocky's. He quickly regained his composure, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he raised his right hand towards the figure in the air. Ice fall to the grave. With a crackle and a snap, the icy shards that had just spread across the walls instantly responded to his command, breaking free from their confines like sentient beings, and lunged towards Rocky, suspended in midair. The moment the ice began to change, Rocky sensed it. Yet he was still taken aback by this irrational phenomenon. He exclaimed, "Living ice? What manner of creature is this?" Luo Ya held no interest in providing him an explanation. Observing his intent to evade, her outstretched palm clenched tightly. "Perish!" she exclaimed. "Iron Maiden!" Suddenly, an avalanche of ice blocks descended, compressing with immense force, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in their wake. This tactic came as an astonishing surprise, and with no means to maneuver in the air. Rocky found himself ensnared within the icy confines. However, he remained unperturbed. After all, they were merely ice blocks. As long as he could endure the pressure with his armament haki, there was no cause for concern, especially since his opponent was not the Navy Admiral Akiji. Harden. Rock had just unleashed his formidable aura, half of his body transforming into an inky darkness. Yet, in an instant, a razor-sharp ice spear pierced through his heart, momentarily freezing his movements. Gasp. Blood, mingled with fragments of his heart, erupted from his throat, only to be forced back by the omnipresent frost, choking his airway and causing him immense discomfort. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, he found himself momentarily dazed. How is this possible? I had solidified my defenses, after all. Luo Ya, devoid of any compassion, accelerated the output of his magical energy. In an instant, countless ice spikes pierced through his body, gradually reducing him to a pulpy mass. The Thousand Forests, in conjunction with the Icefall Funeral, unleashed a technique known as the Iron Maiden. Once ensnared, there existed no recourse but to endure or to break free. Indeed, Rocky possesses the ability to wield armament haki, granting him a defense that transcends mere steel. However, in a foolish attempt to withstand Luo Ya's assault, he opted for comprehensive hardening. By concentrating on range, his natural strength diminished. This ability, once a source of immense pride for him, represented a hallmark of greatness upon the seas, as those capable of full-body hardening through armament haki were invariably formidable figures. The elite of a new era. With his extraordinary talent and refined skills, he could disperse his haki throughout his entire being, achieving the coveted state of full-body hardening. Through this technique, he had rendered countless significant services to Beard. After all, who would dare to overstep boundaries against someone capable of such complete hardenings? Fearing the profound defensive capabilities he possessed, while the dispersed armament haki was sufficient to withstand ice blocks, he regrettably encountered Luo Ya. The ice conjured by the mage was no ordinary frost. Surely, one who could utilize haki must be a commanding officer under Beard, right? Luo Ya, wielding a popsicle, rummaged through the groundmate, soon discovering a golden coin. Eureka! Upon retrieving the coin, Luo Ya examined it carefully, breaking into a grin. Ah, it truly belongs to that elusive deputy captain of the scavenger pirate crew, the cunning fox, Rocky. Unbelievable. He tucked the coin into his pocket and sauntered out of the hall. Though a member of the Navy, the bounty on Rocky's head was unattainable. Nonetheless, this kill would provide ample evaluation points for the mission, equivalent to the deductions incurred by mobilizing the entire Navy. In the snowy mountains, at the mine, Rocky was slain. Beard spoke with an unnerving calmness, as if the loss of a close companion was akin to disposing of a used paper box. As he spoke, the life paper in his hand swiftly ignited, disintegrating into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing in the frigid breeze. The dark-skinned youth exhibited an unmistakable disdain in his eyes and remarked, "If a tool breaks, just find another." However, considering the strength of our adversary, aren't you inclined to take matters into your own hands? He gestured toward the mine before them. "If we do not resolve this, these gold mines will never yield profits." Humph, that does not require your reminder. Rather than worry about such trivialities, you should hasten your ship. The Navy has always operated as a pack of wolves. Their main forces will not be far behind. The youth nodded in a perfunctory manner, turning to re-enter the building. Watching him depart, Beard scoffed softly and made his way down the snowy slope, with his lifeline in someone else's grasp. This transaction was born of necessity. Otherwise, given his temper, that little brat would have been eliminated countless times by now. What are the Baroque Works? A notorious organization along the Grand Line, in the realm of mercenaries, who doesn't have ties to the shadowy underworld. Yet, now was not the time for confrontation. Even without a falling out, this collaboration still promised him a substantial profit, which must be addressed. Regardless of when the Navy's main forces would arrive, he would not permit anyone to touch his earnings. Chapter 68. Individual Battles. Gratitude to Book Friend Stillness for the generous donation of 999. Thanks to Book Friend Tangmen for the 488 donation. Thanks to Book Friend Didaway Ku for the 388 donation. Thanks to Book Friend Lazy for the 100 donation. Thanks to Book Friend Blossoming Flowers for the 100 donation. Upon returning indoors, the dark-skinned youth exhaled deeply. That was terrifying. Is this truly the aura of a great pirate? Just a single glance is so dread-inducing. I cannot discern whether collaborating with him is wise or foolish. Grasping a thermos, he poured himself a drink, then produced a snail phone to make a call. Hello, is this Miss All Sunday? The mission can be cancelled. The Navy's advanced units have already landed on his weir. It seems we shall not receive any payment for this. After speaking, he gritted his teeth. As for the punishment, I shall return to accept it. Contemplating the consequences of failure within the studio, Mr. Five felt cold sweat enveloping his back. However, to his astonishment, the individual known as Miss All Sunday, Nico Robin, seemed entirely unfazed, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Very well. The ship for your escape is already concealed in the southwestern caverns of the island. You may depart at your convenience. As for the punishment, that is the boss's concern, but are you certain you are prepared? A ship is already on the island. Why didn't you inform me? Mr. Five exclaimed in shock. I see no necessity to inform you, Mr. Five. Her voice, cold and cutting, snapped him back to reality, prompting him to bow apologetically. Yes. My apologies. Please forgive my rudeness. Luo Ya gripped the long spear forged from condensed ice, his expression stern as he traversed the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Inching closer to the last pirate on this street. Don't come any closer. You monster. With a swift motion, the spear swept through the air, sending flesh and blood flying. The pirate, who had just managed to rise and attempt an escape, clutched his chest in disbelief. His upper body gradually slid down, the incision smooth, cleaving him into two halves. Luo Ya remained unfazed by the gruesome spectacle before him. Since slaying Rocky, this marked his 109th pirate kill. He calmly stepped over the remains scattered on the ground, straining to listen to the sounds emanating from the city of Big Snail. Have they arrived? Arudo. A faint smile graced Luo Ya's lips as he planted the spear into the ground and gazed toward the snowy mountains. Now, it is your turn, Beard. At that moment, the ground beneath Luo Ya erupted with a deafening rift, shaking violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Just as Luo Ya diverted his attention to maintain his balance, a figure appeared abruptly behind him, delivering a powerful kick. Get in there, you bastard. Bang. Caught off guard, Luo Ya was propelled like a cannonball into the fissure. Beard landed on the ground, lightly tapping the earth with his toes. I will bury you alive. Thunderous rumblings ensued as the earth quaked once more. The gaping chasm howling in agony as tons of soil and rock cascaded down, swiftly filling the crevice. TCH, a rookie. Killing so many of my subordinates must be from the elite camp. Yet, to dare disrupt my affairs. Beard sneered at the abyss before him. Oh, is that so? My sincerest apologies for ruining your plans. Suddenly, Luo Ya's voice resonated behind Beard, accompanied by a torrent of ice spears charging forth. You managed to evade with shave. Commendable, Beard scoffed, turning to deliver a punch. But what of it? For daring to ruin my good fortune, you shall regret being born into this world. Explosive fist, meteor. In an instant, countless fists appeared, hurtling towards the ice spears like fiery meteors, the dark afterimages indicating the wielder's use of haki. Boom. The air filled with a cacophony of explosions, a thunderous roar echoing relentlessly. That tremor earlier, and this sound. Could it be Luo Ya? Has he encountered a formidable foe? In Greenleaf Town, several miles away from Big Snail City, Tony calmly withdrew his sword from the pirate's neck, glancing towards the direction of the explosions. So, that is where Big Snail City lies. Tony paused for a moment before focusing on his sword. However, I have more pressing matters at hand. This town cannot be left unattended. With that, Tony turned his gaze towards the manor atop the hill, flicking his sword. As he did, the blood on the blade was flung off, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Inhaling the acrid scent of blood, Tony shuddered, relishing the sensation, this feeling. So invigorating. Wait. Tony abruptly snapped back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. Why do I harbor such thoughts? Raising his sword, he noticed tendrils of crimson flesh sprouting from his wrist, binding his hand tightly to the hilt. As the blood on the blade increased, the tendrils writhed, licking the remnants of blood. What in the blazes is this? Tony's heart raced in terror as he attempted to pull away with his left hand, only to be met with excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Curse it! As this thought crossed his mind, the tendrils tightened like steel, embedding themselves into his bones. The deep, marrow-penetrating agony was unbearable. Meanwhile, in Big Snail City, Mind and Naruto confronted the remaining members of the Cleanser Pirate crew. Cannon fist, 100 cannons. Boom. Naruto unleashed a powerful punch, the fierce wind bursting forth, folding the pirate before him in half, then propelling him like a cannonball towards the distant pirates. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the pirates fell, groaning on the ground, while the pirate used as a projectile was brutally smashed in two. This is the fate of those who dare strike me. Wiping away the blood from a cut on his face, Arudo roared and charged at another group of pirates. Not far from Arudo, Mind wielded a spiked club, striking down enemies one after another. The foes sent flying did not meet the same gruesome fate as Arudo's victims. Instead, their injuries left them bloodied but still breathing. After dispatching another pirate, Mind surveyed the battlefield and shouted, "Arudo, this area only has these few pirates. I'll handle them. You go check on the eastern side." "Understood." Crack. A hapless pirate's skull was crushed, splattering brain matter and blood onto Arudo, rendering him a ghastly sight. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Arudo staggered back, his body tilting. Witnessing this, the members of the Cleanser pirate crew were filled with excitement. Did we succeed? Oh, finally killed that monster. Yet, the next moment, their cheers were abruptly silenced as Arudo regained his footing, his head slowly returning. In his mouth, a crushed bullet was lodged between his teeth. Pah! Arudo spat the bullet out, his visage twisted with fury. Mind, leave this to me. Go find Tony in the east. Mind, having witnessed the earlier scene, sighed softly. So, being a captain in this day and age is no easy task. With that, he swung his spiked club and charged forward. Once Mind had distanced himself, Arudo's smile was devoid of warmth. "I warned you all not to strike my face. Why do you never listen? Who fired that gun?" His suddenly raised voice startled the pirates, who gulped nervously and began to scatter, revealing a scrawny, sinister-looking man at the back of the crowd. "Oh, it's you." Arudo cracked his knuckles, casually approaching, his massive hand seizing the man's head and lifting him up, bringing his grotesquely bloodied face close. "How do you wish to die, darling?" Chapter 69. Battle. Beard. Perhaps Luo Ya never anticipated that Tony would be so directionally challenged. He certainly didn't exhibit such traits back at headquarters. Is this the passive trait of a swordsman? What a misfortune. However, unlike the renowned directionally challenged swordsman Zoro, Tony's navigational skills have not yet deteriorated to such an exaggerated extent. Additionally, after spending some time in the headquarters, his daily routine has revolved around sleeping, eating, training, and traversing a predictable path, which has allowed him to appear quite normal. Who could have anticipated that his first real mission would encounter complications? Initially, Tony was making good progress along the icy path, but midway through, he inexplicably lost his way. The reason? The ice path had suddenly vanished. This detail escaped Roy's attention. At that moment, upon witnessing the devastation in Big Snail City, he resolved to prioritize rescuing civilians. Regardless of the world, rescue operations are invariably protracted endeavors. To conserve magical energy, Roy dispelled his pseudo-dragon transformation skill. Without the enhancement of that form, his eagerness to save others naturally led him to refrain from lavishly expending magic to leave markers. Consequently, this resulted in Tony becoming disoriented. Surrounded by towering trees, the scenery appeared identical from any angle. Faced with this unfamiliar environment, Tony resorted to the secret technique of swordsman, tossing his shoe to ascertain his path. The outcome is better left unmentioned, for Mind and Arudo were already searching for him. High frequency, rock strike. Beald's formidable fist crashed into the ground. And in the next instant, a multitude of sharp stone spikes erupted from the earth, hurtling towards Luo Ya. This maneuver serves as a testament to Beald's prowess. The high-frequency fruit merely induces vibrations in objects, yet Beald adeptly sculpted the stones into spikes through the transmission of these vibrations, carefully expelling them. A slight miscalculation results in insufficient power, while an excess leads to immediate fragmentation. Has he truly developed his fruit abilities to such an extent? What a terrifying individual. Suspended in midair with moonlit steps, Roy swiftly maneuvered, appearing in a flash beside Beald, blue energy enveloping his fist and feet. Iron Fist of the Ice Dragon. Thud. A deep, resonant sound reverberated, yet it was not the noise of flesh meeting flesh. In the instant Roy's attack was about to land, Beald sensed his approach and immediately enveloped his clothing in armament haki to shield against Roy's strike. Although his speed did not match Roy's, he possessed the ability of observation haki. From their previous exchanges, he discerned that the young Navy's attacks, once they made contact, unleashed a bone-chilling cold that nearly disregarded the defenses of armament haki, penetrating his body and inducing freezing. He could only rely on his physical resilience to endure. After suffering several hidden setbacks, Beald astutely recognized the flaw in this technique. It could not be executed at a distance. By hardening his clothing with haki, he could significantly mitigate the impact of the attack. Though the frigid air that seeped through his garments remained piercing, its potency was considerably reduced. However, this tactic resulted in the fabric intended to block the assault becoming instantly frostbitten, shattering despite the protection of armament hockey. In the midst of battle, Beald's attire was in tatters, resembling that of a beggar. Yet, Roya was not unscathed, bearing bruises in various shades. Confronted with Beald's dagger strikes, he was left with no choice but to evade, sacrificing a portion of his defense. Enduring a kick was preferable to a stab. Useless fool. I have already seen through your attacks. Beald bellowed as he observed Roya's fist once more thwarted by his hardened clothing. Simultaneously, the specially crafted dagger in his hand emitted a sharp whistle as he viciously lunged. Was such a widespread assault executed without hesitation? Roya grimaced, narrowly tilting his head just in time. The icy armor upon him met the dagger, as if butter met a searing knife, offering no resistance. Yet, in testing the outcome, Roya's reaction was slightly delayed, and the high-frequency vibrating dagger left a shallow gash across his face. Almost immediately, Roya felt a violent tremor surge through him, leaving him dizzy and overwhelmed with an intense urge to vomit. This is vibration? As Luo Ya pondered, the dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, as if his very brain were quaking. His robust physique endured for a moment, but soon he found himself bent over, succumbing to an involuntary urge to vomit. At that precise instant, Beards, who had been waiting for this opportunity, unleashed a powerful kick infused with his armed color hockey, striking Luo Ya with ferocity. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, Luo Ya was sent hurtling backward, skidding across the ground and leaving a 100-meter-long scar before crashing into the ruins at the street corner. Huh, how do you like that, kid? Feeling unwell, are you? Beards cackled maniacally. I am a user of the high-frequency fruit, the Tremor Man. Anything I touch vibrates at an astonishing speed. And this vibration will not only make you nauseous but can even shatter your internal organs and brain matter. You stand no chance. Indeed. Luo Ya felt as though his brain were quaking, his thoughts scattered. The tremors coursed through his blood, bones, and muscles, reaching his mind, leaving him feeling utterly weightless and devoid of strength. Beard's kick had been delivered with full force, propelling him far and fracturing his ribs. Yet, it was still within the realm of endurance. With a thunderous crash, the collapsing ruins exploded, and the laughter of Beards abruptly ceased as he looked down from his vantage point at the swaying Luo Ya. Oh, you haven't given up yet? Do you still not comprehend the difference between a new world pirate and a rookie like you? In response, Luo Ya offered a sarcastic smile. In many shonen anime, particularly One Piece, antagonists often boast about their powers, revealing their abilities to a fault. This tendency is one reason Luo Ya appreciates Naruto in those ninja battles. Intelligence is gathered gradually during combat, allowing for strategic planning and calculated moves. The term haha had long dominated the list of most infuriating phrases, its mocking effect undeniable. Upon hearing this, Beard's expression soured, and he coldly snorted, Since you wish for death, I shall oblige. Vacuum quake, expel the void. Whoosh. In a fit of rage, Beards transformed into a shadow, dashing forward with incredible speed, aiming his dagger at Luo Ya's heart. Die. Although Beards lacked the ability to shave as a notorious pirate, he still wielded explosive acceleration techniques. In the blink of an eye, the shrieking dagger appeared before Luo Ya. However, in his fury, Beards failed to notice the peculiar smile that graced Luo Ya's face. Indeed, the intelligence was flawed. You can activate your fruit ability through your feet. But I have been waiting for you to charge in. Ice make, coffin of ice. Crack. An overwhelming chill surged forth, instantly engulfing the entire space. Beard's observation hockey blared, alerting him to flee swiftly. Yet, the inertia from his high-speed advance was immense, and before he could act on this thought, he was enveloped by the icy blast. Boom. Luo Ya was struck, his body once again hurtling backward, crashing through the ceiling. Huh? What is this? Suddenly, Beard was taken aback, staring at the large chunk of ice in his hand. There were no ice crystals on his body. All the frigid energy was gathered by Luo Ya, coalescing around the dagger in his grip, encasing it in ice. At that moment, Beard felt a sharp pain and hurriedly threw the ice away. As he did so, a large piece of flesh was torn from where he gripped the dagger, instantly becoming a gruesome sight. What an overwhelming chill. Beard looked in shock at the ice on the ground, dazed for a moment, then tore off another strip from his already scant clothing to wrap around his bloodied hand. However, if he could achieve such a level of power, why didn't he use it against me? Beard bandaged himself while pondering. Suddenly, an ice spear descended from above, appearing above his head with lightning speed. So fast, even quicker than before. Beard's heart raced, and with no time to continue bandaging, he relied on his observation haki to evade the ice spear. Standing upright again, he looked up and was immediately astounded by the creature before him, leaving no room for contemplation about Luo Ya's motives. What kind of monster are you? Chapter 70. The Pseudo-Dragon Transformation to Defeat the Enemy. At that moment, Luo Ya bore no semblance of humanity. If one were to describe him, Beard could only think of the legendary giant dragon. A pair of golden, slitted eyes gazed down at him with formidable authority, and the terrifying aura weighed upon him like a tangible force, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Each breath becoming a laborious task. Blue scales adorned his body, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight, while a pair of broad bat-like wings unfurled behind him. The resulting gust of cold wind rapidly encasing the surroundings in ice. Resisting the biting chill with his haki, Beard's expression darkened. A devil fruit user? A Zoan-type mythical beast? He had long suspected Luo Ya was a user of some ability, but the realization that Luo Ya wielded freezing powers left him uncertain. He could bet his life that Admiral Akiji was still alive, for not long ago, his informant had told him that Akiji had gone to the East Blue. How could a dignified admiral fall in the weakest East Blue? Since Akiji was still alive, and considering that two identical devil fruits could not exist simultaneously, the possibility of Luo Ya having consumed the freezing fruit was eliminated, leading to the conclusion, Luo Ya is a Zoan-type mythical beast. The freezing was merely an ability conferred by his form. Hearing Beard's thoughts, Luo Ya chuckled lightly. Correct, but there is no reward. His voice had taken on a hoarse, deep timbre, akin to electronic synthesis, a minor effect of his transformed physical structure. After speaking, Luo Ya swooped down like a wild goose, his sharp dragon claws lunging toward Beard's chest, unleashing a terrifying dragon's might at close range, overwhelming Beard. Such speed. Beard was momentarily paralyzed by fear, the inexplicable pressure slowing his movements, leaving him unable to evade. Instinctively, he reached for his dagger to block, but realized with a start that he had thrown it far away, leaving his hands empty. Swoosh. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed as torrents of blood sprayed forth, coalescing midair into crimson ice pillars. After landing his attack, Luo Ya did not pause to admire his handiwork. He turned and delivered a powerful kick that sent the pained Beard flying. Here's a taste of your own medicine. 720 spinning kick. Thud. A dull crash resonated. Beard was astonished to discover that in this state, Luo Ya's strength had increased several-fold. The monstrous strength displayed during their earlier confrontation had already left him breathless, and now it was utterly insurmountable. He was forced to harden his head with armament haki, only to be sent hurtling away. The perfect combination of force and speed generated immense inertia, causing his body to trace an arc in the air before he plummeted headfirst into the ground. Boom. The earth groaned in protest, shockwaves radiating outward, leaving a crater several meters in diameter, with spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading. Ugh. Under this heavy blow, Beard coughed up blood. He felt the sensation Luo Ya had just inflicted upon him, the jarring impact making his brain feel as though it were trembling, leaving him nauseous and on the verge of vomiting. Yet before he could catch his breath, the chilling presence that appeared behind him jolted him awake. Ice Make. Heavy armored cavalry. The ice bombs, aside from their freezing effect, primarily served as a means to clear the battlefield through massive explosions. For Beard, who could harden his entire body, this would not be particularly effective. He was no Losai, having genuinely mastered haki to envelop his entire being. The heavy armored cavalry focused on penetrating power, making it Luo Ya's strongest piercing magic, capable of breaking through Losai's defenses. Faced with Beard's stronger haki, Luo Ya prudently opted for this technique. A colossal ice spear, 3 meters long, materialized before Luo Ya's palm, then shot forth with lightning speed, crashing heavily into Beard's back. Rip. Beard was directly struck by the enormous ice spear, driving him deep into the crater. Completing this series of attacks, Luo Ya quickly took a breath, rubbing his chest. Damn, that shock was too intense. Even with instant freezing, it nearly shattered my heart. The reason Luo Ya had refrained from using an ice coffin to freeze Beard was due to concerns about that specially crafted dagger in his hand. Beard's high-frequency fruit bore similarities to Bartolomeo, Luffy's #1 fan. Both wielded immense power upon obtaining their abilities. However, this also made subsequent development, enhancement, or even mere control of their powers exceedingly difficult. If Beard were to touch and utilize the high-frequency vibrations, most objects in the world of One Piece would shatter. A force not to be underestimated, especially combined with that indestructible dagger. Yet, one must remember, Beard was once a renowned swordsman. This is rather awkward, isn't it? The dagger of Beard was forged in such circumstances, with the handle crafted from exceptionally shock-resistant materials, and the blade primarily composed of sea stone, enhanced with various rare metals. While not particularly sharp, its quality is assured. Losing the dagger is akin to severing one of Beard's limbs. The ice coffin possesses immense power, however. Once dispersed throughout Beard's body, it becomes nearly impossible to conclude the battle. At most, it may only inflict frostbite, but with the ability granted by the high-frequency fruit, he can swiftly extricate himself. Yet, when utilized on a compact dagger, the effect differs significantly, condensing the chilling ice into a small mass that envelopes the dagger, where a mere touch can cause Beard's flesh to freeze and adhere. Furthermore, due to the reduced area, the intensity increases, making it no easy feat for Beard to shatter it. If he attempts to retrieve the dagger, he would truly fall into Luo Ya's trap. Taking several deep breaths to steady the agonizing throb of his heart, Luo Ya fixed his gaze upon the indentation before him. Following the previous attack, even if it had penetrated Beard, it was improbable that he would perish so easily. As anticipated, a sudden violent tremor erupted from the pit, and a massive stone cone surged from the ground, targeting Luo Ya in midair. Could he still unleash such a formidable attack? It seems the eastern wind must cleanse the land. Luo Ya, with a stoic expression, observed the rapidly approaching stone cone. Almost in the very instant it was about to reach him, his bat-like wings sliced through the air, cleaving it into multiple segments. In the next moment, Beard burst forth from the debris. What drew the most attention was not the fist-sized hole in his abdomen, but the swirling flames enveloping his fist. Exploding fist, star shatter, even from a considerable distance. A fearsome punch wind rushed forth, making the air feel as though it had been siphoned away, leaving Luo Ya momentarily breathless. Such a terrifying assault. Luo Ya mused as he raised his hands and struck them together. Ice Make, Rash Omen, Ice Wolves, Tyrant Spear. In an instant, Luo Ya executed 3 consecutive shape-shifting spells. Fortunately, he had now fully integrated these magic forms. Otherwise, the backlash from expending that much magical energy would have rendered him immobile. Accompanying Luo Ya's movements, 3 colossal ice gates materialized midair, standing in front of Beard. The sharp edges of these gates signaled to Beard just how formidable they were. Did he truly think this would deter me? What a jest! Blood seeped from the corner of Beard's mouth, and the gaping wound in his abdomen caused his stamina to rapidly dwindle. Reluctant to meet his demise, Beard realized that if he could not match Luo Ya's speed, escape was futile. Thus, he must swiftly conclude the battle to allow time for healing. Boom! The flaming fist shattered the first ice gate, followed by the second and third. After breaking through the ice gates, Beard could clearly see Luo Ya. Yet the fleeting glint of amusement in his eyes and the pronounced bulge of his cheeks filled him with unease. Without time for contemplation, countless ice wolves lunged at him. Some biting at his thighs, others at his throat, each one clinging to his body. Hardened, Beard's body turned pitch black as he braced against the ice wolves' relentless gnawing. He discerned Luo Ya's intent to diminish his speed. Though the rationale eluded him, he adhered to the warning of his observation haki and dared not linger. Nor could he afford to. The execution of this ultimate technique rendered him akin to a falling star, and overcoming such powerful inertia proved a formidable challenge. Thus, he chose to endure. However, in the next moment, a massive ice spear, spanning dozens of meters, descended violently towards his head. Boom! Beard's momentum faltered once more. The sensation of a weighty object crashing upon him was far from pleasant, yet he persevered. Yet, when he finally reached Luo Ya, he was met with an imposing blue magical array towering before him. What in the world is this? With this thought racing through his mind, Beard was instantly engulfed by a terrifying blizzard. Chapter 71. Luo Ya's Victory, Tony's Despair. Beard is a formidable pirate. Prior to acquiring the high-frequency fruit, he was renowned for his dual mastery of sword and fist. If that specially crafted dagger represented one of Beard's arms, embodying his swordsmanship, then the exploding fist served as his other. Moreover, he possessed a third hand, the high-frequency fruit. Such comprehensive abilities enabled him to exhibit formidable prowess at all times, even establishing a considerable reputation in the New World. Yet, misfortune struck as he encountered Luo Ya, who possessed an even more well-rounded set of abilities. The tremendous amplification brought about by his pseudo-dragon transformation, coupled with the sudden suppression of dragon might, caught Beard off guard, leading to a flurry of blows that left him bewildered, only regaining some clarity once pierced through the abdomen. Faced with Luo Ya's sudden surge in strength, Beard felt nothing but shock and fear. However, he was ultimately a grand pirate, accustomed to the battleground and the haze of gunpowder. Even in fear, he could not allow his fighting spirit to wane. In a clash of the brave, victory favors the courageous. This principle holds true in every realm. Thus, he resolved to fight with all his might. The roar of the ice dragon, just as Beard broke free from the encirclement. He had not a moment to revel in his escape before being swept into a frigid tempest. Countless shards of ice transformed into a torrential storm, ruthlessly slicing into his flesh. The blood, not yet dissipated in the air, crystallized into blood-red ice fragments. The raging magical energy stirred a storm. The icy currents potent enough to shatter steel, extinguishing the flames on Beard's hands in the blink of an eye. Beard's strongest technique failed to even create a ripple before being mercilessly engulfed by the tempest. The chilling sounds of freezing echoed ceaselessly, sending shivers down one's spine. The structure, which had barely managed to stand, need no longer fear collapse, for it had transformed into a mere ice sculpture. How is this possible? Within the icy storm, Beard struggled desperately. Yet, as the biting cold permeated his body, freezing his limbs and torso, he found himself no sturdier than a shard of glass. Upon lifting his hand, a sharp crack echoed, and his entire arm shattered at the shoulder, immediately reduced to a flurry of sharp ice shards. I have actually fallen to a rookie? In his final moments, Beard, speechless, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to raise his head, gazing up at Luo Ya in the sky. Has even the Navy birthed monsters? This sea is about to descend into chaos. Boom. The icy tempest propelled him downwards, crashing into the ground. Yet it did not cease. The shards of ice pulverized stone and soil, delving deeper and leaving behind an unfathomably deep pit. Then, a thunderous explosion resonated, akin to muffled thunder, echoing throughout the great snail city. Accompanying the explosion, numerous ice crystals suddenly erupted from the ground, sprouting into towering ice trees reaching several meters high. Hey, is there an earthquake again? In a certain part of Snail City, Ludo struggled to grip the wall, anchoring himself to it as he bore the weight of exhausted children clinging to him. Just then, a building nearby, ravaged by cannon fire, collapsed with a thunderous crash. A massive stone weighing several tons plummeting directly towards Ludo. Instinctively, he prepared to withstand the blow with his iron resolve, but he suddenly remembered that he was not alone. The children clinging to him, and the refugees behind him would likely be unable to escape. Frustration surged within him, his eyes bloodshot, and the feeling of helplessness compelled him to bite his lip. Could he really abandon them? Ludo pondered, but swiftly shook his head to dismiss the thought. He could never do that. In an instant, a figure appeared above him, wielding a spiked club that swung through the air like a dragon, smashing down onto the falling stone. With a resounding crash, the boulder shattered into countless smaller fragments. Though the debris still hurt, the lethal threat had dissipated. Ludo exclaimed in surprise, Mingda, have you mastered the moonstep? As Mingda landed, he stumbled slightly but quickly regained his footing, growling, is this really the time to be discussing that? Hurry, get them to safety. Startled by Mingda's tone, Ludo shot him an irritated glance. Humph, what's so impressive about that? It's just the moonstep. I'm already learning to shave. Mingda inhaled deeply, suppressing his urge to strike Ludo. As Ludo followed a naval soldier away from the street, Mingda leaped into the air, scanning the area until he spotted the frozen ruins. Is Roy over there? I wonder if Tony is with him. That fool, being a novice and yet so oblivious. Where on earth has he run off to? With that thought, Mingda sped towards that direction. At that moment, Tony felt unwell, as if struck by a severe illness. His complexion was pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down as he staggered along the streets of Greenleaf Town. Occasionally, members of the Dola pirate crew peered cautiously from the sidelines, too fearful to make a move. A glance behind Tony would reveal the source of their terror. An entire block behind him was littered with corpses, both from the Dola pirate crew and the survivors of Greenleaf Town. Anyone who dared to impede the progress of this harbinger of death met a grim fate. The scattered limbs and remains testified to his madness. The sword in his hand seemed alive, grotesque growths entwining it, its girth akin to that of a thumb. It appeared as if it were muscle tissue. Yet it was as sharp as a razor and as hard as steel. Witnesses beheld this harbinger splitting a 10-meter-high building in half with that living sword. The cut smooth and the resulting shockwave cleaving the adjacent street, the very ground itself torn asunder. Hey, that's the captain's direction. Should we warn him? A pirate, hiding behind a wooden cart at the street's edge, whispered to his companion. Why don't you go? The only way to the mayor's residence is this route. You could try to leap over from the rooftops. On second thought, never mind. The speaking pirate swallowed hard and fell silent. However, his words had already roused the harbinger. A blue-white sword aura suddenly surged forth, severing his head almost instantaneously after he spoke. The momentum continued, cleaving another pirate at the chest before abruptly vanishing. The acrid scent of blood hung thick in the air as Tony, with an impassive expression, retracted his longsword, muttering annoying chatter. He then continued his leisurely advance. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, Tony was anything but tranquil. He felt a deep-seated fear. He had only wished to question those two pirates for their loud conversation. Yet before he could command his body, it acted of its own accord, dispatching them in an instant. It felt as if another version of himself had emerged within, sharing his thought processes, but with a murderous intent far more potent. Moreover, the sword aura, after eliminating the second pirate, vanished in an instant, showcasing a level of control and precision he had never before imagined. What terrified him most, however, was that under the influence of this mindset, he had inadvertently slain numerous innocents, people who needed salvation, who yearned for rescue. He had killed them simply for being in his path. In that moment, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of despair. What have I become? Chapter 72. The rescue of rookie Tony in the bustling marketplace of Snail City. Mingda arrived to find only Luo Ya present. Tony was nowhere to be seen. However, this was not the moment to dwell on Tony's novice demeanor. Luo Ya appeared gravely injured, prompting Mingda to feel a surge of alarm. A large bruise marred Luo Ya's chest, a remnant of the earlier confrontation with Beard's dagger. Dust clung to his short, tousled hair, contrasting starkly with the pristine ice crystals surrounding him, amplifying his disarray. His body bore multiple bruises, and a deep gash marred his face, as if struck by a sharp weapon. "Hey, Luo Ya, are you all right?" Mingda asked anxiously, a blend of concern for his comrade and worry for his well-being evident in his tone. In the elite camp, Luo Ya is a figure of immense terror. Yet he now finds himself in such a dire state. One cannot help but ponder the sheer ferocity of the scavenger pirates. "Ah, it is Mingda." Luo Ya, seated on the ground, gasped for breath as he picked up a piece of ice and began to gnaw on it. The Dragon Slayer Mage possesses the remarkable ability to consume materials of the same attribute, thereby restoring both stamina and magical energy. They can even devour other forms of energy to unleash a frenzied onslaught, although the latter incurs significant side effects. However, a Dragon Slayer Mage cannot consume their own magic, nor can they ingest materials of the same attribute. The ice before him, indeed conjured by Luo Ya's own magic, becomes a fleeting resource. Once he relinquishes control over the shaping spell, the inherent Dragon Slayer magic dissipates rapidly, transforming the ice into mere frost. Thus, Luo Ya is able to consume the ice to rejuvenate his strength, despite the fact that Beard was swiftly defeated by Luo Ya's Ice Dragon Roar. This was executed in the awakened state of pseudo-dragon transformation, amplifying its power to over 3 times that of a standard roar. Moreover, to achieve a lethal blow, Luo Ya opted to augment his magical output, a practice commonly referred to as overloading, channeling the majority of his magical energy into the attack, which ultimately led to Beard's demise. Following such a formidable magical cannon, his magical energy plummeted to below 500, leaving him utterly drained, devoid of the strength to even rise to his feet. As Luo Ya munched on the ice, a chilling spectacle unfolded before Mingda's eyes. The previously bruised Luo Ya, with each bite of ice, witnessed his contusions fading at a visible pace. The wounds upon his face gradually mended, transforming from gaping lacerations into mere faint red lines. After a hearty belch and brushing off the dust from his attire, Luo Ya leaped from the ruins and stretched his limbs, exclaiming, "Ah, I feel much better. By the way, Mingda, how's the rescue of the refugees faring?" Upon hearing Luo Ya's inquiry, Mingda snapped back to reality from his astonishment and promptly replied, "Indeed. Currently, only the pirates in the eastern district of Big Snail City continue to resist, while our comrades are engaged in battle with them. The remaining areas have largely been cleared, and Aludo is leading the soldiers in mopping up the remnants and aiding the refugees. As for other towns, due to a shortage of personnel, we are temporarily unable to ascertain the situation." "Well done." Luo Ya nodded in approval, leaving Mingda somewhat taken aback. "However, aren't there 3 of you? What about Tony?" Mingda's lips twitched. "I suppose he must have lost his way. Do you believe that? This is rather awkward. Perhaps it is the sorrow for the tragedies endured by this nation that weighs heavily on their hearts, as the heavens witness the downfall of the perpetrator. They weep tears of joy." The torrential rain cascaded in sheets, drumming against a massive ice umbrella. Beneath its shelter, dozens of refugees huddled together, pressing against one another for warmth. After all, it was merely a decrepit wave-breaking vessel with limited capacity, lacking sufficient supplies to aid all the refugees, not to mention, there was no hot soup to drink, nor even clothing to shield their bodies. Now, the area surrounding the warship had transformed into a concentration point for the displaced, with the deck teeming with people. The ice umbrella of Luo Ya was created under such circumstances. At this moment, countless refugees gazed at the bow of the ship with eyes filled with reverence and admiration, standing like pines against the torrential downpour, their gaze fixed on Luo Ya. Clad in a somewhat tattered uniform of a new recruit, he nonetheless exuded an undeniable and silent grandeur. Merely by his presence, he instilled an immense sense of reassurance within them, as if the sky could fall and there would be no cause for concern. For Lord Luo Ya would surely protect them. Luo Ya had not anticipated that his decision to rescue the refugees, driven by his anger, would garner him such a legion of fervent admirers. Indeed, they were fervent, for in their eyes, Luo Ya embodied the frenzied devotion typically reserved for the fans of those infamous celebrities from his previous life. What of my Appa's vices? You are unworthy to even partake. It was an exaggeration, yet it held an element of truth. It was likely that even if Luo Ya were to eliminate them all, they would still believe he acted in their best interest, having grown up under the sun, untouched by darkness. Luo Ya found it difficult to comprehend the mentality of these refugees. He could only sigh deeply, setting aside his inner musings. Battling the torrential rain, Mingda hastily approached Luo Ya and saluted earnestly. Luo Ya, the refugees from Big Snail City have mostly gathered. The streets have been lined with numerous billboards as per your directives. As long as there are survivors, they will surely find their way here. After this incident, Mingda was entirely convinced of Luo Ya's capabilities. His formidable strength, judicious aid arrangements, and a demeanor that was both callous and compassionate coalesced into a unique charisma. How could I possibly compare? Mingda lamented inwardly. Upon hearing Mingda's report, Luo Ya nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired with curiosity, what of Tony? Still unaccounted for? Indeed. Upon mentioning him, Mingda's demeanor shifted, and he expressed his frustration. I have no idea where that rascal has wandered off. However, some refugees claimed to have seen a Navy soldier in new recruit attire traversing the forest towards Greenleaf Town in the northwest direction of Big Snail City. Not long ago, there were reports of blue sword energy soaring into the sky from that area, which likely corresponds with Tony's description. That must be him then. As long as he is alive, that is sufficient. Luo Ya did not wish for his inaugural mission to result in such significant loss. In comparison to himself, Tony was indeed rather weak, yet he was still a member of the elite camp, a prodigy who had risen above countless recruits, and his potential was boundless. With the news that Tony had survived, Luo Ya felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Take a moment to rest. I shall retrieve him from Greenleaf Town. He muttered, is being directionally challenged a passive skill of a swordsman? As he rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Yes, I appreciate your assistance. Mingda saluted once more before turning to leave. As he walked along the deck, his expression was somewhat peculiar, and he murmured to himself, he truly is a monster. After continuously exerting his abilities for half a day, does he not tire? Luo Ya's hearing was remarkably acute. Mingda believed that his voice was soft and that the sound of the rain would mask it, rendering it inaudible to Luo Ya. However, to his astonishment, that faint sound was as loud as a trumpet in Luo Ya's ears. In the next moment, Luo Ya appeared beside him, draping an arm around his shoulder and regarding him with a benevolent gaze. Heh, feeling a bit mischievous, are we? I am but a child. I implore you to spare me this once. Mingda bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Luo Ya naturally requires rest, however. He possesses the remarkable ability to restore his stamina by devouring ice blocks. In moments of mental fatigue, he can repeatedly employ this method, which stands as a distinct advantage of his status as a Dragon Slayer Mage. It is foreseeable that when Luo Ya's physical prowess reaches a level akin to that of Akiji or Akainu, the significance of this ability will be magnified immensely. As long as he is not dispatched with a few blows, he can engage in prolonged battles with adversaries 10 days and nights, or even a month, would pose no challenge. Is this not the essence of cultivation? Who fears whom? However, this restorative capacity does not mend injuries. Should he encounter an opponent equally adept in sustained combat, utilizing tactics such as bloodletting or toxic gases, he would find himself at a loss. The healing he previously observed in Minder stemmed from his mastery of the 6 styles to a certain extent, allowing him to touch upon the threshold of life restoration, augmented by the regenerative capabilities bestowed by his dragon form. The dragon form not only grants Luo Ya immense strength and resilience, but also an astonishing regenerative ability. Yet, this very aspect is why Luo Ya remains vigilant towards the system, as such formidable healing may have transcended the definition of a Dragon Slayer Mage. Is it a consequence of the system, or a trait inherent to the Dragon Slayer Mage? Perhaps it is merely a characteristic of the Ice Dragon. These questions remain shrouded in uncertainty. For now, he understands that this passive ability cannot be employed excessively, bound by some ineffable limitation. Thus, he must hasten his training in the 6 styles to soon master life restoration, averting future scenarios where injury renders him unable to continue fighting. Chapter 73, Salvation? Gratitude to the reader Xiao Mo and Xiao Lin for their generous donations. Gratitude to the reader Yinji for their generous donations. In Greenleaf Town, the mayor's residence stands as a testament to tyranny and exploitation, the mayor a despot who ruthlessly plunders the resources of the common folk. Relying on his royal lineage, he holds the common citizens in contempt, believing that subjects must heed the king's decree, and that the townsfolk must submit to his will, a hubris slightly less pronounced than that of the warlord of Magua. Thus, when news of his demise spread, the members of the Dora pirate crew were perplexed to discover that the townspeople exhibited no fear, and in fact, displayed a semblance of joy, nearly preparing to celebrate. Enraged, the Dora pirate crew resorted to executing several respected elders, after which the residents of Greenleaf Town reluctantly acquiesced to their authority, coerced into compelling their families to launch an assault on Big Snail City. Retreat meant death for their families, advancing meant risking only their own lives. This stark choice was readily apparent to the youth, leading to a swift conclusion. Upon Tony's arrival, he found the townsfolk mobilizing militias, orchestrating their next offensive, while the raucous proclamations of the pirates echoed from the loudspeakers at the entrance. The mayor, in life, had deemed himself superior, opting not to dwell amongst the populace. Instead, he constructed a manor atop a hill outside the town, accessible by a single road connecting it to the town. In times past, this thoroughfare symbolized the mayor's authority. Now, it had become a death knell for the Dora pirate crew. No pirate could escape Tony's watchful gaze as they attempted to flee down this path to alert others. Any who dared were swiftly dispatched, their remains scattered within a 100-meter radius. As a pirate stationed at the entrance spotted Tony approaching, laughter erupted. "Look, another swordsman has come. Do you think he's lost his mind?" "I believe so. Same old rules. You shoot the left eye, and I'll take the right. The loser surrenders the rum gifted by the captain last time? No problem." Though the Dora pirate crew had not perpetrated a massacre in the town, their nature was not dissimilar to that of the cleansing pirate crew. They were simply too weak to withstand the formidable might of Beardo, which had rendered them incapable of resisting the sporadic incursions of Rocky's subordinates. They had to rely on the strength of the town's youth to barely fend off the occasional forays. Yet, the figure before them appeared unfamiliar. Likely just another swordsman seeking revenge. Such individuals were easily dealt with, often dispatched with a single bullet. Though Greenleaf Town was not the weakest sea, the denizens of the South Sea could hardly be considered formidable. After all, it was a matter of a bullet. Tony's garments had long since been soaked in blood, the sticky fabric clinging uncomfortably to him, prompting him to tear it off and discard it. Thus, the two pirates were entirely unaware that the swordsman before them was, in fact, a naval officer. They chuckled as they raised their firearms. Bang! The gunfire erupted, yet the anticipated scene of brain matter exploding did not materialize. Instead, the two felt a sudden chill at their necks, their heads abruptly detached. Swish! A sharp blade of energy sliced through the iron gate. Crafted from high-quality iron and costly to produce, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash, sending dust soaring high into the air. The civilians and pirates within were taken aback, staring dumbfounded at the manor's entrance. Upon entering, Tony beheld a small, bald figure peering through the window. "What has transpired?" The shrill voice pierced the air, reminiscent of a blade scraping across glass. The dwarf captain, scarcely taller than 1.30 meters, seethed with rage, his flabby face quivering, as if it could drip with grease. Confronted with Dora's outburst, Tony's gaze traversed the panicked crowd, settling upon Dora at the windowsill. He calmly inquired, "Are you the Dora of the Dora pirate crew?" "Indeed, that is I." "You buzz." Before Dora could finish his sentence, a piercing hum interrupted him. It emanated from the sword in Tony's grip, yearning for blood, thirsting for death, as countless tendrils erupted from its surface, writhing in the air. "What manner of creature are you?" Tony, resigned to the unfolding scene, felt himself being drawn upward by the sword, executing an imperfect shave to ascend to the second floor. One sword style, arc light. Thwack! A single slash cleaved through, revealing a fleeting shadow. Dora was merely a bounty of 45 million. The majority of his bounty stemmed from his misdeeds rather than his capabilities. How could he withstand the onslaught of Tony's enhanced strike? Merely managing a feeble evasion was his utmost limit. With a resounding slash, Tony's blade carved through Dora's abdomen, creating a gaping wound. Entrails spilled forth, accompanied by torrents of blood, as Dora's eyes widened in shock. Clutching his belly, he collapsed, yet he still clung to life. Tony understood that it was not Dora's evasion that saved him. Rather, it was a mere tasting. To ascend as the captain of such a vast pirate crew, Dora's strength could not be trifled with. When faced with opponents of considerable might, the sword would act accordingly. First, it would strike, sampling the essence. If the flavor pleased it, it would not hesitate to conclude matters swiftly. However, if it found the taste unsatisfactory, it would relish in rendering the opponent to mere pulp. The emotional connection of the tendrils latched onto Tony conveyed that Dora's blood not only failed to satisfy, it ignited a wrath akin to betrayal within the sword. It demanded to reduce him to mere remnants. The captain has been attacked. The members of the Dora pirate crew snapped back to reality, furiously charging up the stairs. Observing the throng of pirates surging through the door, Tony clenched his teeth, striving to maintain focus on these adversaries. He had already failed this rescue mission, having taken the lives of so many innocents. Even if some were coerced by pirates to attack him, it cannot obscure his transgressions. He is willing to atone with his life. Yet, at the very least, he must eradicate this pack of beasts. Thunder roared, heralding the impending downpour. When Luo Ya arrived at Greenleaf Town, he was taken aback by the scene before him, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. Scattered limbs and severed heads lay everywhere, with pools of fresh blood staining the gray stones of vivid crimson. Some bloodstains had already dried, their darkened splotches emitting a nauseating stench, while a few flies danced merrily upon the corpses and gore. It was somewhat revolting, yet the job was done quite well. Tony. As Luo Ya pondered, he strode forward, but suddenly halted, turning his gaze towards a corner of the wall. There lay the corpse of a dark-skinned man clad in laborer's garb, cleaved in two by a sharp blade from shoulder to right hip. Yet, it was not merely this gruesome sight that left Luo Ya in shock. It was the pocket watch in the man's hand, adorned with a photograph. The image captured a man, a woman, and a child together, suggesting that, in his final moments, the man yearned to glimpse his family once more. Strikingly, the backdrop of that photograph was none other than Greenleaf Town. This revelation dispelled any notion that he was a pirate. Indeed, the victim, bearing wounds akin to those of other pirates, had once been a resident of Greenleaf Town. Could it truly be so melodramatic? Luo Ya anxiously shook his head as a bold thought surged within him. As he continued on, the scattered corpses along the path rendered this audacious notion increasingly plausible. Luo Ya clenched his fists, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him as his gaze fixed upon the estate atop the distant hill. Tony, tell me this was not intentional. Chapter 74. The Tentacled Monster. Tony. With a swift flick of his blade, the air crackled with the sounds of clashing steel and the scent of blood filled the atmosphere. Wherever Tony traversed, none could thwart the onslaught of his ordinary iron sword. Those who dared to impede his path were reduced to mere remnants. An assortment of flesh and weaponry scattered like a grotesque fruit platter. In Tony's wake lay only severed limbs and spilt blood. Kill. For the children who lost their parents. Kill. For the wives who lost their husbands. Kill. For the innocent lives extinguished in the cataclysm. Initially, Tony endeavored to reclaim control over his own body. However, he soon recognized that if the target of his wrath was this band of pirates, he harbored no qualms about surrendering control. The entity that wielded his body was far more efficient and succinct in its slaughter than he could ever be, fully satisfying his thirst for vengeance. Though inhabiting the same vessel, the combat prowess exhibited under this fleshly dominion surpassed his own consciousness-driven efforts by at least threefold. Tony discovered, to his astonishment, that in this state, he could effortlessly sever steel, an ability reserved for those sword masters who have comprehended the essence of cutting through iron. Thus, he relinquished himself to the carnage, seeking to experience the realm of the sword master through battle. Yet, gradually, his vision was tainted by crimson, his thoughts began to unravel, and he soon found himself lost in the throes of slaughter. When Luo Ya eventually located Tony within the estate, pursuing the pirates, he was met with a nightmarish tableau. Whether Tony could still be deemed human was now a matter of conjecture. From Luo Ya's perspective, what lay before him resembled a grotesque, tentacled figure akin to a cosplay rendition of an octopus, reminiscent of the formidable boss from the second installment of Resident Evil. Tony's right hand had morphed entirely into a mass of tentacles, enveloped in a dense network of fleshly growths. The substantial protrusion sprouting from these growths was presumably the long sword he had once wielded. Additionally, these fleshly tendrils had begun to spread to other parts of his body, occasionally darting forth at alarming speed to pierce unsuspecting pirates. Upon retracting, the tendrils would snap shut, voraciously devouring the extracted entrails. Following each meal, another tendril emerged from Tony's skin, presenting an utterly horrifying visage. Luo Ya immediately recognized him as Tony, relieved that he had arrived early. He noticed that Tony's face was still mostly exposed. However, it was evident that something was amiss with Tony as Luo Ya stepped before him. He was met with an onslaught of numerous tentacles. Sensing the perilous aura emanating from Luo Ya, the tentacles launched their merciless assault with maximum ferocity. Hey, did I provoke you? Is merely passing by a crime? Faced with the overwhelming barrage of tentacles and the ominous sword in Tony's hand, Luo Ya clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful strike. Ice make, blizzard. Suddenly, a tempest arose, swirling with ice and snow, colliding with the incoming attack. Crack. Even transformed into a monstrosity of tentacles, the disparity in raw strength between Tony and Luo Ya was insurmountable. The onrushing tentacles met the icy storm, instantly freezing upon contact, shattering into fragments that danced through the air. With the unpleasant tentacles dispatched, the blizzard continued unabated, crashing into Tony and encasing him in a sculpture of ice. Enough is enough. Why has a noble swordsman been reduced to this? Brushing the icy residue from his hands, Luo Ya approached Tony's frozen form. The pirates, who had been fleeing in all directions, felt the chilling breeze behind them and turned to see, with astonishment, that the monster had been encased in ice. They halted, curious to comprehend the situation. They still remembered Tony's proclamations of justice before his transformation. Thus, were they to turn against one of their own? The recently divided pirates pondered this. Just as Luo Ya prepared to shatter the ice and prevent Tony from perishing, he noticed the sound of footsteps had vanished, prompting a bewildered glance over his shoulder. To his near amusement, he realized they were now more fearful of Tony than of him. How disrespectful. Consequently, Luo Ya hoisted the ice sculpture onto his shoulder and ascended into the sky with a graceful leap. He then puffed out his cheeks, conjuring a towering blue magic circle before him. With a deep breath, he opened his mouth and unleashed the roar of an ice dragon. Boom. Following the explosion, silence enveloped the world. The members of the Dora pirate crew felt a wave of regret wash over them. Why had they meddled in such affairs? Now they awaited their doom. Mind, bring the strongest rope. Bind him tightly. Aludo, stop crying. A life lost cannot be restored. Go fetch the sea stone handcuffs. Upon returning to the Waybreaker, Luo Ya immediately set about assigning tasks, regardless of whether Tony's actions were intentional. As a naval officer, the act of taking innocent lives constitutes a grave offense, although it is highly plausible that he was attacked during a moment of confusion between friend and foe. It does not alter the undeniable fact that Tony has caused the deaths of numerous civilians. Hearing Luo Ya's orders, the recently awakened minder rubbed his eyes and hurried off to the storeroom in search of ropes. Aludo, having just laid down the lifeless body of a little girl he could not save, wept as he sought out handcuffs. Before long, both items were presented before Luo Ya. He first secured Tony with the handcuffs, then took up a rope crafted from the sinews of sea creatures, wrapping it tightly around Tony's body until the fibers were embedded deep within his flesh, finally tying a secure knot. Aludo watched in horror, as if the rope were constricting his own flesh. Once Luo Ya had finished with his task, Minder, filled with confusion, inquired, Luo Ya, what has happened to Tony? Oh, you mean him? Luo Ya replied, pulling out a cigar he had found and placing it between his lips, returning to the habits of a smoker after months of abstinence. He took a deep drag, savoring the aroma of the cigar before slowly exhaling. After surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping, he continued. He has killed dozens of civilians in Greenleaf Town. What? How is that possible? Aludo and Minder exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the attention of several naval officers. However, they quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and fell silent. Minder grasped Luo Ya's arm while Aludo hoisted Tony's unconscious form, leading them into the ship's cabin. They carefully laid Tony on a bed, and Aludo, filled with anxiety, pressed Luo Ya for answers. What on earth happened, Luo Ya? Why did Tony kill civilians? This is a serious crime. If it were a branch office under lax supervision, such an act might be overlooked if the news were contained. But we are the elite unit of the headquarters. With 3 warships in tow, how could this not be exposed? If discovered, Tony will face a military tribunal. He may not survive the ordeal, let alone escape unscathed. Should Tony be perceived as a cold-blooded murderer, it might not raise eyebrows. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that apart from the typical flaws of a swordsman seeking to challenge himself, Tony is known for his amiable nature. Why would he resort to killing civilians, especially in such numbers? Minder remained silent, his brow furrowed as he leaned against the door, watching Luo Ya intently. However, Luo Ya did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the lifeless Tony on the bed. Indeed, why is that? Perhaps you should enlighten us, Mr. Tony Mill? Chapter 75, Rear Admiral of Headquarters. Fire Mountain gratitude to the book Friendy Yi for the generous donation of 200. And thanks to the friend Underworld with pits for the 100. Luo Ya's words roused Aludo and Mind, both of whom swiftly turned around. Indeed, Tony on the bed had just opened his eyes. What a gaze it was, imbued with anger, despair, pain, regret, and sorrow. A multitude of emotions coalesced within those eyes, evoking a sense of compassion in any who dared to look. Yet, the three of them were resolute warriors, unyielding to the potent influence of Tony's gaze. Upon witnessing his awakening, a furious man viciously pressed his spiked club against Tony's throat, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? If you wish to die, I shall grant you that release right now." With that, he forcefully pressed the club downward, the sharp spikes easily piercing the skin and entering the veins, causing blood to flow profusely down his neck, quickly staining the sheets crimson. However, Tony remained motionless, as if oblivious, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Calm down, Mind," Ludo urgently interjected, lunging forward to grasp the club with one hand. His strength had never faltered against anyone in the elite camp, save for Luo Ya, and he seized it firmly, preventing Min from advancing another inch. Enough. At that moment, Luo Ya, who had been quietly seated upon the floating ice, roared, interrupting their struggle. Feeling the chill in the air, both men shuddered in unison and instinctively released their grips. Yet, Ludo subtly positioned himself in front of Tony's bed, shoving Min aside, mirroring the protective stance he had once taken before Luo Ya in the elite camp. Observing this, Luo Ya sighed in resignation, rising to glide gracefully towards the door. "Well, since you choose not to speak, I shall refrain from pressing further. Just remember, when the time comes, we can all be blind and deaf." As he reached the doorway, Luo Ya paused, suddenly self-mocking, "Because we are the Navy." With that, he turned his back and chose to depart. He knew that if he did not maintain his pseudo-dragon form, he could not sustain prolonged levitation. Only through the use of moonwalk and transformation magic had he barely managed to hover in the air. Moreover, Tony's demeanor reminded him of a phrase, one that spoke of a life devoid of desire. Having lost the will to live, even death no longer instilled fear. Such a person, no matter how many questions were posed, would yield no answers. Luo Ya could only place her hopes upon Zephyr, a mentor whose ability to enlighten others is indeed quite convincing. Upon witnessing Luo Ya's departure, Mind and Ludo exchanged glances and followed her outside, leaving Tony alone in the dimly lit cabin, gazing up at the ceiling. After closing the door, Ludo couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked, "Hey, Mind, what did Luo Ya mean by that? You truly are quite dense." Mind chuckled softly, shaking his head. Suddenly, he turned serious, directing his gaze at Ludo. "However, you must remember, regardless of what happens in the future, you have seen and heard nothing regarding Tony, understand?" Ludo scratched his head, responding with a hint of confusion. "Oh, so I just shouldn't tell anyone, right?" Though his understanding was somewhat imprecise, it captured the essence of what was conveyed. Mind sighed, conceding to the futility of further explanation. Ludo was not unintelligent. His acumen lay solely in his combat prowess, and when it came to navigating life's intricacies, he often struggled to comprehend even a single sentence. A reality Mind had long since accepted. Time passed, and on the following morning, as the golden rays of dawn began to emerge on the horizon, a gentle yet chilly morning breeze swept across the faces of the patrolling Navy, causing them to shiver involuntarily. On the frozen watchtower, a duty-bound sailor, wrapped in a blanket, sat on a hewn plank, nodding off repeatedly. They were all utterly exhausted. Since the rescue operations commenced yesterday, many had not rested. With scarce resources, a shortage of medical supplies, the placement and security of refugees, and the arrangement of search and rescue personnel, a multitude of challenges loomed before them. Not only the lower-ranking soldiers, but also Luo Ya and her companions had not even blinked in weariness. As for the sleeping sentry, Luo Ya merely cast a glance in his direction before dismissing him. With Luo Ya's notification, the three warships that had set sail at staggered times soon arrived at He Vale. The bay, frozen by the power of the Ice Dragon, served as the finest beacon, as the three colossal warships steadily approached the shore. "Sound the alarm. Signal the boats to come ashore." "Yes." With the command issued, the coastline quickly became bustling. Large groups of refugees were startled awake, scattering in panic, colliding with tents and barriers in their frenzy. Luo Ya's lips curled in frustration as he turned to Ludo, exclaiming, "You fool. Why sound the alarm? Are you not aware of their current vulnerability?" Ludo glanced at Mind, who was maintaining order among the crowd, and awkwardly chuckled. "Ah, well, we used to do this every time we docked. I forgot. Forgot my foot." Luo Ya rolled his eyes, feeling utterly exasperated. Under Mind's speech, the refugees soon calmed down, not because of the compelling nature of his address, but rather due to the imposing sight of the three colossal warships drawing near, casting shadows over them. These vessels, dispatched to transport gold, were more than twice the size of ordinary warships. Mind looked on in astonishment, but continued his tasks with an air of composure. This is naval support. We are saved. We are saved. Hooray for the Navy. Sir, I beg you, please save my child. His injuries cannot wait any longer. Faced with the fervent pleas of the refugees, men could only offer some words of comfort before prioritizing the treatment of the injured, per Luo Ya's instructions. As for those lamenting their hunger, which held greater importance, nourishment or saving lives, Luo Ya stood like a statue, arms crossed, upon the rocky shore, the morning light glinting in his eyes, causing him to furrow his brow. On the deck of the leading warship, General Huishao Mountain, draped in a cloak of justice, mirrored Luo Ya's posture. A cigar held delicately between his lips. Their gazes locked, and with his characteristic benevolent smile, Huishao nodded at Luo Ya. The latter exhaled a long breath through his nose, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. As fellow disciples of Zephyr, Luo Ya shared a similar approach to action with General Huishao and others like Weasel. This was a tacit understanding among comrades, requiring no excessive words. A mere glance conveyed intent, and Huishao comprehended Luo Ya's meaning, just as Luo Ya understood his response. Observing Luo Ya's figure swiftly transition from the rocks to the shore, Huishao murmured to himself, the cigar bobbing with his movements. Luo Ya, what an extraordinary individual. Thank you. Thank you. An elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, bowed deeply to the Navy personnel distributing food, clutching a loaf of dry bread and a bottle of water. This left the young man somewhat flustered. He steeled himself and continued distributing provisions. Huishao maintained his smiling demeanor as he sat on a stool, puffing on his cigar. With only Luo Ya nearby, no one daring to approach. Gazing at the dawn along the horizon, Huishao suddenly spoke. What of the gold mine? The royal treasury holds gold bars worth approximately 12 billion berries, already smelted. As for the mine on the mountain, I have inspected it. The rich veins are shallow and easy to extract. That is splendid news, Huishao exclaimed. Otherwise, we would fail our mission, and despite saving numerous souls, we would still face our mentor's wrath upon our return. Following this mission, even as a vice admiral of the 16th Division, Huishao could no longer regard Luo Ya merely as a junior. Thus, he jested lightly with Luo Ya. The capabilities of Beard's fruit were exceedingly formidable. Having roamed the seas for over a decade, he was a formidable figure in the New World. Defeating Beard would serve as a testament to Luo Ya's prowess. At that moment, Huishao suddenly inquired, by the way, Luo Ya, where is that swordsman named Tony Mill? Luo Ya let out a long sigh. At last, what was inevitable had arrived. Chapter 76, The Perilous Contest of Horus. This matter could not be concealed. Even if he remained silent, Tony's demeanor was unmistakably troubled, and a thorough investigation would reveal the truth. Thus, Luo Ya opted for candor. He apprehended me. Apprehended. The action of smoking a cigar atop Fire Mountain momentarily paused as he looked at Luo Ya in astonishment. Why? Luo Ya furrowed his brow and sighed. Because he has killed civilians. Killed civilians. The Fire Mountain abruptly turned his head, incredulously gazing at the slender, battered ship. Below deck, in a makeshift prison, Tony was confined. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Is it truly grave? Indeed, it is serious. Although the original narrative depicted numerous scoundrels within the Navy, they were by no means representative of the Marine headquarters. On the contrary, the Marine headquarters stands as a paragon of justice, with strict military discipline, well-trained soldiers, and valiant combatants. It is more than capable of dealing with ordinary pirates, even disregarding the psychopathic admirals. The foremost contributor to the Marine headquarters' formidable combat prowess is its unwavering discipline. Should news of civilian casualties reach the higher-ups, even if execution is averted, imprisonment and impel down is certain. Not even Zephyr or Sengoku could protect him. Most critically, Tony is a disciple of Zephyr, a member of the elite corps. This is the crux of the matter. Never underestimate the so-called political struggles of the higher echelons, even within a passionate narrative. Fire Mountain had observed the criticisms Zephyr faced over the years. Though it was disheartening, the multitude of factors involved rendered him powerless. He maintained a facade of cheerfulness. Yet the distress lingered within. Just half a month prior, he learned that Vegapunk was to craft a mechanical prosthetic for Zephyr, which was now in the design stage. It was rumored to possess tremendous power, capable of overwhelming even the most formidable pirates. He could not fathom why Zephyr, now withdrawn from the forefront, would require such a weapon, especially one of such devastating might. Yet, this unease had taken root in his heart. Under these circumstances, if news of Tony's civilian casualties were to spread, no one could predict how Zephyr would respond to the oppression of the world government. Luo Ya fell into silence, fully aware of the political maneuvering at play, even though he had only recently arrived. After a moment's pause, he gazed at the waves crashing repeatedly against the shore and spoke solemnly. although Tony acted in a state of unconsciousness. The high-ranking officials will undoubtedly choose to selectively ignore this testimony. Therefore, may I entrust you with a task, General Fire Mountain? Oh, what is it? Fire Mountain inquired, his seemingly closed eyelids concealing a pair of eyes that sparkled with an enigmatic gleam. I hope you can cover this matter up and prevent the world government from discovering it. As for Tony's punishment, let it be decided by Master Zifa. At these words, Fire Mountain's expression turned unusually grave. Do you comprehend what you were saying, Christopher Luo Ya? You were shielding a criminal. Boom. An invisible aura erupted, and in that instant, the sounds of insects, birds, and the crashing waves faded into silence. In Luo Ya's eyes, it seemed as if only Fire Mountain remained in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. This was the first time Luo Ya had viscerally sensed the formidable power of a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. He was immensely strong, even surpassing Bearded. The aura exuded did not carry a significant intent to kill, nor was it the Conqueror's haki, yet the oppressive sensation struck him like a heavy hammer, leaving him breathless. However, faced with the serious demeanor of Fire Mountain, Luo Ya stubbornly held his head high, a powerful presence emanating from him that rivaled Fire Mountain. Of course, I understand. It was not Conqueror's haki, unable to stun the opponent. Yet, this unique aura of the strong infused their purest intentions, a contest of spirit and vitality, remaining perilously intense. Once a swordsman's sword intent is shattered, their strength diminishes drastically. Other abilities function similarly. Was the Moonlight Moria, who failed to challenge Kaido, truly as feeble as depicted in the original narrative? One must remember that Kaido is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. If he truly possessed only the capabilities displayed when he was sent flying by Luffy, surviving in the New World would be a miracle, let alone challenging Kaido. Following that defeat, although Moonlight Moria appeared to be alive, he was, in essence, already dead. Kaido had utterly destroyed his ambition on a psychological level, resulting in a significant reduction in his strength. I can only assist you up to this point, Oda-sensei. Now, Luo Ya and Fire Mountain were engaged in such a perilous duel. 2 soaring wills of combat intertwined silently in the air, drawing the attention of onlookers. Arludo stared blankly toward the coast, unable to fathom what transpired there with his limited intellect, yet he understood that approaching that direction would mean certain death. In contrast to Arludo's bewilderment, Mind merely cast a curious glance before diverting his attention. He believed that even if a confrontation were to ensue, Luo Ya would not be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the situation, even back when he was a gang leader. He noticed that even those who smashed up a venue would exhibit wary expressions upon his rising presence. This was a form of momentum, a pure aura. Luo Ya, truly, I must thank you. At this moment, the contest by the shore had reached a critical juncture. Luo Ya's disheartening realization struck him, in his current state. Without unleashing his dragon scales, he was indeed no match for the formidable Blaze Mountain. Although the Dragon Slayer Mage system bestowed him with tremendous power, the depth of his experience remained woefully inadequate. He lacked the decades of relentless honing and brutal combat that Blaze Mountain had undergone upon the tumultuous seas. With a scoff, Luo Ya acknowledged his inferiority, harboring no intention of fighting to the death or resorting to a false dragon transformation for victory, as such a win would ultimately prove futile. Consequently, he willingly retracted his aura, halting the contest before facing any backlash. Blaze Mountain, taken aback by the sudden change, paused and then, with a beaming smile, withdrew his own formidable presence. To seize the moment and press the advantage would only serve to sever ties with Luo Ya, a course of action contrary to Blaze Mountain's character. Moreover, should Luo Ya sustain any injuries, Zephyr would undoubtedly seek retribution. In an instant, the coastal atmosphere erupted into lively chatter once again. The two sat in silence side by side, the shattered rocks beneath their feet serving as testament to their earlier contest. Suddenly, Blaze Mountain erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. How delightful. Luo Ya, you truly are formidable. With a nonchalant roll of his eyes, Luo Ya chuckled softly, and what of it? What are your thoughts now? TSK. Luo Ya could be such a tedious fellow, Blaze Mountain mused, as he promptly retracted his previous statement, still wearing a cheerful grin. Luo Ya remained unmoved, gazing at him with a serious demeanor. Observing this, Huashishin deemed it sufficient and lowered his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke. In fact, Teacher Zifa had contemplated such a situation beforehand. What on earth? Luo Ya widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at him. Are you implying that Teacher Zephyr was aware that Tony would spiral out of control? Of course, he replied, the Shura swordsmanship, renowned as the preeminent art of assassination, naturally comes with its own set of side effects. After taking a puff from his cigarette, Huashan leisurely continued to elucidate, I am uncertain of the specifics, But Teacher Zephyr had long anticipated that Tony would lose himself in the throes of bloodshed, which is precisely why he entrusted me with this task. Had I known earlier. According to customary protocols, this should have been the responsibility of the ghost spider. At this moment, Luo Ya truly felt as if he had been struck down like a dog. Good heavens, Teacher Zephyr, please do not toy with me in such a manner. The strength of a vice admiral at the Navy headquarters is far from trivial. They represent the true backbone of the force. This was evident during the Marineford War, where the vice admirals faced formidable opponents, namely the captains of Whitebeard's divisions, officers under the command of one of the four emperors. Although the ministers on Big Mom's side are portrayed in an exaggerated light within the current narrative, does that necessarily indicate they surpassed the captains of Whitebeard's crew? It is utterly implausible. They merely suffered from an early introduction. Thus, it is clear that the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, particularly those renowned individuals, possess not only formidable strength but a terrifying level of power. Of course, this is merely the conjecture of a tree. Any differing opinions are welcome in the discussion section, where we can delve into further analysis together. Chapter 77, The Arrival of Sand Crocodile. Since CFA was already aware that this situation would inevitably unfold, he must have had contingencies in place, allowing Luo Ya to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, what should he do now? With this thought in mind, Luo Ya urgently inquired of Fire Mountain. The latter responded with a smile, "Do not fret. In fact, before you invited me for a private conversation, I had already arranged for personnel to handle the bodies. Without corpses, there can be no evidence, and procedurally speaking, Tony is innocent. To achieve such a feat is nothing short of astonishing." Luo Ya gazed in astonishment at the seemingly benevolent figure of Fire Mountain. "Are you not a righteous member of the Navy? Why engage in such actions?" Sensing Luo Ya's bewilderment, Fire Mountain continued to elucidate. "Well, please do not regard me with such peculiar eyes. It is true that I am a Navy officer, but I am also a disciple of Master Zephyr. Is there any issue with assisting my fellow apprentice?" As he spoke, Fire Mountain held his cigar and gestured towards his cloak. "Moreover, it is precisely because I am a Navy officer that obeying orders is my duty. This directive comes from Admiral Zephyr, and regardless of how unreasonable it may be, I must comply." Much like the celestial dragons commanding Sengoku to undertake various tasks, Zephyr has found a rather subtle loophole. While his rank does not grant him the authority to directly command the vice admirals of the headquarters, he has skillfully navigated the procedures, arranging this task through mutual consent. At this point, Fire Mountain's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy, and he paused momentarily. Just like back in O'Hara. Luo Ya repeatedly pondered over the statement, letting out a soft sigh. The Navy? Truly, what a laughable organization. Having said this, Huanshin stood up with a grin, ready to depart, but Luo Ya grasped his cloak. Is there something else you wish to convey, Luo Ya-san? You must understand that I have many matters to attend to. Just 1 minute, Luo Ya replied. Even if you handle it flawlessly, leaving no incriminating evidence, what if Tony divulges it himself? Indeed, this posed a significant dilemma. Just look at Tony now. He is utterly consumed by regret and self-destruction. Once he returns to headquarters, he will likely be eager to confess, seeking relief. Simply locking him away would be nothing but self-deception. Unless we untangle the knots in his heart, he may as well be rendered useless. If a person wishes to perish, even the most skilled physician is powerless to intervene. Upon hearing Luo Ya's inquiry, Huanshin tapped his cheek thoughtfully. Well, the teacher didn't instruct me on how to handle this. Observing Luo Ya's helpless expression, he leaned in closer and whispered, but I have a secret to share. I've heard that Hansa from your cohort is also a disciple of the Shura Sword Path. WTF? Luo Ya's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, What on earth? Zifa-sensei, how much longer will you keep this from us? Can't you shed some light on the matter? Yet, after the initial shock, Luo Ya smiled with relief. Since Hansa is also a disciple of the Shura Sword Path, the intricate web of previous events became crystal clear. Most importantly, Hansa did not appear to be a mindless killer, behaving like any ordinary person in daily life. Therefore, he must know how to guide Tony out of his predicament, transforming his negative emotions into the nourishment for growth. Watching Luo Ya's realization, Huanshin quietly departed from the shore. In the Grand Line, on Sainting Island, within the kingdom known as Alabasta, there exists a city called Rainland. Here lies the largest casino in the nation, Rain Banquet. Yet, unbeknownst to the citizens of Alabasta, including King Cobra, this place serves as the stronghold for a pirate with ambitions of usurping the kingdom. In the basement of the Rain Banquet, in a dimly lit chamber, the most striking feature is the enormous crocodile pool embedded in the wall. housing several of Alabastus' most ferocious banana crocodiles, nurtured by Crocodile himself. This beast, capable of preying on sea kings, possesses banana-shaped protrusions atop its head and a powerful jaw capable of crushing stone. Yet at this moment, the once mighty creature resembled a goldfish in a bathtub, confined to a narrow pool as a pet. Aside from the large aquarium, the room's structure was exceedingly simple, containing a sofa, a desk, and an iron cage. The atmosphere was oppressive and terrifying, leaving all newcomers gasping for breath. However, this did not apply to Nico Robin, whose life had long since been twisted. Instead, this ambience provided her with an inexplicable sense of security. Having evaded pursuit at sea for far too long, Robin had nearly forgotten the last time she walked openly down a street. It was in such dark, hidden corners that she found solace. Yet, this sense of safety evaporated the moment she laid eyes on the middle-aged man lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Taking a deep breath, Nico Robin approached. "Boss, the operation at Eville has failed. Mr. 5 has escaped from his ville. What should we do next?" "So, the 30 billion berries are gone?" Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke, the scent of his cigar wafting through the air, speaking slowly, though his tone remained calm. A chilling aura caused Robin to break into a cold sweat. Nevertheless, as Nico Robin, she possessed a strong mental fortitude, even if she felt fear inside. Her face betrayed no sign of it, and she replied with equal calmness, "Indeed, is the punishment to be carried out according to the regulations of the organization?" "Yes. Let us proceed as such." Hearing Robin's response, Crocodile's expression remained impassive, revealing neither joy nor anger. The atmosphere grew tense as Robin stood before him, her cheerful demeanor belying the extreme anxiety churning within her. At that moment, Crocodile shattered the silence. "By the way, Robin, how did the mission fail?" As long as she avoided further silence, Robin cautiously exhaled, retrieving the information. According to Mr. 5's intelligence, 3 days after he collaborated with Cleaner Beard, a rookie from the Navy's elite camp appeared on the island. They first eliminated Beard's first mate, the cunning fox, Rocky. Then, one of their members engaged Beard and killed him. Consequently, Mr. 5 determined the mission was a complete failure and chose to escape. As she spoke, Nico Robin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "A Navy rookie? Who killed the notorious pirate Beard? What a remarkable achievement. Have the Navy's newcomers grown this formidable? But why the Navy? She is the child of the devil. The stronger the Navy becomes, the greater her peril should she be exposed. I have yet to encounter anyone willing to protect me." So, at this thought, Nico Robin felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Crocodile remained oblivious to the change in Robin's gaze. Even if he had noticed, he would not have cared. The title of Warlord of the Sea, Crocodile, served as the best protection for Robin at present. Simultaneously, Nico Robin was of great importance to him, as he required her abilities to decipher ancient texts. Such texts were invaluable. He could not afford to search for someone capable of understanding them openly. Finding Nico Robin was already fortunate enough. Continuing down this path would be sheer folly, if discovered by the world government. Even the identity of Warlord of the Sea would not shield him. The monsters of the Navy's elite camp, huh? Crocodile squinted his eyes. "What is the name of the individual who killed Beard?" Nico Robin flipped through the documents in her hands and replied, "His name is Christopher Luo Ya, a user of the Ice Dragon fruit. Due to his status as a newcomer and the strict defenses at the Navy headquarters, our information on him is sparse. However, his strength is indeed formidable, earning him the title of Admiral Material at the Navy headquarters, making him the strongest among the new generation." "Christopher Luo Ya." Crocodile repeated the name, suddenly chuckling softly, devoid of any joy, only exuding endless malice and fury. "Interesting. It seems former Admiral Zifa has trained yet another exceptional disciple." Robin chose not to interject, standing silently by as Crocodile's cold laughter echoed in the empty basement, chilling and oppressive. Chapter 78. An overlooked matter thanks to the book friend and affectionate crush, the only eternal love, for the 100 reward. Thanks to the book friend 7 lines for the 200 reward. Thanks to the book friend Shadow for the 100 reward. Thanks to the book friend Humumu for the 100 reward. For days later, at the Navy headquarters, the peaceful and serene base suddenly erupted with explosive sounds. Boom. Zifa's massive fist struck relentlessly against Luo Ya's face, sending him hurtling away. The resounding crash was the sound of him colliding with the surrounding wall. Aruto and the others swallowed nervously, standing aside like frightened chicks, too intimidated to raise their heads. Their teacher, Zifa, was in a furious mood, and anyone who dared to approach would find themselves in dire straits. There exists a universal truth. For students, making eye contact with their teacher is a daunting experience, particularly for those who struggle academically. As for the reason behind Zifa's ire, it was largely due to Luo Ya's own actions. Although the mission could not be deemed flawlessly executed, the outcome was indeed favorable. Whether it involved eradicating pirates or rescuing civilians, Luo Ya had orchestrated everything with remarkable precision and effectiveness. His formidable strength had also garnered recognition. And as a member of the elite camp, he had certainly not brought shame to Zifa. However, do you recall what I mentioned about the first step to take once we reached land? Zifa turned to gaze at Luo Ya, who had swiftly returned using the shave technique. At this moment, Luo Ya's jaw was somewhat swollen, and his molars felt loose. Hearing Zifa's words, he mumbled indistinctly, "After we land, we should prioritize gathering first-hand intelligence, formulate a plan, and initiate action." Indeed, his words were quite cogent. Zifa crossed his arms and nodded, then struck a fist down. "But how have you executed this?" If it weren't for Mingda handing me your battle plan, I wouldn't have believed that my disciple was such a reckless fool devoid of strategy." However, Luo Ya dodged this blow, aided by his half-formed paper drawing. He drifted behind Mingda, wrapping an arm around him and mercilessly pummeling his temple with his fist. "But, Teacher Zifa, Beard and the others have seized the advantageous terrain. No matter from where we approach the island, we will be discovered immediately. What other course of action can we take but to charge in headfirst?" Ouch, ouch, ouch. You can say whatever you want, but please let me go. Mingda was at a loss for words, tears welling up. "So you had devised this plan before knowing of this situation. Do you truly think I am a fool?" Zifa spat angrily, launching a kick. Duong. This kick was intercepted by Luo Ya, who pulled Mingda in front of him, causing Zifa to strike Mingda's abdomen. The latter's eyes bulged, and he promptly fainted. Luo Ya, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands, shrugged. "Let's not dwell on such trivial details. After all, the outcome is favorable, isn't it? You scoundrel." Zifa's face twitched in fury. At that moment, Aludo quietly raised his hand. "But, Luo Ya, there's a problem." Luo Ya paused, looking at Aludo helplessly. "What sort of problem?" However, it was Zifa who responded. He grabbed a stack of photographs from the table and tossed them at him. "Look for yourself. What could possibly have you so worked up?" Curious, Luo Ya picked up the photographs and scrutinized them, suddenly halting his breath. "What the heck? Who is this dark-faced fellow? Isn't that is Well Island?" The photograph depicted a small sailing vessel gliding across the sea, propelled by the diagonal winds, leaving a frothy wake in its wake. Behind the sailboat, the faint outline of a snow-capped mountain loomed, the Great Snow Mountain of Iswell, in the paradise of the first half of the Grand Line. A clandestine criminal organization existed. This individual was one of its members, codenamed Mr. 5. Zifa stated, handing Luo Ya a form. "Upon investigation, it is highly likely that this criminal organization is orchestrating the events surrounding the Iswell incident. You might want to see for yourself what they have been up to." "Mr. 5? Luo Ya tilted his head, contemplating for a moment before suddenly realizing, "What the heck? Sand crocodile. Given the considerable passage of time, especially since the Alabasta arc is one of the earlier storylines in One Piece, Luo Ya's recollection of these supporting characters was rather vague. However, upon hearing Zifa's mention, his previously unclear memories fell into place, becoming coherent. The Sand Crocodiles Baroque Works, a criminal organization established by Crocodile, comprised an unknown number of members. Aside from the captains and lieutenants, the senior members were designated with the codename Mr. Number, with lower numbers indicating greater strength. Female members were named Mississippi. Day of the week, lacking a specific ranking system. The organization's leader, Crocodile himself, is one of the current 7 warlords of the sea. This formidable figure caught the attention of the world government even when his bounty was merely 80 million, being recruited as one of the 7 warlords over a decade ago. His strength is immense. Had Luffy not possessed the protagonist's aura in the original story, the entire Straw Hat crew would likely have been no match for him. Among the supporting characters, Mr. 5 is a senior member of Baroque Works, known for his explosive breath, yet opting to use it to launch booger bombs instead. Given the timeline, Mr. 5 had not yet reached the mature appearance he would later exhibit. He appeared somewhat youthful, although he still wore sunglasses. His hairstyle retained a Beatles-esque quality, lacking the signature braided look, which is why Luo Ya did not recognize him at first. However, why would Crocodile dispatch his subordinates to the South Blue? According to the timeline, wasn't he busy gaining reputation in Alabasta to acquire a mount? Preparing to usurp the nation in search of Pluton to dominate the world? Luo Ya pondered strangely, continuing to peruse the materials. From the documentation, it was clear that the Baroque Works had significantly expanded its operations, growing like a snowball and venturing into numerous industries. Among these were arms dealing, casinos, and narcotics, with a touch of human trafficking as well. However, their engagement in these sectors was superficial, lacking any substantial commitment. This left the naval authorities perplexed, unable to decipher the true intentions of their adversary. Yet, after reviewing the materials, Luo Ya found no cause for astonishment. Crocodile's ultimate objective was merely the Pluton, that legendary ancient weapon, while other pursuits appeared to hold little significance for him. Moreover, he remained a warlord of the sea, exercising caution not to provoke the powerful figures of the underworld with overreaching ambitions, thus avoiding the blinding allure of wealth. He indulged in excess, yet not to the point of overwhelming others or breaking his chopsticks. Regrettably, the Navy headquarters was still oblivious to his activities. Otherwise, they would have acted decisively to apprehend him. Suddenly, Luo Ya recalled Crocodile's plan to usurp a nation from the original text and hurriedly continued his search, only to find no mention of Baroque Works purchasing dance powder. Perhaps the organization was newly established, and the scheme had yet to be set in motion. However, one thing was certain: when the documentation mentioned dance powder, it would signal the commencement of the usurpation plan. Naturally, the reports were not updated in real time, as the Navy's informants submitted their findings only once a month. It was entirely possible that Crocodile had just begun acquiring dance powder, stockpiling it for 2 years before using it. Nonetheless, the most likely scenario was that Crocodile currently lacked funds. Dance powder was a commodity that circulated openly, its price steep. Achieving the level of demand seen during the 3-year drought in the original text would require a substantial amount of currency. Hence, Crocodile was likely not only striving to enhance his reputation but also to amass wealth. This would explain why he might send someone to his veil. Closing the documents, Luo Ya wore a conflicted expression. Thus arose the question, should he inform Zephyr of this intelligence? Let us not dwell on that. I became so engrossed in writing that I've already completed half of chapter 79. Then I realized, to my dismay, that it was already 12:29. TSK. How sluggish my typing speed is, akin to that of a lazy fish. Chapter 79, The Awakening of Hansa. If we capture Mr. 5, we may trace this high-ranking member back to the lair of Baroque Works. We can dismantle this criminal organization, Zephyr declared angrily, pointing at the documents. And you let him escape. In the face of such accusations, Luo Ya found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, while pirates were abundant in this world, the true malignancies lay within these underworld networks. The troubles caused by pirates stem primarily from Roger's words, which heralded the grand age of piracy, enticing countless youths to the seas in search of the fabled treasure, One Piece, to gain wealth, fame, and power. With the surge in pirate numbers, chaos ensued across the oceans. However, aside from the 4 emperors, even the warlords of the sea could only exert influence over a single island. The Flamingo's considerable power was derived from his connection to Joker in the underworld and his former identity as a celestial dragon. Yet, these criminal organizations differed from pirates. Their influence multiplied geometrically. If Zephyr were to choose, he would rather let Ballard escape than allow Baroque Works to continue its existence. But this rare opportunity was squandered due to Luo Ya's lethargy, leaving him justifiably enraged. Indeed, the reason why Luo Ya devised this plan is his inherent laziness and aversion to complications. Allowing Mr. 5 to escape was truly an unforeseen incident. However, what Zephyr remains oblivious to is that even if Luo Ya had indeed captured Mr. 5, it would have ultimately borne little significance. It was not until the year 1520 of the Sea Garden calendar that the Sand Crocodile's true identity was revealed after being defeated by Luffy. Presently, in the year 1516, Mr. 5 could hardly claim to know the identity of his employer, let alone the location of their base. Given Crocodile's character, he would never divulge the details of his coup d'etat plan until all preparations were thoroughly completed. After all, he is a true warlord. Luo Ya chose not to reveal the truth to Zephyr and departed from his office, setting aside the complexities of how he could justify the source of the information. The mere fact that the individual in question was Crocodile rendered the situation far more intricate. After all, he was a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, sanctioned by the world government and bestowed with a letter of marque. Should his role as the head of Baroque Works come to light, the Navy would indeed have grounds for arrest. However, such an action would also serve to embarrass the world government. Not to mention, after more than a year of orchestrated performances, Crocodile had garnered considerable support in Alabasta. This would undoubtedly complicate any attempts to apprehend him in unforeseen ways. It seems that they must wait for Crocodile to begin procuring dance powder for a chance to effectively dismantle his ambitions. Luo Ya pondered as he arrived at the mess hall of the recruit camp. Ms. S, I would like to have my meal. Luo Ya has vanquished the notorious pirate. The cleansing path, Beeld, who bore a bounty of 230 million. Remarkably, he is still but a novice. News, as we know, inevitably circulates. A truth well understood by those who have traversed the era of information explosion. Yet, in a world like that of One Piece, where communication is not just limited but also severely skewed, the rapid dissemination of such news caught Luo Ya completely off guard. Upon awakening, he found the demeanor of those around him transformed entirely. Once respectful, they now exhibited a degree of humility. Previously friendly, they now regarded him with reverence. Those who once dismissed him now acknowledged his worth. It felt as though he had not merely taken a nap, but had instead missed an entire century. Even during his meal in the cafeteria, Ms. S's demeanor had grown markedly reserved, leaving the newly awakened Luo Ya in a state of bewilderment. In truth, this situation is the norm. Ultimately, in this realm, strength reigns supreme. In his former world, one could treat wealth as mere refuse, and the most one might receive in return would be a scornful remark. However, here, uttering such disdain towards the powerful could lead to dire consequences, akin to invoking the wrath of an old friend reminiscent of one like you. Luo Ya has never been one to put on airs, nor does he exploit his strength to intimidate others. He is quite popular within the department, and thus he perceives the shifts around him quite acutely. However, such circumstances are beyond his control. At the very least, Luo Ya does not wish for those he knows to endure this state indefinitely. In Marineford, on an open plot far removed from the main building, stands a square iron shed. The iron door, reinforced with rivets, bears a warning painted in striking red. Beware of the beast, do not approach. This inscription has been altered, with the words training room emblazoned in white above. Adjacent to the paint, a clear imprint of a face can be seen, somewhat resembling Luo Ya. At this moment, within this specially designed naval training room, the air is filled with the dull thuds of impact. In the center of the arena, a figure crouches with their hands clasped over their head, gritting their teeth as they endure the relentless barrage of spherical projectiles. These iron balls, encased in rubber, while not inherently lethal, inflict considerable pain upon contact. Luo Ya clenched his teeth, delicately attuning himself to the impacts his body endured. With each strike, he adjusted his breathing, summoning all his strength to wield the iron block technique. This technique, alongside the paper drawing, represented one of the most challenging aspects of the Marine 6 styles. Even Luo Ya, a prodigy who had mastered 4 techniques within a month, could not discover a shortcut to learning these. Unlike other techniques that focus on specific parts, these two demanded comprehensive control over the entire body. A slight excess in power or a deficiency could result in failure, rendering the practice exceedingly arduous. It was only because he had already acquired the other 4 techniques, with ample time at his disposal, that he could continue his studies. Otherwise, Zephyr would have urged him to commence training in hockey to avoid squandering precious time. Mastering the 6 styles entirely, or even grasping the derivative skill of life return, would indeed facilitate the learning of hockey, though it was not an absolute necessity. Every individual has their strengths and weaknesses. For instance, Zephyr himself has not completely mastered the Marine 6 styles, yet through his formidable hockey, he has still earned the title of Admiral and enjoys the reputation of the Black Arm. Does this make him weak? Certainly not. However, these choices belong to Luo Ya. As a mentor, Zephyr is eager to witness how far his disciple can progress. After all, he has already resolved to depart from the headquarters to hunt pirates in the New World. Before that, he intends to impart all his knowledge to Luo Ya. Thud, thud, thud. The iron ball, encased in a rubber outer layer, struck Luo Ya, producing a surprisingly crisp sound. Initially taken aback by the impact, Luo Ya's heart surged with joy at the unexpected clarity. However, he swiftly tempered his elation, diligently recalling the rhythm he had just experienced, striving to maintain that state. Gradually, the sound of the iron ball striking transitioned from sporadic thuds to a steady barrage of thumps, ceasing to alter thereafter. Luo Ya realized that the perplexing issue of the 6 forms iron block that had troubled him for quite some time had finally been resolved. The next challenge lay in mastering it. At that moment, Zephyr deactivated the mechanism and approached, kicking aside the iron ball that lay on the ground. Upon hearing the footsteps, Luo Ya dissipated the iron blocks and picked up his sweat-drenched clothing from the floor, putting it on. It seemed he was making commendable progress. Zephyr handed him a bottle of water, encouraging him to soothe his throat. The intensity of the training had led to a significant depletion of moisture within Luo Ya's body, and it was only upon pausing that he felt the searing pain in his throat. "Thank you, Master," Luo Ya said as he grasped the water bottle and drank deeply. Once Luo Ya had finished, Zephyr continued, "This training room was once my own sanctuary, equipped to fulfill any training demands. Therefore, while you familiarize yourself with the iron block, Do not neglect your practice of paper drawing and the other techniques. A month ago, your paper drawing was inconsistent, and yet, a month later, it remains the same. This is utterly unacceptable. Yes, I understand, Luo Ya replied. Luo Ya tilted his head to evade the spittle. Perhaps this is the plight of an exemplary student. No matter how diligently one strives, the teacher remains perpetually dissatisfied. After indulging in a lecture, Zifa deftly shifted the topic. By the way, Hansa has awakened. Tony is with him now. Huh? Luo Ya halted his motion of wiping away sweat, gazing at Zifa in astonishment. This rascal has finally awakened. Goodness. I was genuinely fearful that he might never rouse from his slumber. Clang. Luo Ya struck the iron floor, creating a dent. While Zephyr dissipated the armed color hockey from his hands and coldly snorted, "Who are you charging at, huh?" Chapter 80. The Truth of the Shura Swordsmanship Naval Headquarters Hospital. Independent Ward. Luo Ya stood outside the door, leaning against the wall. Beside him, the members of the elite camp had gathered. A profound silence enveloped them, each lost in their own thoughts. The Fireburn Mountain had once informed him that Hansa was also a descendant of the Shura Sword Path. A fact Luo Ya had chosen to keep to himself. Neither Zifa nor Fireburn Mountain had ever clarified this matter, since everyone was concealing it. There must be a compelling reason for such secrecy. Unfamiliar with the intricate details, he decided to remain in ignorance. Inside the hospital room, Hansa lay weakly against the pillows, receiving intravenous fluids, his complexion pale. It was not the usual pallor of anemia, but rather a lifeless white, reminiscent of desiccated bones. Opposite him, the ropes binding Tony had been removed, yet his hands were still shackled with sea-stone cuffs, cleverly hidden beneath the voluminous sleeves of his hospital gown, alleviating any concerns of discovery. Cough, cough. Hansa gazed at Tony, his eyes reflecting a mixture of gratitude and remorse. Originally, I should have disclosed this to you sooner. However, I never anticipated that you would possess such extraordinary fortune in the Shura Sword Path. Even with inadequate talent, you have rapidly ascended to this level. Therefore, I apologize. You have no reason to apologize to me, Hansa. Tony replied, his gaze steady. The intense blow he had received had left him in a daze for some time, but he had since regained his composure. Yet, this tranquility was not born of understanding. Rather, he found himself ensnared in a peculiar cycle, having relinquished his struggle. It was a calm permeated by despair and sorrow, an indifference toward life and death. All I wish to know now is, what exactly is this? Tony inquired, raising his hand. The wide sleeve slipped down, revealing a pair of grotesque hands concealed beneath. From his wrist sprouted delicate flesh buds, each the length of a thumb, swaying gently in the air. The flesh-colored tendrils appeared almost alive, intertwining at the slightest touch, engaging in a chaotic dance. In response to Tony's question, Hansa shook his head. I cannot definitively identify what they are. My understanding is limited to personal experience. However, one thing is certain. At this juncture, a peculiar gleam flickered in Hansa's eyes. They are alive. Tony gasped, a chill spreading across his body. Alive? They are indeed alive? The overwhelming shock made him momentarily overlook the significance of Hansa's words regarding personal experience. Nevertheless, being a man accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, he quickly steadied himself. He began to poke at the flesh buds with his nails, feeling the agonizing pain radiate through his hands, and calmly asked, "Can these things be removed?" Although the notion of harboring such horrifying entities within him was unsettling, what troubled Tony the most was the potential for losing control. No one relishes the sensation of being at the mercy of their own body, let alone being compelled to engage in actions they despise. Thus, he yearned to rid himself of these things. During his time in prison, he had attempted to remove them himself. But each effort culminated in excruciating pain that rendered him unconscious. Since Hansa was familiar with them, he felt an urgent need for answers. However, disappointment soon followed. Hansa shook his head and slowly withdrew his hand from beneath the covers. To Tony's astonishment, a dark tendril extended from the bony back of Hansa's hand. What is this? Similar to yours, yet somewhat different. The tendril on Hansa's hand writhed as it opened a tooth-filled mouth toward Tony, letting out a low growl before gently smoothing the covers back into place. Witnessing the spectacle sent shivers down Tony's spine. He had never imagined that these entities could be controlled. Do you know, Tony? I was meant to die when I was merely a teenager. Hansa coughed, exhaling a sigh. My body was so frail that even a trivial cold could have claimed my life. To spare my family further anguish, I chose to end my life by drowning. Tony stared at Hansa in stunned silence. Ignoring Tony's astonishment, Hansa continued to reminisce, as fate would have it. I did not perish, but was rescued by a family that had long been nurturing parasites. Ironically, They merely sought to test the survival rates of these creatures when parasitized by different individuals. Little did they know, I would serve as the perfect specimen. This experiment not only saved my life but also enhanced my constitution, granting me the ability to seize control of my destiny. Yet, in the midst of my excitement, that man discovered them, commissioning them to cultivate a newly discovered ancient parasite and fuse its abilities. Years later, they succeeded in merging the capabilities of two distinct parasites. Hance's gaze transcended time and space, returning to that tranquil evening in a small wooden cabin. The air was thick with a nauseating stench and the cacophony of various insects. A somewhat deranged, disheveled middle-aged man clutched his shoulders, exuding the exuberance of a child. I did it. Hansa. I succeeded. In his hands, a glass vial contained a swirling mass of blood-red liquid, with tendrils occasionally reaching out to swim within, a scene both bizarre and gruesome. Upon completion, the larvae, amorphous and crimson, parasitized the spinal cords of humans, and thus my adoptive father named them blood marrow worms. At this point, Hansa turned to Tony. When you found that tome, was there a red stone at the center of the metallic cover? Tony reflected on that evening and nodded. Yes, but the next day, it had vanished. Due to the torrential rain, I assumed it had fallen into the ocean. As Tony spoke, a sense of dread washed over him. Indeed, it is as you suspect. Hansa chuckled softly. That stone was the larva of the blood marrow worm, likely crawling into your body while you slept and establishing a parasitic connection. Do you not find it peculiar that the Thousand Corpses pagoda technique is so enigmatic? While the sword energy penetrating the body can indeed inflict lethal damage, if one encounters a formidable opponent with strong armament haki, the inability to breach their defense renders combat futile. Even the murderous intent they emphasize is but a mere breeze to most strong individuals. So why then? Is it hailed as the world's foremost killing sword technique? Tony's heart raced. Indeed, the Shura sword path was riddled with various flaws. If it merely ended there, how could it have garnered such a formidable reputation? How did the assassin known as Shura manage to establish such a name for himself? Take, for instance, that battle in which he perished. If he were truly that powerful, why had Mihawk not sustained even a scratch? It seemed utterly contradictory. Noticing Tony lost in contemplation, Hansa refrained from interrupting, allowing him to process all the information before continuing. The Shura sword path, in essence, is simply a technique for controlling these blood marrow worms. From the second stage onwards, your blood marrow worms will be capable of splitting, emerging from your body as you strike. These entities cannot parasitize once more. Yet they possess the remarkable trait of disregarding their form during their larval stage, coupled with an iron-like hardness. Hansa did not finish his words. But the mere revelation of these characteristics was sufficient to send a chill down Tony's spine. A creature unbound by form and as resilient as steel, penetrating the enemy's body with the swordsman's strike. Indeed, the scene was terrifying. As for being detected by Kenbunchika Haki, when one reaches a certain level of power, even if the adversary perceives the anomaly, if they cannot evade it flawlessly, they can only watch helplessly as they meet their demise. This is the true essence of the Shura sword path. Hansa remarked that these blood marrow worms are inherently aggressive, thus requiring a potent aura of killing intent and a scent of blood to subdue them. The Shura sword path consists of 3 stages. The first stage is the cultivation of killing intent, the second stage is nurturing the worms, and the third stage is the amalgamation. You are currently in the second stage. The successful metamorphosis of the bloodworms without backlash signifies their acceptance of you as their master, which is a positive development. However, due to your insufficient murderous intent, they are not entirely satisfied with you. Consequently, they have seized control of your body, instigating slaughter to satiate their thirst for bloodshed. At this point, a slight flush appeared on Hansa's pale face. For them to suppress their own desires yet still cling to you, one must admit, Tony, you are indeed a miracle. Chapter 81. The Origins of the Blood Marrow Worm's Gratitude to the Reader Static. For the generous donation of 999, I truly cannot recall the ID of yesterday's benefactor. The troublesome mobile assistant is to blame. In the world of One Piece, few possess the ability to discern conversations from behind walls. Ordinary citizens may overlook such details, but within the naval headquarters, the soldiers cannot afford to disregard this aspect. Each patient room here is meticulously soundproofed, with reinforced wall thickness and sound-absorbing layers strategically placed. Thus, with a resigned expression, Luo Ya pushed aside Aruto's large face and retorted, "Why ask so many questions? What does it have to do with you?" "Luo Ya?" Aruto interjected seriously, furrowing his brows. Indeed, that was a conversation between Tony and Hansa, but Hansa cannot withstand the pressure. It is imperative for us to know what they are discussing. Though his words were grave, The urgency and helplessness reflected in Arudo's eyes conveyed a different story. Luo Ya was aware that Arudo was anxious to inquire about Tony's condition. He feared losing a familiar companion. The situation regarding Tony was swiftly suppressed by Zephyr, as though extinguishing a raging fire, preventing it from spreading. Arudo, with his carefree demeanor, was sternly silenced by Zephyr's orders. Fortunately, Luo Ya was the only one who had arrived at Greenleaf Town at that time, ensuring that the news did not propagate from the lower ranks. Otherwise, no matter how hard Zephyr tried to contain it, the truth would have inevitably emerged. Consequently, aside from a few individuals on a mission, the rest of the members remained oblivious to the matter. Confronted with Arudo's anxious gaze, Luo Ya paused momentarily before feeling a sense of relief. He brusquely grasped Arudo by the collar, pulling him to his level and whispered in his ear, "Regardless of the outcome or what may transpire, it remains their choice. As friends and comrades, our role is merely to support them from behind and offer silent blessings. Do you understand?" If you claim not to understand, you might find yourself in a rather unpleasant situation, right? Arudo quickly nodded in agreement, eager to convey his comprehension. Whether he truly understood or not was of little consequence to Luo Ya. He merely needed Arudo to affirm that he would refrain from intervening, regardless of the events that unfolded. He had indeed overheard every word exchanged within, and it was precisely this that made him acutely aware of the delicacy of the situation. He understood that this matter must never be disclosed. The fewer individuals privy to it, the better. At the same time, he finally grasped the secret surrounding Hansa. Why Zephyr treated this issue with such discretion, and why so few were aware of it, all became clear. The implications were vast, touching upon numerous interests, and the stakes were exceedingly high. The revelations left him astounded, particularly as they involved the lofty world of aristocracy, the celestial dragons. Who would have imagined that this bloodthirsty and death-riddled parasite was initially discovered for medical purposes? Its unique regenerative properties caught the attention of the celestial dragons, who aspired to achieve immortality through its use. Such experiments could never be conducted openly. Though many celestial dragons were foolish, those who remained were astute. They understood that if this information were to leak, not only would their aspirations be thwarted, but within a week, all evidence would likely be eradicated. It was conceivable that even the Gorosei would covertly exacerbate the situation from the shadows. Thus, they entrusted the endeavor to a clandestine agent of the celestial dragons, a killer codenamed Azura, instructing him to collaborate with a reputable organization to conduct research and address the alarmingly low survival rates of the blood parasite. Azura's search led him to the Bibi family, who had saved Hansa. The pursuit of immortality was a captivating topic, ensnaring the Bibi family deeply. Yet, through their ongoing research, they unearthed a far greater application for this ancient parasite, its use in combat. After numerous experiments, the Bibi family discovered that the blood parasites could not only actively repair the host's injuries and eliminate malignant cells, but also significantly enhance the host's overall capabilities. They were born predators, adept at mastering any skills the host possessed, even enabling individuals like Tony to become more proficient in swordsmanship post-infection. Moreover, once the blood parasite latched onto a host, the only known abilities capable of extracting it were the notorious Ope no Mi and the Pawpaw fruit of Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords. However, this extraction came at a cost, as the parasites had integrated into the host's spinal cord, usurping some of its functions. While methods for extraction existed, the challenge lay in how to compensate for the resulting void. Such a magnificent treasure. And yet the celestial dragons merely sought to exploit it for their pursuit of immortality. It was a gross misappropriation of nature's gifts. Consequently, Hansa's family quietly restructured the cultivation plan for the blood parasites, successfully concealing their activities from the celestial dragons with Azura's covert assistance. Diligence bore fruit. Within a few short years, they had fused the parasites together, developing a formidable weapon. This new breed of blood parasites possessed the resilience and regenerative capabilities of the original parasites residing within Hansa, while also embodying the restorative properties of the blood parasites. Azura became the first host, with remarkable results. In merely a few years, he transformed from an obscure swordsman into the most feared assassin in the world. However, news soon emerged that Azura had fallen to the legendary swordsman Dracul Mihawk. After a moment of shock, the Bibi family expressed their disappointment that the blood parasites could not stand against the world's greatest swordsman. Yet, they swiftly realized that following Azura's demise, no one seemed to be aware of their possession of the blood parasites. Upon completing their research, the first and only user was Azura. Ironically, The very individual who had acted under the Celestial Dragon's orders to find a means to eliminate the perilously high mortality rate associated with the blood parasites had become a secret hound for the BB family. But now, it was too late. Azura was dead, and they had not even found a second viable test subject. To gather more data, the BB family cast additional blood parasites, along with the so-called Azura swordsmanship, which was, in reality, a manual for controlling the parasites, into the sea, hoping to find a more suitable user who could unleash the true potential of the blood parasites. The one tasked with this mission was Hansa, and Tony was one of the test subjects. Due to the brutal nature of the blood parasites, nearly all hosts perished during the initial hatching phase, devoured completely. This was the reason Zephyr stated that no other successors could be found. Essentially, all who came into contact with the blood parasites met their demise. This was also why the black market offered 1 billion berries for the Azura swordsmanship. Had the celestial dragons not feared the exposure of their pursuit of immortality, they would not have hesitated to raise the bounty to 10 billion berries or even enlist the Navy's aid. However, it was evident that should the Navy become aware of the celestial dragons' nefarious ambitions for eternal life, they would not only refrain from collaborating with the revolutionary army to overthrow them, but would also undermine their efforts in secret. The cunning celestial dragons were far too astute to be so reckless. In their quest for immortality, the haughty and arrogant celestial dragons had ironically adopted a more cautious approach. The irony was palpable. Chapter 82. Visitors from the world government. Nevertheless, one could not deny the terrifying nature of these entities. Leaning against the pristine white wall, Luo Ya fell into a deep contemplation. The moment the blood parasites hatched was undeniably perilous. Strength, temperament, and a thirst for bloodshed were all essential. Lacking any one of these elements would result in utter annihilation. As long as one possessed sufficient strength and presented a satisfactory display of slaughter, the parasites would remain wholly loyal, serving as an unwavering sword and shield throughout one's life. However, should one ever lose the desire for bloodshed, congratulations. One would endure the excruciating agony of being devoured alive, witnessing oneself being consumed piece by piece. Friends and family would be powerless to avenge you, for the essence of the blood parasites could survive outside the host for only a matter of seconds. Creak. At that moment, the door to the infirmary swung open, and Tony emerged with his head bowed, walking slowly. A crowd immediately surrounded him, chattering with questions. Some rushed into the infirmary to tend to Hansa. Upon seeing Hansa's lifeless body, tears streamed down their faces. Hansa is dead? What? In an instant. No one paid attention to Tony as they surged into the hospital room. Aludo, with his eyes ablaze and nostrils flaring, seized Tony with fervor. You bastard. Why did Hansa have to die? With that, Aludo unleashed a powerful punch that struck Tony squarely in the face. The impact was so forceful, fueled by his grief and rage, that Aludo did not consider holding back, rendering Tony nearly unconscious. After the blow, Aludo's lips quivered as he released Tony, collapsing onto the ground in a fit of tears. The entire floor was soon enveloped in a somber atmosphere of sorrow. Some remained stoic, like Luo Ya. Yet the sadness in their eyes was indelible. Cough, cough. Tony expelled a mouthful of blood and gradually rose from the floor. He glanced at Aludo and then at Luo Ya, lifting his shackled hands towards her, silently pleading, "Could you help me free these?" Aludo raised his head, staring blankly at the two. Luo Ya remained silent. He could hear it clearly. Just a moment ago, not far from the corner, a robust heart ceased its beating for 2 seconds. Once, it was when Hansa stopped breathing, and the other time was when Tony spoke. Indeed, Tony Mill. Luo Ya quickly deduced Zephyr's thoughts, chuckling softly as a key formed from ice appeared in his hand. With a crisp sound, the chains were unlocked, and the handcuffs fell to the ground, sent flying by Tony's kick. He flexed his wrists and smiled at Luo Ya, saying, "I look forward to your guidance, Luo Ya-kun." A month later, in the Naval Headquarters training room, before a massive iron block, a rather slender figure gently pressed 2 fists against the cold surface. Ultimate technique, Supreme Wheel, 6 Kings Absolute Shot. Luo Ya's entire strength coalesced, and before he even unleashed his attack, the air began to tremble, causing ordinary individuals within its vicinity to suffer internal injuries. His formidable brute force, combined with the destructive power of his dragon-slaying magic, would have been uncontainable had he not mastered the art of life restoration. The convergence of these forces generated an overwhelming shockwave, far surpassing anything that Rob Lucci from the original story could have accomplished. With a fierce glare, Luo Ya's eyes widened as a potent shockwave erupted from his fist. Boom. The wave instantly penetrated the iron block and relentlessly slammed against the wall behind, tearing through the thick metal and exposing the concrete beneath. At that moment, the entire metallic chamber quaked, and the iron plates on the walls emitted a cacophony of dissonant sounds. Outside the training room, a man clad in a purple suit and sporting sunglasses, whose muscular frame was reminiscent of a powerful beast, stood beneath a tree puffing on a cigar. It was none other than the former admiral, Black-Armed Zephyr. Upon hearing the commotion from within the training room, Zephyr removed the cigar from his lips. His gaze deep and contemplative. The 6 styles, life restoration, surely the next step must be Conqueror's Haki? I wonder how far you will progress, Luo Ya. The earlier tremors had loosened the door latch, and as Luo Ya pushed open the heavy door, it emitted a grating sound that was almost unbearable to the ears. This wretched door. It's time for a replacement. Luo Ya grimaced as he stepped out, towel draped over his shoulder. His eyes immediately fell upon Zephyr beneath the tree. The vibrant purple amidst the greenery was strikingly conspicuous. Ah, Teacher Zephyr, what brings you here today? Luo Ya had spent the past month sequestered in the training room. After imparting the fundamental techniques of life restoration, Zephyr had refrained from excessive oversight. Luo Ya's innate talent did not escape notice. Some lessons were best learned through personal insight. Given Luo Ya's rapid progress, even if he veered off course, he had ample time to find his way back. The experiences and lessons gleaned during this journey far outweighed any formal instruction. Consequently, Zephyr had scarcely sought him out this month, neglecting even the most rudimentary assessments, thus granting Luo Ya abundant time for self-improvement. Zephyr did not respond immediately, instead taking a moment to scrutinize Luo Ya while puffing on his cigar. Quite impressive, he remarked. You have now mastered the control of your body, which will significantly aid your future cultivation of Haki. As he spoke, small, unburned ash fell from the cigar, landing on the grass below. Luo Ya felt a pang of concern for the environment, worrying that Zephyr might inadvertently spark a wildfire. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zephyr continued, the reason I summoned you today is quite serious. Your recent performance in the Saiwile End. The matter concerning Tony has drawn the attention of the world government. The world government? Luo Ya scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. It was only natural that they would notice. Considering Tony was no ordinary individual, he had been diligently training this month to fulfill Hance's legacy, and the protruding tentacles he had yet to retract were hard to overlook. But what do they intend to do? Luo Ya's curiosity piqued, and he inquired, what are their plans? Are they going to capture Tony? They dare not. Luo Ya's words were interrupted by an irate Zephyr. Although Luo Ya was tempted to scoff at the audacity of the world government, he had no wish to court trouble. So he deftly shifted the topic. Yes, they wouldn't dare. But what exactly do they want? Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, Zephyr took a languid draw from his cigar. What else could they want? Tony, to put it bluntly, is merely a test subject. Even if they dissected him, they could not retrieve the bloodworms. And frankly, even if they could, they wouldn't dare act. If this were to come to light, no one could predict the chaos that would ensue. Even within the world government, it's a delicate situation. As he derided the arrogant celestial dragons, Zephyr turned to Luo Ya. Although they present themselves under the guise of a routine inspection, their true aim is you. Me? What have I done to attract their ire? Luo Ya exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Despite the original narrative predominantly featuring battles between pirates and the Navy, with renowned masters emerging from those factions, underestimating the world government based on that would be perilous. The enigmatic 5 elders and the Supreme Commander, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, were not to be trifled with. If such a colossal entity were to fixate on him, even as an adversary, Luo Ya could hardly predict the upheaval that might ensue in his life. Chapter 83. Rob Lucci grateful for the generous reward from a reader, Luo Ya felt a mix of pride and disbelief. Fortunately, just as anxiety began to grip him, Zephyr elucidated the situation. It's simply because your recent exploits have garnered excessive attention, he explained, clicking his tongue. CP9 had only recently produced Rob Lucci, a prodigious talent who swiftly mastered the 6 powers and undertook numerous perilous missions by the age of 13, earning him the title of an extraordinary genius to be seen once every 800 years. Then you appeared, an anomaly in their midst, by their standards. A once-in-a-millennium talent? This has surely stung their pride. Upon hearing this, Luo Ya could only lament, what can I do? Must I apologize for my talent? However, he quickly sought clarification. So, the individual sent by the world government is Rob Lucci? What makes him believe he can challenge me? Indeed, Rob Lucci was formidable, possessing immense talent. While he was ultimately defeated by Luffy, who employed an ineffective rubber barrage, by 1522, he had ascended to CP0, a rank superior to all previous CP divisions, directly serving the celestial dragons. His position and status far eclipsed those of the other CP organizations, a testament to his strength and skill. Yet, based on Lucci's previous performance against Luffy, Luo Ya did not believe him to be a match for him. He was confident he could easily overpower him. That remains uncertain. Zephyr exhaled a cloud of smoke. Perhaps he has some hidden trump card. You have vanquished the notorious pirate Beard, a figure of great renown in the New World. If they had not prepared adequately, they would hardly dare to send Lucci to confront you. Under the pretense of this exchange, should Lucci manage to defeat you, it would serve to appease the disgruntled celestial dragons and simultaneously suppress your burgeoning reputation as a naval prodigy, thereby reinforcing their authority. The stakes are substantial. As Zephyr grew increasingly animated, the sarcasm in his tone became unmistakable. With Luo Ya as his only audience, he felt emboldened to express his true feelings. After all, the Navy was merely an arm of the world government, and such overt criticism of the esteemed celestial dragons could spell trouble, especially for someone of Zephyr's former rank. Upon absorbing Zephyr's explanation, Luo Ya felt utterly speechless. Truly, one could be safe at home and yet still fall victim to unforeseen calamity. So, should I simply concede? Luo Ya ventured cautiously. Winning brought no rewards, while losing would be a source of humiliation. Perhaps it would be wiser to bow out gracefully. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Zephyr's fist promptly sent him tumbling into the ground. Preposterous. Why should we concede? Zephyr thundered, his enthusiasm palpable. You must not only win, but do so decisively. Show those impertinent fools the indomitable spirit of the Navy. Yes, exactly, Luo Ya exclaimed, rising and raising his hands in fervor. Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, no matter who the opponent is, I promise to defeat him. With a sudden thud, Zephyr stumbled, his head colliding with a tree. Regaining his composure, he turned to Luo Ya, exuding exasperation. What do you mean defeat? Are you out of your mind? You want to create more trouble for me? With a sly grin, Zephyr added. However, leaving him half-beaten might be acceptable. A friendly sparring match requires some degree of injury. After all, Luo Ya, as long as you are happy. Today, a grand banquet is being held in the courtyard of the elite camp. This gathering not only celebrates the Jerome brothers' simultaneous ascension to the realm of swordsmanship, but also serves as a birthday celebration for Ludo. The Jerome brothers, in this whimsical and eccentric world of pirates, are indeed a rather peculiar existence. Apart from the slight difference in their birth times, their lives have unfolded in nearly identical fashion. During their infancy, if the elder Jerome cried while sleeping upstairs, the younger Jerome, even when far away in his mother's arms while she went grocery shopping, would inevitably cry in unison. Initially, this phenomenon startled their parents, leading them to rush the boys to a hospital for examination, yet no explanation could be found. Over time, the entire town became familiar with the two brothers, and rumors spread that they possessed a form of telepathy. Indeed, this was true, as countless gamblers who had lost to them could attest with tears in their eyes. Even when seated back to back, they could clearly discern each other's cards, transforming what was meant to be a solitary game into a 2-against-1 scenario, with the outcome all too predictable. Eventually, the Jerome brothers joined the Navy. Their remarkable talent caught the attention of Zephyr, and under his meticulous guidance, their abilities surged, allowing them to pass the elite examination in just a year. Now, at a time when the Hansa has passed away and the elite camp faces ridicule once more, the brothers have diligently trained and finally achieved the pinnacle of swordsmanship simultaneously, right before the gaze of the gathered crowd. Coincidentally, today marks Ludo's birthday, prompting everyone to pool their resources for a lavish celebration. At the banquet, Ludo dons a comical paper hat, his face smeared with colorful jams. He clutches Simon while playfully rubbing his fist, the size of Simon's head, against the cake until it is entirely obliterated. Oomph! How dare you throw that at me? Ludo huffs indignantly, then immediately breaks into a grin like a fool weighing a ton, extending his tongue to lick his palm. Hee. So sweet. Freed from Ludo's grasp, Simon quickly distances himself, astonished that Ludo has made some progress in his shaving technique. Though not yet mastering its control, his speed has significantly improved. What was meant to be a light-hearted tease turned into an unexpected feast for Simon. This experience solidified his resolve to refrain from using his fruit abilities for cake-throwing antics in the future. The Jerome brothers sat at the dining table, savoring their specially crafted giant fruit gummies, their faces radiating pure bliss. Suddenly, a group of individuals clad in black suits stormed into the courtyard, exuding an intimidating presence. They unceremoniously trampled the balloons scattered on the ground and approached the gathered elite camp members. Which one of you is Christopher Luo Ya? The leader of the black-suited men stepped into the center of the banquet, casually surveying the frozen elite camp members. The foremost figure wore a tall black hat, with a pigeon perched on his shoulder, amusingly adorned with a tie. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of cake from the table, taking a bite while commenting, "Eating such sweet things, no wonder you all are so useless. You bastard." Luo roared, rising to his feet and clenching his fists. Whether the banquet was held in his honor or not, he was indifferent, but he would not allow anyone to insult his comrades. Just as he was about to strike, Simon rushed over to restrain him, signaling him to hold back. Luo understood that Simon, being well-versed in such matters, must have a reason for his advice. Reluctantly, he nodded and remained still, a mysterious aura enveloping his hands. This was armament hockey, which, as long as it was not hardened, would appear unremarkable from the outside. The group comprised both men and women of various builds, all dressed uniformly in black suits, indicating an affiliation with some organization, yet they were certainly not the Navy. This was the naval headquarters, situated on the third level of the fortress, specifically the training grounds of the elite camp. The presence of non-Navy individuals here made their identities rather easy to surmise. Simon wiped the cream from his head, revealing his golden locks. After tidying his appearance, he smiled and inquired, "You are from the world government, aren't you?" Chapter 84. The instantaneous defeat of mind, thanks to reader Daniel for the generous donation of 100. As soon as the words left Simon's mouth, the members of the elite camp were left stunned. World government agents. What could they possibly want here? Although the Navy is a subordinate organization of the world government, there is little direct connection between them. Typically, dealings with the world government are reserved for high-ranking Navy officials, leaving the soldiers to focus solely on their missions. So then, what could these individuals want, especially with such overt hostility? Before the group could respond, or perhaps not expecting a reply at all, Simon continued, "Judging by your ages, demeanor, and mannerisms, it seems you are not here for business. You come to the naval headquarters without discussing official matters, but rather to seek trouble with us. I presume you must have a special mission." In the world government, such tasks are typically assigned to members of the intelligence agency CP. While Simon's words may have seemed unfounded, Luo and the others could clearly see the change in expression among the black-suited individuals. But it did not end there. Simon's mind raced, piecing together fragmented memories with remarkable speed. Suddenly, a subtle smile graced Simon's lips as he pointed at the leader of the black suits. "I've heard that CP9 produced a genius over a decade ago, regarded as the strongest in 800 years of its history. That individual is known for wearing a tall hat. So, you must be Rob Lucci, right?" Rob Lucci. The elite camp members collectively gasped in shock. It was indeed that infamous figure. As a member of the intelligence organization CP, Rob Lucci's personal information should not be accessible to these new recruits. However, with Simon, the prodigy of the Weston family, who has long been loyal to the Navy and possesses a wealth of information, this was not the case. Having once shared the tales of Rob Lucci's exploits out of sheer boredom, Simon informed them of the prodigy who mastered the six powers at a young age and boasted numerous glorious achievements. At this moment, the elite camp members could only murmur in disbelief, gazing at the not-so-tall figure before them. Then, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd as they tightened their grips on their weapons. It was evident that the newcomers were there to stir trouble. As Simon had surmised, the visitors were indeed members of CP's intelligence, including not only CP9, but also formidable personnel summoned from other divisions. Leading them was none other than Rob Lucci, renowned as the strongest of the last 800 years. The celestial dragons had evidently gone to great lengths to settle a grudge, and their intelligence gathering had proven quite effective. Lucci cast a casual glance at Simon before surveying the remaining elite members. "However, I have no interest in engaging with you worthless fools. I am here to find Christopher Luo Ya. Where is he? Is he with you?" Before Lucci could finish his sentence, a piercing sound cut through the air. Accompanied by a furious curse, a shadow darted from the crowd, wielding a spiked club that was aimed unceremoniously at Rob Lucci. The cold, disdainful gaze of the assailant, coupled with their contemptuous demeanor, left no doubt that they had malicious intent. They were clearly not of the same ilk, having resorted to such provocations. It was evident that this group was here to stir chaos. What could a gang leader least tolerate? It was, without a doubt, someone more arrogant than himself. Thus, before Lucci's words could fully escape his lips, Mingda acted in a fit of rage. Regardless of whether he could win the fight, he had to assert his pride. In the world of One Piece, if a thug lacked the courage to engage in a brawl, he would have long since perished in a filthy gutter. Faced with the incoming spiked club, Lucci stood immobile, seemingly struck dumb by the audacity of the assault. Something was amiss. Observing this, Simon furrowed his brow, discreetly tightening his grip on the object in his hand. Just as anticipated, the moment the club neared Mingda, he was struck with tremendous force. One moment, he was charging forward with fierce momentum. The next, he was sent hurtling backward, the club soaring from his grasp. Swiftly, Simon released a slender thread from his hand, weaving it into a net along Mingda's trajectory. The leading end of the thread secured itself around a nearby pillar. With a sharp tug on the other end of the thread, Simon called out to Luo. Luo, well aware of Simon's intent due to his innate combat talent, immediately understood the situation. With a crack, the thread, a mere ordinary line, was shattered as Mingda, barely slowed, crashed through the makeshift net and continued to fly backward. However, a large hand suddenly caught him, mitigating his momentum and cradling him securely. The powerful force propelled Luo, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath his feet. Yet he managed to prevent a more grievous outcome for Mingda. Recognizing her own limitations, Minnie rushed to Luo's side, taking the unconscious Mingda into her care. After a brief examination, Minnie sighed in relief, nodding towards Luo and the others. Rib fractures, both arms broken, but he is alive. Get him to the infirmary immediately. Upon hearing Minnie's assessment, the group collectively exhaled in relief. A few members hoisted Mingda away, while the others drew their weapons, casting cold glares at Lucci. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly rang out in front of Lucci. Are you seeking death? With a barely concealed murderous intent, Tony's presence loomed, the air crackling with the sharp energy of unsheathed blades. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters, a spacious reception hall was filled with the high-ranking officials of the Navy, all present except for Kazan, who was on a mission in the East Blue. These figures of authority could make the sea tremble with a mere stamp of their feet. Among them were the three admirals, including Borsellino and Sakazuki, along with Vice Admiral Tsuru, Iron Fist Carp, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Opposite this assembly stood a group of officials from the world government, clad in attire similar to Lucci and his companions. What? Has Zephyr not arrived yet? A bald official, sipping his coffee, tapped the table with impatience. We've been waiting for 5 minutes. As a Navy officer, can't he grasp the concept of time? The Navy leaders remained unperturbed by his words. Borsellino, ever the lazy one, maintained his aloofness, while Sakazuki, a disciplined soldier, refrained from expressing any overt reaction in the presence of his superiors. Carp, on the other hand, dozed off nonchalantly, awakening only to munch on rice crackers. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged slight frowns but quickly relaxed. According to their ranks, regardless of the world government's affiliation, these officials posed no threat to them. Had anyone else dared to speak thus, Sengoku would have relished the opportunity to impart a lesson on the Navy's authority. Yet, the celestial dragons lurking behind this meeting rendered them cautious. Noticing the lack of anticipated reactions, the bald official scoffed dismissively and continued sipping his coffee. Both sides were left to endure the silence. Suddenly, the heavy door of the reception hall was pushed open with a resounding crash, and Zephyr, clad in a purple suit, strode in. With a cigar clenched in his mouth, he casually took a seat next to Carp, exclaiming, "Hey, I heard there was a meeting? I'm not late, am I?" Though smiling, anyone could discern the unmistakable ferocity glimmering in his eyes. The old tiger still retained its formidable presence. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on his disciple, Zephyr would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to eliminate these vermin. In the face of Zephyr's predatory gaze, the bald official swallowed the reprimand he had been poised to deliver. Sengoku sighed, looking at Zephyr, and cleared his throat. Well then, let us commence the meeting. Chapter 85, Battle. Clang. A crescent-shaped flash of light glinted as Rob Lucci abruptly retreated. Yet, despite his efforts, the tip of his garment was still sliced away. Observing Tony, who was slowly sheathing his sword, Lucci's calm demeanor finally revealed a hint of intrigue. Interesting, but still insufficient. Sufficiency can only be determined through combat. Be cautious. Tony sheathed his blade, adopting a stance ready to draw once more. The next moment, a chilling gleam flashed forth. One sword style, moonlight slash. Clang. The blade flashed by. Yet Tony received no expected feedback. He lifted his gaze nonchalantly to see a long-nosed swordsman, who was blocking his attack with 2 swords. A dual-wielding swordsman? No. Kaku forcefully pushed Tony's sword aside, positioning his feet and launching 2 vacuum slashes directly at Tony. Then, with a swift downward slash of his twin blades, he declared, "I am a 4-sword style." Clang, clang. In an instant, the 2 swordsmen were engulfed in battle. However, it became evident through the flashes of blades that Tony was being pushed back relentlessly. Thanks to the parasitic bloodworm, Tony's physical capabilities had indeed been significantly enhanced. Yet it merely allowed him to barely withstand his opponent's onslaught, leaving him no strength to counterattack Luo Ya. How infuriating. How dare he injure Mingda? At this moment, Luo could no longer suppress his fury. He roared like a maddened grizzly bear and charged at Luo Ya. So, I shall entertain you for a while. A figure interposed itself in his path. It was Kabbalah, who relished facing opponents strong in stature but slow in speed, grinning as he aimed to send Luo flying. Yet, Luo was not merely a large frame. His charge was powered by the inertia derived from his weight advantage and his prodigious strength. Second only to Luo in the elite camp was his primary means of attack. Seeing Kabbalah, who stood boldly in front of him, the usually honest and simple-minded Luo's eyes glimmered with a cunning light, akin to a fox that had stolen a chick. Then, Luo's elbow crashed into Kabbalah's instep. Thud! A dull sound reverberated as Kabbalah yelped in pain, instantly propelled backward. He had thought it would be a simple task to withstand the charge of this bulky fellow with his thousands of combat points. However, in that moment of contact, he realized his folly. Not only had he not given his all, but he hadn't even utilized an iron block. It was known that before mastering the 6 forms, Luo Ya dared not confront Luo's charge head-on, let alone Kabbalah, whose strength paled in comparison. In a mere encounter, Kabbalah transformed into a shooting star, screaming as he flew away. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of blades slicing through flesh, 2 CP members suddenly wailed, clutching their bellies as they fell. 2 shadows darted through the crowd, assisting each other, their swords striking with precision and ferocity. In seamless cooperation, they swiftly felled a multitude. They did not kill. Yet the sharpness of their blades was not to be underestimated, and having mastered the art of slashing through iron, they had officially entered the realm of swordsmanship. No one could withstand the Jerome brothers' strikes. This encapsulates the main events. We shall discuss the specifics gradually in due time. The bald official lifted his cup, took a sip, and spat it out in disgust. How absurd. It's all gone cold. Hey, you there, fetch me another cup. That scoundrel. Sengoku wore a stern expression, cursing inwardly. Yet he gestured for the named Navy officer to retrieve another cup. As he organized the documents, feigning nonchalance, he stated, regarding the confrontation between the CP members and the elite camp, I propose we schedule it for tomorrow. Oh, that won't be necessary, the bald official remarked. Turning his gaze towards Zephyr, his expression peculiar. The CP members should have sought out your disciples long ago. By now, the battle has likely concluded. Sengoku was taken aback, looking at him with a serious and displeased demeanor. They have already gone. Why did you not inform us? Well, it's merely an exchange of battles. Naturally, it's a matter for the younger generation. We, the elders, need not meddle in the affairs of the youth. At this, the bald official smirked. Regardless, they won't go too hard on each other. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Zephyr burst into laughter, leaving the group bewildered. The bald official glared at Zephyr with a dark expression. Do you have something to say, former Admiral Zephyr? Given the events of a few years ago, the title of former Admiral was hardly a badge of honor for Zephyr. Not even the Yellow Monkey, who had the most strained relationship with him, would use it lightly. The bald official's words undoubtedly touched Zephyr's nerve. His laughter abruptly ceased. Zephyr turned, coldly regarding the repugnant bald figure. Opinions I dare not have. However, as you mentioned, indeed, they will not go too hard. I just wonder, if your men were incapacitated, how much compensation the world government would provide. Gulp. The bald official was startled, a bold idea suddenly igniting in his mind. He then shook his head, attempting to dispel the thought. No, that won't happen. Luo Ya has already developed that technique. Defeating Christopher Luo is not an issue. Yet, why does my back still feel a chill? Listening to the cries of pain, one of his most capable allies became ensnared while another was sent flying. Luo Ya took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold and devoid of compassion. What a bunch of useless fools. Bang! The boastful Luo was caught off guard. His massive form instantly hurtled away, blood surging in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson. He hadn't employed an iron block because he hadn't even realized what had struck him. In an instant, the heavy blow to his abdomen sent his mind reeling, leaving him dazed, let alone utilizing hockey for defense. Boom! Luo crashed through a surrounding wall, colliding heavily with it, leaving behind a human-shaped dent before collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. In an instant, the once boisterous courtyard fell eerily silent, everyone ceasing their actions, staring in shock at the fallen Luo. Hey, this can't be real. Simon's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes quickly soaked through. Even that Luo Ya, This level of power is simply outrageous. Gulp. The elite camp members swallowed hard, incredulously gazing at the slowly retracting legs of Rob Lucci, whose expression remained placid. As if kicking the third strongest member of the elite camp to near death was merely akin to swatting a fly. I rarely escape from missions, only to play games with you all. The yellow monkey picked up the documents on the table, crossing his hands behind his head, tilting it to scrutinize the names above. Loakuan, is it? Truly a formidable newcomer. Saying this, the yellow monkey slyly remarked to Zephyr, although the overall skill level of the recruits trained by the teacher has declined with each passing generation. This little fellow in this cohort is indeed quite impressive. Oomph. Mind your image. Borsellino. Zephyr snorted coldly. You are an admiral of the Navy. Ah, how terrifying. The yellow monkey replied nonchalantly. The teacher has begun scolding again. Sengoku could only sigh helplessly, feeling weary. This was not merely due to the antagonism between Zephyr and the yellow monkey, but rather the impending troubles on the horizon. It was easy to imagine how furious Loa would be upon emerging from the training room to find his comrades severely injured and sprawled on the ground. And whether Loa, in his fury, would be able to handle the CP members was a question he had no doubt about. Though unaware of the opponent's hidden cards, he had a premonition that the world government was in for a beating. He would soon have his hands full. Moreover, judging by Zephyr's attitude, it was evident that he had been privy to some information in advance, thus hastily rushing to inform Loa, which explained the delay in this meeting. The most troubling aspect was that Zephyr had not thought to notify him beforehand, which was what truly exhausted him. Chapter 86. Loa makes his entrance. In the courtyard of the elite camp, Rob Lucci effortlessly caught Minnie's kick, sneering, "Is this all the skill you possess?" At this moment, Minnie was in a dire state. Her left hand was dislocated, her ribs fractured, and she was incessantly tormented by excruciating pain. Confronted with the reality that her most formidable strike had been effortlessly thwarted, she gritted her teeth and desperately twisted her waist, attempting to launch an attack with her other foot. However, her opponent was none other than Rob Lucci. The formidable iron block technique was unique to Lucci, once activated. It could effortlessly return the force of any strike back to the attacker, potentially leading to severe injuries or even instantaneous fractures. When Minnie kicked, it felt as though she had struck a solid iron plate. Yet, this sensation was starkly different from when she had previously struck Loa's ice armor. The tremendous rebound force shattered her ankle in an instant. A cry of agony escaped Minnie's lips as beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead. Observing this, Lucci casually seized Minnie's injured hand and flung her aside. With all her strength concentrated in her legs, Minnie posed no threat with her fractured bones. Although Lucci harbored a desire to eliminate them, as he believed weakness was a crime, being a member of the Navy rendered such a deed an even graver offense. Killing them now would undoubtedly incur significant trouble, even for CP, the direct agency of the world government. Faced with the likelihood of being sacrificed under the Navy's pressure, this was far from his desired outcome. Moreover, his commanding officer had issued a directive forbidding him from taking lives. After retrieving his hat from the ground and dusting it off before placing it back on his head, he slowly surveyed the scene. Many still stood. Yet the outcome was unmistakable. Only a handful of CP members had emerged victorious. Most of the elite camp members lay heavily injured on the ground, unconscious. Although their comrades could not all remain standing, those who managed to sit were merely catching their breath. They were, after all, official members of CP. And while there might be some disparities in strength, they were certainly not comparable to this group of ungraduated recruits who could barely wield the six powers. Not even the elite camp. Having regained his senses after being caught off guard and thrown by Jerome, Kabbalah could see that the battle had quickly turned one-sided. The Jerome brothers had grasped the essence of iron cutting, significantly enhancing their prowess. However, this advancement was limited to their swordsmanship. In terms of agility, whether through shaving or moonwalk, they were no match for their opponents, and under the relentless assault of their adversaries, they swiftly succumbed. Tony barely managed to hold his ground against Kaku for several hundred exchanges, intending to use his half-mastered bloodworm technique for a surprise attack. Yet Kaku seized the opportunity and struck him in the abdomen, leading to his defeat. His time with the bloodworm had been too brief, and his tenure in the elite camp too short. Even if he could control just one bloodworm within him, it was insufficient to avert such a fate. Most of the fallen enemies had been exhausted in their battles against Aludo. This giant was nothing short of a monster. His strength was terrifying, his stamina astonishing, and his durability formidable, not to mention his frightening mastery of armament hockey. something even Lucci could not achieve. In order to completely subdue Aludo, Rob Lucci was compelled to intervene personally, momentarily utilizing his devil fruit abilities to conclude the fight. Unfortunately, Aludo had not inflicted substantial damage upon the CP members. After all, he was exceedingly vulnerable to targeted assaults, and managing to delay for so long was already his utmost limit. Is this truly the so-called elite navy? If such is your strength, what do you possess to uphold the name of justice? A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Rob Lucci's mouth as he looked down upon them. Just you worthless lot? How naive. The few who were barely maintaining consciousness felt their faces grow grim at his words, their hearts heavy with indignation. Yet they could not counter Lucci. Their skills were inferior, and speaking too much would only echo the barking of a beaten dog. If only Loa were here. Sighing, Simon rubbed his bruised abdomen. At that moment, a cold, piercing voice reached Lucci's ears. May I inquire what you have done to my comrades? Lucci was taken aback. Someone had approached him from behind without his notice. Reacting swiftly, he swung a punch to repel the intruder. Yet, the outcome chilled him. His rapid assault was effortlessly caught by the other party, a rough, large hand gripping his fist, and then twist. Lucci could not help but scream as his arm was easily twisted behind him. Then, his opponent delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. Loa. It was Loa. Recognizing the familiar figure in the arena, the elite camp members erupted in excitement. Finally, he has arrived. Tony, lying on the ground, felt the bloodworm repairing the gash on his chest. He could not move. He gazed intently at Loa, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Now I can rest easy for a while. The true strength of Luo Ya remains a mystery to the elite camp. However, one thing is certain, a month ago, Luo Ya possessed the capability to eliminate any one of them in an instant. That unparalleled power was akin to the sensation that Lucci currently imparts upon them. Yet, at that time, Luo Ya had yet to master the 6 forms. The current strength of Luo Ya remains uncertain to them. Yet one thing is assured, it surpasses that of Lucci. Thus, they are at ease. The dignity of the elite camp, the reputation of Teacher Zephyr, and the honor of the entire Navy headquarters will be preserved. Observing the sprawled members of the elite camp upon the ground, Luo Ya wears a smile. Yet the malice in his gaze is as frigid as ice. He did not anticipate that the adversary would initiate combat without declaration. Zephyr likely did not foresee such swift action from the opponent either. Upon disembarking, they proceeded to the elite camp almost without pause. Fortunately, the training room that had been shattered required repairs, and the debris, reduced to thumb-sized fragments, needed to be cleared away. Unable to continue training, Luo Ya ventured out in search of nourishment. He then made his way to the elite camp, hoping to reconnect with familiar faces after a month of solitude. After all, he wasn't imprisoned. Even inmates have companions. However, he did not expect to witness the scene of many being flung away upon his arrival. With a crash, Lucci pushed aside the stones that had pinned him down and rose to his feet. As he flexed his arms, his gaze remained fixed on Luo Ya's every movement, wary of a possible ambush. Christopher Luo Ya, you have finally made your appearance. Loa seeks nothing short of a resounding victory. His earlier ambush was a lapse fueled by anger. Now, having quickly regained his composure, he sneers, "You were looking for me?" Indeed. Lucci immediately activated his fruit ability, transforming into a standing leopard, his robust muscles taut, and his physique exuding both strength and agility. I wish to see what a genius who masters the 6 forms in just 1 month is truly like. You possess quite the ambition. Truly. Loa regarded Lucci with calmness. This genius who held to his own unique, dark sense of justice. However, you may find yourself disappointed, for the disparity between us is far too great, so vast that you cannot even begin to comprehend it. Oh, is that so? Then prove it to me with your strength. Christopher Loa. Lucci suddenly roared and lunged towards Loa, his intent clear. Unbelievable. How could anyone claim that I am to be abandoned? That is simply impossible. I am a man who updates daily with 5,000 words for 30 days. Regarding the updates of the past 2 days, as well as the names of skills in the reader group, Deshu had no time to address these matters. It is not that I intend to abandon the project. I simply had to prioritize other obligations. Wasn't I on a business trip this weekend? I had everything prepared perfectly, intending to release the content upon my return. However, it was only on the train back that I suddenly remembered that the 618 sale coincided with Father's Day. This was intolerable. So I swiftly borrowed a friend's car and drove 2 hours back to my hometown. Consequently, the group name and new skills were not released. Would I have moved my desktop computer back home as well? Furthermore, concerning the request from readers for more frequent updates and additional content for tips, to be frank, I truly lack the time. Many readers can relate to the daily life of a working individual. Often, the timing of my commute is not within my control. Even after work, if colleagues invite me out for a drink, it is impolite to decline. In fact, over 10 chapters of the already published 86 chapters were completed while the shoe was inebriated. Maintaining 2 updates is not my limit. But it is the threshold that does not disrupt my tranquil daily routine. Nevertheless, whenever time permits, the shoe will certainly provide additional content. As for the rules regarding additional updates for tips, there are none at the moment. Initially, I contemplated this and considered learning from the esteemed authors in the group. However, I found it beyond my capability. Thus, I shall adhere to my own pace, just as I do with my 5 or 3 updates. If I have the time or feel that an occasion is significant, I will voluntarily add more without needing readers to prompt me. Of course, receiving tips, recommendations, and collections is the most gratifying. To speak candidly, without results, motivation is meaningless. Lastly, today's update will be posted in the evening as I am currently en route to the company, having not returned home. MMD, if I were not financially constrained, I would not be so diligent. It is all because of the extravagance on payday. Half a month's salary has vanished. And now even my cigarettes are from Zongnanhai at 7 yuan a pack. Alas, 12:55 a.m. revision. What a surprise. A helmsman has emerged. Heartfelt thanks to the reader and Feng for the generous reward. Tonight's additional update shall be brief. The shoe expresses gratitude. I was pondering how I suddenly acquired a monthly ticket. I had not even launched the book. And it was only through explanations from the esteemed authors in the ACG group that I understood. Chapter 86. The Ruthless Luo Ya. Thanks to reader and Feng for the 10,000,388 reward. The first helmsman has appeared. 2 additional chapters to celebrate. Thanks to reader AI Qin Yang for the 100 reward. Thanks to reader D Tian for the 100 reward. Thanks to reader Ming Xinyu for the 100 reward. Thanks to reader Super Celebrity for the 300 reward yesterday. Regarding the rewards from yesterday, I forgot that today is Monday, and thus the weekly ranking is not visible. Furthermore, my assistant did not pop up the notifications. So I apologize for any oversights. Shave. Lucci is acutely aware of Luo Ya's formidable strength, not only from his past achievements but also from the sense of helplessness brought on by their earlier encounter. More so now. The intangible aura of fury emanating from Luo Ya envelopes him. Even though Luo Ya appears defenseless, an inexplicable sense of pressure constantly looms over Lucci. If the likes of the Weasel and others were present, they would recognize that this pressure arises from the dragon's might accompanying Luo Ya's transformation. Having mastered the technique of life return, Luo Ya has achieved perfect control over every ounce of his strength, enabling him to emit the dragon's might in his normal state. A feat not yet on par with the level that could influence the actions of great pirates like Beard. However, there is no doubt that, with continuous development, this power will become exceedingly terrifying. After employing the shave, Lucci suddenly transformed into an imperceptible black line, instantaneously appearing behind Luo Ya. He extended a finger. The sharpened nail from his transformation aimed directly at the back of Luo Ya's head, striking with ferocity. Finger gun. Lucci's mastery of the 6 forms is indisputable. The force of this attack rivals that of the sea stone bullets he had previously unleashed, perhaps even surpassing it in terms of penetrating power. Luo Ya felt the fierce wind rushing behind him and was about to thicken the icy armor enveloping him, but suddenly ceased the flow of his magical energy and smiled faintly. I have stated before, the disparity between us is vast. If you do not believe me and wish to compare speeds, then I shall oblige. Just as Roosh was about to strike Luo Ya, he transformed into a shadowy line and vanished from sight. Such incredible speed. Roosh furrowed his brow. Luo Ya's displayed velocity exceeded his wildest expectations. However, there was no time for contemplation, as Roosh suddenly sensed an overwhelming intent to kill, compelling him to lunge forward without hesitation. This ungraceful maneuver saved his life. Almost at the very moment he abandoned his original position, a glacial spear, exuding an intense chill, pierced through the spot he had just vacated, narrowly grazing his face before embedding itself into the ground, leaving behind a bottomless pit. A few strands of yellow hair on Roosh's face were severed, frozen by the icy spear as it passed. Roosh's heart raced with alarm. What a terrifying freezing effect. TCH. Did I evade it? A languid and emotionless voice emanated from Luo Ya behind Lucci. Then, let's expand the range. Ice make. Ice field. A surge of frigid air rapidly spread in all directions, freezing everything in its path, swiftly reaching Lucci. Do you truly believe such an attack can hit me? Lucci scoffed disdainfully. Although his opponent's speed of movement was impressive, the speed of the attack was woefully sluggish. Calmly choosing his moment, he leapt upward to evade the icy expanse. Almost simultaneously, Luo raised his arm, palm directed towards the airborne Lucci, a cold smirk adorning his face. Indeed. But are you faster in the air than on the ground, Rob Lucci? Ice falls, funeral. Crack, crack. Countless shards of ice awakened at that instant. Weaving around, the elite members sprawled on the ground like ghastly hands from the depths of hell, reaching upwards, yearning to drag Lucci down. What in the world is this? Like all who beheld this technique for the first time, Lucci had assumed the ice on the ground was merely ordinary. He was unprepared to discover it could be manipulated anew, and before he could react, a shard of frost seized his foot. Yet Lucci was not Loki. The vast courtyard offered no advantageous terrain, and employing Moonstep, Lucci found himself merely momentarily hindered, as only one foot was frozen, and that was the extent of it. With several uses of Moonstep, he swiftly evaded the icy pursuit. In midair, he defended against the encroaching chill with a block of iron, while simultaneously bringing his feet together with a sharp crack, shattering the ice that had ensnared him. Immediately thereafter, he activated Moonstep, ascending to a greater height. Now, can you still catch me? Lucci stated flatly, as if the numbness in his foot were not his own affliction. Who said I wanted to catch you? Luo Ya smiled, suddenly clenching his fist. Crack. What? At that moment, Lucci realized that the spreading icy expanse had frozen most of the CP members in place. They were now encased in ice, forming a colossal ice sphere. What do you intend to do? What are you doing? Luo Ya tilted his head and chuckled. Guess? The ice sphere instantly constricted, completely isolating the screams of the CP members within. My objective, from the very beginning, has been to target others. Luo Ya tightened his grip, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Surely you don't think that after harming my comrades, I would only seek trouble with you, Rob Lucci? Though frenzied, Luo Ya's gaze was chillingly cold, and the cries emanating from behind him evoked not a shred of sympathy. Just as you said, weakness is a crime. Since you hold such a belief, I shall assist you in eliminating these useless beings, lest they become a hindrance and trouble you further. You bastard. Lucci glared at Luo Ya with a frigid stare, finally comprehending the source of that oppressive sensation. It was the aura of a predator from the outset. Luo Ya had regarded him and all CP members as prey. In that instant, Lucci's expression shifted. He realized he was beginning to feel fear. Not even when targeted by 5 cannons at the age of 13 did he feel such trepidation. Yet now, standing before Luo Ya, he felt an unprecedented sense of dread. Crack. Luo Ya released his grip, and the ice behind him erupted violently, shattering into fragments of varying sizes that fell to the ground alongside the CP members. The members of CP were still alive, yet utterly incapacitated. Whether from severe shattering fractures or extensive frostbite to their muscles and skin, these injuries were not easily remedied. With the time and resources required for recovery, Luo Ya believed the world government would simply train a new batch of CP members. Witnessing the dire state of his comrades, Kaku, who had narrowly escaped the attack, swallowed hard and crouched on the ground, trembling and clutching his head. They would be killed. They would truly be killed. Even though his feet were already frozen at the edge of the ice field, rendering him numb, Kaku could no longer afford to concern himself with such matters. Luo Ya's ruthless methods had instilled sheer terror in him. All he wished was for Luo Ya to divert his attention elsewhere. After hearing Luo Ya's words, Lucci inhaled deeply. Then, let the slaughter commence. With such devastating losses on their side, even as the leader of CP9, he would face severe punishment upon returning. Now, he could only fight with all his might. If he could vanquish Luo Ya, everything would transform into glory. Yet, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of defeating Luo Ya appeared grim. As his thoughts concluded, Lucci suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching himself towards Luo Ya with even greater speed than before. His fingers extended, unleashing a torrential assault in an instant. Finger pistol, ban. This technique could only be executed when Lucci entered the state of life return, and its power was formidable. Countless finger-piercing attacks surged toward Luo Ya, startling the elite members. Could Luo Ya withstand this? Was he truly going to rely on speed and the 6 forms? Finger pistol, 8 child. In the face of Lucci's onslaught, Luo Ya did not evade. Instead, he chose to meet it head-on. He had stated that the gap between him and Lucci had grown to a level beyond Lucci's comprehension. since Lucci was unwilling to concede. Luo Ya resolved to defeat him in the very arena where he held the most pride, completely shattering his self-esteem. With a swish, a cacophony of piercing sounds filled the air as a multitude of curved claw shadows clashed with vertical silhouettes, causing the atmosphere to resonate with mournful cries. Though merely a struggle between two humans, it evoked the illusion of confronting a natural disaster. The explosive sounds reverberating through the air were deafening, akin to the blast of a bomb, as within the span of mere breaths, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times. Luo Ya could not help but express admiration for Lucci, truly deserving of the title of the strongest in 8 centuries. The disparity between their physical capabilities was immense. Yet Lucci managed to endure for so long through his superior mastery of the Rokushiki techniques, which deeply moved Luo Ya. However, once a decision is made, it must not waver. He must overpower Lucci. Suddenly, a crisp sound emanated from Lucci's bloodied fingers, seemingly insignificant amidst their fierce confrontation, yet it was distinctly perceived by both combatants. Had it broken? Luo Ya's gaze sharpened. I must apologize. With a swift motion, his claws flashed, severing both of Lucci's fingers at the base, the cut as smooth as glass. Chapter 87. Akainu Sakazuki. How infuriating. After sustaining a grievous injury, Lucci's figure retreated instantly, clutching his bleeding hands and gasping for breath in a state of disarray. He suddenly regretted accepting this mission. As a special agent of CP9, he should have remained in Water 7, gathering intelligence on the whereabouts of the legendary figure, rather than engaging in a futile clash on behalf of the world government and the Marines. In fact, he found himself at a disadvantage. As Zifa had stated, this matter entangled the celestial dragons, and the world government dared not act recklessly. They routinely oppressed the common people, indulging in opulence, secure in the knowledge that their fragile lives would only last a few decades. No matter how arrogant they were now, they would ultimately return to dust in a matter of years. Yet, they audaciously aspired to immortality. This crossed a line shared by all, including certain high-ranking officials within the world government. Even in the face of covert pressure from the celestial dragons, the world government had merely dispatched CP members to chastise the Navy and convey their stance, without overstepping bounds. Otherwise, Lucci could hardly believe that the esteemed intelligence agency under the world government could not even summon a subordinate of admiral-level strength. Was there truly no one from the legendary CP0? Rob Lucci was a competent agent. What did it matter if the Navy had a genius? How could he be compared to him? Such thoughts were of no concern to him. He merely acted out of obligation to orders from above. Yet now, having lost 2 fingers to Luo Ya's claws, he found himself regretting his decision to undertake this mission. Consider the situation, Kabura and Kaku, 2 formidable allies nearing a power level of 2,000, one's fate uncertain, the other panicked like a lost dog. His recovery might render him utterly incapacitated. The remaining elite CP agents had been ruthlessly crushed by Luo Ya's ice barrage, not merely defeated but rendered worse than dead. This mission had resulted in catastrophic losses for the world government. More critically, the 2 agents could no longer continue their infiltration. The higher-ups would need to deliberate on whether the iceberg would grow suspicious and the potential failure of the infiltration mission. Both tasks bore the shadow of the celestial dragons, and the consequences of failure for Lucci were dire. Yet, it appeared that failure had become a foregone conclusion. Life returns. Rob Lucci took a deep breath. The bleeding from his joints ceased as the muscles contracted and pressed together, halting the flow of blood. Luo Ya had merely employed the 6 styles. Had he unleashed his full power, it would have been beyond Lucci's ability to staunch the bleeding. The Ice Dragon's freezing capabilities could even immobilize the cellular fluids within his own tissues, let alone the blood coursing through his veins. So, this is the strongest rookie of this generation? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the arena, standing between the 2. A commanding presence with a justice cape billowing behind him and a suit as crimson as blood, unmistakably identifying the newcomer. It was none other than Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Oh, and let us not forget the baseball cap adorning his head. Akainu. Luo Ya's pupils constricted as he inhaled sharply. When did this fellow return? The admirals of the Navy typically bear a workload that surpasses that of ordinary vice admirals. Particularly in these years leading up to the original story, the ocean may appear tranquil, yet beneath the surface, currents swirl with treachery, and the depths hide perilous waves. A moment's inattention could lead to utter destruction. This inherent danger and uncertainty has resulted in most of the vice admirals at headquarters enjoying a leisurely existence, while the higher-ranking admirals are often out in the field. A few months prior, Akiji had been on leave, with subsequent duties assumed by Akainu. Unexpectedly, before Roya could await Kazan's return, he found himself confronted by Sakazuki. However, he now possessed strength of his own, as a fellow Navy officer. He had no reason to fear him. Observing Akainu standing motionless between them, Roya furrowed his brow and stepped forward. "Admiral Akainu, are you here to protect him?" The situation on the battlefield was starkly apparent. If the fight continued, Lucci would undoubtedly be incapacitated, following in the footsteps of Kabbalah and others. With Akainu's arrival, although he had yet to utter a word, his stance made his intentions clear. It was evident that he had come to avert this clash. Upon hearing Roya's words, Akainu cast a brief glance in his direction. A low hum resonated as the dragon's body emitted an unprecedented alarm, causing every hair on Roya's body to stand on end. That single glance sent a shiver down his spine, as the blue magical markings involuntarily crept across his face, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. This was the first time he had encountered an admiral's unabashed aura, and it left him with an overwhelming sensation that he might be slain in the next heartbeat. Fortunately, this menacing presence was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it had emerged. Akainu had not come here to bully the junior officers. His volatile temperament was particularly irked by the questioning of his subordinates. Roya's earlier inquiry had displeased him, prompting his ire. Observing Roya's anxious demeanor, Akainu huffed, "Cease this at once. This is an order from Fleet Admiral Sengoku." He spoke flatly, then directed his gaze towards Lucci. "If this continues, I will not protect you. Of course, you may choose to perish here." While displeased by Roya's disrespect, he harbored a greater animosity towards Rob Lucci of CP9. At that moment, Lucci was oblivious to the recent developments. The Admiral's aura radiated freely, and as long as Akainu willed it, even with their backs turned to one another, he would not sense the slightest discomfort. Yet, as Roya's magical markings danced, the surging pressure left Lucci feeling bitter. He was risking his life, having yet to unleash his ultimate technique, while his opponent had not even revealed his full strength. Indeed, the disparity was overwhelming. With a forced smile, he saluted and responded, "Yes, Admiral Akainu." As a member of CP9, he was not obligated to bow to Akainu, but had it not been for the Admiral's presence, he would have surely faced defeat. This acknowledgement also served as a declaration. This reprimand signified their complete surrender. Akainu was pleased with Lucci's response, nodding before gesturing for him to escort the fallen CP members away. Despite acting under Sengoku's orders, Akainu could not condone the actions of the opposing party. His brand of justice, though extreme, remained indifferent to the casualties of the innocent. Yet, one could not deny that Akainu was still undertaking righteous deeds. Much like Akiji and Kazara, he was particularly incensed by the celestial dragon's intentions of eternal life. However, he remained the most competent soldier. Like Lucci, as long as the world government had a need, he did not hesitate to assist the celestial dragons in their experiments, a stance dictated by his identity. Yet, should he proceed down that path, his sense of justice would inevitably admonish him that such actions were wrong. Refraining from striking those who dared to challenge the Navy was already an act of mercy. As for making a statement, did they truly believe Akainu would shy away from eliminating Lucci? In Roya's eyes, Akainu bore a resemblance to Danzo. Both were willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals and harbored ambitions of power. Unfortunately, Sengoku was not as lenient as Hiruzen. He was more violent and commanding. Were Akainu to defy Sengoku with petty tricks and duplicity, his fate would be dire. The road to ascendancy was still long for Akainu. As Lucci departed with the CP members, Akainu suddenly turned his gaze towards Roya, a rare smile gracing his weathered visage. He appraised Roya from head to toe, nodding in approval. "Well done. Although you have incapacitated a member of the world government, which will undoubtedly displease them, as a soldier, I must commend you. Anyone who dares to provoke the Navy's authority shall face severe consequences." Luo Ya recalled the words spoken by Akainu in anger when Fujitora knelt before Admiral Kazan in the original work, and he let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that this formidable figure within the Navy was somewhat pleased with him. If that were the case, did it mean he could avoid reprimand? Luo Ya felt a sense of satisfaction as he contemplated the situation. Zephyr had merely requested him to defeat Rob Lucci, to impart an unforgettable lesson, and had never intended for him to incapacitate the entire group, just as the adversaries hesitated to strike due to their concern for his identity. Were they not equally wary of him? In fact, one might argue that Luo Ya's actions were even more extreme. The gravest injury on their side was merely mini-S fracture, while the situation on the opposite end, TSK. Akainu was now also making his stance known. Otherwise, Sengoku, the fleet admiral, would be vocally reprimanded by the entire military, Zephyr would be scolded by Sengoku, and he would, in turn, face Zephyr's ire, accumulating a staggering 4 layers of animosity without any influential ally to support him. Chapter 88. The hospital escape plan. It seemed our worries were unfounded. Sengoku massaged his brow, quietly observing the bald-headed man whose complexion resembled that of a charred pot bottom. Zephyr's earlier remarks in the conference room were not mere words. They were a stark reality. Just look at this group of individuals reduced to mere flesh and blood. Had one not informed him that they were members of the world government's intelligence agency, CP, Sengoku might have assumed they were casualties from a war in another nation seeking the Navy's assistance to garner sympathy. However, that was not the case. Judging by Rob Lucci's demeanor, it was evident that these individuals were indeed members of CP. Zephyr had truly brought back a monster. Kazara gazed in astonishment at the injured being carried away. Outwardly, he maintained his usual lewd demeanor, yet his tone betrayed a deep inner shock. Leaning against the threshold like a rogue, he tilted his head to survey the courtyard. As he beheld the icy hell before him, where mottled blood mingled with icy water flowed freely, Kazara could not help but recall the former Akiji, a talent worthy of an admiral. How terrifying indeed. The representatives from the world government were not solely composed of the bald official. Several CP officers accompanied them. Among the individuals Rob Lucci had brought to wreak havoc were Kabbalah and Kaku, members of CP9, while the remainder were agents from other divisions of CP. Witnessing their subordinates being carried out like lifeless dogs, their grotesquely contorted limbs and frostbitten skin, the officials' expressions soured considerably. Now, aside from resenting Luo Ya for his excessive force, they also harbored grievances against the bald-headed proposer of the suggestion. Had he not claimed that the strength of formal CP members was sufficient to crush an elite battalion, they would not have allowed Lucci to stir up trouble. Most importantly, CP-09 was merely an intelligence organization. Aside from a few top-tier experts kept under wraps, their overall strength paled in comparison to the Navy. Historically, CP and the Navy had an uneasy coexistence, marked by mutual suspicion and suppression. The former relied on their superior overall strength, while the latter merely had the glitzy veneer of being directly under the world government. This mission's sole reliance lay on Rob Lucci, the strongest member of CP in 8,000 years. Yet, this strongest individual had been rendered powerless. 2 fingers had been severed, wounds healed by Lucci's own life essence, and the necrotic muscles could not regenerate, irreparably lost. The human fist is a unified entity, regardless of which hand. Losing a finger diminishes its power. In the days to come, thanks to his exceptional mastery of the 6 styles, Lucci might still bask in the title of the strongest of the past 800 years, but his path forward had essentially been sealed. The scheming officials could discern that Lucci had now suffered a shattered spine at Luo Ya's hands, potentially casting a shadow over his life. It is easy to imagine that despite their protective identities, their future days would not be particularly pleasant. In these vast seas, the Navy held far more sway than CP. If they wished to avoid being covertly sabotaged during future missions, they would have to tread carefully. They had initially thought that their mission would allow them to assert their authority before the Navy. Yet Luo Ya had demonstrated what it truly meant to have one's face slapped. The CP and world government officials did not linger for a meal, departing Marineford that very afternoon. What else could they do but leave, having become the subject of ridicule behind their backs? Did they dare to arrest anyone at Navy headquarters? Having lost face, they could only depart in disgrace, a classic case of arriving with enthusiasm and leaving in disappointment. As for the CP members remaining in Marineford for treatment, Luo Ya chose not to take them, for they would be responsible for their own medical expenses, much to their chagrin. In this regard, Zephyr directly covered the medical costs himself, stating, "The one who struck is my disciple. As his teacher, I have an obligation to bear the medical expenses." Since he was pleased, Sengoku could only indulge his whims. Furthermore, he was loath to engage in protracted negotiations over such trivial sums. It would be a case of diminishing returns. Managing the Navy headquarters was already exhausting enough. If he had to continue dealing with higher-ups, his once lush white hair would inevitably thin out like Garp's. As night fell at the Navy headquarters hospital, 2 shadows stealthily traversed along the perimeter wall, evading patrolling soldiers, and silently emerged in the grass by the corner. They were of similar height. Yet the individual in front was clearly the leader, gesturing as he handed a rope to the other. The scene shifted. Luo Ya grasped the rope firmly and lifted his gaze to the towering white edifice. "Hey, Simon, are you certain they are on the 7th floor? We cannot afford any blunders." Having secured the rope, Simon continued rummaging through his pockets. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, he paused, assuring him, "Rest easy. I grew up in Marineford. and I am well acquainted with every corner here. Currently, the entire medical building is under lockdown, and only the 7th floor is sealed off. Where else could they possibly be? With a confident pat on his chest, Simon suddenly brightened, extracting a grappling hook from his bag. Found it. This is the one. He took hold of the rope in Luo Ya's hands, expertly wrapping and securing the grappling hook. With a firm clap of his hands, he declared, "It's all set. Aim carefully, Noah. We have but a single chance." "Oh, rest assured," Luo Ya nodded solemnly, his extraordinary vision enabling him to distinctly discern a balcony on the 7th floor amidst the dimness of the night. A crimson satin ribbon was tied to the railing, fluttering gracefully in the night breeze. Luo Ya extended the rope, swinging it in circles by her side, creating a whirring sound that resonated through the air. "By the way, Simon, do nearsighted individuals also suffer from night blindness?" she inquired curiously, tilting her chin to gesture towards Simon's eyes. "Could you please move a bit quicker?" He replied curtly, having been pricked at a sensitive spot. With that, Luo Ya dutifully resumed her task. As the grappling hook spun ever faster, Luo Ya suddenly hurled it upward with great force. Whoosh! Crack! The hook traced a perfectly straight diagonal line in the darkness, precisely snagging the red satin draped over the balcony. Luo Ya gently exerted some force, cautiously pulling back, then nodded at Simon. "Excellent. It's time to proceed to the next step." Upon receiving the signal, Simon retrieved the communicator from his pocket and dialed a number. Inside room 702 of the hospital, an overwhelming sense of crowding prevailed. The primary contributor to this congestion was Arudo, whose imposing stature made him appear like a door in the room. At that moment, the dimly lit ward was illuminated by pairs of green glowing eyes flickering in the darkness. The Jerome brothers leaned against the door, peering through the glass window to observe the happenings in the corridor. Meanwhile, the golden-haired Minnie sat in a wheelchair, cradling a communicator in her hands, anxiously awaiting Simon's call. Suddenly, the Jerome brothers at the entrance whispered in alarm, "Oh no. The head nurse has begun her rounds." A buzz of commotion erupted among the elite members, their anxiety palpable. Why was the head nurse patrolling at just around 10 o'clock when it was supposed to be 12? Observing the panicked expressions of his companions, Arudo resolutely declared, "I will divert the nurse's attention. You all hide." "No way. Anyone can go, but you must stay." The members protested vehemently, for this escape plan was devised solely to celebrate Arudo's birthday. If he, the guest of honor, could not leave, what significance would their departure hold? "Shoo, keep it down," the Jerome brothers cautioned. Touched by his comrade's sentiments, Arudo reluctantly settled back down, and for a moment, the ward was filled only with the sound of their collective breaths. Just then, a faint click resonated from the balcony, causing everyone to perk up and instinctively glance back. The communicator in Minnie's hands began to vibrate, its sound resonating clearly in the empty space. She hastily picked it up. "Hello? Is this Simon?" "It's me. All is ready. Let everyone slide down the rope. Don't worry, Luo Ya, our strong man, will catch you." Chapter 89. Arudo's birthday celebration. Simon's voice was like a celestial melody, and upon hearing him, the others joyfully stood up. The clattering of chairs and tables echoed sharply in the stillness of the night hospital. The middle-aged head nurse swiftly closed the door to the adjacent ward and turned sharply, shouting, "Who is there?" Room 702 was a large multi-bed ward, established for emergencies during wartime, and was not intended for patients requiring quiet recuperation. Could it be a thief? The nurse mused to herself, her jowls shaking with indignation. Where did this little rogue come from? How dare they steal from the naval headquarters? With that, she rolled up her sleeves and charged toward the source of the noise. Fists raised. "You'd better come out. I won't hesitate to deal with you." The heavy thuds of her footsteps alerted the Jerome brothers, who immediately sensed something was amiss. "Quick! The nurse is on the warpath." With a clatter, Arudo's composure faltered. That wicked old woman. If she discovered their escape plan, the next time he received an injection, it would surely be administered with a vengeance, and the medication would undoubtedly be the most bitter concoction. Arudo's expression darkened at the thought of the nurse, and he swiftly scooped up Minnie and a few other companions who were unable to move easily, sprinting toward the balcony. Minnie perched on Arudo's shoulder. "Remember to alert those below through the communicator. Hello. Luo Ya, we're coming down. Hold on tight." The communicator crackled with Luo Ya's calm response. "Oh, come on down. Trust me." "I'd rather trust the quality of the rope," Minnie thought to herself, then felt her body lift as Arudo vaulted over the balcony. Following that, she felt a jolt as he grasped the rope and slid down rapidly. The bandages wrapped around Arudo's injured hand now served as an excellent protective measure. As he descended, the robust Arudo, akin to a block of iron, bore down with such force that when the bandages frayed, he continued to withstand the friction until he reached Luo Ya. The blue magical runes began to swirl, forming mysterious patterns on Luo Ya's face and shoulders. Grasping the rope with one hand, he extended the other to intercept Arudo's rush. With a thud, Arudo felt as though he had collided with an iron pillar, his stomach churning violently as the momentum threatened to upend him. He began. But Luo Ya, seizing the waistband of his trousers, hurled him away. Get them out of here immediately. Remember, we're gathering at the mess hall of the new recruits. All right. Now is not the time for hesitation. Arudo, upon hearing this, dashed away, each stride covering several meters. Once he disappeared into the depths of the woods. Simon and Luo Ya exchanged knowing smiles and high-fived. What a fool. Simon chuckled. Indeed. Ha. Oh, my stomach. Did you see his expression just now? They both laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground until they finally stood up. Simon wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes and patted Luo Ya on the shoulder. Let's get the rest down, Luo Ya. We must prepare swiftly. Indeed. Luo Ya nodded, pressing her hands against the ground, causing an endless chill to coalesce in the air. Ice make, ice slide. The night wind, already frigid, became even more bitterly cold, akin to the depths of winter. The physically feeble Simon tucked his hands into his pockets and squatted to the side. Before Luo Ya, a towering ice slide surged upwards, connecting the ground directly to the 7th floor. Noticing this, Simon waved the thread in his hand, signaling to Luo Ya that he was ready. Those above, upon witnessing the emergence of the slide, chuckled mischievously, one by one descending along the icy path. Thud. The head nurse's hefty frame made 2 deep impressions in the earth upon landing. Steadying herself, she produced what appeared to be a medical record but was, in fact, a script, and with a smile, she addressed the crowd. What do you think? This young lady possesses quite the flair for performance, doesn't she? Clap, clap, clap. Luo Ya clapped his hands, offering a disingenuous compliment. Impressive, my dear head nurse. He then turned to continue organizing the next steps. Mingda, have the plasma and minced meat been procured? Mingda, leaning on his cane, raised his head with pride. Of course. I come from a rough background. Intimidation is second nature to me. You can trust me on this. Luo Ya shrugged, choosing not to dwell on Mingda's colorful past. At that moment, Simon approached. Dispersing the carefully woven safety net, the corpse team is already set off. We should join them. All right, Luo Ya nodded, signaling everyone to run towards their destination. Due to the fear of being caught, Aludo exerted every ounce of strength, pushing his speed to the limit. This sudden burst startled Minnie, causing her to nearly leap up. When did this big bear become so fast? If they aren't ready by the time he arrives, this surprise will be for naught. Fortunately, there were plenty in the elite camp faster than Aludo, who had already prepared everything before he reached the cafeteria. In the distance, Minnie spotted their destination. The dark and silent cafeteria, shrouded in night, resembled a haunted place, with a chilling breeze emanating from its direction, sending shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, Aludo came to an abrupt halt, his feet carving 2 furrows in the ground. He scanned the cafeteria with a watchful gaze, looking around cautiously. What's wrong? Minnie asked carefully, fearing that the big guy might have sensed something. Aludo's expression turned serious as he gently placed his companions behind a nearby tree. There's a smell of blood. Something's off. You all wait here. I'll go take a look. Minnie released a sigh of relief, realizing it wasn't their plans that were discovered. Her performance was stellar, mixing tension with a touch of self-reassurance, tinged with anxiety. Just be careful. Unfortunately, Aludo's mind could not grasp such intricate nuances of acting. I know, he replied seriously, his resolve hardening as he prepared for battle. The curtains were drawn tight, rendering the interior invisible. With a creak, Aludo pushed open the heavy door, which emitted a jarring sound. He frowned slightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Upon entering the cafeteria, the stench of blood intensified, a nauseating odor filling his nostrils, and he let out a violent sneeze. The vast emptiness of the cafeteria echoed his sneezes, amplifying the eeriness. At that moment, a faint sound startled Aludo, a noise resembling meat scraping against the floor. As a seasoned eater, he was well acquainted with such sounds. Who is there? Aludo assumed an aggressive stance, hardening himself for combat. Aludo, is that you? A feeble voice emerged, accompanied by labored breaths. Mingda. The familiarity of the voice propelled Aludo forward, forgetting his defenses. However, upon seeing Mingda, he was taken aback. Who did this? Aludo roared, his eyes turning crimson, radiating a fierce aura of menace. Mingda's lower half was gruesomely absent, a trail of crimson following him, innards spilling onto the floor. Hearing Aludo's voice, Mingda mustered the strength to raise his head, his remaining eye filled with despair. Hurry, to the courtyard. There's a killer lurking. Chapter 90, Aludo's Birthday Banquet, Part 2. Where did the killer come from? Aludo bellowed in fury, his body emanating an aura of terrifying courage. Just then, a gust of night wind lifted the curtain by the seaside, allowing moonlight to seep in through the crack. Aludo finally glimpsed the interior of the cafeteria. Just one look, and the iron-willed man felt his strength drain away. The floor was strewn with dismembered limbs and blood, vibrant balloons and streamers scattered chaotically, starkly contrasting with the crimson blood, making it feel as though he had stepped into hell. Over there, the shoe belonged to Jiling. That watch was Lax. Those glasses belonged to Chirue. Aludo felt a profound sense of loss as his gaze wandered through the cafeteria. Familiar items now lay abandoned, perhaps not entirely lost. Who could say for certain? In any case, it was all a pile of flesh. The curtains fell, plunging the cafeteria into darkness once more. Above the cafeteria, Simon discarded the thread in his hand, waving a yellow flag towards the square. Luo Ya, tasked with communication, received the signal and dialed. Hello? Minnie? You can retreat now. The Jerome brothers are on their way. Understood. Outside the cafeteria, behind the tree, Minnie hung up the communicator, casting a sympathetic glance toward the cafeteria. She exchanged a look with her companions and then raised her voice in a scream. Ah. Inside the cafeteria, Aludo, struggling in despair, snapped awake at the sound. Minnie. With the rest lost, Minnie and her few companions were likely his last allies. He absolutely could not let anything happen to them. With a surge of urgency, Aludo dashed to the wall, and with a thunderous crash, he broke through, creating a gaping hole in the cafeteria. He had used the shave technique. Mingda, lying on the ground, nearly cried out in shock. Have you ever seen an elephant fly? At that moment, Aludo's presence felt just like that. Minnie, as Aludo lunged out. The Jerome brothers, disguised as men in black, pretended to drag Minnie by her hair, disappearing into the depths of the woods. What the hell? When did this bear become so fast? Minnie was startled but quickly regained her composure, raising her voice to act. Aludo, help. Minnie. Aludo's eyes burned with rage as he clenched his teeth and pursued. The courtyard was a term used by the elite camp members to refer to their training grounds. Each cohort of elite camp members resided here, and with no one willing to name it, it remained simply known as the courtyard. Still en route, Aludo lost sight of Minnie. Yet he refused to surrender, nor could he afford to, following the direction of the fleeing killer. Suddenly, the walls of the elite camp courtyard loomed before him. Gazing at this place brimming with memories, Aludo abruptly halted his steps. Today, the CP had launched an assault, and the shattered walls, along with scattered bricks, had yet to be cleared, lying haphazardly across the lawn. Aludo had not anticipated that this battle would mark the final farewell of life and death. Everyone. He stared blankly at the broken stones, then inhaled deeply, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. I shall avenge you. Perched on the topmost level of the wooden pavilion in the courtyard, Simon weakly supported his forehead. Surely he does not think we are all dead? Has he not considered the presence of you, that peculiar one? Am I to blame? Luo Ya replied with an exasperated gesture. Yet, perhaps this is for the best, as it spares me the ordeal of being defeated upon my entrance. Inform Jerome's brother to lead Aludo directly to the chamber. Understood. Watching Simon depart at his words, Luo Ya turned his gaze towards Aludo, who was slowly approaching the courtyard. Muttering to himself, this fool, without traversing the internal corridors, Aludo leaped directly into the courtyard through a gap in the outer wall. On the grass lay a fresh trail of blood, extending deep into the courtyard. Upon the cold ground, a black hairpin lay abandoned. Aludo rushed over to retrieve it. It belonged to Minnie, and he could still sense her warmth and fragrance. Yet now, it was smeared with blood, warm liquid trickling down his hand. Minnie. Aludo gripped the hairpin tightly, his expression turning perilously fierce. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past, darting from one end of the courtyard to the other. Who goes there? Aludo rose, fist clenched, pursuing the figure. Yet the speed of the other was beyond his reach, vanishing within mere breaths. Aludo, in a fit of rage, kicked a support beam, shattering it, and bellowed. Who are you? Why have you slain my comrades? But the surroundings remained eerily silent, as if a second presence had never existed. Abruptly, a loud creak echoed, the sound of a door closing, sharp and jarring in the stillness of the night. Aludo turned, yet saw nothing. Damn it! Where could they be? Gritting his teeth, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Wait, that door's sound faltered at the end, indicating a structural flaw. It cannot close properly. There is only one room here that fits this description. Aludo pivoted, fixating on a specific direction, and then charged forward, smashing through the flimsy wooden fence. Barreling towards his target, Not far behind, Jerome's brother stood in a state of bewilderment. This direction. Luo's demeanor. Could he have deduced the truth? Must I not guide him at all? It must be acknowledged that at this moment, Luo resembled a detective, having pinpointed his target merely from the subtle variance in the sound of the door. He hastened outside, lowering his gaze to find, as expected, the floor before the door still bore mottled bloodstains. Is the culprit inside? As he approached the murderer's door, Luo felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and pushed open the door. Creak. The lights flickered on, blinding brilliance rendering Luo momentarily disoriented. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a large cake hurtled towards him. As he opened the door, Luo had instinctively positioned his hands defensively before him, maintaining this stance as the cake flew through the air. And then, splat. Surprise. Luo Ya leaped from the crowd, brandishing a towering cake that surpassed his own height, and brought it crashing down towards Luo, whose face was smeared with icing. Stop it, Luo Ya. Someone shouted. Wait, that is the result of Miss S's labor all afternoon. The onlookers gasped in horror, scrambling forward in a frantic attempt to catch the cake. The moment of dizziness soon subsided, and Luo clearly observed his approaching companions, his expression unchanged. Yet, his gaze shifted from cold indifference to astonishment, then to fury, culminating in tears welling in his eyes. Luo Ya's plan succeeded, and at this moment, Luo's emotional transformation was beyond the portrayal of any actor. Cake, shouted the Jerome brothers anxiously, their fondness for sweets rendering them the most distressed individuals on the scene. However, the cramped space restricted their actions, leaving them helplessly watching the cake soar farther away. Luo's pupils widened as he beheld a colossal cake, wider than the table itself, hurtling toward him. The others turned their gazes towards him. If he reached out now, he should be able to catch the cake. Zekas. Thud. The few who lunged forward suddenly halted their movements as Luo's large, furry hands tightly embraced them. Splat. The cake descended, crashing onto the huddled group, showering them with a deluge of creamy fruit jam like a rainstorm. Cut it out. The remaining individuals erupted in laughter, realizing that their chance of enjoying the cake was now gone. Listening to the familiar voices and gazing at the well-known faces before him, Luo smiled through his tears. Everyone was fine. What a relief. Chapter 91. Training in hockey at the Navy headquarters, within the refurbished training room. Investing substantial funds. Zifa had transformed this training space filled with memories. Not only had the wall thickness been reinforced, but the materials chosen for construction were also of the highest quality. Its resistance to earthquakes, pressure, and impacts exceeded that of the previous training room by more than double. Fortunately, Luo Ya had completed the Hiville mission earlier, allowing the Navy's coffers to swell a bit. Otherwise, Sengoku would have surely frowned and ordered Zifa to leave at once. At this moment, inside the training room, Zifa was instructing Luo Ya in the mastery of hockey. Since Luo Ya had already learned the technique of life return, which demands exceptional bodily control, coupled with his unique physique, Zifa decided to teach him armament hockey first. In the latter half of the Grand Line, particularly in the New World, individuals capable of wielding hockey were commonplace, rendering it a conventional power. This necessitated the Navy to similarly disseminate hockey training to counter those formidable pirates. Otherwise, not only would executing missions be perilous, but merely traversing their territories could threaten one's life. Regrettably, the cultivation of hockey is exceedingly challenging. Typically, only Navy personnel reaching the officer level could grasp it superficially. Moreover, intensifying hockey's strength requires immense effort. For instance, Luo Ya had encountered Rocky and Beard. The former could breach defenses with a single strike of his armament hockey, while the latter needed to employ heavy cavalry tactics to penetrate his defenses. This disparity in hockey strength illustrates that this ability cannot be acquired as easily as consuming a devil fruit. Mastering it necessitates rigorous refinement to amplify its potency. Some hockey users, during their initial learning phase, might find their power weaker than their own physical strength. Thus, the Navy opted for an elite training approach. In terms of sheer numbers, they could not compete with pirates. However, when it came to elite combat prowess, they were undaunted by any adversary. Among the three types of hockey, there exists a form known as Conqueror's Hockey, which is more intimidating than armament hockey and observation hockey. The possessor of this hockey does not need to engage physically, merely using it can initiate an attack. It stems from the user's own spirit. And only as the user grows stronger does the offensive capability of Conqueror's Hockey increase. Those of lesser strength stand no chance against this hockey and may be rendered unconscious. Unfortunately, Conqueror's Hockey is an innate ability, unattainable through training or hereditary means. It is solely determined by one's fate. Among millions, only one may possess it. And those able to awaken it are exceedingly rare. rendering the users of Conqueror's Haki exceptionally scarce. In the New World, this ability is regarded as a kingly qualification. Luo Ya was uncertain whether anyone in the Navy could wield Conqueror's Haki. However, in the original narrative, the leader Green Pepper mentioned that in the New World, individuals capable of using Conqueror's Haki were as numerous as fish crossing a river, a result of the vast population of pirates. Nevertheless, since those pirates, who were generally weaker than the Navy's admirals, could awaken Conqueror's Haki, it was certain that there were individuals within the Navy who could as well. They simply chose not to reveal it for reasons unknown. Armament Haki's defensive and offensive capabilities, aside from being influenced by one's proficiency, can only be enhanced by increasing one's physical strength. At this moment, Zifa had removed his shirt, revealing a body marred with fearsome scars. His arms, darkened to the elbows, exuded an inexplicable sense of danger to Luo Ya. You must understand that physical strength is paramount. Haki, no matter how potent, is merely an ability, a weapon. Only the body represents the fundamental strength. Luo Ya nodded in agreement. This situation mirrored that of the Kuja tribe on Amazon Lily. Although nearly all warriors among the island's inhabitants wielded armament Haki, their strength was insufficient to contend with the great pirates of the New World. Even Zoro, fresh from the East Blue, could easily overpower them. This exemplifies the reality of inadequate physical strength leading to insufficient Haki prowess. Seeing Luo Ya grasping the concept, Zifa nodded with satisfaction, raising his prosthetic limb before Luo Ya. As I mentioned earlier, the application of armament Haki generally divides into two methods, wrapping and hardening. Now, tell me, with my prosthetic arm appearing darkened, have I utilized wrapping or hardening? Wrapping and hardening, perhaps? Luo Ya cautiously replied. In the next moment, Zifa's fist crashed down upon him, sending him sprawling. Was I speaking to a dog just now? Zifa roared, suppressing his ire. I told you. The application of armament Haki solely involves wrapping. Wrapping emphasizes strength. When your Haki is sufficiently strong and the covering density is high, the wrapped object will naturally harden. Even the hardening ability of my other hand is merely wrapping Haki around it to achieve hardening. How could you not grasp such a simple principle? As Luo Ya picked himself up off the ground, his eyes rolled in exasperation. What if the teacher had indeed lost his wits and forgotten what he had said? But he promptly stood at attention, ready to absorb Zifa's teachings. Regardless of whether Zifa had become muddled, the knowledge he imparted was the culmination of countless predecessors' experiences, forged through blood and sweat. In this world, where energy manipulation is rudimentary, such knowledge is invaluable. The cultivation of armament Haki does not demand high technical skill. Aside from physical strength, it merely involves wrapping and more wrapping. Successfully manifesting armament Haki, enabling it to be simply wrapped around one's hand or objects, signifies having taken the first step. At this point, one can interact with the tangible forms of Logia fruit users, akin to when Daz Bonez injured the Snow Woman. Subsequently, achieving high-density wrapping, allowing Haki to form a black layer on the surface of the body and objects, denotes true mastery of armament Haki. Beyond that, enveloping the entire body with Haki, or even extending it to nearby objects for remote hardening, does not signify a substantial elevation in realm. Rather, it is merely a distinction in strength and foundation. It is akin to the difference between an experienced driver and a novice. When someone mentions TL for 51Y, the seasoned driver comprehends it instantly, while the newcomer might inquire, what is this? A new missile from some country? Zephyr spoke incessantly to Luo Ya, reveling in a delightful sense of liberation that he had not experienced in a long while. Luo Ya possesses not only formidable strength but also remarkable intuition and unwavering determination in his training. It is not uncommon for him to seclude himself in the training room for months on end. Such an exemplary disciple is indeed a rare find. After speaking at length, Zifa finally paused, though his enthusiasm remained palpable. He cast a glance at Luo Ya and offered a final reminder. I shall refrain from reiterating the issues concerning close combat. However, I must caution you that your fruit abilities primarily facilitate mid to long range attacks, until you master the art of entanglement. Do not entertain the notion of applying your armed color Haki to your ranged attacks. It is beyond your current capabilities. Upon hearing this, Luo Ya awkwardly scratched the back of his head, for Zephyr had just articulated the very thoughts swirling in his mind. Consider this, the roar of the Ice Dragon. A formidable technique intertwined with the power of Haki. Its might is simply terrifying. Chapter 92. The return of Kuzan. Gratitude to the readers for their encouragement and generous support. Zephyr, as the chief instructor of the Navy headquarters, certainly earned his position not merely due to his former rank as an admiral and his formidable prowess, but also as a testament to his exceptional teaching abilities. Through a brief exchange, he discerned the thoughts nestled within Luo Ya's heart. Observing the awkwardness that painted Luo Ya's face, Zephyr chuckled and shook his head. Never mind, it was just a casual remark. For now, focus on mastering the basics. Should you struggle, further words would serve no purpose. A few days hence, at the large port of the Navy headquarters, a warship gradually approached from the distance. Finally docking at the port, the logistics personnel of the Navy hurriedly made their way to the ship, tools in hand. Prepared to record the ship's arrival date and inquire about any necessary repairs or maintenance. The sound of polished shoes striking the stone slabs echoed as one naval officer. Head bowed, scribbled notes while glancing at the scratches on the warship's hull. What severe damage? Were you attacked? Attacked? Not really, I suppose. It was merely a collision with an iceberg. Merely a collision with an iceberg. The naval officer's mouth twitched as he turned his head to catch a glimpse of the audacious individual responsible for such a statement. Upon seeing the figure, he was left utterly astounded. Crack. The pencil in his grasp snapped under his unconscious pressure, falling to the ground with a thud. Startled by the impact, he straightened up, stamping his right foot firmly on the ground, and saluted sharply, his hand rising swiftly to his forehead, producing a muffled sound. Admiral Akiji. What? Admiral. The bustling naval officers turned their attention to the source of the commotion. Sure enough, the figure standing at the port's stone steps, yawning with one hand in his pocket, was none other than one of the three admirals, Akiji. In mere moments, the once busy port fell into a hushed silence, only to be broken by the synchronized stomping of feet, creating a wave of sound. Admiral Akiji. For a time, that singular voice reverberated throughout the port. Ah. Everyone seems to be in good spirits, Akiji yawned, casting a glance at the assembled officers before waving his hand and turning to depart. Only after his departure did the commanding officer of the warship descend the gangway, supported by his subordinates. His body wrapped in bandages with the lingering scent of gunpowder revealing the circumstances of his recent arrival. Watching Akiji's retreating figure, the naval officer was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears welling in his eyes. This journey, truly, I cannot thank you enough. Teacher Kazan has returned? Luo Ya set down the exercise equipment, retrieving a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Beside him stood the towering figure of Zephyr. Hadn't he gone to the East Blue on a mission? How could he return so swiftly? One could easily surmise that tasks requiring the intervention of a vice admiral are typically of considerable difficulty. Additionally, given the world's inconvenient transportation and the reliance on maritime travel, heavily influenced by weather conditions, it generally takes several months for a vice admiral to complete a mission. For instance, Akainu and Kizaru, one venturing to the New World and the other to the South Blue, both took 4 to 5 months to return. And yet, how long had it been since Kazan set off? At most, 2 months, I suppose. In response to Luo Ya's inquiry, Zephyr seemed to recall something. Casting a peculiar glance in his direction, you are unaware. Never mind. He summoned you to the small square tonight. I believe it is to assess the fruits of your training over the past months. Periodically, Zephyr engages in such evaluations to ensure the progress of his disciples and to address their uncertainties. Thus, his conjecture seems accurate. But what have you omitted? Luo Ya silently scoffed, but soon relinquished his curiosity. If Zephyr chose not to speak, could he really compel him to divulge anything? Surely that would lead to dire consequences. No. It would undoubtedly land him in the hospital. Reflecting on the day he had been caught pilfering 2 premium cigars from Zephyr sent a shiver down Luo Ya's spine, prompting him to stand at attention and salute. Yes, I understand, he exclaimed. What on earth are you so worked up about? Zephyr, bewildered, inquired. As night fell, the small square at the Navy headquarters glimmered under the silvery moonlight, illuminating the newly laid stone slabs, their mottled patterns stark against the darkened sky. Not far away, a patrolling sailor, stifling a yawn, was preparing to doze off when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. His drowsiness vanished instantly. The sailor raised his weapon and called out sternly, "Who goes there? Step forward." "Hey, Will, are you slacking off again today?" A familiar voice echoed from around the corner. The sailor, known as Will, let out a sigh of relief and sheepishly scratched the back of his head. It's just that my wife at home keeps insisting on nagging me, knowing I have the night watch tonight." His expression was decidedly awkward, as if he had been caught in a vulnerable moment, yet his words retained a cheeky tone. In response, Luo Ya could only shrug in resignation before teasing him. "It seems your back is giving you trouble. Perhaps you're suffering from kidney deficiency and need to nourish yourself." What? Who has kidney deficiency? Will retorted, his face flushing crimson as he vehemently protested, his eyes darting about. "Hey, I didn't expect that to actually provoke a reaction. Luo Ya grinned mischievously, hooking his arm around Will's shoulder. Allow me to share a little remedy with you, and I assure you that you will become a formidable force. Your wife will be left utterly defeated. Really? Will's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly responded. Absolutely. At that moment, Luo Ya resembled a purveyor of dubious potions, his smirk rivaling that of the notorious yellow ape. Come closer, and I shall enlighten you. The two engaged in a playful exchange, their camaraderie evident as they bantered for quite some time. Eventually, Will departed, thoroughly satisfied, promising Luo Ya that should the remedy prove effective, a grand reward would follow. As time passed, months later, the Warring States era revealed an intriguing shift within the naval base. Many sailors regarded their leader with a newfound gaze, marked by a peculiar intensity. Though no actions were taken, the incessant attention directed toward him was unsettling. The poor creature found himself cowering in his office, unable to muster the courage to step outside. Shortly after Will's departure, an icy spear materialized behind Luo Ya, aimed directly at the back of his head. Smack! Luo Ya turned away without a glance, narrowly evading a lethal strike. He swiftly raised his right hand to seize the airborne ice spear. Not only did you fail to bring me any local delicacies, but you didn't even bother to greet me. Luo Ya began to gnaw on the chunk of ice in his hand, the sound echoing in the silence. You truly sadden me as your disciple, Kazan-sensei. Ah, my sincerest apologies. A familiar languid voice reverberated through the empty alleyway. Luo Ya blinked, and there stood Kazan before him, clad in a crisp white suit. Kazan extended his arms forward, gripping his right wrist with his left hand, aiming at Luo Ya. Because next, I intend to commit an even more outrageous act. Impudent brat. With a swift motion, a colossal ice bird, forged from frost, burst forth from Kazan's hand, hurtling towards Luo Ya with piercing cold. Ugh! Faced with this sudden assault, Luo Ya was momentarily stunned. Then a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Let us see who is truly more outrageous, Kazan-sensei. Ice make, heavy armored cavalry. Boom. Explosions. Shattering ice, the clamor of the navy, and dazzling lights. Countless elements coalesced in that instant, forming the most cherished tableau that Luo Ya held dear. Luo Ya is ultimately a traveler from another realm. While other travelers may retain memories of their past lives, allowing them to calmly integrate into a new world, Luo Ya's experience is distinctly different. Luo Ya was uncertain how they accomplished it, but he could not. He had always felt profoundly alone, as if watching a film in 3D, even when immersed in it. However, fortune smiled upon him when he met the squirrel, Kazan, and numerous others upon whom he could rely, reassuring him that he was not solitary in this world. Chapter 93, Master and Apprentice's Midnight Conversation. After the fierce battle, Kazan, whose attire was somewhat tattered yet remained unscathed, sat alongside the bruised Luo Ya, gazing at the gradually calming marine fort. Kazan's initial objective had been achieved. Luo Ya's prowess needed no further elaboration, having demonstrated his capabilities in the recent conflict. During Kazan's absence of 2 months, Luo Ya had astonishingly maintained the terrifying growth rate he exhibited under Kazan's tutelage, to the extent that even Kazan now needed to be earnest to best him. This remarkable rate of cultivation pleased Kazan immensely. Even more gratifying was that Luo Ya had refrained from developing techniques specifically against him. Yet, reflecting on the matters discussed by Sengoku earlier that day, and the injured still languishing in the hospital, he felt a twinge of concern. Hey, Luo Ya. Yes? What is it? Luo Ya tilted his head toward Kazan, his swollen eyes barely opening a slit, appearing rather comical. However, Kazan found little humor in the moment. Resting his chin on his hand and speaking softly, I heard you incapacitated the CP agents. Is that true? Luo Ya's heart sank. It was indeed about this matter. Before arriving, he had harbored such a suspicion, although Zephyr had advised him on that very day not to disclose the events to anyone, leaving the matter to him to negotiate with the world government's inspectors. The fewer who knew, the more advantageous the situation would be for him. Yet, in the presence of his mentor, Luo Ya's conscience urged him that concealment was wrong. He had long been prepared to lay it all bare. After a brief silence, Luo Ya inhaled deeply and confessed, yes. Even the least injured Rob Lucci will likely find his path to growth permanently obstructed. He can be considered a waste now. He then recounted the events of that day in full detail to Kazan. Upon hearing Luo Ya's account, Kazan's arm, which had been propped under his chin, suddenly turned to ice, a piercing chill radiating through the air. He regarded Luo Ya with a severe tone, his irritation evident. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Feeling the frigid aura emanating from Kazan, Luo Ya was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. While it is foolish to excuse one's actions, I must defend myself. If anyone dares to harm my comrades, regardless of who they are, I shall not forgive them. Indeed, this was the essence of who you are. Kazan thought, momentarily lost in contemplation, uncertain how to continue his admonition. The atmosphere became eerily silent. The recent upheaval caused by Luo Ya's actions against CP has indeed escalated into a significant issue. The five elders were taken aback by the ruthlessness exhibited by the newly appointed chief of the elite camp, who has recently garnered considerable attention. It is imperative to recognize that CP is not merely a covert intelligence organization. It represents the face of the world government and, by extension, the celestial dragons. While pirates may disregard the intricacies of these matters, the Navy, as a subordinate entity of the world government, cannot afford to do so. Initially, the five elders intended only to admonish the Navy to convey their stance. They believed that the affairs concerning the celestial dragons were to be handled discreetly, expressing a lack of support while simultaneously wishing to avoid entanglement in this troublesome situation. Thus, they did not particularly care about the outcome of this reprimand, whether it resulted in victory or defeat, as long as their position was made clear and the upper echelons of the Navy comprehended it. This was the true reason behind the mobilization of CP. After all, it is the Navy headquarters, and even the five elders must treat this organization with caution. However, no one anticipated how events would unfold. A significant number of CP members were incapacitated, and even Rob Lucci, recognized as the most formidable CP member in nearly a millennium, suffered the loss of 2 fingers. This development is grave indeed, particularly given that it concerns Rob Lucci. At merely 24 years of age, Lucci is in the prime of his ascent, with boundless potential ahead of him. The loss of such talent is profoundly regrettable, not just for the Navy but also for the world government. Those selected for CP are universally regarded as invaluable assets, and Lucci is considered a treasure among treasures. The unfortunate reality is that he was rendered incapacitated within the Navy headquarters. Had it not been for the overarching authority of the Fleet Admiral, who intervened and communicated with the Celestial Dragons, Luo Ya would likely have already faced severe repercussions from the enraged higher-ups. This incident constitutes an egregious attack on the reserves of an ally. Compounding the severity of the situation is the knowledge that, according to the original narrative, Rob Lucci was tasked with acquiring the ancient weapon, Pluton, and had been lurking in Water 7 for a year. This matter is of utmost importance. And while Kazan may have only heard whispers of it, the world government is fully aware, having issued the orders themselves, to ensure absolute safety and to maintain appearances. The bald officials incited CP agents, including Kaku and Khalifa, to accompany the mission. Both of them are infiltrators. Currently, one is in a coma with severe compound fractures and extensive frostbite, while the other has suffered an amputation and is confined to a wheelchair. It is easy to surmise that even if Lucci returns, the circumstances surrounding Kaku and Khalifa's disappearances, along with Lucci's mutilation, will undoubtedly raise suspicions. The narrative of returning home only to encounter pirates seems too coincidental, especially considering their prowess. At this juncture, Lucci has yet to attain the same level of renown that would inspire unwavering trust from the iceberg. Thus, in light of iceberg's potential doubts, the likelihood of this mission's failure looms large, hinging upon Lucci's ability to perform convincingly. It is precisely because both matters converge upon Lucci that the higher-ups have directed their ire towards Luo Ya, who instigated this situation. Consequently, both the five elders and the celestial dragons are now acutely aware of Luo Ya's actions, and the challenges he faces are daunting. Likewise, the pressure on the Navy headquarters is palpable. After an undetermined period of silence, Kazan suddenly broke into a light chuckle. Luo Ya gazed at him in bewilderment, unsure of what thoughts occupied his mind. However, Kazan paid no heed to her confusion, lost in his own mirth. What began as a soft chuckle gradually escalated, culminating in a hearty roar of laughter. Ha 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 ha. From the initial bewilderment, Luo Ya gradually grew more composed, ultimately gazing with lifeless eyes as he quietly observed Kazan's performance. As Kazan caught sight of Luo Ya, his laughter abruptly ceased. He cleared his throat, brushing away the slight embarrassment on his face, and then turned serious. Addressing Luo Ya, in the future, do not act so impulsively. This time, in terms of priorities, CP was indeed at fault. They acted unilaterally and sought trouble without informing us, leaving us with a means of retreat. However, your response was excessive. Consider your companions. You are undeniably strong and have progressed rapidly, possessing the confidence to disregard the latent pressures from the world government. But what about them? Kazan did not elaborate further. Yet the astute Luo Ya grasped his meaning. Yes, what about them? In the face of circumstances beyond their control, what would they do? Luo Ya could easily imagine the answer. Luo Ya could not help but begin to reflect on his actions. After all, Black Arm Zephyr was a living testament to the consequences of one's choices. I understand now, Teacher Kazan. Observing Luo Ya's bowed head, Kazan sighed inwardly. Realizing that his troublesome disciple had an uncanny knack for attracting trouble, this matter would undoubtedly not be resolved easily, and future complications were certainly on the horizon. Nevertheless, he had already made up his mind. Come what may, he would protect this disciple. In the realm of men, certain matters can be remarkably straightforward. Once acknowledged, one would go to great lengths, even to the point of risking their life, to ensure protection. Chapter 94. The Dragon's Form and the Will of Dominance. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the book friends for their generous support of 10,000 from the dark maple of the great tree. Another 10,000, together with Q reading, that totals 30,000. I have a foreboding sense that my health will suffer as a result. As Kazan stood up, preparing to depart, he suddenly scratched his head and turned back. Are you aware that Teacher Zephyr intends to establish a pirate guerrilla squad? Huh? What? Luo Ya suddenly raised his head, gazing at Kazan in disbelief. Forming a pirate guerrilla squad. Wasn't that something that would occur 2 years later? Luo Ya exerted himself tirelessly in his training, driven by the desire to avenge Zifa, hoping to help him relinquish his hatred and avoid the tragic fate depicted in the original narrative. Yet, what did he hear? Zifa intended to form a pirate guerrilla group. Why did he not confide in me? Luo Ya exclaimed in a fit of urgency, abruptly rising and striding in another direction. No, I must seek clarity. Kazan observed Luo Ya's demeanor, his gaze calm, murmuring to himself, Indeed, you possess much knowledge, Luo Ya. He then launched an ice spear to impede Luo Ya's advance. What are you doing? Luo Ya leaped back to evade the ice spear, his voice laced with urgency. That question should be posed to you. What are you doing? Kazan replied, his tone grave. What is your intent? To prevent a man from seeking vengeance? Do you not realize that such an action would not only disappoint Master Zifa but also enrage him? Even in death, he would never permit you to avenge him. If Kazan's speculation held truth, Luo Ya's intentions became abundantly clear. He sought to aid Zifa in his quest for vengeance. Yet, he would not acquiesce, absolutely not. This marked the first occasion the two openly addressed the matter. Kazan resolved to momentarily set aside the question of how Luo Ya had acquired such extensive knowledge. But he was determined to thwart Luo Ya's course. This was the duty of an admiral of the Navy, a commitment made by a disciple to his master. I can assist him in avenging his wrongs. Just grant me a little more time. Luo Ya cried out passionately. Yes, just a bit more time. A year. No. 6 months will suffice. I will surely help Master Zifa avenge. Bang. Before Luo Ya could finish speaking, Kazan's lips trembled with rage as he instantly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that drove him into the ground. Then, stepping on Luo Ya's head, he scolded. You seek revenge for him. What are you even worth? Am I not more deserving than you? At this point, Kazan suddenly appeared somewhat despondent. He released his foot, took deep breaths to suppress his fury, and asserted, Remember this, Luo Ya. A man's affairs must be resolved by himself, even in death. One must not allow oneself to be pitted. This is the fate of men upon the sea. If it were you, would you allow others to avenge you? Luo Ya was momentarily taken aback by Kazan's words. He exerted effort to pull his head from the ground and sat up. Kazan assumed that he had come to a realization and was about to offer some comforting words, only to discover that, despite the unkempt bangs obscuring his vision, Luo Ya's gaze remained resolutely steadfast. I truly cannot do it. However, I will certainly achieve it. I will ensure that Teacher Zifa utters those words. Kazan instinctively inquired, What words? Luo Ya lifted his head, glaring with his crimson eyes. Make him say, Please help me, Luo Ya. Kazan was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold chuckle as he shook his head, his tone wavering. It was unreasonable to expect others to accomplish what one could not. He picked up the coat that had just fallen to the ground, draping it over his shoulder. Well, I shall await your good news, Christopher Luo Ya. With that, Kazan turned and departed, leaving Luo Ya alone, staring blankly into the night. A month later, within the specially designed training room, Luo Ya stood at the center of the arena, closing his eyes in deep concentration, channeling all his focus into his fists. At that moment, an inexplicable aura coiled around his lowered hands, emanating an intensely perilous sensation. Suddenly, Luo Ya abruptly opened his eyes and murmured, Harden. A resonant hum filled the air, akin to the tremors of arcane energy. Instantly, the ethereal essence swirling around his hands began to compress and solidify, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Ya's hands became enveloped in an inky darkness. Yet, unlike Zephyr's profound blackness, the shade upon Luo Ya's hands appeared more subdued, exuding a sense of smoothness rather than rigidity. Interwoven through the black were delicate deep blue lines, reminiscent of bolts of lightning cleaving through the night sky, leaving behind a stunning trail. Clang! Luo Ya heavily brought his fists together, producing a sound reminiscent of steel colliding. "Ha! I truly am a genius," he exclaimed, gazing at the black and blue hues on his hands, a smile lighting up his face. Haki, after all, is merely a manifestation of energy. In the world of One Piece, individuals are largely unacquainted with the utilization of energy, particularly the sensation of it flowing both within and beyond their bodies, an experience that remains alien to most. However, Luo Ya is different. Not only is he a transmigrator who has perused a myriad of cultivation techniques, but his current identity as a Dragon Slayer Mage endows him with an adeptness in energy control. This innate advantage allows Luo Ya to progress rapidly in mastering the armament Haki, even surpassing his learning curve for the 6 powers, much to Zifa's despair. In fact, within a mere week, Luo Ya had preliminarily learned how to unleash his Haki, succeeding 9 times out of 10. In just half a month, he made a significant leap from initial wrapping to full hardening. This pace is astonishing, unprecedented throughout history. Aware of the situation, Sengoku immediately imposed a gag order on Luo Ya while internally brimming with excitement, pacing back and forth in his office. The Navy has seen a steady decline in quality over the years. Without Luo Ya's emergence, the strongest among the current recruits would likely have been Hansa. Though he may not reach the standards set by the likes of Akiji or Kizaru, he would certainly rival the problem child smoker's generation. Regrettably, Hansa is incapable of engaging in high-intensity battles. Thus, if one were to assess the average combat strength, this cohort indeed ranks as the lowest in history. However, these considerations are moot in light of Luo Ya's presence, who has exhibited such fearsome talent. The new generation of the Navy is poised for an ascent, leaving Sengoku in high spirits. With Luo Ya in existence, future critiques of Zifa's leadership will likely diminish, alleviating the pressure to recruit new soldiers. In 10 or 8 years, when a Vice Admiral retires, Luo Ya will be ready to fill that void. These are all positive developments. That night, Sengoku pondered extensively. However, the true reason behind Luo Ya's astonishing speed in mastering the armament Haki is not solely attributable to his system. Let us not forget, Luo Ya dedicated an entire month to training in the 6 powers, never stepping out of the training room. His focus on mastering Haki mirrored this dedication. To avoid distractions, Luo Ya even declined Zifa's simultaneous guidance on the observation Haki, dedicating himself entirely to the armament Haki. Luck, talent, strength, and patience, all of these attributes reside within Luo Ya, allowing his training to soar at an incredible pace. Yet, as time progressed, Luo Ya soon realized that his hardening of armament Haki seemed to have hit a bottleneck, not due to slow progress, but rather a complete standstill. Zifa speculated that perhaps Luo Ya's physical strength had reached its zenith, rendering further enhancement of Haki intensity impossible in the short term. However, even Zifa found it hard to believe this notion and merely offered it as a speculative opinion. After all, Luo Ya's physical prowess is beyond question. He likely surpasses even the 16 Vice Admirals at headquarters. Among these Vice Admirals, who would dare claim their armament Haki strength has reached saturation? If this is the case, then the issue Luo Ya faces does not lie in that domain, though it remains a possibility. Through meticulous introspection and Zifa's sparring and guidance, Luo Ya swiftly identified the root cause, a conflict between his dragon body and Haki. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Luo Ya was momentarily taken aback, unwilling to accept it, and repeatedly tested it until he ultimately came to believe it. The dragon body, as the name suggests, refers to the physical form of a dragon. This skill signifies the extent to which Luo Ya's physique is gradually transforming into that of a dragon. Strangely, the human aspect of Luo Ya's body, or rather the proportion of it, can accommodate the armament Haki. However, the dragon portion rejects any trace of Haki. This presents quite the conundrum. Thus, during the remaining half-month, Luo Ya's endeavors were less about training and more about creation, developing a method for his dragon body to accept Haki. Chapter 95, Training and Combat, Part 1. The enhancement provided by Luo Ya's dragon body is indeed formidable, yet the effects of armament Haki are no less impressive. If the two could be harmoniously integrated, the enhancement to his strength would not merely be additive, but potentially multiplicative. This realization compelled Luo Ya to persist in his training of armament Haki. Imagining himself in future battles, cloaked in scales of inky black Haki after utilizing his pseudo-dragon transformation, fills him with awe. Not to mention, considering the defensive capabilities of dragon scales, when coupled with armament Haki, the resulting defense would be nothing short of terrifying. Viewing my hawk slashes as inconsequential would no longer be a mere fantasy. However, the question remained, From which angle should he approach this? At the outset of his creative process, Luo Ya found himself at an impasse. After omitting certain details about his condition, he engaged in discussion with Zifa. The seasoned veteran quickly provided a solution, albeit one that was somewhat simplistic. Zifa suggested, since the dragon portion of your body is repelling Haki, why not train Haki using that very part of your body? Indeed, integration invariably proves more effective in resolving issues than differentiation. As a descendant of the Huaxia civilization, Luo Ya could effortlessly cite numerous examples to substantiate this point. However, while this approach may appear deceptively simple, its execution is fraught with considerable challenges. Not to mention, the world of One Piece has never encountered a situation where the body resists Haki. Haki, in essence, is a power intrinsic to humanity, cultivated from the human form and entirely unrelated to dragons. Nevertheless, Luo Ya's innovative thinking is commendable. By mastering the art of life restoration, he possesses an acute awareness of his own physical condition, enabling him to even unleash the might of a transformed dragon. Coupled with his inherent advantages as a time traveler and sorcerer in the manipulation of energy, Luo Ya swiftly formulated a method worthy of exploration. He discerned that aside from the distinct cellular structure of his body, the primary force resisting Haki within him is, in fact, the power of the dragon. The formidable nature of the dragon's power within the fairy tale universe is indisputable. In the realm of One Piece, the strength of Haki is equally synonymous with ferocity. When two forces from disparate systems converge in a singular space, they naturally repel one another. Had it not been for Luo Ya's relatively low level of dragon power, which precluded a comprehensive counteroffensive within his body, he might have been unable to cultivate even a trace of Haki. Thus, Luo Ya resolved to heed Zifa's advice and endeavor to merge dragon power with Haki. Utilizing dragon power as nourishment, the dragon's form as soil, the dragon-slaying magic as illumination, and his acquired Haki as the seed, he aimed to cultivate a unique form of Haki that belonged solely to him. This method appeared feasible, yet its inherent dangers were known only to him. With the slightest misstep, dragon power could backfire, and the sensation of such a consequence could be gleaned from observing Natsu's appearance after each explosive transformation. Fortunately, Luo Ya successfully accomplished this remarkable feat without incident, leaving him astounded by his own fortuitous luck. Not only did he resolve the issue of his dragon form being unable to intertwine with Haki, but he also fused his armed Haki with the ice attribute of dragon-slaying magic, alongside a hint of dragon power. This synthesis is what rendered Luo Ya's hands so resplendent at this moment, with deep blue lightning intertwining in a mesmerizing display. Luo Ya could sense a formidable power surging within him after utilizing his Haki, augmenting his strength as it coalesced in his hands. He gazed at the deep blue-black aura enveloping his palms, freezing the moisture in the surrounding air, creating a misty atmosphere. For now, this would suffice. Days later, in the arena, Luo Ya's strength had escalated to a terrifying degree. At the naval headquarters, amidst the spectators, Simon stood on the periphery, his gaze transfixed on the two combatants fiercely clashing on the field, his mouth agape in astonishment. The companions surrounding him nodded in complex acknowledgement, some appearing somewhat dazed, as if still entranced by the battle unfolding before their eyes. The disparity had become utterly inconceivable. Luo Ya, who would dare to label him a mere novice now? At this moment, the members of the elite camp felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. This chasm of difference, which was imperceptible, rendered them, who were once regarded as monsters by ordinary recruits, utterly humbled. Initially, they could still glimpse Luo Ya's silhouette, striving to keep pace, but now, he had long since surged ahead of everyone. No, ahead of most in this vast ocean. The arena had transformed into a glacial epic, an icy chill radiating outward without restraint, despite it being the sultry end of summer. A palpable sensation of plummeting into an ice cavern enveloped those present. Countless icicles sprouted like a thicket upon the thick ice plains, their resonant vibrations echoing as if these iron-like structures were mere biscuits, easily shattered. Suddenly, two figures intertwined, and the air emitted a mournful wail. The resulting shockwave rippled outward like a tempest, the swirling winds causing the ice beneath to creak ominously, as if on the verge of shattering. Such strength from an elder! Luo Ya exclaimed, feeling the sharp pain radiating from his fist as he grimaced. At this moment, he had activated his pseudo-dragon transformation, his blue scales glistening brilliantly under the sunlight. Then, an ice wall materialized behind him, upon which he firmly planted his feet. With a resounding crash, the ice wall shattered under his overwhelming strength, the immense recoil propelling him forward like a launched missile, aimed directly at Zephyr. Receive my next strike, Teacher Zephyr. Upon landing, Zephyr, caught off guard by Luo Ya's current prowess, took a few steps back, dissipating the momentum from their earlier clash. just as he steadied himself and attempted to turn. An unsettling sensation of being locked onto surged within him. Has he already managed to somewhat utilize observation haki? Zephyr mused, his expression a mix of anger and amusement. As his aura surged once more, he stepped forward, pivoted, twisted his waist, and unleashed a merciless punch aimed at Luo Ya. Don't blame me if you end up in the hospital. Luo Ya charged forward, his gaze serene. The ice attribute Dragon Slayer magic allowed him to maintain composure at all times. He understood that Zephyr was still holding back. Otherwise, he would have already faced defeat. Yet, he was equally aware that the leeway Zephyr offered would not be extensive. He was determined that his strike would send Zephyr flying. After all, Zephyr, though still formidable, was burdened by age and chronic ailments. His peak prowess could not match the vigor of his youth, especially after 3 hours of intense combat. In contrast, Luo Ya, fortified by the extraordinary recovery abilities of a Dragon Slayer Mage, remained unaffected after this brief span. Moreover, he had activated his pseudo-dragon transformation. Thus, he resolved, harden. Luo Ya's fist transformed into a deep obsidian hue, adorned with lightning-like patterns of dark blue. Six King's Absolute Spear, revised. Heavy peak. An inexplicable aura enveloped his fists. Though it did not match the fearsome power of the Six King's Absolute Spear unleashed with both fists while remaining still, the chilling sensation profoundly penetrated the hearts of all present. Then, Luo Ya inhaled deeply, the ache radiating through his arms indicating that this triple enhancement could not be sustained for long. Frost Dragons. Frost Fist. With a roar, he unleashed a punch that seemed to rend the heavens and the earth. Zephyr, in that moment, believed he truly heard the roar of a dragon. As Luo Ya became a blur before his eyes, re-emerging as a colossal ice dragon, bellowing at him. Suddenly, Zephyr felt a jolt of alarm, sensing an anomaly. Yet, before he could ponder further, their fists collided. And indeed, the heavens and earth shattered. Chapter 96, Cultivation and Combat, Part 2, Boom. The ground was torn asunder. The sky frozen. The scene resembled an apocalyptic tableau. The elite members of the battalion were helplessly swept away, where their fists met. A thunderous clap echoed like the roar of a tempest. A terrifying chill erupted with unprecedented ferocity, swiftly spreading amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. It was as if the very world was on the brink of being encased in ice. The earth fissured into chasms several meters wide, with stones and soil suspended in midair, quickly encased by the biting cold, forming icicles that hung precariously from the cliffs. Who emerged victorious? Surely it could not be Luo Ya. Squirrel, embedding his sword sheath into the ground to prevent being blown away, lifted his gaze towards the center of the dust-choked arena, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Suddenly, Squirrel's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Teacher Zephyr is unharmed. That aura belongs to Luo Ya. In a flash, a figure shot skyward, resembling a bolt of blue lightning, dazzling amidst the swirling dust of the battlefield. At that moment, Luo Ya felt a tingling in his arms, not merely a consequence of the trifold enhancement, but also from the impact he had just endured. So this is it. This is the might of a pure martial arts admiral? How formidable then must Iron Fist Garp be? Luo Ya furrowed his brow, marveling at Zephyr's formidable strength. He had assumed that the Zephyr depicted in the original narrative, who would be defeated by Luffy 2 years later, would not evoke such a sense of insurmountability in him, regardless of how powerful he might be. However, he was gravely mistaken. His error was monumental. He could not fathom why the Zephyr of 6 years hence would be reduced to such a level, bested by a mere 19-year-old Luffy, who had only been at sea for a little over 2 years. Yet the current Zephyr was nothing short of a monster. That seemingly mundane punch, upon contact, unleashed a force that sent tremors through Luo Ya's heart. What was ostensibly a standard attack not only shattered the shockwave of his own enhanced Six King's Absolute Spear, but also obliterated his Dragon Slayer magic. The sensation of magical energy trapped within his fist, unable to be unleashed, was utterly suffocating, nearly causing him to cough up blood, had Zephyr not inexplicably ceased his assault. Luo Ya would indeed have found himself, as Zephyr had ominously suggested, confined to a hospital bed, as he gracefully floated in the air. Moving with the elegance of a moonlit step, Luo Ya maintained his composure. Although he had been struck back by Zephyr, it was evident that Zephyr himself would not be in a favorable condition either. Luo Ya would not show leniency simply because his opponent is his teacher. Now that Zephyr has ceased his movements, he seizes the opportunity to strike with lethal intent. He thrusts his fist, enveloped in the formidable haki, mercilessly channeling the shockwave and the frigid power of the ice dragon into Zephyr's body. Even a stalwart figure like Zephyr would emerge from this encounter battered and bruised. Beneath the swirling smoke, Zephyr's laughter resonates with startling clarity. As an unknown wind disperses the haze, it reveals the corner of his mouth stained with blood. In this moment, Zephyr is indeed enduring considerable hardship. Luo Ya's Six Kings Absolute Gun possesses the destructive capability to obliterate steel. Even a one-handed technique designed for mobility would be sufficient to reduce an ordinary individual to mere rubble. Although Zephyr is no ordinary man, he remains, after all, a human being. The shockwave coursing through him was nearly enough to shatter his internal organs. To make matters worse, an intensely chilling force from the ice dragon penetrated his body, instigating a freezing effect. At this moment, his entire arm and a significant portion of his torso were encrusted with ice crystals, resembling an icy armor. Fortunately, in this critical juncture, Zephyr enveloped himself in a dense layer of haki, countering the frigid assault. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a frozen statue. With his still-sensing left hand, Zephyr waved, creating a gust that dispersed the lingering dust, and he raised his gaze towards Luo Ya hovering above. This insufferable brat has indeed grown remarkably strong. Luo Ya found himself somewhat perplexed by Zephyr's laughter. However, their agreed-upon battle was far from over, and now was not the time for distractions. As he sensed a shift in Luo Ya's aura, Zephyr's expression gradually grew serious. Indeed, it had been established that the fight would only conclude when one party lost the ability to resist. This rule, proposed by Luo Ya himself, was intended to fully exhaust his own potential. As a mentor, Zephyr certainly could not overlook this stipulation. Feeling the dwindling magical energy within him, Luo Ya furrowed his brow. This was dire. His magic was on the verge of depletion. Over the past few hours, he had intermittently utilized his pseudo-dragon transformation skill 3 times, nearly squeezing his capabilities to their utmost limits. Once his magical energy restored to a certain level, he could unleash his skills and confront Zephyr head-on. Yet now, that final vestige of magic was almost entirely spent. He surveyed the battlefield, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Kazan, who had his hands tucked into his pockets. If only he could find something to eat right now. As Luo Ya pondered, he realized that it was merely a fleeting wish. Gazing down at Zephyr, who was watchfully lurking below, Luo Ya was convinced that if he descended now, the outcome would be inevitable. Thus, let a single strike determine the victor. With a determined expression, Luo Ya inflated his cheeks, and a towering blue magical array materialized before him. Wait, is Luo Ya really about to unleash that move? From the spectator stands, no. Now transformed into a frozen wasteland, Marmot glanced at the familiar blue magical array in front of Luo Ya, his eyes twitching in apprehension. As Luo Ya's lifelong friend and the first person to encounter him, Marmot could not possibly be unaware of the terrifying attack that emanated from Luo Ya's mouth. It was his most formidable offensive skill, a brutal assault so fierce that even Kazan, a fellow ice element user who could typically disregard standard physical attacks, would not dare to endure it head-on. I should keep my distance, Marmot thought, decisively employing a swift movement to reach the elite camp members, hastily grabbing 2 of them and retreating from the battlefield in a flurry. Simultaneously, his voice echoed in the air, "Run." The other members momentarily froze, then quickly regained their senses, scrambling backward in a hasty retreat. While on the move, Marmot cast a glance at the wreckage of the arena behind him, shaking his head in regret. After this, they will surely have to level and renovate this place. Watching his companions flee, Luo Ya exhaled in relief, then opened his mouth wide, unleashing an unending torrent of frost. The roar of the ice dragon. The ice that erupted from his mouth and the magical array swiftly expanded from the size of a fist to a width of several meters, instantly transforming into a cataclysmic blizzard that blotted out the sky, descending with an overwhelming ferocity. The surging ice tempest seemed intent on freezing everything in its path. Even from a distance, Zephyr felt the temperature of the air plummet once more, plunging to the freezing point. The warm breath escaping his body crystallized into tiny ice shards before they could even dissipate into mist. Confronted with Luo Ya's terrifying strike, Zephyr lowered his center of gravity, channeling energy to shatter the ice crystals that clung to his body and hands. Without hesitation, he opted to evade. Boom. The ice storm missed Zephyr, crashing into the ground. The earth, already cracked and frozen, emitted a mournful groan as the furious dragon-slaying magic sent shards of ice scattering, carving a massive crater. Yet, its momentum did not wane, expanding outward until the entire battlefield was enveloped, forming an inverted bowl. Everything within that bowl faced the relentless onslaught of countless ice shards, poised for slicing and freezing. Clang! Zephyr activated his haki, bracing himself against the icy projectiles that shot towards him like bullets. After launching his attack, Luo Ya had yet to assess his success when an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. His eyes widened in alarm, and without a glance back, he twisted his torso, thrusting his left elbow behind him as a sharp ice blade sprouted instantaneously at the joint. The scythe of the ice dragon. Swish! It struck true. Yet, Before Luo Ya could revel in his triumph, a heavy fist collided with the back of his head, leaving him momentarily stunned. Luo Ya's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. With his still functioning left hand, Zephyr caught Luo Ya's falling body, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, tinged with a hint of melancholy. That is enough. I consent to your participation in the graduation assessment. Chapter 97. Application for Graduation. Gratitude to the reader who bestowed 100 rewards for my unheard cries. Thanks to the reader who whispered, I am a mushroom, for their 100 rewards. And to the reader Xin Yin for their 100 rewards. In the main fortress. Within the conference hall, no significant events necessitated the gathering of all the prominent figures today. The world government had not exerted any pressure on the Navy. And everything appeared deceptively tranquil. Nevertheless, everyone was present. At the forefront, Sengoku organized the documents at hand, producing a stack to pass to the Weasel. Vice Admiral Weasel received it and distributed the materials to all the esteemed attendees. After everyone had perused the documents, he inquired, Zephyr, how long has Luo Ya been training? Upon hearing Sengoku's question, the others lifted their gazes towards Zephyr, eager to hear his perspective. Although the precise duration was unknown, they were aware that Luo Ya had joined the Navy and the recruit camp for less than 6 months. It was likely not even half a year. In response to the inquiry, Zephyr calmly provided the accurate timeline. It took Luo Ya 1 month to transition from the standard recruit camp to the elite camp. From the elite camp to now, applying for the graduation assessment, Luo Ya had spent 3 months. This declaration rendered the attendees speechless. For months, no. 1 month spent cleaning latrines hardly constituted training. In essence, Luo Ya had merely taken 3 months to prepare to set sail officially. In the hall, whether it was the 3 admirals or Sengoku and Garp, they all felt somewhat breathless. It is noteworthy that even the current 3 admirals, who had consumed devil fruits early on, required about a year to apply for graduation. This was not due to them concealing their strengths, but rather because they had previously lacked the requisite abilities to pass the graduation assessment. And now, after a mere 3 months, Luo Ya was poised to graduate. The prominent figures present were at a loss for words, simultaneously expressing admiration while harboring a greater sense of anticipation for Luo Ya. Regardless of the peculiarities, Luo Ya was a member of the Navy. Moreover, he had consistently received ample support within the Navy, forging deep bonds with many from Zephyr and Weasel to the new recruit mess hall, making the likelihood of his defection virtually negligible. This meant that Luo Ya would remain with the Navy for life. As influential figures of the Navy, what could be more exhilarating than witnessing their own growth? Considering Luo Ya's talents and intellect, it was certain that his future accomplishments would not fall short of anyone present. Even Vice Admiral Crane expressed immense curiosity about Luo Ya, wishing to meet the strongest recruit in the Navy's history. Indeed, the strongest. The commotion from the fierce battle between Zephyr and Luo Ya was so profound that, within mere hours, news had spread to every corner of Marineford. They were more informed than the underground soldiers and were aware that Zephyr had exerted 5 levels of power during that encounter, although Zephyr was the weakest among those present. Excluding Crane, this weakness was still above the standard of past admirals. His 5 levels of power were no longer something that the vice admirals could contend with. They were genuine admiral standards. In other words, Luo Ya had already reached an admiral-level strength. However, Luo Ya had only just grazed the passing mark. His level of power could not truly be classified as that of an admiral, likely placing him in the candidate phase for the Navy headquarters admirals, akin to Vice Admiral Peach Bunny appearing in the theatrical version. Such power was rare among the vice admirals, and the title of the strongest recruit was thoroughly deserved. Thus, the announcement was made, prepare for the opponents in the prison death match. Seeing that no one had any objections, Sengoku decisively declared the result, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He believed that the first 2 phases of testing posed no challenge for Luo Ya. The prison death match was the true stage for evaluating heart strength. Yes. At the entrance of the conference room, Weasel maintained a formal stance, suppressing his inner exhilaration as he rendered a deep salute. Once Sengoku organized the documents, he waited for the others to depart before seemingly casually asking Zephyr, "Are you certain that was the sensation of time freezing?" Well, Zephyr bit down on his cigar, gazing out the window. How to describe that moment? A state of disorientation? No, that is not quite right. Losing control? Not exactly. He rubbed his still aching arm, reflecting carefully. It felt like falling asleep, including the instinctual responses of your body disappearing. You feel nothing at all. Yet when you awaken and regain your senses, you realize you've already been attacked. Zephyr extended his right hand, pointing at the bruised and darkened muscle. Had I possessed even a modicum of defensive capability, I wouldn't have sustained injuries of this magnitude. I had to resolve the battle swiftly to prevent exacerbating my injuries. The muscle appeared familiar to Sengoku. He had encountered it many times while leading missions on various eastern islands. It was the appearance of muscle that had been frozen to death, blood no longer flowing within, and even the sense of touch had vanished. At that time, confronting soldiers with frostbitten toes, he had gritted his teeth and, suppressing his disgust, cut off their necrotic toes with scissors to prevent further injury. Yet, the soldiers exhibited no reaction, bizarrely turning to ask him why he was touching their feet. They felt no pain from the severed toes, merely sensing their feet moving. Sengoku gasped, "How do you feel? Can you still exert strength?" With 8 levels of strength resting on those hands, losing a hand would be an unbearable agony. If he were to lose an arm as well, Sengoku feared Zephyr might not withstand the blow. After all, not everyone possesses the resilience of Yonghua. Observing Sengoku's demeanor, Zephyr reassured him, "Rest assured, I am fine." He gestured toward his prosthetic limb. Fortunately, this prosthetic is crafted from special materials. It absorbed the initial wave of cold invasion. Although my hand appears severely injured, with a bit of care, it should heal within a few months. As he spoke, Zephyr seemed to recall something, asking Sengoku, "By the way, regarding the prosthetic, didn't Vegapunk agree to help me design a combat prosthetic? Has it not been completed yet?" Zephyr was not one to deceive. Since he claimed to be fine, Sengoku could also set his mind at ease. However, upon broaching the topic of the prosthetic, Sengoku sighed inwardly and feigned ignorance. "I don't know. He mentioned he would notify us once it was ready. There is no need to rush. Now that Luo Ya is about to graduate, you should focus your attention on that. You'll be busy for the next couple of months." Sengoku discreetly shifted the topic, and indeed, the eager Zephyr immediately took the bait. "Yes, you are right. Luo Ya's graduation is paramount. Sengoku, where do you think it would be most suitable for Luo Ya to be assigned post-graduation?" Well, and so, the two influential figures engaged in conversation. Unlike the recruit camp, members of the elite camp are assigned military ranks upon graduation. Even if they are at the bottom of the list, they have been meticulously selected from the ranks of the new recruits, and their capabilities are beyond question. However, the designation of their military rank post-graduation hinges upon their performance in the final assessment. Additionally, the comprehensive evaluations accumulated during their practical missions in the elite camp must be taken into account. The majority of graduates tend to convert these latent military merits into their final scores, thereby securing higher positions. While a minority may opt to expend these merits in exchange for requests or certain items, the elite camp managed by ZFA is undoubtedly quite humane in this regard. After all, very few individuals are free from burdens, living solely for themselves. Most exist for the sake of their families. Therefore, if you hear of elite camp graduates relinquishing military merits to request the establishment of a naval branch in their remote hometowns, or to have their hometowns included within the naval patrol routes, do not be taken aback. Such occurrences are entirely normal. Of course, Luo Ya need not concern himself with these matters. His sole focus at present is to ascertain the rank he may achieve upon graduation. Chapter 98, Third Tier. Luo Ya's desire to graduate is not a whimsical fancy, but rather the result of meticulous contemplation and reflection. He has now mastered the art of intimidation, acquired the 6 styles, and learned the technique of life return. His combat experience has also significantly heightened, transforming him into a formidable warrior capable of standing alone. Moving forward, if he wishes to realize his dream of becoming the strongest in the world, a dream that compelled him to relinquish his first love, forgo his aspirations of becoming a master architect, and abandon all semblance of his former daily life, he must take his leave. Under the shelter of protection, he will never truly thrive, much like a flower in a greenhouse, beautiful yet fragile. The likes of Sengoku and Carp have forged their strength and status through countless life and death battles, advancing step by step. To speak of Carp, the Iron Fist, whose name resounds across the seas, much of his renown stems from his relentless pursuit of Roger, a task that was far from trivial. In response to Luo Ya's request to graduate, Zephyr initially prepared to refuse, only to realize, with a sudden epiphany, that Luo Ya could no longer learn anything further from him. Everything he knows, Luo Ya has mastered. What he does not know, Kazan will teach him upon his return. Practical combat experience cannot be gleaned from mere skirmishes in the elite camp. Within the confines of the elite camp, not only has Luo Ya exhausted his opponents, but even battles among comrades ultimately entail holding back. Even perilous missions are accompanied by several warships providing escort and protection. No matter how much knowledge Luo Ya acquires, when faced with the stark reality of life and death combat, such experiences prove to be of little significance. Moreover, Having already attained mastery in his domineering practice and learned the essence of life restoration, the deficiencies in his combat experience can gradually be rectified in due course. Remaining in the elite camp represents a squandered opportunity, both for Luo Ya and for the entire Navy headquarters, an egregious waste of talent. However, the thought of letting Luo Ya depart leaves Zifa with a heavy heart. It has been far too long since he has encountered such an exceptionally gifted disciple, and he has resolved to impart all his knowledge to Luo Ya before his departure. To his dismay, within a mere few months, Luo Ya has mastered everything Zifa knows. This frustrating sensation, akin to striking a pillow with a punch, leaves Zifa feeling exasperated. In search of an excuse to openly vent his dissatisfaction, Zifa uses the pretext of testing Luo Ya's true abilities to challenge him. He informs Luo Ya that if he demonstrates satisfactory prowess in battle, he will endorse his application. Zifa believes that Luo Ya's current strength is likely on par with a typical rear admiral, and even with the mastery of the 6 forms, he would merely equate to an admiral within the headquarters. Yet, the outcome surprises him. Transformed, Luo Ya now exhibits remarkable strength. His prowess in power, speed, and defense, 3 critical combat metrics, is flawlessly realized, perhaps even surpassed. Zifa is certain that should Luo Ya undergo testing, he would undoubtedly shatter all records within the elite camp. Following the assessment, Zifa concludes that Luo Ya's current strength surpasses that of most rear admirals in the headquarters, ranking just below the 3 admirals and their seasoned counterparts, comparable to several candidates for admiral. How old is Luo Ya? 24. How long has he obtained the devil fruit? Half a year. Reflecting on all that Luo Ya has accomplished and observing his astonishing rate of growth, Zephyr felt a deep bitterness within. Indeed, as a teacher, he had no justification to hinder his disciples' ascent to strength. Nightfall, within the confines of the courtyard room, Luo Ya sat quietly on the bed, engaged in meditation. The luminous moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping him like a delicate veil, harmonizing with the chilling aura that surrounded him. During the battle of the day, he gradually became aware of certain minor issues within himself, which he was now summarizing and seeking to improve. True cultivation is not achieved in an instant. Merely learning does not equate to mastering. As Zephyr had advised, he was still but a novice. Combat experience necessitates a long period of accumulation. Even the longest journey begins with a single step, and one cannot rush the process. At this moment, Luo Ya was shrouded in a layer of frost, the piercing cold freezing everything within the room. His magical energy flowed rapidly through him, akin to a mighty river, producing a resonant hum that could be heard. During his confrontation with Zephyr, the Ice Dragon scythe he wielded was not a system-provided dragon-slaying spell but a technique he had developed himself, akin to the awakening of pseudo-dragon transformation. After a recent upgrade, it had been assimilated into his repertoire of skills. Now, Luo Ya's attributes had undergone significant transformation, and he was poised to transcend the final threshold. Name: Christopher Luo Ya. Energy stage: 2nd level, 10th tier. Energy value: 15, 00115, 000. Magic value: 12, 00012, 000. Magic recovery rate: 100 minutes. Dragon power: 15. Dragon body: 35. Having mastered the domineering aura in the 6 styles, and after enduring several fierce battles, Luo Ya's energy value was finally at its peak. Particularly, today's exhilarating duel with Zephyr had resulted in a remarkable surge of 200 points, bringing his energy value to its maximum. After months of striving, he gazed at the screen displaying his full energy value, letting out a weary sigh. He had not anticipated that the ascent to the 2nd tier would be so painstakingly slow. Although, in terms of time, he had only taken 3 months to reach this point, a speed akin to flight, considering the disparity between these past months and that solitary month on the deserted island. Luo Ya could not help but lament. The 3rd tier would surely be more troublesome. It was evident that even the 2nd tier had compelled Luo Ya to exhaust his potential. With days filled solely with combat and cultivation, a relentless routine that persisted for 3 months before finally reaching its zenith. What then of the 3rd tier? Even if the difficulty did not escalate, by the standards of the 2nd tier, it would likely take at least half a year. The contrast with the 1st tier, where upgrades came effortlessly amidst leisure, was stark. Luo Ya's engagement in today's battle with Zephyr was also prompted by a reason he did not resist. Besides a desire to gauge the gap between himself and the general, he was also motivated by the slight deficiency in energy value, preferring to avoid any hassle. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, although his head felt a bit foggy, preventing him from reclining. Gazing at the attribute panel, Luo Ya inhaled deeply. Suppressing the anxiety brought on by the impending upgrade, warmed up, let us proceed. He extended his finger and tapped the upgrade option on the panel, and then crack. The familiar vibration of magic did not materialize. Yet, at that moment, a multitude of azure lights abruptly appeared in Luo Ya's room. They floated in midair, and upon their emergence, the entire space was instantly frozen. What was happening? Not sensing the familiar feeling of a scion upgrade, Luo Ya opened his eyes in confusion, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Everything was blanketed in white. The walls, floor, table, stools, windows, and doors were all encased in ice. Thick layers of frost adorning their surfaces, icicles descending from the ceiling, rendering the chamber akin to a millennia-old ice cavern. The chilling aura at his feet jolted Luo Ya from his stupor. Upon looking down, he was alarmed to find that his own feet were beginning to freeze. Moreover, the encroachment was advancing upward, as if intent on encasing his entire being in ice. Goodness! Luo Ya was horrified. Despite his dragon body having surged to 35 and dragon power exceeding 10, greatly enhancing his resistance to freezing, he had no desire to experience what it felt like to be frozen, especially not by this unfamiliar ice. Shave. Moonwalk. Luo Ya's figure shifted as he attempted to shatter the icy barrier and break free from the confines of the room. However, with a resounding thud, he found himself dazed. Clutching his head in agony, rolling on the ground. Ah, how solid. What in the world is this? The strength of these ice blocks was astonishing, surpassing even that of the ice he conjured with his dragon-slaying magic. They had transcended the hardness of steel. Luo Ya was convinced that even the sea stone he had encountered was no match for it. He could swear this by the throbbing lump on his head. Chapter 99. The unknown voice. While Luo Ya was gasping and massaging his aching head, suddenly, the frost within the room began to contract rapidly, surging towards him with alarming speed. What the? It's coming again! Luo Ya, filled with impatience, clicked her tongue and clenched her fist, aiming a powerful strike at the oncoming ice shard. Take this, she exclaimed. With a resounding clang, the collision of her fist and the ice block produced a crisp sound reminiscent of metal clashing against metal. Luo Ya was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these ice blocks would be so resilient. A punch delivered with 70% of his strength failed to shatter them. It is worth noting that he had just employed the power of armament hockey. Even steel would have crumpled under such force. Yet, these ice blocks exhibited no signs of damage whatsoever. Suddenly, numerous icy tendrils rose from beneath Luo Ya's feet, floating gracefully through the air like gossamer. However, after their recent clash, anyone who underestimated them as mere fragile fabric would be a fool. In an instant, these icy tendrils tightened, wrapping fiercely around Luo Ya's body. The speed of the tendrils was so extraordinary that they created a crackling sound as they sliced through the air. With a sudden snap, Luo Ya found himself ensnared like a dumpling, struggling in vain against his bonds, only to discover that even these delicate tendrils possessed a hardness rivaling that of steel. While he could break one or two, the sheer number of them intertwined left him at a loss. Once bound, the icy tendrils swiftly began to morph, merging together to transform Luo Ya into an ice sculpture. At that moment, Luo Ya realized that these ice blocks seemed incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Even the frost he had conjured would erode when he drew too close, compelling him to rely on the resilience of the Ice Dragon Slayer's physique. Though the impact was minimal, it was nonetheless present. In stark contrast, despite being tightly bound, he felt no sensation of freezing. Rather, there was an unexpected comfort. It was akin to the delightful sensation he experienced during each of his upgrades, as a wave of bliss spread from his core throughout his entire being, rendering him utterly entranced. What was this? A novel method of upgrading? Luo Ya was in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, the ice in the room suddenly accelerated its contraction, enveloping him entirely in an instant. Meanwhile, as Luo Ya was undergoing his transformation, the courtyard of the elite camp came alive with commotion. Ludo, clad in a robe, stormed out of his room, shouting as he walked, "Luo Ya, you rascal! Can't you practice during the day?" Awakened abruptly from a deep slumber by the dragon's might unleashed during Luo Ya's upgrade, he was startled awake. No matter how soundly he had been sleeping. Exactly. Let's go teach him a lesson. The Jerome brothers emerged from nowhere, perched upon Ludo's broad shoulders, chiming in with a yawn. However, at that moment, a terrifying chill erupted from Luo Ya's room, the biting cold wind slicing through the air like arrows released from their quivers, instantly brushing against the faces of those present. Crack! Ouch! Ludo gasped, running his fingers through his chest hair, which had become frozen. The sensation of the ice clinging to his warm chest was both awakening and invigorating. He hurriedly brushed off the frozen shards and tilted his head to ask Jerome, "Do you think we should continue? This disturbance seems rather significant. I cannot ascertain the extent of the chill Luo Ya has unleashed. The information is uncertain, making further exploration unwarranted. Jerome, whose constitution was not as robust as Aludo's, felt the icy wind's effects more severely, leaving him shivering from the cold. Upon hearing Aludo's words, the Jerome brothers shook their heads in unison. "No, we're not going. We're going back to sleep." "Very well. Then I shall go alone," Aludo declared as he pressed onward, while the Jerome brothers, keeping pace with his strides, quickly exited the courtyard. Strangely, after the initial surge of that dreadful cold, it ceased to rage uncontrollably and remained confined within a small perimeter. Aludo arrived outside Luo Ya's room, opened his mouth to shout, but immediately spotted a figure and quickly stood at attention, saluting, Teacher Zephyr. As it was late at night, Zephyr had finally shed his flamboyant purple suit in favor of a bathrobe-like nightgown. Yet, astonishingly, this nightgown was also purple, entirely devoid of any other hue. Had Luo Ya been present, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of sarcastic remarks. However, only Aludo was there, oblivious to such details. Best not disturb him. Luo Ya must be experiencing a significant breakthrough. Sensing Aludo was too close to the door, Zephyr cautioned, "Do not interfere with him, and keep your distance. Be careful not to get frostbite." With a keen eye for the peculiarities of the ice, Zephyr recognized that it was not mere cold but a literal freezing. He had a hunch that even with preparation, encountering this ice could lead to unfortunate consequences. Upon hearing Zephyr's advice, Aludo inexplicably ignited with enthusiasm. Tearing off his nightgown to reveal only his shorts and clenching his fists tightly. "Oh, I understand now. Teacher Zephyr, I will ensure no one disturbs Luo Ya." Zephyr could only wonder, what is going on in that mind of yours? What do you think you understand? I, the one who posed the question, am utterly baffled. At that moment, a yawning mind appeared from the corner, but before he could lower his hand, a massive shadow loomed before him. "Huh?" Alu, thud. In the next instant, Aludo scooped him up, tearing his specially designed oversized nightgown into strips, binding Mind up completely. With a blink, Mind, now wrapped like a dumpling, glanced down at the fabric encircling him, then turned to Aludo, shifting his gaze to Zephyr. "Teacher Zephyr, what is this?" Aludo, satisfied with his handiwork, loosened the fabric stuffed into Mind's mouth and carried him to the wall, setting him down before continuing his patrol. Zephyr, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, wondering who had suggested that Luo Ya required a guardian. "Do you think I am a ghost? Not to mention, it's not just about disturbing him. I can't even get in myself." Meanwhile, within the confines of his room, Luo Ya remained oblivious to the happenings outside, wholly immersed in the euphoria of his power surge. In the vast ocean of his consciousness, the dark expanse shimmered with intermittent illumination, a cycle of brightness and darkness repeating, accumulating with each iteration. Blue luminescence danced through the shadows, swirling and leaving trails of delicate light in its wake. In this moment, Luo Ya felt no awareness of his physical form. Countless blue ribbons of light traversed the dark realm, both ethereal and vividly distinct. Gradually, the movement of these ribbons began to adopt a rhythmic order. They commenced tracing circles in a singular direction, leaving a tapestry of sparkling arcs against the backdrop of darkness. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the ribbons grew in stature, evolving from fine strands to robust entities akin to arms. The spiraling light intensified, quickening in speed, illuminating the space like a resplendent sunrise. Suddenly, a melodious female voice resonated through the tranquil void. Luo Ya suddenly opened his eyes. "Who is it?" Meanwhile, outside, Zephyr's observation haki instantly alerted him, prompting him to retreat swiftly as his form turned as dark as ink, enveloped in armament haki. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the courtyard, sending turbulent gusts of wind outward, causing the trees and structures within to creak ominously, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Distancing himself from the epicenter of the blast, Zephyr lifted his gaze toward Luo Ya's room, gasping in astonishment. "What on earth is that?" Chapter 100, Ice Dragon. Gratitude to the reader. What is a book? For the generous donation of 500. Thank you to Reader Wowen Rogue for the 100. Thanks to Reader by Zay for the 100. It's rare for the mobile assistant to function smoothly. Let us applaud the benefactors. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a massive shadow loomed over the remnants of the small house. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moon and faint distant lights, Zephyr beheld a fearsome claw emerging from the dust, which then fell heavily, shattering the stone formations in the courtyard. Nearly one claw was twice his size. The creature exuded an overwhelming presence, a suffocating aura that weighed heavily in the air. Yet amidst it all, Zephyr sensed a familiar essence. "This is Luo Ya." Roar. Suddenly, the beast unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed into the heavens, as if venting some pent-up frustration. The mighty dragon's wrath surged forth, heedless of its surroundings. Creak. In Zephyr's astonished gaze, The very ground, buildings, trees, and stones became riddled with countless fissures. He could even feel the tearing sensation coursing through his own body. A piercing chill manifested abruptly, freezing everything around in an instant. Whoosh! A fierce wind swept up, carrying a myriad of debris and splintered wood, hurtling them forth like projectiles. As Zephyr dodged, he seized the opportunity to scrutinize the creature that had finally surfaced. What manner of being was this? It possessed a lithe yet robust body, its muscles taut and rippling with explosive power, yet it retained a fluidity that belied any bulkiness. Two bat-like blue wings unfurled from its back, the white bone spurs protruding from the joints, lending an air of menace to the appendages. At that moment, the wings spread wide, almost encompassing the entire courtyard, casting a colossal shadow upon the ground under the moonlight. In contrast to its overall size, its claws appeared somewhat elongated. The sharp talons grazed the surface, carving deep grooves as effortlessly as a heated knife slicing through butter. Whether stone or iron, they were severed with ease. A long, agile tail followed suit, crashing down heavily upon the adjacent loft, the diamond-shaped tail mace embedding deeply into the iron training room. With a pull, accompanied by the agonizing sound of twisted steel, the entire loft was reduced to rubble, adorned with blue and white scales that glimmered cleanly in the moonlight. The creature radiated a luminous sheen, reminiscent of ice. Zephyr couldn't help but muse, gazing at the spectacle before him, lost in thought. At that moment, the dragon's roar subsided, and its large nostrils flared as it inhaled the scents in the air. Then, it lowered its head, the size of a house, its golden slit pupils scrutinizing the man before it, whose robe had slipped to his waist, inching closer with deliberate curiosity. Zephyr dared not move. Although this creature bore Luo Ya's essence, the gaze within those eyes conveyed both curiosity and scrutiny. Luo Ya could not possibly be unfamiliar with him, nor could he regard him with such a gaze. This implies that, at this moment, Luo Ya, or rather, this creature, was indeed unacquainted with him. The dragon's formidable presence that had recently emanated left Zephyr secretly alarmed, and now, under the scrutiny of the creature, he instantaneously comprehended a singular truth. He was no match for this monster. Hence, he dared not move. "Hey, are you planning to devour me, Luo Ya?" Zephyr murmured, cautious that raising his voice might provoke the being before him. The creature's movements abruptly ceased, and a flicker of confusion crossed its golden slit-like eyes, reminiscent of a cold-blooded animal. After a brief pause, it shook its massive head and opened its mouth, causing the lightning-shaped horns extending from its neck to trace crystalline patterns in the air. As the colossal dragon's jaws opened and closed, the frigid breath it exhaled froze Zephyr's hair in place. Trembling with trepidation, he cast a wary glance at the creature's menacing teeth and subtly shifted his right foot back, ever ready to flee. In that moment, the creature let out a soft whimper and closed its mouth. Suddenly, with a bang akin to a fireworks explosion, Zephyr stared in disbelief as the giant dragon disintegrated into countless shards of ice. Then, in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before him. "So, why did you think I intended to consume you, Professor Zephyr?" Luo Ya appeared unchanged from his usual self, save for the disappearance of the diamond pattern on his wrist. Instead, two intricate lines resembling scales formed on either side of his forehead, trailing down his neck to his shoulders, chest, and eventually extending to his abdomen, thighs, and feet. At each juncture, a spiral pattern glimmered, pulsating in tandem with Luo Ya's breath, alternately bright and dim. As he spoke, Luo Ya lowered his gaze to Zephyr's robe. "I was merely curious, Professor Zephyr, about the vacuum within your attire." With a scowl, Zephyr felt a vein throb on his forehead and retorted through gritted teeth, "Humph. You, the exhibitionist, have no right to criticize me." "Exhibitionist?" Luo Ya paused, glancing down at his own unclothed lower half, then shivered. "Goodness. No wonder I felt cold from the outset. I thought it was a side effect of my transformation." Zephyr remained speechless. Breaking news. The elite camp courtyard has been destroyed, and the suspect is believed to be Christopher Luo Ya. Currently, 3 generals have intervened in the investigation. For further updates, please stay tuned. At sea, individuals often engaged in festivities during monotonous times or awaited the arrival of newspapers delivered by newsbirds. The Navy headquarters, too, possessed its unique forms of entertainment, exemplified by a child darting about the premises, shouting and hawking town newspapers. This child is not the entertainment. The focus lies on the newspaper he holds. Luo Ya slammed the newspaper he had purchased onto the table before Kazan, a scowl etched on his face. "Kazan-sensei, can't you provide me with an explanation?" Kazan, still half asleep and clutching his eye mask, yawned and groped around the table, much to Luo Ya's exasperation. After a considerable delay, he finally grasped the newspaper. reluctantly lifted his eye mask with one hand and squinted at it through bleary eyes. In less than a second, with a swift motion, Kazan slapped the newspaper back down onto the table and pulled his eye mask back down, ready to resume his slumber. What is it? Just go speak to Simon at the Weston newspaper if you want to know. Hey, aren't you concerned about the rumors spreading at Navy headquarters? Luo Ya exclaimed incredulously. How did you even become an admiral like this? You're stationed here this month. Shouldn't you be handling such matters? What matters? Kazan replied dismissively. I'm just trying to catch some sleep here. Faced with Luo Ya's accusations, Kazan remained unmoved, merely chuckling softly. Luo Ya trembled with anger, clenching his fists as he contemplated whether to strike him. However, after much inner turmoil, he reconsidered, weighing the disparity in their strengths, and ultimately abandoned the seemingly appealing notion. Reluctantly, Luo Ya picked up the newspaper and departed, shutting the door with a forceful thud while declaring, "Just wait. Once I can control my transformations, you'll be the first to feel my wrath." "Be my guest," Kazan replied nonchalantly. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Kazan's aide astonished. How audacious could Christopher Luo Ya be to speak to an admiral in such a manner? Chapter 101. The graduation assessment begins. In truth, he was unaware of the full circumstances, as the relationship between the two was rather exceptional. They were not only teacher and student but also friends, intertwined by their connection to Zephyr. Their personalities meshed well, leading to an unusually close bond. To conceal Luo Ya's significant power surge from the public eye, Sengoku had specifically instructed the Weston newspaper to fabricate stories at will, as long as the truth remained hidden. After all, Luo Ya was just a fleeting moment away from a critical transformation. It was easy to imagine that if pirates discovered Luo Ya's current strength, they would swarm him, seeking to eliminate him before he could dominate the seas. As Sengoku had once remarked, Luo Ya's talent could not merely be described as good or bad. It was something to be feared. Calculating from the moment the mole first encountered Luo Ya, even considering the previous months, Luo Ya had only possessed the devil fruit for half a year. Half a year. He had transformed from a feeble laborer into someone comparable to a vice-admiral, capable of contending with an admiral when pushed to his limits. Such a terrifying talent. One must never underestimate the animosity between pirates and the Navy, the strength of the Dark World, and the depths to which the world government and the celestial dragons could sink. It was evident that once Luo Ya's talent was revealed, it would only lead to repeated life-threatening crises. Those who stand out in a forest will inevitably be toppled by the wind. Sengoku even contemplated whether to keep Luo Ya hidden for a time, allowing the storm to pass before permitting him to graduate. Yet, this notion was quickly dismissed. No strong individual could grow without encountering challenges. Without experiencing storms, how could one behold a rainbow? Luo Ya would inevitably face life-threatening situations. While Sengoku could offer temporary shelter, could he provide lifelong protection? Such an approach would render Luo Ya's struggles moot. Nevertheless, if Sengoku could assist in alleviating some of Luo Ya's troubles, he would spare no effort. This newspaper was a clear reflection of that. It made no mention of the day Luo Ya transformed into a dragon, instead stating that he had destroyed the elite camp courtyard for unknown reasons and had been defeated and detained by an enraged Zephyr, prompting an investigation by the three admirals. The newspaper even speculated, with great drama, that Luo Ya had acted out due to perceived injustice at the elite camp, framing it as a cry of rebellion from a champion of freedom. However, due to his insufficient strength, his actions had been swiftly suppressed. It speculated whether Luo Ya might defect from the Navy and painted a grim picture of the Navy's higher-ups. The sensationalism mirrored the scandalous tabloids from Luo Ya's previous life, shameless to the extreme. Ironically, this was a narrative crafted under Sengoku's guidance. Who would have guessed that the wise and principled Sengoku could also play the role of a gossip columnist? With the Weston family, where Simon resided, backing the publication, the paper quickly sold out on the streets, igniting rampant discussions in Marineford. Prior to Luo Ya's complaints to Kazan, a group of naval families even foolishly rushed to headquarters, demanding to see their loved ones, anxious about their treatment. They came bearing gifts for Luo Ya, urging him to voice any grievances without fear, promising to expose Sengoku's disgraceful conduct. Luo Ya, feigning imprisonment, was left utterly bemused, finally managing to persuade the overly enthusiastic woman to leave. Yet, that was not the end of it. The news spread among the officers and eventually reached the outside world. Even though it did not make it into widely circulated news outlets, it proliferated at an astonishing rate around the naval headquarters. If nothing else, if Luo Ya were to stroll through Sabaody now, he would surely be besieged by countless reporters clamoring for interviews. This was the true reason Luo Ya sought out Kazan to vent his frustrations. The fallout from this spectacle had severely disrupted his normal life. This was a violation of human rights. However, it was all in vain. Sengoku had no intention of allowing Luo Ya to retract the news. If you dare, go out and transform into a dragon for all to see. I will ensure the best doctors are at your disposal. In conclusion, Luo Ya's newfound celebrity status would persist for quite some time. Since Kazan was unwilling to intervene, Luo Ya found himself at an impasse. Aside from a few high-ranking individuals, very few within the elite camp were privy to the true story behind these events. After all, not everyone is motivated to rise from their slumber to seek retribution upon being roused. Luo Ya had his reservations about Sengoku's arrangements, but they held little significance. Moreover, a more pressing matter awaited him, the triathlon, the graduation assessment. The next day, at 6 in the morning, with a loud bang, the newly repaired wooden door was forcefully pushed open, and a robust figure strode in with large strides. The morning mist followed his movements, causing the still sleeping Luo Ya to instinctively pull his thin blanket tighter around himself. Upon noticing Luo Ya's reaction, Zephyr approached his bedside with a scowl. What do you want, Zephyr-sensei? Why are you here so early? Luo Ya mumbled, bleary-eyed and weakly complaining. What do you think? Zephyr retorted, his anger bubbling over as he delivered a fierce punch. There's danger. As Luo Ya's half-formed observation haki began to alert him, he instantly regained his composure and, after rolling twice, tumbled off the bed. Bang! Crash! The frail wooden bed splintered under Zephyr's punch, sending shards flying in all directions. Luo Ya casually brushed off the wood shavings from his clothes, exclaiming in irritation, Hey, are you out of your mind? Disturbing my peaceful slumber at such an early hour and even dismantling my bed. You owe me compensation. Get lost, you scoundrel. Zephyr retracted his fist and looked at him with impatience. Think for a moment. What day is it today? You've been lamenting your desire to graduate 3 times a day, and now you've completely forgotten? Luo Ya paused, then turned his gaze to the calendar that had rolled off the nightstand and onto the floor. Turning his head, he revealed a grin reminiscent of a certain film character. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, I must confess, I truly forgot. Are you going to hit me? What do you think? Zephyr bellowed. Then kicked the clothing on the floor towards Luo Ya. Now. Immediately. Get tidied up and hurry off to breakfast. The physical examination begins at 8. Yes. Faced with Zephyr's fury, Luo Ya promptly saluted, then swiftly donned his clothes. Just then, he suddenly realized and asked, Wait a minute, Teacher Zephyr, do I really need to undergo a physical test? Can't you just pass me? While Luo Ya hastily dressed, Zephyr took out a cigar and began to smoke. Hearing the question, he exhaled a puff of smoke and grunted. Strength is one matter, but rules are rules. In my elite camp, anyone wishing to graduate must adhere to this procedure. Luo Ya regarded him with a vacant stare, akin to that of a lifeless fish. You are, Zephyr shot him a glare, prompting Luo Ya to immediately retreat, hastily amending his words. No. I meant to suggest, Teacher Zephyr, perhaps you should smoke less. Look, I am nearly quitting. That's because you can't afford it. And you can't even steal it. Zephyr retorted with irritation, yet after a moment's contemplation, he tossed the cigar he held out of the window. He dusted off his hands and impatiently remarked, Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Chapter 102. Ingratitude to the book friend who goes by flapping wings to Little Bird for the generous donation of 500. Thanks to the book friend Hush. I am a mushroom for the 388 donation. Acknowledgements to the book friend 310182. Huge Cian for their 200 donation. Thanks to the book friend Starlet Louie for the 100 donation. Heartfelt thanks to all the book friends for their contributions. Special thanks to the book friend Shi Rua for the 100 donation. And gratitude to the book friend Dan Jukai for their 100 donation. Additionally, I extend my thanks to all the book friends who provided recommendations. Truly, thank you. Members of the elite camp must complete 3 rigorous tests to graduate. The difficulty of these tests is exceedingly high. Even the elite members, regarded as monsters in the recruit camp, must train diligently to accomplish them within 3 years. The first of these assessments is known as the physical fitness test. It primarily evaluates their speed, strength, endurance, destructive power, and defensive capabilities. These components are precisely where Luo Ya excels. With the foundation of a dragon's physique, he has undergone a remarkable transformation. Achieving a passing score is effortlessly within his grasp. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Luo Ya ambled towards the testing venue, patting his belly and burping contentedly. As he entered the room, the clock on the wall chimed precisely, marking the hour. Ding dong, ding dong. As Luo Ya meticulously picked at his teeth, he cast a sweeping glance around the room, swiftly grasping the nature of the forthcoming test. The chamber was rectangular in shape, designed to accommodate a plethora of testing apparatus, necessitating ample space, which rendered it somewhat rotund. After surveying the area, Luo Ya turned his head only to be startled by the visage of Zhe Fa, whose weathered face loomed almost directly in front of him. How shocking. Luo Ya executed a backward leap to create distance, assuming a stance of feigned aggression with an outstretched palm. What manner of demon are you? A resounding crash, answered Luo Ya, as Zephyr unleashed a fist the size of a sandbag, augmented by an unparalleled mastery of hockey. It appeared that since Luo Ya had mastered hockey, Zephyr had grown increasingly disinclined to engage in verbal discourse, opting instead to resolve matters with his fists. What to do when a disciple is lazy and oversleeps? A punch would suffice. What about a disciple engaging in underhanded antics? A punch would suffice. What if a disciple arrives late for an examination? A punch. Wait. Luo Ya, clutching his head in frustration, protested to Zephyr, but that's not right, Teacher Zephyr. I was not late at all. He had meticulously calculated his entrance, ensuring he arrived just as the clock chimed, yet he was not tardy in the slightest. In response to Luo Ya's skepticism, Zephyr, unfazed and with a composed demeanor, retracted his fist and adjusted his attire, brazenly asserting, the clock here is 5 minutes slow. 5 minutes slow. Then what purpose does the watch on your wrist serve? Is that fine piece also 5 minutes behind? Or is it that your prowess has rendered you blind? Does the Navy not require vision for electronic competitions? Luo Ya, with a vacant stare reminiscent of a dead fish, silently lamented, humph. What shall we do if the teacher has grown senile and irritable? A swift punch to the disciple ought to suffice. After this brief interlude, a naval officer clad in uniform approached the two, saluting Zephyr with respect. Teacher Zephyr, everything is in order and ready. We may commence the test at any moment. What has always intrigued Luo Ya is the uncanny resemblance between the voices of the characters in this world of One Piece and those portrayed in the television series prior to his arrival. This holds true for figures such as Carp and Kazan, as well as for this stunning beauty. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly adorable young woman is, in fact, a formidable officer at the Navy headquarters? She appears to be merely 20 years of age. However, Luo Ya harbors a sinister suspicion that she may have employed a devil fruit ability, and in reality, she could be an elderly woman. After all, why else would she still seem so youthful when Luffy triumphed over Zephyr? Indeed, this officer clad in uniform is none other than Ain, Zephyr's future right-hand woman, a user of the backward fruit, as well as a female swordsman, a fierce adversary who harbors a profound disdain for pirates. The speculations made by Luo Ya are not without foundation. In the original work, 2 years after a significant event, Zephyr was defeated by Luffy. At that time, her age was recorded as 22. If we trace this timeline back, it is now the year 1516. Thus, she would only be 156 years old, which is incongruent with her current appearance. However, Ain, during her self-introduction, mentioned that she became a disciple of her teacher during the time of the Admiralty of Zephyr. When was that ancient history? It has been at least 3 years since then. If Ain's age is reflective of her true years, she would have been merely 123 when she became Zephyr's disciple. What a farce. With such prodigious talent, would she merely fade into obscurity like Zephyr did in the theatrical adaptations? Consequently, Luo Ya scrutinized Ain in silence, nodding to herself as if confirming her suspicions. This Ain could easily be her mother. Just as Luo Ya was weaving her own narrative about Ain, a sudden instinctual awareness led Ain to regard Luo Ya with disdain. Her beautiful eyes glinted with hostility as she addressed Luo Ya. May I inquire if you were contemplating something disrespectful? Caught in the act. Luo Ya awkwardly cleared her throat twice and glanced at the ceiling, attempting to steer the conversation anew. By the way, Teacher Zephyr, since we are prepared, shall we commence the assessment? Zephyr observed her antics with an impassive expression, then smirked slightly, murmuring a single word, coward. Luo Ya expressed his reluctance to engage in disputes. The ancient adage, it is difficult to nurture women and petty individuals, resonates with a unique interpretation from Luo Ya, diverging from the traditional understanding. In his perspective, this phrase encapsulates the notion that any situation involving women and petty individuals invariably leads to complications. This insight is a poignant lesson distilled from the trials and tribulations of his youthful existence. As a rather indolent character, he prefers to avoid trouble whenever possible. Or so it seems. TCH. Ain pouted, yet out of respect for Zifa, she refrained from contesting Luo Ya's stance. Her role was merely to serve as Luo Ya's testing officer. tasked with recording the results of various assessments. Due to the stringent confidentiality surrounding Luo Ya's information, Zifa had no choice but to enlist her most trusted disciple for assistance. The predicament lay in the requirement that 3 signatures were essential for the data to possess authority. Only then could it contribute to the comprehensive evaluation determining Luo Ya's military rank upon graduation. Thus, Zifa was unable to conduct the testing herself. After a brief introduction between the two, the testing officially commenced. Ein guided the warmed-up Luo Ya to a sturdy machine, positioning him before a red circular target. Strike it with all your might. Rest assured, the testing machine has a high tolerance. Even General Squirrel couldn't damage it. Ein maintained a stoic demeanor, holding a clipboard that gave her the appearance of a corporate professional, though the katana sheathed at her waist somewhat undermined that image. Nevertheless, the wild allure of the sword juxtaposed with her innocent visage exuded a peculiar charm. Luo Ya cast a fleeting glance at his attire, but after a few moments of scrutiny, he dismissed it with indifference. Though his temper flared, he had not descended to the level of pursuing every beautiful woman he encountered. Such behavior would render him no different than a mere teddy bear. He loosened his collar and rolled up his sleeves as he approached. At that moment, Ein, having pressed the machine's switch, called out to him, pointing at his clothing, "Are you certain you do not wish to change?" Huh. Luo Ya paused for a brief moment before regaining his composure. Yet he chose to ignore the suggestion and instead took a stance, declaring, "It is unnecessary. It will not hinder my performance." Ein attempted to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Zephyr's booming voice. "Luo Ya, wait until Ein has left before you strike." Both men were momentarily taken aback, then simultaneously responded, "Yes, Teacher Zephyr." With a cigar perched between his lips, unlit, Zephyr, after issuing his command, removed the cigar from his mouth and muttered to himself, "During the previous battle, you unleashed a force equivalent to 50% of my strength. Now, I wonder, without such an outburst, how great is your power?" Power. This was the aspect that Zephyr was most intrigued by. Luo Ya's astonishing strength was his most formidable weapon in combat. After breaking through to the 3rd tier, Zephyr was genuinely curious about the extent of Luo Ya's might. In the next moment, Luo Ya provided the answer. Boom. With a punch unleashed, it was as if a silent play unfolded. All sound vanished. The air seemed to solidify, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Inside the testing chamber, a sudden gust of wind swirled, causing Ein to stumble. Yet, the violent airflow did not emanate outward but rather clashed back and forth, forming a series of tornado-like pressure waves within the chamber. Visible whirlwinds materialized, swirling with screws, metal fragments, and springs, continuously rotating. Ein suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him as he covered his buzzing ears, staring in shock at the obliterated testing machine. It was indeed destroyed. At that moment, where the machine once stood, only a charred mark remained. The massive, sturdy device had entirely vanished, its remnants scattered across a radius of more than 10 meters, with shards embedded in the solid walls. Just as Zephyr began to muse aloud, Luo Ya had already struck. The reason for the delayed explosion was that, at the instant of his punch, the speed was so extraordinary that it compressed the surrounding air, creating a pseudo-vacuum state, preventing sound from traveling. Unlike the encounter with the silverback gorilla, this force that shattered the sound barrier could not be compared to Luo Ya's ability to generate a vacuum. The expelled air formed a tempest. Yet it had not even exited the room. Due to atmospheric pressure, the airflow began to reverse, colliding with itself, thus creating the spectacular scene before them. Clatter. Zephyr's cigar fell to the ground, yet he paid it no heed. Staring blankly at Luo Ya, whose sleeves had burst open, his lips parted in disbelief. Unable to articulate a word. What a mere fraction of my strength. With this single punch, Luo Ya had demonstrated the full extent of his power, an entire naval admiral's strength. And this was merely Luo Ya's non-explosive force. Though sheer strength does not equate to overall capability, it remains true that humans can never rival the might of sea kings. Thus, concluding that Luo Ya's prowess parallels that of an admiral based solely on strength is unreliable. However, in comparison to Zephyr, the former naval admiral, once renowned across the seas as the Black Arm, it was a different matter altogether. Zephyr inhaled sharply, contemplating Luo Ya's escalating strength each time he disrupted tranquility. The day Luo Ya transformed into a monster left him astounded, later clarified as the manifestation of the Ice Dragon. Since then, Luo Ya's Haki and Devil Fruit abilities had surged significantly. Yet he remained modest, claiming they were unworthy of notice. Now, it appeared he had held back. This terrifying strength, coupled with his mastery of the 6 styles, unleashed a power that could not be underestimated. Even if there remained some disparity, it was nonetheless astonishing. This rascal has kept secrets even from me. Zephyr shook his head with a wry smile, aware of the length Sengoku had gone to ensure Luo Ya was shielded from the wolves. All to allow his strength to grow without attracting too much attention, thereby averting premature demise. But now, Luo Ya? Premature demise? He had grown formidable enough to instill fear. With this thought, Zephyr could not help but ponder whether it was time to renegotiate Luo Ya's future with Sengoku. With such terrifying power, aside from the Holy Land and the territories of the four emperors, where could Luo Ya not venture? Once again, he found himself caught off guard. Zephyr felt a bitter pang as he contemplated how long he could mentor Luo Ya. The anticipation had dwindled from 2 years to 1, then to 6 months. Yet, he never expected it would ultimately be a mere 4 months. From now on, you must rely on yourself, Luo Ya. I have nothing more to teach you. As Zephyr had surmised, upon reaching the 3rd tier, Luo Ya's power underwent a qualitative leap once again. In the past, even when he had injured Zephyr, it did not imply he possessed the strength to contend with an admiral. During that battle, Zephyr had continually held back, never fully unleashing his armament haki. Nevertheless, even so, Zephyr had managed to force Luo Ya to transform and unleash his full might, ultimately knocking him down with a single punch. The difference between Luo Ya at that time and now was monumental. Now, having ascended to the 3rd tier, Luo Ya could confidently assert that he had attained admiral-level strength. Even the lowest tier of admiral status still represented an admiral. There was no comparison to his former self. Why has the number of admirals in the Navy headquarters never exceeded 3? Because the distinction between an admiral and a vice-admiral is as vast as the ocean itself. If there truly existed vice-admirals capable of matching admiral-level strength, why were there not multiple candidates for admiral during the Golden City incident? In this world where strength reigns supreme, it is only in the absence of absolute power that one strives and competes. Presently, Luo Ya's attributes have transformed as follows. Name: Christopher Luo Ya, World Autocorrection, Energy Stage, 3rd Tier. 0 Level Energy Value, 30,000 Magic Value, 3, 200, 032, 000 Magic Recovery Rate, 3,000 Min. The dragon's power has ascended to 20, officially entering the 2nd stage. Meanwhile, the dragon body has reached a formidable 43, successfully crossing the threshold into the 3rd stage. When Luo Ya first employed the pseudo-dragon transformation skill in combat, his dragon body surged to 39, allowing him to withstand the silverback gorilla's fists and engage in a fierce exchange. Should he activate the pseudo-dragon transformation once more, his dragon body would attain 59, and combined with his newly acquired skills, he could not only contend with Zifa, but also maintain a stable upper hand. It is essential to note that this is Zifa at the pinnacle of his strength, not the aged man who was toppled by the straw hat. In the subsequent tests, Luo Ya continued to showcase his astonishing prowess, achieving perfection in strength, speed, endurance, destructive power, and defense tests alike. With each test conducted by Luo Ya, Ein and Zephyr experienced a profound upheaval in their perspectives. Following the destruction of the power testing machine, Luo Ya achieved remarkable feats, including running on the fuel speed mat, crashing through the ceiling, damaging load-bearing walls, and obliterating the bomb launcher, thereby shattering the record for destruction in the history of the elite camp. Upon the conclusion of the testing, Luo Ya was unceremoniously ejected by an irate Zephyr, whose face was darkened as if he had harnessed the power of armed color hockey. After Luo Ya's departure, Ein trembled, her hands shaking as she filled out the testing results with disbelief. She now understood why Zephyr insisted on personally overseeing the tests and emphasized confidentiality beforehand. Glancing at Luo Ya's scores, Ein suddenly lifted her gaze to Zephyr, inquiring, "Teacher, does this mean?" Before she could finish, Zephyr interjected, "Indeed, all perfect in Admiral's prowess." When establishing the evaluation criteria, Zephyr had based it on the assessments of various vice-admirals. Over the years, there had certainly been individuals who excelled in specific areas, even surpassing perfection. However, no one had ever achieved perfection across all categories. Attaining perfection in each aspect indicated that the tester was on par with a typical vice-admiral. To achieve perfection in all areas meant surpassing a vice-admiral in every regard. What level transcends that of a vice-admiral? Zephyr could only exclaim, "I once thought this lad was merely toying with the title of admiral for a bit of coin, but it appears to be a reality." Chapter 104. The Scheme of the Celestial Dragon's Good. Good. The typically wise and composed Sengoku exclaimed twice, a testament to his inner excitement. Afterward, he blinked and handed the documents in his possession to the goat beside him, allowing it to chew and consume them, ensuring not a trace remained before he felt at ease, clapping his hands and sighing in relief. Opposite Sengoku, Zephyr, cigar in mouth, found the situation amusing and queried, "Did you not hear my words clearly? Luo Ya now possesses the strength to contend with me. Do you believe he still requires your secrecy and protection? He can now stride boldly." This confidence was a remnant from Zephyr's days as an admiral. Known as the Black Arm, a master of physical combat, he understood the sheer magnitude of his own power. The quantitative change had led to a qualitative transformation. Few could rival him at this level. Unless confronted with some peculiar devil fruit user, the likelihood of defeat lay solely with others. Particularly noteworthy was the new type of haki that Luo Ya had developed himself. Though its intensity was still low, its defensive and offensive capabilities far surpassed that of ordinary haki. With an unstoppable fist and an indestructible defense, Luo Ya found it exceedingly difficult to encounter peril upon these seas. Not to mention, his combat prowess was not solely reliant on these abilities. His fruit powers were equally formidable. Though not of the natural type, they exhibited effects comparable to those of nature itself. If only it were that simple. Sengoku sighed wistfully as he settled back into his chair. Is something amiss? As a comrade of decades, Zephyr recognized that Sengoku would not utter such words without a significant issue at hand. Upon hearing Zephyr's inquiry, Sengoku refrained from a direct answer. Instead, posing a question of his own. "Zephyr, be honest with me. If you were to fight Luo Ya now, how would victory be determined?" Well, though puzzled by Sengoku's desire to compare himself with Luo Ya, Zephyr, trusting in Sengoku's intentions, contemplated before responding earnestly. In a life-and-death struggle, if Luo Ya does not unleash his full potential, I would say a 70-30 split in my favor. Once he does, it would likely become a 50-50 chance. This was due to the rapid enhancement of Luo Ya's Ice Dragon fruit abilities. Even now, Zephyr hesitated to engage lightly. A careless move could result in being frozen solid. Speaking of Luo Ya's fruit powers, a smile crept onto Zephyr's lips as he recalled Kazan's earlier comment. His freezing fruit was countered by Luo Ya, rendering his attacks as ineffective as those against Akainu. At the time, Zephyr had found it hard to believe. After all, they were both ice users. How could one counter the other? Now, he understood Kazan's frustration. While Luo Ya's freezing range might not surpass Kazan's, in terms of freezing intensity and temperature, he was indeed unmatched. Zephyr chuckled softly, seemingly warmed by the tales of his disciples. However, Sengoku, lacking Zephyr's optimism, wore a grave expression and stated solemnly, "A 50-50 chance? That is still insufficient." With a jolt, Zephyr paused, the ash from his cigar falling onto his attire. Yet, he disregarded the mess, frowning as he inquired, "What is it? Sengoku? Is there a formidable opponent targeting Luo Ya?" Luo Ya's strength is undeniably formidable, capable of engaging in a balanced contest with oneself, thereby attesting to his prowess. Although I find myself at a disadvantage due to the loss of a hand and the passage of time, rendering me among the weakest of my peers, I am not easily threatened by mere trifles. Sengoku pressed his forehead, massaging his temples. As you might surmise, he activated his observation haki, meticulously sensing the ambient movements around him. Once assured that there were no eavesdroppers beyond the wall, Sengoku withdrew a document from his sleeve and handed it to Zephyr. "First and foremost, you must remain composed." What could be so grave? Zephyr's expression turned serious, recognizing that the usually stoic fleet admiral displayed such concern. A sudden shock coursed through him, and he swiftly took the document, scrutinizing its contents. Moments later, the table before them shattered under the force of Zephyr's fury, sending ripples across the floor akin to those on water's surface. The violent tremors fractured the floorboards, creating spiderweb-like cracks. With a resounding crash, the glass by the window splintered into countless pieces from the shockwave generated by Zephyr's furious punch, even loosening the window frame. Sengoku, anticipating Zephyr's outburst, clutched his goat and retreated to his safe distance, shaking his head in exasperation. "I told you to keep calm. How can I remain calm?" Zephyr retorted, his expression feral as if he were ready to devour someone. "This concerns my disciple. How dare they act in such a manner?" Seething with indignation, Zephyr brandished the document, shouting at Sengoku, "Can't you see the sheer illogic of this assignment? They intend to send Luo Ya to his death." Sengoku had anticipated such a reaction. He gently set his goat down to frolic freely, adjusted the toppled chair, and took a seat. With arms crossed and posture erect, he began, "First, let me explain, Zephyr, including the rationale behind my agreement." Hearing Sengoku's words, Zephyr struggled to suppress his anger, muttering through clenched teeth, "Speak." In truth, this was not a deadlock. Sengoku's opening statement aimed to reassure Zephyr. He understood that without this approach, Zephyr would not be receptive to any further discourse. Indeed, hearing Sengoku's words, Zephyr calmed considerably. He recognized that Sengoku was not a reckless individual. If he had consented to the world government's arrangement, there must be a valid justification. The mission in question required Luo Ya to infiltrate a stronghold belonging to a prominent figure in the dark world, colloquially known as Emerald Street, to carry out an assassination. This was also to serve as Luo Ya's practical assessment. Generally, the graduation of elite recruits is handled internally by the Navy headquarters without interference from the world government, which lacks the authority to intervene. The world government's pretext was that Luo Ya's recognition on the high seas was still low, yet his strength was sufficient for this undertaking. They even went so far as to make enticing promises and leverage pressure from the celestial dragons to manipulate Sengoku into ensuring Luo Ya accepted the mission. To place Luo Ya in perilous circumstances, they shamelessly concocted such a flimsy excuse. If one were to consider recognition, would the intelligence organization CP be inferior to the Navy? And in terms of strength, were the members of CP0 weaker than the admirals? Ultimately, this task was unceremoniously thrust upon Luo Ya's shoulders. And Zephyr had no doubt that the celestial dragons were orchestrating events behind the scenes. Noticing Zephyr's momentary composure, Sengoku reassured him, "Rest assured. We managed to keep the news of Luo Ya's recent surge in strength under wraps. Their spies are unaware of the specifics. This provides us with an informational advantage that we can skillfully exploit. Additionally, I have prepared several rear admirals to execute the Demon Slayer order. And Kizaru is currently on leave. I will discreetly position him to accompany the ship at sea, ready to assist Luo Ya at a moment's notice. Provided Luo Ya successfully completes the assassination, with Kizaru's protection in front and the bombardment of the Demon Slayer order from behind, he will surely escape unscathed." Chapter 105. What on earth is this assassination mission? Taking the head of an enemy general amid a sea of foes sounds exhilarating and heroic. Yet the execution is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Sengoku was acutely aware of the world government's, or more precisely, the celestial dragon's intentions. Just as Rob Lucci's arrival had served as a warning to the Navy, this time, they sought to gamble with Luo Ya's life. The reasons behind their actions were painfully clear. Firstly, their covetous pursuit of the longevity-granting bloodworm had been thwarted by the headquarters. And the subsequent mauling of Lucci and the CP members they dispatched led to a cascade of repercussions resulting in significant losses for them. While these setbacks might seem absurdly comical, after all, they were attempting to seize that which did not belong to them, only to emerge empty-handed and shamelessly deem themselves the victims. According to the celestial dragon's warped logic, this debt was squarely placed at Luo Ya's feet. Secondly, the prominent celestial dragon family backing this scheme faced considerable backlash following the plan's exposure, inciting criticism from influential figures within their elite circles. Under relentless pressure from various quarters, they were desperate to salvage their reputation. Naturally, eliminating Luo Ya, the principal party involved, seemed the most expedient means to restore their honor. This time, the celestial dragons had orchestrated a veritable trap for Luo Ya. One it not to mock the celestial dragons for their perceived foolishness and resorting to murder for the sake of their so-called honor, especially when it concerns a member of the Navy headquarters. In truth, such behavior is not dissimilar to that of the Western nobility from centuries past, prior to Luo Ya's transmigration. When individuals find themselves ensconced in comfort and privilege, they often elevate themselves above their peers, adopting an egotistical belief in their inherent superiority. Luo Ya had caused them to lose face, and consequently, their peers would perceive that they had further sullied their own reputations, leading to their ostracization. To regain their standing, the most effective and satisfying course of action would undoubtedly be to eliminate Luo Ya. However, although this mission was fraught with peril, given that their adversary was a formidable titan of the shadowy underworld, the potential rewards were equally substantial. Based on Luo Ya's capabilities, upon graduation, he might only attain the rank of a rear admiral due to insufficient military achievements in the stipulations of the headquarters, possibly failing even to secure a position as a brigadier general within the branch. Yet, the celestial dragons seemed to harbor no doubt regarding Luo Ya's survival and had directly proposed a position as a brigadier general at headquarters. While the Navy operates independently from the world government, it remains an organization under its auspices, with hierarchical structures and personnel decisions firmly in their control. Should Luo Ya return successfully, his status as a brigadier general would render him far less malleable than the mere recruit he currently was. For instance, in the present mission, without Luo Ya's consent, the world government would find it difficult to coerce Sengoku. Indeed, Sengoku might even possess the audacity to rebuke them outright. What do you intend to do? Sacrifice our Navy's core strength to their demise? Are you trying to incite a rebellion? Under Sengoku's explanation, Zephyr gradually calmed down. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze to Sengoku, the murderous intent in his eyes causing Sengoku to shiver inwardly. You are the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku. I understand that they threaten and coerce you into acquiescence, and your intentions are for the greater good of the Navy and all its members, so I comprehend your position. However, Zephyr's voice thundered, imbued with an indescribable gravity. If Luo Ya were to perish there, it won't happen. Trust me. Sengoku interjected before Zephyr could finish, a sudden fear gripping him, apprehensive that Zephyr might utter that fateful statement. Then, I shall refrain from saying more. Zephyr regarded Sengoku with a profound gaze, seemingly imprinting his visage in his memory. He then picked up the cloak from the ground and stormed through the shattered doorway. As Zephyr's figure vanished beyond the threshold, Sengoku stroked the back of his goat, exhaling a heavy sigh. Alas! What? You expect me to assassinate someone? In the courtyard. Luo Ya sprayed juice all over Zephyr's face, staring at him as if he had seen a ghost. What is happening? Are graduates of the elite camp now tasked with assassination? Surely, Oda had not written such a scenario. Anticipating Luo Ya's reaction, Zephyr did not flinch, his fierce gaze unwaveringly fixed on Luo Ya. Indeed, while I share in your indignation. As Sengoku articulated, the rewards for the Navy from this mission are too significant to overlook. Cradling a barrel of juice in his arms and biting down on the straw, Luo Ya gestured with his eyes, urging Zephyr. Please, commence your performance. Luo Ya harbored unwavering faith in Zifa, just as Zifa placed his trust in Sengoku. Without just cause. How could he possibly consent to undertake this seemingly suicidal mission? After all, it was the infamous Emerald Street of the Dark World, teeming with thousands of combatants, many of whom possessed formidable strength that could easily overpower even a vice admiral of the headquarters. Preliminary estimates suggested that at least 7 or 8 such individuals were present. If surrounded, even with Luo Ya's newfound strength, he would likely find himself in an inescapable predicament. Moreover, this mission was directly commissioned by the world government. So if anyone dared to claim there were no ulterior motives, Luo Ya would promptly stuff them into a barrel filled with juice and drown them with the contents. Sengoku, wiping the trickling water from his face, elucidated, firstly, upon your arrival, their spies will undoubtedly sow discord, alerting their allies to your presence. This is the most perilous yet simultaneously the safest juncture. You need not fear an ambush, as I will arrange for personnel to operate covertly, rooting out their infiltrators and securing our rear. Indeed, it is the most dangerous yet safest time. They desire your life, yet they must ensure the deception is flawless. If Luo Ya is attacked the moment he boards the ship or shortly after his arrival, it would be tantamount to openly declaring the presence of a traitor on board. Thus, they will go to great lengths to disguise your demise as a mere casualty of mission failure, refraining from any overt actions. Otherwise, Kazan and Zifa are not like Akainu. They would not treat the orders from above as absolute. At any moment, they might feign negligence and eliminate CP agents, claiming they were merely pirates, leaving no room for clarification, which would ultimately hinder their control over the situation. Luo Ya nodded, signaling Zephyr to continue. Nails, much like corporate spies, are utterly detestable, and it is indeed a relief to be able to extract them. Furthermore, due to this overreach, the world government has provided compensation to the Navy. In addition to monetary and material support, a new vice admiral position has been established within the 17th headquarters. At this point, Zephyr paused and cast a thoughtful glance at Luo Ya. You understand. A faint smile graced the corners of Luo Ya's lips as he mused. I understand. This is indeed a matter of personal interest. The rank of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters is distinctly different from that of a vice admiral in a branch. The former possesses authority and influence that the latter simply cannot compare to. Upon breaking through the 3rd tier, one's strength approaches that of an admiral. However, Luo Ya is not so naive as to believe that mere strength alone suffices to ascend to such heights. He had always thought that graduating with a position as a branch vice admiral or headquarters rear admiral would be commendable, yet he never anticipated the world government's generosity. Truly, it is as if a pillow is offered just as one begins to doze off. And what of the 3rd? Is there more? Luo Ya gazed at Zephyr in astonishment. Given these 2 matters, he indeed felt the necessity of completing this mission. However, he was taken aback to discover that Zephyr was not yet finished. Of course there is, Zephyr replied with a smile. The most crucial aspect is that According to secret intelligence, that location is backed by the celestial dragon family that harbors the deepest animosity towards you. This arrangement can be said to be led by them. This family is among the weaker factions of the celestial dragons, possessing limited strength, and the island is home to nearly 80% of their armed forces. Should they be vanquished, their vitality will be severely diminished, and aside from continuing to lash their slaves, they will find themselves unable to extend their reach. Oh, the celestial dragons? Luo Ya's smile faded, and a shadow fell over him. 80% of their armed forces? How intriguing. Chapter 106. You might not believe it upon witnessing Luo Ya's demeanor. Zephyr understood precisely what he was contemplating. You little rascal, I know what you're thinking. However, I must warn you, you are not permitted to intervene this time. What? Why? Luo Ya, perplexed, inquired of Zephyr. Master Zephyr, are you not considering such a splendid opportunity? I couldn't care less. Zephyr replied with a cold snort. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Just know that upon the successful completion of this task, that family will no longer pose a threat to you. Their days will surely be fraught with difficulty. The demon-slaying order in the matter of Khazar must remain undisclosed to Luo Ya, and even the other high-ranking officials must be kept in the dark. The former can be likened to a strategic game where we all play together. You take Emerald Street, I take Luo Ya, and we all engage in this contest, with no one to blame for the outcome. However, the involvement of the demon-slaying order and Khazar fundamentally alters the nature of the game. It is akin to playing chess while holding a gun to your opponent's forehead, casually laying down your pieces while asking, "How would you feel if I gifted you a grand dragon?" The only response the opponent can muster is a fearful, "I dare not move," while inwardly cursing their fate. At this point, the facade of civility is irrevocably shattered. The celestial dragons and the world government would have no desire to openly confront the Navy headquarters, and the Navy headquarters would feel the same. This represents an apparent concession from Sengoku in his dealings with Zephyr. It is easy to envision that should this information be exposed, the annihilation of Emerald Street would be inevitable, but the ensuing troubles would be far from trivial. Luo Ya flipped his lifeless eyes, acquiescing to the counsel, yet within his heart a resolution formed. Although the formidable individual he aimed to assassinate possessed considerable strength, there remained a marked disparity when compared to a powerhouse of Zifa's caliber. After ascending to the third tier, accomplishing his mission would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Zifa's explicit instruction forbade his interference, which led Luo Ya to ponder whether it indeed signified their obligation to proceed. Should there be a connection to a celestial dragon family lurking behind the scenes? Zifa's caution would find justification. He was intent on preventing Luo Ya from becoming further ensnared in the quagmire. However, unbeknownst to Zifa, Luo Ya too wished to avoid further entanglement. Thus far, the catalyst for the series of events had indeed been the Navy headquarters itself, yet it was Luo Ya who ignited that spark. Moreover, possessing the ability to fly, he contemplated the possibility of annihilating that location entirely after fulfilling his task. With his thoughts resolved, Luo Ya feigned ignorance, continuing to absorb Zifa's directives. The celestial dragon's desire for immortality was a decision not unanimously supported. In fact, the most eminent families among them had scarcely participated, and even if they had, they would vehemently deny it now, harboring murderous intent towards all aware of the situation. The higher they ascended, the more acutely they understood the allure of power. To seek immortality was to engage with interests far beyond the trivialities of their usual dominion. Only those foolish souls, lost in their own nobility, would covet such a thing. And among them, their strength ranked at the bottom within the celestial dragon hierarchy. After all, this was a world governed by the strongest, where a single individual could challenge thousands, a stark contrast to Earth, where technological development lagged and comprehensive national strength prevailed. What to do about a tyrannical ruler who refuses to perish? Simply eliminate him. The current revolutionary army serves as a vivid illustration of their apprehensions. To eliminate the principal armed leader under that family would undoubtedly lead to a scenario where they would be left to swallow their pride and disgrace, merely striving to maintain their authority within the insular realm of the celestial dragons. As for exacting revenge on Luo Ya, they would find themselves without the luxury of time. However, Luo Ya sipped his juice, lost in contemplation. Some matters could be anticipated. The courtyard, at 3 in the afternoon, transitioned from summer to autumn, the air beginning to cool. The soldiers, coming and going, donned thicker garments, opting for long sleeves as they patrolled with diligence. Today's weather was splendid, with a clear azure sky, a rare blessing in recent days. The Jerome brothers sat facing each other, kneeling on a low wooden platform. A small table before them laden with sweet pastries and a pot of tea squeezed into the scant available space, exuding a rich, fragrant aroma. It was a picturesque scene of tranquility and contentment, seemingly untouched by the outside world. However, a thunderous shout suddenly reverberated throughout the courtyard, causing Jerome's younger brother to tremble, a piece of biscuit tumbling from his lips. In a swift moment, Jerome, with a flick of his fingers, propelled a sugar bean like a bullet, shattering the biscuit in an instant. He then calmly resumed sipping his tea, alleviating the cloying sweetness, while exhaling 2 syllables through his nose, just as the brothers engaged in a playful scuffle on the opposite side of the courtyard. Zephyr roared with the fury of a raging bull, nostrils flaring as he grasped Luo Ya by the collar, spewing his words with fervor. In Zephyr's grip, Luo Ya appeared a defeated soul, resigned to fate. Hearing Zephyr's thunderous bellow, Luo Ya turned his face away. "Say it again, if you dare." "I shall not." Bang. Before Luo Ya could finish his words, Zephyr struck him down with a powerful blow. The earth beneath them resembled a rolling dough. Rising high as countless grains of sand and stones were sent soaring into the air, swirling all around. Luo Ya fell to the ground, yet his resolve remained unyielding. Even with his face buried in the dirt, he refused to utter a word. "I will not go, not under any circumstances. You can't make me." Zephyr, infuriated, trembled with rage. He had painstakingly weighed the pros and cons with Luo Ya and had finally negotiated agreeable terms, only to have Luo Ya turn his back upon hearing the destination. Zephyr was thoroughly exasperated. The reason was simple. The chosen destination was a daunting 3-month journey from the Navy headquarters. Even with the swiftest of vessels, the Wave Raker, it would take a full month to reach. A month. This was not merely a matter of inconvenience. It was a matter of certain peril. Luo Ya is no longer the same individual who recently departed from the deserted island. With a dragon's might of 20 and a dragon's physique of 43. His strength has not merely doubled. It is as if an insurmountable chasm has formed. After just a month at sea, he felt as though death was imminent. Now, having become a more formidable Dragon Slayer Mage, his seasickness has escalated to an even more severe affliction. If he were to embark on another month-long voyage, it would be prudent for Zephyr to prepare a coffin without further ado. Zephyr raised his fist, suddenly smacking his lips and letting out a huff, halting his characteristic instruction. He pulled the stone bench behind him with his foot, seating himself with the imposing authority of a mafia don, and inquired, "Pray tell, what is your reasoning?" He understood that although Luo Ya exhibited a laid-back demeanor, he was not one to misjudge matters of great importance. Despite the arduous nature of this task, it remained within the realm of Luo Ya's capabilities following his substantial power increase. Moreover, with the covert presence of the Demon Slayer Order and Admiral Kizaru, retreating was feasible as long as they were not besieged. Generally speaking, the safety concerns could be adequately addressed. Thus, if the issue did not lie within the mission itself, the rationale behind Luo Ya's potential refusal remained a mystery to Zephyr. Little did Zephyr suspect that Luo Ya's seasickness would intensify in tandem with his burgeoning strength. The ability to transform is the most fundamental power granted by Zoan-type devil fruits, even for the exceedingly rare and invaluable mythical Zoans. This principle applies universally, even to Sengoku's Buddha fruit. Yet, what of Luo Ya? As the sole known possessor of the legendary dragon fruit, he could barely manage to transform. No. To undergo dragonification, let alone cover his body with scales for any significant duration. This left Sengoku and others, who eagerly anticipated witnessing the majestic form of a dragon, utterly disheartened, while simultaneously fostering envy towards Zephyr and Aludo, who had been fortunate enough to witness it once. As if this were not enough, Luo Ya was afflicted by seasickness. In a world where the ocean dominates over 90% of the planet's surface, it was astonishing that he suffered from such a malady. It was, after all, a side effect of his devil fruit. The peculiarities of his condition convinced Zephyr that Luo Ya was about to unveil yet another revelation. Indeed, as Luo Ya emerged from the earth, he sat solemnly before Zephyr and stated, "You may find it hard to believe, but as